Zhang Xuanxiao traversed into a world dominated by a singular entity. In his youth, his parents met a tragic end at the hands of the all-nature sect, fortuitously spared from death. He was taken by the venerable master to Longhu Mountain, where he became the senior disciple of Zhang Lingyu. As a direct disciple of the celestial master, burdened by the weight of his family's demise, Zhang Xuanxiao vowed to slay any member of the all-nature sect he encountered in this life. Zhang Daozhang, I was wrong, grant me a chance to live, pleaded an all-nature member. Zhang Xuanxiao retorted, you do not truly regret your actions, you merely realize that death is imminent. Xia He interjected, is it simply because I am of the all-nature that I must die? To which Zhang Xuanxiao replied, if you do not perish, then shall I? Chapter 1. This senior brother. Truly wicked. Senior brother, perhaps we should reconsider. I have no further entanglements with her. In a remote area of East China, two Taoists traversed the woods. One, a silver-haired young man, turned to his senior brother and inquired. Upon hearing this, his senior brother furrowed his brow and responded, Lingyu, your inner demons have manifested. Unless you dispel them, your thoughts will remain obstructed, leading to future calamities. Word has reached me that the demoness Xia He has resurfaced in East China this time. I shall assist you in severing your inner turmoil. The words of his senior brother Zhang Xuanxiao struck Zhang Lingyu deeply, as if something heavy were lodged within his chest. Xia He. That name lingered in his mind like an insurmountable demon. Had it not been for this all-nature enchantress, who had treacherously attacked and exploited him, he would not have lost his cultivation of the Yang Thunder Law. As the 65th generation disciple of the Celestial Master, it was a stain upon his honor to have entangled with an all-nature demon. The thought of Xia He filled his heart with a tumult of emotions. Ah, if only I could possess the resolute heart of my senior brother Zhang, Lingyu mused, gazing at Zhang Xuanxiao. Like him, Zhang Xuanxiao was also a direct disciple of the Celestial Master, yet he ranked higher. Though their ages were similar and their initiation into the sect closely timed, their resolve towards the Tao was worlds apart. Zhang Xuanxiao harbored an unyielding disdain for the all-nature demons. He showed no mercy, believing that once a member of the all-nature sect, they remained so for life. Should he be able to defeat them, he would not let them escape his righteousness bordered on extremism. Sentimental attachments are mere trivial affections. A heart devoted to the world's safety and the eradication of demons is profound love. This is the mission of a disciple of the Celestial Master, to uphold justice. This moment, Zhang Xuanxiao, whom Zhang Lingyu observed, radiated an aura of righteousness, imbued with a fervent desire to confront the all-nature demons. Was this righteousness turned wickedness? He simply yearned to eradicate the all-nature. Years had passed since he entered this world, yet he could not forget the harrowing scene of his parents' demise at the hands of the all-nature sect. The pain was unbearable. In his previous life, he was already an orphan, abandoned by his parents, and after a meager upbringing in an orphanage, he had finally found work and stability, only to be struck by a reckless driver, leading him to this world beneath one person. He could only say he had a slight understanding of this realm, reminiscent of a comic he had read while working as a waiter. In this new existence, he had loving parents, filling the void of his past. Yet, alas, this happiness was fleeting as several all-nature demons indiscriminately took his parents' lives. He himself was not spared by the all-nature, but fortunately, the demon left him with enough time to be saved by his master, Zhang Xuanxiao. With his parents gone, he could no longer discern right from wrong. The moment he entered the Celestial Master's abode, he vowed to eradicate the all-nature sect for eternity. As for bringing Zhang Lingyu down the mountain, it was solely to assist his junior in dispelling his inner demons. A time traveler, he was aware of Zhang Lingyu's entangled fate with Xia He. Despite often warning his junior that infatuation could lead to peril, he was unaware of the specific timeline of their entanglement that on a fateful occasion, Zhang Lingyu had been dispatched by their master for training, while Zhang Xuanxiao happened to be away, leading Zhang Lingyu to fall victim to the all-nature demoness Xia He's cunning plot. His usual warnings proved futile against such a well-crafted scheme. At this point, it could only be said that it was Zhang Lingyu's destiny. As his senior brother, he could only counsel him not to be obstinate. Despite his guidance, this entanglement had clouded Zhang Lingyu's heart. Seeing his junior's simultaneous loathing for Xia He and the undeniable connection they shared, Zhang Xuanxiao knew he had to act. To rectify Zhang Lingyu's heart and heed his request, he resolved to take him down the mountain to confront Xia He. The two soon arrived at the periphery of a desolate industrial park, having learned from an unknown all-nature demon that this was their stronghold in East China. Not long ago, the demoness Xia He had been spotted here. They stealthily entered the park, and, beneath the remnants of an unfinished building, they overheard the voices of the all-nature demons. Damn it, everything has been too closely monitored lately. I haven't had a moment of indulgence in 2 weeks. Now I'm beginning to feel a bit uneasy. Brother Xiahe, just bear with it. It has been several days since we've had any fun, and my hands are itching. Who could endure? Just days ago, Xiahe passed right by me, making my scalp tingle. Brother Xiahe gulped as he spoke. That's the bone-scraping blade. Not someone we can provoke. Zhang Lingyu glanced at the all-nature demons within the abandoned building from a distance. He estimated there were over 20 of them, causing him to frown. The good news was that Xia He was not among them. The bad news was that their numbers were formidable. Although he had some foundation with his senior brother, they were ultimately just 2 against a multitude of ruthless outlaws, making their situation precarious. Senior brother, there are too many of them, we might be in over our heads. Should we retreat for now? Zhang Lingyu suggested, seeking a tactical approach. After all, they were there to settle scores with Xia He and need not confront such a crowd directly. However, before he could finish his thought, Zhang Xuanxiao had already stepped into the all-nature stronghold. Senior brother, seeing Zhang Xuanxiao show no signs of hesitation, Zhang Lingyu could only brace himself and follow suit as they boldly entered the all-nature stronghold. Clad in their plain garments, their presence immediately drew the attention of numerous all-nature demons, celestial masters' disciples. Upon spotting the two, the all-nature outlaws ceased their activities and converged toward them. Noticing Zhang Xuanxiao at the forefront, their eyes shimmered with various emotions. Zhang Xuanxiao. What terrible luck to encounter him. Clearly, they recognized Zhang Xuanxiao. Setting aside his identity as a direct disciple of the celestial master, numerous all-nature demons had already perished at his hands in recent months. Within the all-nature sect, the name Zhang Xuanxiao had long made it onto their list of vengeance. Yet due to the celestial master's status, they had been unable to find an opportunity to strike. Chapter 2. In one day, you are a being of absolute nature. In this lifetime, you shall remain so. Swiftly meet your demise. What is there to fear? Is it merely a trivial Zhang Xuanxiao? Let us deal with him. There are only 2 of them, no matter how strong he is. Can he truly contend with our numbers? Indeed, well spoken. This is akin to heaven offering a path he refuses to tread, yet he has unwittingly ventured into hell. Seeing that Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu had no other allies, the audacious beings of absolute nature grew increasingly audacious themselves. Having been pinned up for several days, the desperate outlaws were now eager to rush to their doom. After all, who do you think you are, Zhang Xuanxiao? 2 beings of absolute nature flanked him, poised to launch a pincer attack, yet before they could even make contact, a barrier of golden light repelled them. The golden light spell, a fundamental technique of the celestial master's manner, envelopes the practitioner in a protective golden aura, capable of both offense and defense. It was evident that Zhang Xuanxiao had a solid foundation. Even if the 2 beings of absolute nature exerted all their strength, they could hardly breach the defenses of the golden light. Unable to advance or retract their arms, they felt as powerless as a hapless individual caught in a washing machine, left at the mercy of fate. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanxiao wasted no time, swiftly incapacitating both adversaries with expert precision, rendering them utterly immobile. Their cries of despair echoed through the air, quickly followed by the sound of his massive fist crashing into their faces, accompanied by a golden sphere that enveloped their heads. The next moment, their skulls burst asunder like balloons, leaving behind nothing but fragments of their former selves. Thanks to the golden sphere's obstruction, the gruesome display did not splatter, preserving the cleanliness of the surrounding environment and their clothing. As the golden sphere dissipated, a viscous substance reminiscent of tofu oozed onto the ground, reeking of the mingled stench of dismembered flesh. Witnessing this fluid sequence of actions, the remaining beings of absolute nature wore expressions of varying shades of horror, all eventually culminating in a palpable fear. Is this truly a priest of the celestial master's manner? He seems even more ruthless than we are. The beings of absolute nature began to harbor a profound dread for Zhang Xuanxiao. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingyu observed his brother, who dispatched lives with the ease of slaughtering chickens, his own face betraying a barely perceptible shock. His brother's resolve is indeed steadfast. Everyone was taken aback as they turned their gaze back to Zhang Xuanxiao, who remained unfazed. His expression serene and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Killed 2 malevolent beings of absolute nature. Chi Perception 2, Mastery of Golden Light Spell 1. The familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his ears, as if assuring Zhang Xuanxiao that he had not erred in his judgment. Indeed, fortune had smiled upon him. How could Zhang Xuanxiao be without his own extraordinary advantages? The justice system, as its name implies, rewards one for acts of righteousness. In his understanding, righteousness entails aiding the weak and acting with valor in the early stages, while in later stages, it evolves into a representation of his own justice. Among various righteous acts, he found himself particularly adept at vanquishing malevolent beings of absolute nature. Of course, it was not merely the existence of this system that compelled him to pursue the absolute nature to the bitter end. This ability had taken a considerable time to activate, only recently coming to fruition. Throughout that duration, his dedication to self-improvement had never wavered. Stay calm, everyone. He is but one man. Can he truly slay us all? They rallied together. Let us show him our true colors. The beings of absolute nature skillfully concealed their innate fear. Once they regained their composure, they began to band together, employing their respective skills to confront Zhang Xuanxiao. Intending to demonstrate the meaning of a collective assault, they were all desperate outlaws, who among them had not stained their hands with blood. The fear they initially felt was merely astonishment at Zhang Xuanxiao's mercilessness. Despite the loss of 2 members, approximately 20 others remained in the fray. The sheer number of combatants transformed the warehouse into a chaotic spectacle, with a dizzying array of techniques and strategies on display. Zhang Lingyu, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow. Enveloped in golden light, ready to alleviate some of his brother's burden. Before he could react, a flash of blue-white lightning erupted from Zhang Xuanxiao's side. This lightning moved with the swiftness of a dragon, surging past all present beings of absolute nature in mere moments, filling the air with a mingled scent of blood and charred flesh, which Zhang Lingyu inhaled deeply. This was the Yang 5 Thunder technique. The very technique Zhang Xuanxiao had unleashed was the one he had longed to master. It is known that among the disciples of the celestial master, Manner, few are chosen to be taught the art of lightning. Those capable of learning such techniques are undoubtedly the most promising candidates for inheriting the celestial master's mantle. And both Zhang Xuanxiao and he were among this select few. However, their paths diverged, for while Zhang Xuanxiao mastered the Yang 5 Thunder, he himself had learned the Yin 5 Thunder due to his focus on harnessing the primal essence. Observing his brother's Yang 5 Thunder, Zhang Lingyu could not help but feel a twinge of envy. This formidable technique, wielded by Zhang Xuanxiao, was executed with the precision and ferocity it demanded, leaving no room for reprieve. His brother's resolve was unwavering and immaculate, embodying righteousness while vanquishing evil. Zhang Lingyu gazed at Zhang Xuanxiao with a hint of admiration. His brother was living the life he aspired to achieve. Although the recent display of the Yang 5 Thunder had severely weakened many of the beings of absolute nature, Zhang Xuanxiao's intentions were not merely to inflict grave harm. He began to deliver decisive blows, ensuring that no adversaries would escape. As the specter of death approached, one being of absolute nature, dragging his body in desperation, pleaded, "Zhang Daozhang, I was wrong. Spare me my life." Hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao swiftly severed his head, calmly stating, "You do not regret your actions. You merely fear your impending demise." With that, he proceeded to deliver the final blow to the next target, dismissing the notion of mercy. "Zhang Daozhang, I have already renounced the ways of absolute nature. I have reported to the authorities and will strive to reform." Observing the sudden change of heart in the being of absolute nature, Zhang Xuanxiao replied, "Once a being of absolute nature, always one for life. You wish to reform? What of the innocent lives your hands have claimed?" With that, he snapped the neck of the wretched creature. As they witnessed Zhang Xuanxiao's utter disregard for human life, the remaining beings of absolute nature realized there was no escape from their fate. "Your indiscriminate slaughter makes you no different from us. Do you consider yourself righteous?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow and replied with utmost seriousness, "A being of evil is a being of evil. Your words are but empty rhetoric. I have no desire to engage in debates with you. Accept your fate swiftly." Chapter 3. Xiao's eye was in pain. It was unbearable. Zhang Xuanxiao ruthlessly executed the beings of absolute nature, while Zhang Lingyu silently marveled at his brother's unwavering resolve. If his brother were to eliminate them all, what would become of Xia He? At that moment, a flicker of hope ignited within Zhang Lingyu's heart, but he quickly chastised himself. How could he entertain such thoughts? Zhang Lingyu had assumed that Zhang Xuanxiao would leave no survivors, yet his brother was not one who reveled in carnage. Understanding the purpose of their mission, he intentionally spared one being of absolute nature for interrogation. Speak, where is the bone-cutting blade, Xia He? At the sound of Zhang Xuanxiao's inquiry, the man, paralyzed by fear, suddenly froze, his legs unable to move. It was as though he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival. Trembling, he stammered, "You seek Xia He? I know where she is. Please, grant me a chance at life." Upon hearing the words of the being of absolute nature, Zhang Xuanxiao chose not to respond further. He lifted the man, then turned to his young disciple, "Junior brother, let us depart." As Zhang Xuanxiao made his way towards Xia He's south hiding place. On the outskirts of the factory, a group of personnel clad in work uniforms approached the vicinity. Xiao, I have already reported this operation to the higher-ups. There is a notorious criminal named Chao Deshuang, a balding middle-aged man, who has garnered much attention. His gaze shifted to the young man beside him, who sported slick-back hair and square glasses. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and replied, "Thank you, Lao." His voice carried a hint of excitement, and a glimmer sparkled in his eyes beneath the lenses, akin to a hunter fixating on its prey. As Xiao Zizai retrieved a backpack from the vehicle, Dou hesitated for a moment before communicating through the walkie-talkie, issuing the command, "Action." Following his orders, the employees dressed in work uniforms promptly mobilized, encircling the designated area. If someone familiar with the inner circles were to pass by at this moment, they would undoubtedly recognize the insignia on their uniforms. This was the organization known as Nai Do Tong, a semi-official entity within the realm of the extraordinary. While it appeared to be a legitimate courier company on the surface, it actually served to manage the supernatural beings and maintain balance and stability within the extraordinary community. Nai Do Tong was not to be underestimated, as it was backed by official authority with jurisdiction that spanned the entirety of the nation. Beyond its headquarters in the capital, it governed 7 major regions: East China, South China, North China, Central China, Northeast, Northwest, and Southwest. The current operation was occurring in the East China region, under the leadership of the aforementioned balding man, Dou Lu. With everyone coordinating seamlessly, they swiftly reached the target area. The eerie silence and desolation of the surroundings caused Dou Lu to furrow his brow. Something felt amiss. Why was it so quiet? Could there have been a mistake in the intelligence? He pondered, recalling that Nai Do Tong had recently apprehended a group of all-sex supernatural beings, from whom they had extracted information about various hideouts in East China. According to the intel provided by these individuals, any significant activity would prompt the supernatural beings in East China to seek refuge in this abandoned complex. Such a crucial stronghold should not be so quiet. Just as Dou Lu was lost in thought, a message came through from the frontline personnel via the walkie-talkie. "Boss, we have discovered the bodies of the all-sex supernatural beings in the district warehouse, and there are quite a few." Upon hearing this, Dou Li's expression tightened, and he hurried towards the warehouse. Moments later, he arrived at the district warehouse, where a pungent stench assaulted his senses. The bodies of the all-sex supernatural beings were neatly arranged by the Nai Do Tong personnel, with 2 individuals occasionally comparing photographs to identify the victims. "Boss, there are 23 bodies, and not a single one survived. Among them, 3 identities are yet to be confirmed and will require further matching." Listening to his subordinate's report, Dou Lu raised an eyebrow in confusion. Identities yet to be confirmed? The subordinate then lifted a white cloth, revealing a headless corpse, and pointed to a pile of fragments not far away. Based on our analysis, it appears to be the result of a powerful, instantaneous impact. Dou Lu briefly envisioned the gruesome image of a head exploding, a thought that was truly unbearable. What could incite such brutal vengeance? Additionally, many of the bodies bore signs of electrical burns, indicating that the battle had occurred not long ago, judging by the state of the corpses and the surrounding environment. Upon receiving this information, Dou Lu wasted no time and seized the walkie-talkie to issue a command. "Everyone, search outward from the center of the complex." After relaying his orders, he picked up the phone to call for reinforcements to secure the nearby area. 23 deaths in this harmonious society were undeniably significant. Although it appeared to be an internal conflict within the realm of the extraordinary, where the victims were lawless beings, it still necessitated a thorough investigation. as it involved human lives. Just as Dola finished his call, he turned to see Xiao Zizai with reddened eyes, fist clenched, struggling to control his emotions. He had just confirmed the identity of one of the deceased all-sects supernatural beings. Xiao Deshuang was among them. Someone had snatched away his sustenance. The pain. It was unbearable. Why must they treat a sick person like this? After finally having the opportunity to eat, why must it be taken from him? Xiao Zizai felt a surge of primal power within him, yet it was aimless. Just as he fought to contain himself, Dolu approached and gently patted his shoulder. Xiao, there will be other opportunities. I will help you find him later. Upon hearing Do Li's comforting words, Xiao Zizai raked his fingers through his hair and, with a slightly hoarse voice, said, I can sense that the one responsible for this massacre is also one of my fellow patients. I am so envious of him. Why should he be so reckless and free? It's him, Lao Do. I want him. Dolu responded. Meanwhile, as Daozhang diligently pursued the perpetrators behind the deaths of the 23 all-sect supernatural beings, the involved party, Zhang Xuanxiao, was also on the hunt for Xia He's whereabouts. Are you sure this is the place? Zhang Xuanxiao inquired, observing the dilapidated factory before him, as he addressed the supernatural being accompanying him. Yes, it's right here. I overheard Xia He mention that she was waiting for someone. They seem to be investigating something. And once everyone arrives, they will head to North China. The individual, desperate to save his own life, divulged all the information he possessed. Daoist, I have told you everything. You should fulfill your end of the bargain and let me go. Chapter 4, All Sects Xia He. In response to the supernatural being's plea for mercy, Zhang Xuanxiao calmly retorted, You have committed numerous wrongdoings. Do you truly believe I would grant you clemency? Upon hearing this, the other party's expression shifted dramatically. Zhang Xuanxiao, you are even less trustworthy than we all sex beings. As he uttered this, the being, akin to a fish desperate to escape from a net, launched a final attack, only to be effortlessly neutralized by Zhang Xuanxiao. Observing the individual, now akin to a fish on a chopping board, Zhang Xuanxiao resolutely stated, Integrity is a concept reserved for those who uphold it. For lawless individuals like you, to speak of integrity is the height of cruelty towards the innocent. With that, he exerted a slight pressure with his left hand, snapping the being's neck. Disciple, let us depart. Casting a glance at the factory in the distance, Zhang Xuanxiao beckoned to his companion, Zhang Lingyu, and strode purposefully inside. At this very moment, within the abandoned factory, a pink-haired Xia He sat languidly on a chair, engaging in a rather tedious exercise of training her dogs. Before her were several spirited all-sex individuals, unable to resist the allure she exuded, resembling eager little lapdogs vying for her attention. The so-called training involved manipulating their desires, using lust as fuel for competition. They would go wild for her, crash into walls until only the most loyal and powerful remained. Some may wonder, aren't they all members of the all-sex community? Why does Xia He engage in such antics? To this, one can only say that you underestimate the all-sex beings. After the previous generation's widely acknowledged leader, Liu Jinsheng, went missing, the all-sex community had become utterly fragmented. In the eyes of the all-sex beings, what is companionship? Companionship is merely a commodity to be sold. Where's that little brat, El Liang? Having seemingly grown weary of her training, Xia He sighed. She had concealed herself here, awaiting a newcomer named El Liang. They were preparing to journey to North China to investigate a corpse belonging to someone named Zhang Xilin, in hopes of extracting what they desired. El Liang was a key figure in their completion plan. Just as she was about to call El Liang for a little nudge, she suddenly sensed something and involuntarily turned her gaze in a particular direction. A woman's intuition is often quite accurate, and in the next moment, she spotted a familiar figure, the young man with whom she had shared an intimate encounter, Tian Shifu's Zhang Lingyu. Upon seeing Zhang Lingyu's handsome face appear before her, she was momentarily taken aback, and her mind involuntarily drifted back to that night when Zhang Lingyu had been unclothed. That firm, glistening physique was indeed something she reminisced about. As Zhang Lingyu approached, she gradually rose to her feet, observing the upright figure of the esteemed Tian Shifu practitioner before her, and inquired, What brings you here? I came to see you. Not far away, Zhang Lingyu's emotions grew increasingly complicated upon encountering Xia He once more. To slay Xia He and sever their karmic ties? Despite his desire to end this entanglement, he found it difficult to take action. Yet, if he refrained from killing her, would he not betray the brother who had sincerely assisted him in journeying from Longhu Mountain to this place? Zhang Lingyu felt an overwhelming inner turmoil. Hearing his words, Xia He raised an eyebrow in surprise, saying, What? Do you miss me? If you want to talk, I can secretly visit you at Longhu Mountain. There is no need for you to come all this way. Her words were audacious, and before Zhang Lingyu could respond, a voice suddenly boomed with righteous authority. Bold enchantress, you dare to infiltrate my Longhu Mountain? Do you truly believe there is no one to stand against you? The voice thundered in Xia He's ears, compelling her to shift her gaze from Zhang Lingyu to the source of the sound. Upon seeing Zhang Xuanxiao, clad in dark blue Taoist robes beside Zhang Lingyu, her brow furrowed slightly. Zhang Xuanxiao. Clearly, she recognized him. Setting aside Zhang Xuanxiao's recent actions, his status as a direct disciple of the celestial master endowed him with considerable renown in the realm of the extraordinary. You come and go as you please, yet you bring an outsider? Xia He remarked, not overly intimidated, casting a resentful glance at Zhang Lingyu. In response to her taunts, Zhang Lingyu remained silent. Adopting a stern tone, Xia He, I am here today to settle our score. Let us resolve the enmity between us once and for all. With my brother as a witness, this day shall either be your end or mine. Hearing such ruthless words from Zhang Lingyu, Xia He's previously smiling countenance gradually fell, and with a hint of melancholy, she questioned him, can you truly bring yourself to do it? Zhang Xuanxiao, observing the exchange between his junior brother and the enchantress, furrowed his brow. Bold enchantress, how dare you disturb my junior brother's resolve? Prepare to meet your end. As he prepared to act, Zhang Lingyu hastily intervened. He understood that if his brother struck, Xia He would undoubtedly face dire consequences, perhaps even annihilation. Brother, I can handle this, Zhang Lingyu asserted, aware of his brother's intent. Zhang Xuanxiao, sensing his hesitation, reminded him, your heart wavers, causing chaos everywhere. We cannot allow this enchantress to continue her misdeeds. If you hesitate, I shall assist you. I will manage, Zhang Lingyu replied, activating the golden light spell. As he chanted the incantation, a radiant glow enveloped him. In an instant, he surged towards Xia He, engaging in a fierce struggle. Though their moves appeared ferocious, upon closer inspection, they seemed to withhold their full strength, despite their opposing paths. The bond of that fateful night made it difficult for Zhang Lingyu to unleash his full power, inadvertently granting Xia He an opportunity to manipulate him. Ayu, can you truly bring yourself to kill me? That night, I accepted myself, that you cannot accept yourself because of me? Her words, once a gentle reminder, now fueled Zhang Lingyu's assault with renewed vigor. He unleashed the Yin 5 Thunder technique before her. Unlike the righteous and rapid Yang 5 Thunder, the eerie and viscous Yin 5 Thunder began to envelop the ground, creating an unsettling atmosphere. This is what you brought me, accepting myself. How can I accept you? Tell me. Zhang Lingyu's gaze bore into Xia He as he spoke. Chapter 5. What does Zhang Xuanxiao have to do with this? Tell me, what should I accept? Xia He sighed, waving her hand at Zhang Lingyu. Confused by her gesture, Zhang Lingyu questioned, what do you mean? Apologizing? I do not accept. Xia He shook her head. Raising my hand is not an apology. Rather, Ayu, you still need to practice. Her words, Ayu, you still need to practice, were not meant as mockery, but rather as a sincere wish for Zhang Lingyu to cultivate his character and accept the harsh realities of life. The world is unpredictable. How can one expect everything to go as desired? As a cultivator, one must adapt to circumstances. However, Xia He's encouragement sounded to Zhang Lingyu more like a taunt, prompting him to attack her with the Yin 5 Thunder relentlessly. Before long, Xia He found herself ensnared in the depths of the Yin Thunder's grasp, bound as if by a myriad of tentacles, reminiscent of certain dubious animations. Observing the immobilized Xia He, Zhang Lingyu approached, gathering the golden light in his left hand to form a sharp blade. With a mere thought, he could pierce her heart and claim her life. Ayu, if my death allows you to accept who you are now, then I shall have no regrets. Xia He looked at Zhang Lingyu. Entering the realm of villainous rhetoric, before I die, I wish to ask you one final question. Speak, he replied. If I were not an all-encompassing enchantress, if I did not possess this allure, would you still accept me? Upon hearing this question, Zhang Lingyu hesitated, his heart troubled. Noticing his turmoil, Zhang Xuanxiao furrowed his brow. This scenario seemed familiar. A righteous disciple falling for a wicked enchantress, torn between love and duty, subsequently facing minor retribution from their sect, and spiraling into darkness, all while forgetting the responsibilities to the world. Was this not akin to the melodramatic tales of yore? While Zhang Lingyu had not fully succumbed to darkness, he was undeniably entrapped by the enchantress's allure, his resolve wavering. This was precisely why Zhang Xuanxiao had brought Zhang Lingyu down the mountain to sever their karmic ties. Now, it seemed Zhang Lingyu had once again faltered in his resolve. Amidst his contemplation, Zhang Lingyu ultimately relented. He gazed at Xia He, the golden blade cutting through the air to carve a severe wound at her waist, before proclaiming, "Our enmity is now settled. Before I change my mind, depart swiftly. Should we meet again, I will not hesitate to kill you." What? Zhang Xuanxiao stood stunned. If their enmity was settled, then why wait for another encounter? It could be resolved now. Junior brother, you? Turning to his brother's voice, Zhang Lingyu replied, "Brother, let it be." Hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow. Who had clung to him, lamenting their pain, their anguish, their hatred towards her, seeking to settle the score. After exerting considerable effort to gather intelligence and travel such a distance, finally locating the enchantress, Zhang Lingyu simply uttered, "Let it be." Was he to be the fool in this tale? Observing Zhang Lingyu's indecisiveness, Zhang Xuanxiao admonished him, to hesitate in decisive moments invites chaos. In matters of the heart, you may let go, but in matters of reason, how do we account for the innocents who perished at the hands of this enchantress? As a disciple of the celestial master, you are bound not only to yourself, but also to those who have met untimely ends. Very well. If you have resolved your emotional ties with her, then I shall settle the accounts of reason, Zhang Xuanxiao declared. Invoking the Yang 5 Thunder technique with fierce intent directed at Xiahe, he harbored no mercy. Neither did he desire Xiahe's allure nor shared any past with her. In confronting such a nefarious enchantress, his choice was to strike with unyielding force. No. What does this have to do with you? Witnessing Zhang Xuanxiao's relentless assault, Xiahe began to falter under the pressure. She simply could not comprehend. Her grievances with Zhang Lingyu have been set aside, as Zhang Lingyu has chosen to spare her. However, Zhang Xuanxiao's furious shouts about being cursed and bound feel as if he were intruding upon a wedding celebration, too exuberant to be appropriate. She realizes that she is no match for him. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Xia He comprehends that with her current strength, she cannot possibly shake the formidable presence of Zhang Xuanxiao. Under the hands of this righteous yet sinister disciple, the Yang Wulei technique appears to have found its most suitable host, each movement wielding the terrifying destructive power akin to a tornado ravaging a parking lot. Moreover, having just been grievously wounded by Zhang Lingyu, she is further ill-prepared to engage in a prolonged battle with Zhang Xuanxiao. If she wishes to escape, her only option is to resort to underhanded tactics. Xia He contemplates this. Zhang Xuanxiao possesses immense power, which most would find difficult to contend with, yet she is different. Her unique ability is irresistible to any man. As long as there is even a hint of lust, she can amplify it infinitely, ensnaring them in their own desires. Truthfully, getting close to Zhang Xuanxiao to deliver her technique is a daunting task. The only chance she has to approach him lies in a strategy of mutual harm. What does it mean to strike while injured? As the term suggests, it involves ignoring one's own wounds to inflict damage on the opponent. While she knows she cannot wound Zhang Xuanxiao, if she can merely land her technique upon him, she would consider it a success. Thus, she formulates her plan and acts accordingly. This strategy of reciprocal injury indeed allows her to breach the distance and bring Zhang Xuanxiao within her attacking range, albeit at a significant cost. As she deftly maneuvers, attempting to close in, Zhang Lingyu senses something amiss. "Be careful, senior brother," he warns. Just as Xia He executes a treacherous sneak attack, landing her technique on Zhang Xuanxiao. In return, Xia He is struck by the full force of Yang Wulei. The thunder roars, and the tremendous shockwave sends her flying 2 miles away, the Yang Wulei wreaking havoc within her body, rendering her nearly unable to contain herself. As she spews a mouthful of blood, despite her dire state, a faint smile graces her lips. She has succeeded. She has struck him with her technique. And even the mightiest of masters must face the consequences. Chapter 6. Does Xia He deserve to perish simply because I am a person of complete essence? She refrains from voicing this thought, knowing full well it would invite ridicule. The pinnacle of the otherworldly realm, do they understand what it means to be at the pinnacle? Let alone Xia He. Even if all those of complete essence banded together, they would scarcely amount to a mere morsel for the master. Xia He lies on the ground, blood spilling from her lips as she awaits the effects of her technique to manifest within Zhang Xuanxiao. Yet, a minute passes, and the anticipated scene fails to materialize. Instead, she witnesses Zhang Xuanxiao, enveloped in blue-white lightning, approaching her as if nothing were amiss. How is this possible? Panic begins to seize her. She has seldom encountered a situation where her technique has failed. To render her technique ineffective would require an individual of unwavering resolve, someone whose life is utterly secure. Why is Zhang Xuanxiao unaffected? She cannot comprehend it, nor does she believe that he is entirely secure in his life. Indeed, Zhang Xuanxiao has not reached that level of invulnerability. His ability to resist Xia He's technique stems entirely from an unyielding resolve for slaughter. In matters of trivial affection, he opts for the path of annihilation. No one knows the feeling of having a complete family, only to watch it disintegrate in the blink of an eye. Justice aside, the culpability of those of complete essence is unquestionable. He harbors no wicked thoughts towards Xia He, only the purest intent to kill, without any corrupt desires. How could Xia He amplify her influence over him? In an instant, Zhang Xuanxiao gathers the yang wulei above him, forming a small storm of thunderclouds. Beneath this tempest, no matter which direction Xia He attempts to flee, the yang wulei will descend upon her in an instant. As she senses her impending doom, feeling the brewing storm of yang wulei ready to strike, Xia He musters her remaining strength to question Zhang Xuanxiao, her voice trembling in desperation. Master Zhang Xuanxiao, do I truly deserve death simply for being a person of complete essence? Upon hearing her query, Zhang Xuanxiao finds it utterly shameless. If you do not perish, must I? Accept your fate swiftly. Facing his resolute demeanor, Xia He feigns remorse as she glances at the distant Zhang Lingyu, then begins to lament. What can I do? My innate ability to attract men is beyond my control. I have never taken a life, truly. I am weary. All I desire is to be with you. Before she can finish, Zhang Xuanxiao unleashes the fully prepared yang wulei upon her. The sound of thunder reverberates through the mountains as the torrents of lightning rain down upon her. In merely 2.5 seconds, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafts through the air, and Xia He, already gravely injured, succumbs to the cleansing wrath of thunder, sealing her fate as a being of complete essence. The charred remnants of her body tell the tale of her lost chance of survival. Perhaps fearing she might linger, Zhang Xuanxiao delivers several additional strikes of yang wulei, ensuring her demise before he exhales a heavy breath. Gazing upon the charred remains of Xia He, he speaks slowly. I have endured your presence for far too long. Indeed, at the moment when Zhang Lingyu displayed mercy, he had been suppressing his own feelings. The tongues of those of complete essence are often so brazen, even in the face of death, they must voice their innocence and claim they are blameless. To this, Zhang Xuanxiao can only retort, what innocence is there to speak of? What lack of agency? Your body is your own, and your heart follows suit. When you commit acts devoid of ethics, how can you claim to be beyond reproach? And as for Xia He's claim of never having taken a life, he can only laugh. Yes, she may not have murdered directly, but the innocent lives lost due to her actions are countless. Can she truly absolve herself of responsibility? Merely because she sought to keep her hands clean? The actions of those of complete essence are reckless, and they deserve their fate. Zhang Xuanxiao takes a moment to calm himself, when suddenly, a notification from the system catches his attention. Kill of the complete essence, Xia He. Proficiency in Thunder Law increased by 1. Congratulations, host, for achieving an accomplishment. Women only influence my speed of drawing the sword, earning a random reward. Acquired secret technique, Daozhang, otherworldly version. Daozhang? An otherworldly version? Zhang Xuanxiao furrows his brow, then discreetly opens the system interface to inspect the details. Daozhang, this technique originates from a vast fantasy world, comprising 9 secret arts. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhejia, Su Zhu Qian Xing. Daozhang is the epitome of combat spells, capable of simulating and deducing various offensive techniques. Current world level detected to be low. This technique has been adapted to fit the current world version. After reviewing the skill description, Zhang Xuanxiao feels a flicker of surprise. He has indeed heard of the 9 secret arts, which bear a striking resemblance to the 9-character incantations of Taoism. The 9-character incantation, also known as the 6th Jia secret blessing, serves to assist in channeling energy and enhancing the efficiency of its flow. He never expected that other worlds would give rise to alternate secret arts. Xia He has perished? Meanwhile, witnessing the execution of the demoness Xia He by her own senior brother, Zhang Lingyu's emotions are a tumultuous mix that defies description. In his heart, he feels like a pie chart, divided and conflicted. A certain sense of satisfaction arises from the retribution of deep-seated grievances, accompanied by relief at the prospect of never again entangling oneself with that enchantress. There is also a profound admiration for one's elder brother's decisiveness in matters of life and death, as well as an underlying, vague confusion. With Xia He now deceased, the possibility of colluding with the malevolent woman is forever extinguished, thereby severing the roots of their ill-fated connection. This should be a cause for celebration, yet inexplicably, a sense of disquiet lingers. This melancholic feeling is difficult to articulate, much like his recent inexplicable act of benevolence towards Xia He, sparing her life in front of his elder brother. After resolving to experiment with the efficacy of the fighting word secret, Zhang Xuanxiao turned to see his younger disciple, who had been silent for a considerable time. Noticing the absence of clarity in Zhang Lingyu's eyes, replaced instead with a complex expression, he spoke. Junior brother, matters of the heart are beyond my comprehension, and I do not wish to pry. I only have one piece of advice. As disciples of the celestial master, we must distinguish clearly between fleeting infatuations and profound love. While others may harbor unspoken burdens, the malevolent Xia He certainly met her deserved fate. Listening to Zhang Xuanxiao's words, Zhang Lingyu nodded silently, acknowledging, "You are right, elder brother. It was my inner demons that nearly led to a grave mistake." Chapter 7. Who claims this ideology is extreme? This ideology is splendid. Second update. Zhang Xuanxiao had just exchanged a few words with Zhang Lingyu when he sensed something amiss and cast his gaze over the nearby woods. At that moment, the employees of the Na Dutong company who had gathered around were rendered speechless, their leader Dou Lu exhibiting a countenance of uncertainty. Who could have anticipated how many grand events they had missed out on that night? Dou Lu had originally intended to encircle a base of the malevolent faction, only to find himself struck by one shocking revelation after another. First, there were 23 corpses of the malevolent faction, and before they could ascertain the identity of the perpetrator, they were startled by the sounds of combat. After considerable effort, they arrived only to witness Zhang Xuanxiao battling Xia He. Before they could comprehend the situation, a series of heavenly lightning bolts struck Xia He right before their eyes, reducing her to mere ash. Had they neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out tonight? Why had all misfortunes befallen them? Dou Lu was perplexed. As Dou Lu grappled with this predicament, Xiao Zizai adjusted his square glasses, inhaling the scents in the air. His gaze fixed on Zhang Xuanxiao in the distance, and after a few seconds, as if confirming something, he spoke with certainty. Yes, the scent of a fellow patient. Upon hearing Xiao Zizai's words, Dou Lu raised an eyebrow. Boss, what should we do? A voice crackled through the radio. What to do? Let it be. Dou Lu replied before leading Xiao Zizai and others outside. As the two groups converged, Zhang Xuanxiao immediately recognized Xiao Zizai and Dou Lu at the forefront. The Na Dutong's Eastern Regional team had arrived quite promptly. Zhang Xuanxiao, Zhang Lingyu. What a surprise to encounter the esteemed disciples of the old celestial master here. I am Dou Lu, the head of the Na Dutong Eastern Region. Dou Lu greeted them first. Noticing the multitude surrounding them, Zhang Lingyu's gaze inadvertently fell upon Xia He, now reduced to charcoal by Zhang Xuanxiao's lightning. Were these individuals here for Xia He? Had they fortuitously intercepted her before he and his elder brother? If that were the case, even if he allowed Xia He to leave, she would likely not emerge unscathed. Perhaps this was simply her fate, Zhang Lingyu mused inwardly. Greetings, Director Dou, Zhang Xuanxiao responded. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Dou Lu got to the point, gesturing towards Xia He's corpse. Is this the infamous Xia He? Clearly, everyone present recognized the body as that of Xia He. Yet Dou Li's inquiry sought to ascertain the details of the incident. Zhang Xuanxiao understood Dou Li's intentions and recounted the events in a calm and measured manner. He had happened upon the malevolent being and, without hesitation, struck her down. Upon hearing Zhang Xuanxiao's account, Dou Lu felt as though many crucial details had been omitted. Very well, I shall record this upon my return. At that moment, Dou Lu was not overly concerned with Xia He's demise, as Zhang Xuanxiao had surmised. Each member of the malevolent faction was steeped in wrongdoing, and their deaths at the hands of Zhang Xuanxiao could be viewed as a form of cosmic justice. Na Dutong had little to say regarding this. What truly troubled Dou Lu was the death of the 23 members of the malevolent faction. With this thought, he sighed softly and stepped forward to examine Xia He's corpse. Upon seeing her body, disfigured by the heavenly lightning, his brow furrowed slightly. Notably, the burn marks on her corpse struck him as eerily familiar, akin to those on the 23 corpses. Could it be that? Dou Lu discreetly glanced at Zhang Xuanxiao, the words of Xiao Zizai echoing in his mind about the scent of a fellow patient. An unsettling hypothesis began to form in his mind. Boss, just then, a subordinate leaned in to whisper something that deepened Dou Li's frown. Turning his gaze towards Zhang Xuanxiao, he inquired, Zhang Xuanxiao, did you kill the 23 members of the malevolent faction in the warehouse as well? Upon hearing the question, Zhang Lingyu instinctively cast a glance at his elder brother. Indeed. It was I, Zhang Xuanxiao replied without hesitation, his candor striking like thunder, leaving the onlookers in shock. They had never anticipated that a disciple of the celestial master would so ruthlessly eradicate those from the malevolent faction. 23 lives had been extinguished. Is there a problem? Zhang Xuanxiao retorted. Is there a problem? The issue is monumental. Dou Lu felt utterly flummoxed. Zhang Xuanxiao, those were 23 human lives. You dispatched them all at a whim. Listening to Dou Li's response, Zhang Xuanxiao maintained a calm demeanor. They were members of the malevolent faction. If we do not eliminate them, shall we allow them to continue their reign of terror? In response to Zhang Xuanxiao's assertion, Dou Lu paused before articulating. Yet among them were individuals whose crimes did not warrant death. Capturing and rehabilitating them might yield individuals who could contribute to societal stability. In truth, Na Dutong had always adopted a somewhat ambivalent stance toward the malevolent faction. While they actively pursued them, those captured were often merely detained or rehabilitated, with executions being a rare occurrence. Rather than intervening directly with the malevolent faction and upsetting the balance, they preferred to maintain an equilibrium among the realms of black, white, and gray. Zhang Xuanxiao's extreme approach of annihilating the malevolent faction threatened to unravel the delicate stability they had worked so hard to establish. Upon hearing Dou Li's words, Zhang Xuanxiao replied forthrightly, "Are you suggesting that those who have committed a lifetime of evil can coexist peacefully with the rest of society if only they are reformed? And what of fairness to their victims? To claim that some do not deserve death is precisely what allows the malevolent faction to proliferate and continue their misdeeds. Minor evils lead to greater ones. Indulgence becomes complicity. There is no such thing as a crime that does not warrant death. Rather than allowing them to persist in their wickedness, it is far better to eradicate the threat entirely. Once a member of the malevolent faction, they remain so for life." Upon hearing such a viewpoint, Dou Li's gaze towards Zhang Xuanxiao shifted markedly. This perspective left him speechless, grappling for a response. How to articulate it? Extreme. Too extreme. Beside him, Xiao Zizai, upon hearing the exchange, also regarded Zhang Xuanxiao with newfound respect. Who claims this ideology is extreme? It is magnificent. Fellow cultivator. A kindred spirit. Old Xiao exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Chapter 8. The absence of fault in Zhang Xuanxiao in the headquarters of Na Dutong. The report of the 24 deaths caused by the full spectral entity had been submitted by Dou Lu in a moderately sized conference room. Several directors of Na Dutong were seated on either side. Among them were Huang Boren from the scientific sector, Bai Yulong from the front line, Director Fei, who was responsible for interrogations, and Director Su, who specialized in liaising with the 10 elders. After reviewing the photos from the scene provided by Dou Lu, the expressions on the directors' faces varied. Once everyone had examined the images, Director Su briefly recounted the background of Zhang Xuanxiao. Zhang Xuanxiao, the direct disciple of Zhang Jiwei, the 65th generation Tianchi, was the 10th in line. At the age of 7, he narrowly escaped a massacre perpetrated by the full spectral entities, saved by Zhang Jiwei, and subsequently joined the Tianchi sect. Notably, 3 years later, the perpetrators of that massacre met untimely ends, though the matter was not pursued further. According to current information, Zhang Xuanxiao not only mastered the Golden Light spell, but also learned the Thunder method from the Tianchi sect. Furthermore, Dou Lu's summary indicated that Zhang Xuanxiao harbored an almost vehement hatred towards the full spectral entities. After Su concluded his presentation, a palpable silence enveloped the room. The ability to learn the Thunder method suggested that Zhang Xuanxiao was no ordinary disciple of the Tianchi sect. Observing the silence, Huang Boren was the first to speak, stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Xuanxiao's actions in killing so many people are indeed a serious issue." Listening to Huang Boren, the typically radical Bai Yulong interjected, "Huang Director, how serious can it be? It's merely 20-some full spectral entities that were killed." "Bai Director, what do you mean merely? Some of those individuals did not deserve death. If the world of the extraordinary acted according to your viewpoint, how could Na Dutong maintain balance and carry out its work?" Huang Boren retorted. Bai Yulong nodded slightly, then inquired, "Well then, according to your perspective, how should we deal with Zhang Xuanxiao?" Bai Yulong's tactical retreat left Huang Boren momentarily perplexed. While he could debate a point, when it came to making concrete decisions, he hesitated. As he adjusted his glasses, he turned his gaze to the slightly plump man seated at the head of the table. Whether or not to deal with this, and how to proceed, ultimately depends on what General Zhao thinks. Zhao Fengxiu, pushed into the spotlight by Huang Boren, possessed the authority to make definitive decisions. As the chairman of Na Dutong, Zhao's thoughts could influence the winds of the extraordinary world. Regardless of how we handle this matter, we are not in the right, Zhao Fangxiu said slowly. Indeed, this issue can be both significant and trivial. The consensus within our circle is that full spectral entities deserve to be eliminated. If we were to punish Zhang Xuanxiao for killing a few, it would imply a form of protection for the full spectral entities. Furthermore, Zhang Xuanxiao's actions have not garnered substantial attention, making the notion of punishment even more unfounded, he continued. However, considering Zhang Xuanxiao's extreme attitudes at such a young age, Zhao Fangxiu pondered, then looked at Director Su. Notify Zhang Jiwei. We shall not intervene in this matter. Understood, General Zhao, Director Su replied. The directors present expressed no dissent regarding Zhao's decision. Allowing Zhang Jiwei to handle the situation seemed both reasonable and justifiable. The following day, the representative of the Rongshan sect, the old Tianshi, descended the mountain to escort Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu away. At the entrance of the knotted Tong East China branch, Xiao Zizai watched Zhang Xuanxiao being taken away, feeling a surge of inexplicable emotions. Little Xiao, don't stare. Even if Zhang Xuanxiao is indeed your fellow patient, you cannot act against him, Dola kindly advised. No, Xiao Zizai shook his head and replied, I'm just envious of him. We are both patients. Why is it that he can eat heartily and leave without a care, while I am left behind? On the other side, Zhang Lingyu, who was being led away by Rongshan, exhibited a similar sense of unease regarding the situation with Zhang Xuanxiao, as it was evidently known to their master. Senior brother, I tried to inquire about Master's stance on the matter between Xuanxiao and me, Zhang Lingyu began, but was interrupted by Rongshan. Lingyu, no need to say more. Old Ten is not at fault. These full spectral entities deserve to be eradicated. The so-called four reckless of the full spectral are merely pests that need to be eliminated, Rongshan declared, his conviction apparent. Listening to Rongshan's words, Zhang Lingyu's mind was filled with confusion, while Zhang Xuanxiao remained composed. Your words hold merit, senior brother, Zhang Xuanxiao replied. Rongshan not only affirmed this but also requested to join in the next endeavor, patting Zhang Xuanxiao on the shoulder and adding, next time you have such an opportunity, keep your senior brothers in mind. The three hurried back to the Tianshi sect, and as the night deepened, they finally returned. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, a sense of home enveloped them. Under Rongshan's guidance, the two proceeded directly to the old Tianshi's door. Master, I have brought back Xuanxiao and Lingyu, Rongshan announced. Upon hearing Rongshan's voice, the old Tianshi responded, let them come in. Upon entering, Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu found the old Tianshi's room to be quite humble. Beneath a solitary lamp, the old Tianshi, clad in a white robe, was engrossed in an ancient text. Upon their arrival, he lifted his gaze. His small, yet piercing eyes emanated an aura of authority, scrutinizing both Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu. You two have done quite well, the old Tianshi finally spoke, breaking the silence. This seemingly light remark caused Zhang Lingyu to suddenly kneel on the cool brick floor. Master, the disciple acknowledges his mistakes. In response to Zhang Lingyu's admission, the old Tianshi set down his book and asked, what mistake have you committed? The disciple should not have troubled senior brother to resolve my wavering heart. Zhang Lingyu replied earnestly. Had it not been for his inquiries to Zhang Xuanxiao, the ensuing events may not have unfolded as they did. Chapter 9. Fate and Destiny. Listening to Zhang Lingyu's admission, the old Tianshi refrained from reprimanding him further and instead inquired, who killed that full spectral woman named Xia He? It was my senior brother, Zhang Lingyu responded. You did not act? The old Tianshi pressed. I did intervene, but in the end, I could not bring myself to go through with it, Zhang Lingyu confessed. Upon hearing this, the old Tianshi furrowed his brows and remarked, seeking assistance from a fellow disciple does not constitute a fault, but having your senior brother resolve your personal issues, leading to Xia He's demise at his hands, Lingyu. Your calculations are rather astute. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the old Tianshi, Zhang Lingyu lowered his head. The disciple acknowledges his mistakes. Foolish disciple, I ask you. With Xia He now deceased, do you possess clarity? In response to Master, my senior brother has liberated me from my shackles. Lingyu is now unbound, Zhang Lingyu answered. A response that left the old Tianshi dissatisfied. The issue faced by Zhang Lingyu had never been external, it was always internal. It is far more beneficial to break free from one's own constraints than to rely on others to sever them. Alas, such is fate, the old Tianshi sighed. Gesturing for Zhang Lingyu to leave, Zhang Lingyu complied, but before departing, he cast a glance at Zhang Xuanxiao and then closed the door behind him. Once the door was shut, The old teacher turned his attention to his wayward disciple. Xuanxiao, what am I to say to you? In principle, you have not erred in your actions. Rather, I find myself compelled to regard you with greater esteem. At your age, possessing such decisiveness is commendable. However, on an emotional level, you ought not to have intervened in Lingyu's tribulations. The old master spoke candidly. If eliminating Xia He could resolve Zhang Lingyu's dilemma, he would have already taken it upon himself to do so, along with Zhang Lingyu, without needing Zhang Xuanxiao's involvement. Instead of resorting to such a violent solution, he hoped that Zhang Lingyu would come to accept her own imperfections. Listening to the old master's words, Zhang Xuanxiao understood this reasoning, yet he countered, Master, this is Lingyu's choice, is it not? The old master paused slightly in response. He explained that he had initially refrained from meddling in Lingyu's plight, but she had implored him for assistance on multiple occasions. How could he refuse? In fact, during my confrontations with that demoness, Lingyu had numerous opportunities to intervene, yet she chose not to. Thus, I was left with no choice but to act in accordance with reason and eliminate the demoness. Zhang Xuanxiao continued to address the old master. Master, if we discuss both reason and emotion, then allow me to respond accordingly. Logically speaking, that demoness, being one of the notorious four mad ones, has committed countless atrocities. Letting her go would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild, potentially bringing calamity upon many. Since I encountered her and possess the ability to act, I cannot remain indifferent. Emotionally, the situation is tangled and chaotic. Failing to act decisively leads to further disorder. I have offered Lingyu multiple chances, and since she has not chosen, I must take it upon myself to deal with Xia He. In light of Zhang Xuanxiao's assertions, the old master sighed. This matter arises from Zhang Lingyu. Yet you question Zhang Xuanxiao? Ultimately, this is still her trial. He looked at Zhang Xuanxiao and inquired, let Lingyu resolve her own issues. Xuanxiao, after taking the lives of 23 individuals, does your heart feel any less burdened by hatred? If Zhang Lingyu's dilemma stems from her indecisiveness and refusal to confront her inner turmoil, then Zhang Xuanxiao's issue lies in his excessive bloodlust. While he appears steadfast in his convictions, he is, in truth, haunted by the matters concerning his parents. He recalled the glimmer of hatred in Zhang Xuanxiao's eyes when he saved him. He could not forget how, when he led Zhang Xuanxiao to confront the malevolent beings responsible for his family's demise, Zhang Xuanxiao exacted vengeance with brutal fervor, delivering a relentless 816 strikes that reduced them to mere skeletal remains. Afterward, he had expected Zhang Xuanxiao's hatred to subside, yet the response he received only deepened his concern. The fiends must be dealt with, Zhang Xuanxiao's voice echoed in the old master's ears, snapping him back to the present. The memory of that gaunt, bloodied figure overlapped with the Zhang Xuanxiao before him, causing a flicker of worry to arise within him. The burdens faced by this student, who was both righteous and misguided, were far more profound than those of Zhang Lingyu. The old master rose and spoke, very well. Then continue transcribing the clear quiet sutra until you are free of murderous intent. You shall not descend the mountain without my permission. Yes, master, Zhang Xuanxiao replied without objection. Now, return. The old master issued his dismissal. Thank you for your concern, master. I take my leave, Zhang Xuanxiao said as he closed the door behind him. Observing his departing figure, the old master felt a weight of apprehension. Zhang Lingyu and Zhang Xuanxiao, while seemingly no threat in the realm of the otherworldly, could tarnish his reputation in the realm of education. There was no doubt that Zhang Xuanxiao was a promising talent, aside from his animosity towards the fiends. His character was upright, which is why he had entrusted him with the teachings of the Yang Five Thunder method. Yet that very hatred towards the fiends was akin to a glass of clear water tainted by ink, causing him great concern for Zhang Xuanxiao's future cultivation. It was a precarious balance. Either he would ascend to greatness or become a murderous fiend. A mere thought could lead to a cataclysm. Of course, despite Zhang Xuanxiao's commendable qualities, the world would never allow him to eradicate the fiends entirely. The notion of righteousness could lead to downfall. For this era is rarely black and white, but rather a delicate shade of gray. Being excessively righteous may lead to bending, while an overzealous approach to killing could result in malevolence. Outside, Zhang Xuanxiao exhaled a breath of frustration. Under the night sky, a flicker of intensity flashed in his calm eyes. His resolve was never as steadfast as Zhang Lingyu had suggested. His vigorous assaults against the fiends stemmed not only from his righteous identity, but from a deep-seated loathing that fueled his actions. He understood that the world was not merely black and white. Annihilating the fiends would upset the balance of yin and yang, giving rise to new antagonists. Should he disrupt this equilibrium, he might very well pay the price and become the new villain himself. The tales of dragon slayers transforming into dragons were plentiful, and he had learned that brave heroes who vanquished evil often faced dire consequences. Yet he remained indifferent. Indeed, he mused, I do not care. As he had concluded, with his parents deceased, he had no desire to discern right from wrong any longer. Having entertained the thought of exterminating the fiends, he was fully prepared to bear the consequences. The sole motivation for his dedicated cultivation was rooted in this resolve. Chapter 10 Master. The 8 extraordinary techniques are still too reliant on skill. Is there a simpler, more powerful method? Zhang Xuanxiao had scarcely exited when he heard Zhang Lingyu's voice nearby. Turning towards the source of the sound, he saw Zhang Lingyu approaching him. Extending an apology, I am sorry, brother, for the trouble you have faced on my account. Hearing her words, Zhang Xuanxiao shook his head. Sister, neither of us has done anything wrong. It cannot be considered entanglement. In fact, your karmic ties have now been severed. There is little more I can do to assist you. The rest is up to you. Brother, I will not forget your help, Zhang Lingyu replied. Their exchange was overheard by the old master within the room. Observing his 2 esteemed disciples beneath the moonlight, he stroked his beard thoughtfully. How should he put it? In these 2 disciples, he felt no sense of camaraderie. Instead, it resembled a gathering of fellow patients sharing their ailments. After bidding farewell to Zhang Lingyu, Zhang Xuanxiao returned directly to his chamber. The events of the past few days had been chaotic, leaving him little time to thoroughly explore the secret techniques he had acquired from the system. Closing the doors and windows, he resembled a disciple practicing a forbidden art, quietly attempting the Daozhang secret. According to the system's description, the Daozhang secret was an ultimate combat technique capable of simulating and deducing various offensive methods. With that in mind, Zhang Xuanxiao unleashed the Yang 5 Thunder method, and a spark of electricity seemed to come alive, bursting forth from his fingertips. Though it was merely a small arc of electricity, the pressure it contained was insurmountable for many malevolent beings. As he activated the Daozhang secret, the Yang 5 Thunder before him appeared to unravel and evolve into another manifestation of the Yang 5 Thunder at his fingertips. Observing the new arc of Yang 5 Thunder, Zhang Xuanxiao began to comprehend the principles underlying the Daozhang secret's deductions. A conventional attack method required a buildup of energy, followed by circulation through the heavens, leading to a qualitative transformation, while the Daozhang secret operated in reverse, akin to discerning the answer and retracing the steps to solve the problem. The advantage of utilizing the Daozhang secret in offensive techniques lay in its immediate effectiveness, bypassing the lengthy process of cultivation and accumulation. With such a technique, the path to mastering thunder techniques and the golden light spell would no longer be obstructed. Zhang Xuanxiao was astounded by the efficacy of the Daozhang secret. Not only could it be mimicked, but it also enabled deduction, far exceeding the capabilities of the 8 extraordinary techniques. It was widely acknowledged that within the realm of the mundane, there existed 8 extraordinary techniques, each representing a breakthrough in a different field of cultivation: chi body source flow, spirit summoning, heavenly talisman, wind aftermath strange gate, dual completion hand, divine machine 100 refinements, 6 library immortal thieves, and the great Luo cave viewing. These 8 extraordinary techniques were renowned for their ability to provide significant advancements in specific areas of expertise. Attaining even one of these techniques could lead to remarkable achievements. Master, the 8 extraordinary techniques are still too reliant on skill. Is there a simpler, more powerful technique? Indeed, came the answer. Have you considered the Daozhang secret? The continuous evolution and imitation of the Daozhang secret can undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of a certain domain, showcasing the formidable prowess of this version of the extraordinary. One cannot help but ponder the nature of the original. Could it possess the capacity to obliterate the world with a single strike? Contemplating this, Zhang Xuanxiao swallowed hard. Indeed. After a decade of arduous study, he felt overshadowed by the ease with which time travelers could access minor advantages. The years of relentless cultivation had not prepared him for the casual exploits of others. If only his own advantages had manifested sooner, would circumstances have unfolded differently? His mind drifted back to the night when his parents were brutally murdered. A certain voracious gentleman had once claimed that all misfortunes in this world stem from the inadequacies of those involved. Indeed, had he possessed even a minor advantage or the means to cultivate, the tragedy might never have transpired. He recognized the necessity for greater strength, at the very least. He needed a 99% chance to surpass his master's prowess. Otherwise, to speak of annihilation was mere empty rhetoric. With this resolve, Zhang Xuanxiao's gaze hardened. The following day, within the modest courtyard of Tianjinzhong, the second-in-command of the Celestial Master's residence, Xiahe pushed Tianjinzhong, who was seated in a wheelchair, into the sunlight. Master Tian, yesterday I saw Elder Rongshan hurriedly ascending the mountain with Elder Lingyu and Master Xianxiao. Was there a significant event within the sect? Xiahe inquired, concern etched across his face. Significant event? Tianjinzhong replied, his eyes wide with disbelief. What significant event? It is merely that Xianxiao has stirred some trouble. Ultimately, it could hardly be deemed trouble. It was simply a matter of eliminating a few aberrant beings. Xiaoyu, somewhat perplexed, queried, Master Tian. Is that enough to warrant punishment for Master Xianxiao? Killing a few aberrant beings may not be an issue. Yet the crux lies in the fact that Xianxiao has killed a woman with whom Elder Lingyu shares a complicated fate. Upon hearing this, a flicker of barely concealed shock crossed Xiaoyu's features. Has Xia He perished at the hands of Zhang Xuanxiao? He adeptly concealed his astonishment and continued. Isn't this a fortunate occurrence? After a moment's hesitation, Tianjinzhong responded, It is a matter of the heart, a source of sorrow. As soon as he uttered those words, Zhang Xuanxiao, clad in the attire of a Taoist priest, entered the courtyard with measured steps. Observing Tianjinzhong, who had lost his limbs, he respectfully greeted, Uncle Tian. Xianxiao, you've come. Please, take a seat. Tianjinzhong warmly invited, pleased by Zhang Xuanxiao's visit. He often came to see his uncle, not only to seek guidance on meditation but also out of concern for Tianjinzhong's solitude. In his youth, he had suffered the loss of his limbs due to certain events, and in his old age, he could scarcely afford to close his eyes for fear of revealing secrets. Tianjinzhong's life had been a continuous journey of cultivation. Tianjinzhong directed a servant to fetch a chair for Zhang Xuanxiao. As his gaze lingered on Xiaoyu, Zhang Xuanxiao pondered the incongruity before him. Who could have imagined that this seemingly harmless little fellow was none other than QUANXING, the representative of the aberrant sect? Had he not read the original text, he would never have associated the leader of the aberrant sect with this unassuming figure. In the original narrative, QUANXING had lurked in Longhu Mountain for years, seeking the secrets surrounding Zhang He from the Jiashan rebellion. Indeed, his prolonged concealment had yielded some clues, allowing Tianjinzhong to extract memories and gain insights. For the sake of this secret, Tianjinzhong had sacrificed decades of restful sleep, fearing that he might inadvertently reveal something in a dream. Yet, as he approached the end of his life, it was QUANXING who reaped the rewards. To be candid, the moment Zhang Xuanxiao spotted QUANXING beside Tianjinzhong, a murderous intent stirred within him, and he informed the old celestial master of the discrepancies surrounding Xiaoyu's identity. However, lacking concrete evidence and unable to disclose his foresight of the plot, he opted for cautious observation. If Xiaoyu posed no threat, it would be best. If he did, Zhang Xuanxiao would simply bide his time in Longhu Mountain, angling for a larger catch. Chapter 11. The Celestial Master unperturbed by Zhang Xuanxiao's scrutinizing gaze. QUANXING, masquerading as Xiaoyu, felt a prickling discomfort. Each time Zhang Xuanxiao visited, he endured the weight of that penetrating stare. Under such scrutiny, it felt as though his every secret was laid bare. Could he have been exposed? He dismissed the notion, convinced that even the Celestial Master had failed to see through his disguise. So how could Zhang Xuanxiao? He attributed Zhang Xuanxiao's discerning gaze to quirks of his character. After exchanging pleasantries with Tianjinzhong, Zhang Xuanxiao eventually departed the courtyard. Once Zhang Xuanxiao left, QUANXING found an excuse to descend the mountain. Amidst the throngs of people below, he paused to make a phone call. Before long, the call connected, and a male voice answered. What is the situation? QUANXING inquired. Lu Liang is still waiting for Xiahe, He, came the response. Any news from Xia He? None. At this, QUANXING fell silent for a moment before continuing. I have received word that Xia He has died. Investigate further. If it is true, you will take her place and continue working with Lu Liang. The man on the other end of the line paused, clearly taken aback. Xia He is dead? How is that possible? No ordinary person can overcome her. Who could have done this? Back at the Celestial Master's residence, Zhang Xuanxiao's name echoed throughout the circles of the extraordinary. The news of his eradication of the aberrant stronghold and the demise of the notorious Xia He had catapulted him into the spotlight. While the death of the aberrant which elicited mixed reactions within the community, there remained a consensus that the aberrant deserved their fate. The recent revelation of a successor to the Qi body source stream, however, sent shockwaves through the extraordinary realm, igniting fervent discussions and intrigue. This news undoubtedly elevated the name of Zhang Chulan, the heir of the Qi body lineage, above that of Zhang Xuanxiao. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that Zhang Chulan was merely an ordinary person with no notable background, which only intensified the envy of many who now set their sights on him. Within the Tianshi mansion, the old master in his plain robes arrived at the small courtyard of Tianjincheng. He first dismissed the attendants, Xiaoyu and Xiaoqing, before turning his gaze towards his junior disciple and slowly began to speak. Junior brother, the news of the Qi body heir has spread. It seems that the grandson of Huai can no longer remain hidden. At this, Tianjincheng furrowed his brow. The name Zhang Huai was a painful reminder of the bond he once shared with Zhang Jiwei. Their brotherhood had been so close that had it not been for Zhang Huai's alliance with Yu Jinsheng, he might have become the current Tianshi brother. What are you planning to do? Tianjincheng inquired. In response to his junior's question, the old master paused for a moment before saying, "The time for this year's Luo Dian Grand Ceremony is approaching, and I intend to select the next Tianshi heir." Realizing the implication of the old master's words, Tianjincheng quickly grasped the plan. This was a scheme to bind Zhang Chulan to the position of Tianshi heir, thereby preventing others from coveting him. Will they agree? Tianjincheng asked. The old master hesitated briefly before replying. It would be best if they agree. If not, it matters not. He was well aware that they referred to the 10 elders, akin to himself. These 10 elders were the most respected figures in the realm of the extraordinary. LCI of the L family, Wang Ai of the Wang family, Lu Jin of the Lu family, the notable Guanxua from the northeast, the heroic Naru, Muyu from the Jianghu Xiaozhan, Chen Jinkue of the Shizi sect, the abbot of Lingyin Temple, Xiekong, and the newly appointed Feng Zhenghao of the Feng family. These 10 eminent figures governed the significant affairs of the extraordinary world. Although they were all elders, the combined strength of the other 9 would struggle to match that of the old master. Recognizing the old master's determination, Tianjincheng had little to say, merely expressing, "Very well. If there is to be a selection, Lingyu and Xianxiao are both capable, and I will intervene." The old master had already prepared thoroughly to counter Zhang Lingyu and Zhang Xuanxiao. Xianxiao is still being punished for copying scriptures? Tianjincheng inquired. To this, the old master quickly corrected him. How can this be considered a punishment? I merely want him to copy until he finds tranquility. The issue is that the boy is so obstinate. Mentioning Zhang Xuanxiao caused the old master a slight headache. His hatred for the entirety is indeed deeper than that of old Lu. I fear that if this continues, he will stray from his path. Listening to the old master's concerns, Tianjincheng began to formulate a strategy. Brother, I believe that rather than keeping Xuanxiao isolated on the mountain, consumed by past grievances, it would be better to let him interact with peers. Perhaps this could lead to a change. After pondering Tianjincheng's suggestion, the old master stroked his beard and contemplated for a moment. That is reasonable. That night, the old master summoned Zhang Xuanxiao to his chamber. Observing his promising disciple, he gently inquired, "Xuanxiao, have you found peace?" In response, Zhang Xuanxiao replied, "In comparison to a few days ago, I am better." Hearing this, the old master stroked his beard. How candid. I have called you here today for a specific purpose. This year's Luotian Grand Ceremony will see the selection of the next Tianshi heir, the old master continued, observing Zhang Xuanxiao's reaction. Noticing no change in his expression, he raised an eyebrow. Aren't you surprised? Zhang Xuanxiao shook his head. Not at all. As a transmigrator familiar with the original narrative, he understood the significance of the upcoming ceremony, knowing it was a trap set for Zhang Chulan and that the old master would ensure Zhang Chulan's success. The old master was taken aback by Zhang Xuanxiao's lack of astonishment. The selection of the Tianshi heir was a momentous event, both within the Tianshi mansion and in the realm of the extraordinary. Why was Zhang Xuanxiao seemingly uninterested? After a brief silence, the old master resumed, "Very well. Since you accept so readily, I have a task for you. Descend the mountain and invite representatives from various sects. Here is the list. Additionally, visit North China and assess a university student named Zhang Chulan. Here is his address. If his abilities are satisfactory, invite him to participate in this year's Luotian Grand Ceremony." Listening to the old master's instructions, Zhang Xuanxiao had no further questions and prepared to descend the mountain towards North China. The old master, witnessing his swift compliance, felt slightly stunned. "Aren't you curious at all?" he asked. "No," Zhang Xuanxiao replied, leaving the old master feeling as though something was amiss. The old master, with a touch of expectation, illustrated, "You should be asking questions filled with curiosity and astonishment, such as why we would invite this Zhang Chulan. What is his background? And what connection does he have to our Tianxia mansion? Seeing his master's eager anticipation for questions, Zhang Xuanxiao considered cooperating, yet realized he had no inquiries to pose. Zhang Chulan's background, the grandson of Zhang Huai from the Tianxia mansion. His connection to the Tianxia mansion? After Zhang Huai left the Tianxia mansion to ally with Wu Jinxing, he concealed his identity and started a family after his name was leaked. In the face of his master's expectations, Zhang Xuanxiao felt compelled to maintain his composure and added, "Master, may I consider this journey as official business? Will my travel expenses be reimbursed?" Upon hearing this, the old master's expression shifted from eager anticipation to slight annoyance. He had anticipated all possible questions from Zhang Xuanxiao, yet never expected him to inquire about travel reimbursement. That was a well-posed question. Do not ask it again. After a moment of silence, the old master, appearing to have lost all energy and means, waved his hand, urging Zhang Xuanxiao to leave. As Zhang Xuanxiao exited the old master's chamber, he gazed at the radiant moonlight beneath the night sky and couldn't help but exclaim, "So it seems that the task originally meant for Zhang Lingyu has serendipitously fallen into my hands. Very well, let me meet this Zhang Chulan, the leader of the 36 grandsons." The following night, at Nankai University in Tianjin, a Toyota Land Cruiser halted near a side entrance. Once the vehicle came to a stop, 3 individuals, also eager to meet Zhang Chulan, emerged. These 3 were members of another extraordinary organization known as the Tianxia Society. Leading them was Feng Shan, a young woman clad in a dark blue short-sleeved shirt with white hair, followed by her younger sister Feng Yeyun and her close friend Qinghua. After surveying the surroundings, Feng Shan stated, "I have just received news that Zhang Xuanxiao from the Tianxia mansion has also arrived in Tianjin, likely for Zhang Chulan. We must act swiftly and take control of Zhang Chulan first." Understood, Feng Yeyun nodded, promptly retrieving a hastily drawn picture of a character from her backpack. "This is your task." With her magic, the crude drawing seemed to come alive, vanishing into the night with a bleat. At that moment, Zhang Chulan, the leader of the 36 grandsons, lay cocooned in his blankets, adorned in blue and white shorts, unable to suppress a sneeze. As the night deepened, the sounds of snoring filled the dormitory. Despite it being a time meant for slumber, Zhang Chulan found himself unable to sleep, for he had been enduring great hardships lately. It was too difficult. Upon reflecting on the recent day's experiences, Zhang Chulan found himself enveloped in a surreal sensation. First, his grandfather Zhang Xilin's grave was desecrated, followed by an insane woman claiming to be his master, demanding he serve as her slave. Just when he thought he had a reprieve with an invitation from a female university student, she turned out to be a villain. Recalling that night, he realized he had narrowly escaped with his life. The world was rife with danger. There were the corpse-controlling Lu Yinyin, the memory-extracting Lu Liang, and the formidable Shin Chong. Despite the life-preserving techniques imparted to him by his grandfather, Lu Yinyin, under Shin Chong's contract, erupted with the ferocity of a war god. Had it not been for the arrival of the omniscient person later, he would still be at the mercy of these threats. Alas, what source of qi did I possess? The mere thought of that elusive qi source gave Zhang Chulan a headache. According to Su Si, the regional head of the Daozhang organization, they had set their sights on him and would not relent easily, although he had voluntarily joined Daozhang. Their insistence on having him sign a contract earlier hinted that they were far from benevolent. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Chulan could not help but sigh. Truly, where could one find any good-hearted individuals? Just as he finished his lament, an unusual sound broke through the symphony of his roommate's snores. What was that noise? He furrowed his brow, sitting up to locate its source. Following the sound, he confirmed it was indeed coming from outside his door. He cautiously opened a crack in the door to peer out. Seeing no one, he swung the door wide open, expanding his line of sight. To his disappointment, there was nothing there. Just as he began to think he had misheard, a hastily drawn cartoon character, dressed as a sheep, leaped forth and ensnared him in a burlap sack. "Huh, I've done it. I've succeeded," the character exclaimed, tightening the sack's opening and speeding off into the night with reckless abandon. Chapter 13. Your killing move is quite impressive. And now it belongs to me. First update. From a distance, Feng Yaya spotted her companion returning with the sack. Before her eyes, the character unveiled the burlap sack. "Let me see what this Zhang Chulan looks like." As soon as she uttered those words, Zhang Chulan sprang forth from the sack. Had Xinguan not pulled her back, Feng Yaya would have surely been caught off guard by Zhang Chulan's sudden appearance. Observing the group before him, Zhang Chulan frowned and remarked, I should have known you lot wouldn't let it go so easily. However, I certainly did not expect such clumsy tactics to extract me. Surely, no one believes that a mere burlap sack could bind me? Listening to Zhang Chulan's critique, the leader Feng Xiaoyan appraised the young man whom her father had insisted on meeting. The air of a loser is unmistakable. We are not from the Nadatong, but rather the Tianxia society, and my father wishes to see you. Upon hearing Feng Xiaoyan's forthright declaration, Zhang Chulan was taken aback. Tianxia society? Which organization is that? Why does everyone seem to want to meet me? What do you want with me? You will understand everything once you go with us. If you refuse, you will not have a choice. Zhang Chulan grasped a fundamental truth. My fate is determined by me, not by fate. If he followed them to this Tianxia society, he would become fish on a chopping board. Forget it, if that's the case. Just knock me out and take me. Feng Xiaoyan disregarded Zhang Chulan's willingness and instructed Chen Guo and Feng Yaya to escalate their force. Just as Zhang Chulan braced himself for a 1-against-3 confrontation, a few golden orbs suddenly appeared in the distance, forcing Feng Yaya and Chen Guo to retreat. Who is it? The group scanned their surroundings, and it was Feng Xiaoyan who first spotted the approaching figure, a man clad in deep blue Taoist robes. His features were well-defined, exuding an aura of righteousness. Though not immediately striking, his presence was imbued with an air of mystery. It was Zhang Xianyan from the Tianxia mansion. Feng Xiaoyan recognized him as the direct disciple of the old Tianxia from the records. She stepped in front of Chen Guo and Feng Yaya, saying, "You two hurry and take Zhang Chulan away. I'll hold him off for a moment." "Good," Chen Guo responded. "Zhang Xianyan, save your breath. Zhang Chulan has already agreed to come with us." Feng Xiaoyan attempted to dissuade him without initiating conflict. Hearing this, Zhang Xianyan calmly stated, "Zhang Chulan cannot go with you." Zhang Chulan, overhearing, quickly protested, "Who said that? Who agreed? Don't make things up." Noticing Zhang Chulan's outburst, Feng Xiaoyan shot him a fierce glare, while Feng Yaya chimed in. "Fool, do you think they're good people? They're even less friendly than we are. You need to leave with us now." As Zhang Chulan was being half-pushed, half-dragged away by Feng Yaya and the others, Zhang Xianyan wasted no time. He gathered a bead-sized orb of golden light with his left hand and hurled it toward them. Seeing Zhang Xianyan make a move, Feng Xiaoyan could not afford to sit idly by. She swiftly intervened, blocking the golden orb, and in an instant, she seemed to traverse space, appearing mere meters in front of Zhang Xianyan. "Zhang Xianyan, show some courtesy. Allow me to take Zhang Chulan back for a report. After I complete my mission, you may pursue him as you wish. It will not concern me." Feng Xiaoyan thought that as the daughter of the illustrious Feng Zhenghao, she would command some respect. However, Zhang Xianyan shook his head and reiterated, "Zhang Chulan cannot go with you," this time emphasizing his words. Faced with Zhang Xuanyan's unwavering stance, Feng Xianyan's patience wore thin. She had no intention of confronting him directly, but his obstinacy left her no choice. In an instant, she made her move. As she lunged forward with a punch, it appeared as if she were folding space itself. The next moment, her fist struck with a peculiar angle from behind Zhang Xianyan. Though the angle was clever, it proved ineffective. With a golden light spell enveloping Zhang Xianyan, her punch felt as though it were landing against iron, ineffectual and dull. "What is this?" Not far away, Zhang Chulan, watching the standoff between Feng Yaya and Chen Guo, furrowed his brow upon seeing the golden light surrounding Zhang Xianyan. The aura of that golden light bore a striking resemblance to his own. Could it be? As Zhang Chulan's mind raced with speculation, Feng Xiaoyan unleashed a barrage of straightforward punches utilizing her abilities. Zhang Xianyan remained unfazed. Is this Feng Xianyan's innate ability? Space traversal? Theoretically, this should allow her to navigate nearby space at will, but it seemed her mastery of this power was lacking. It is well known that any abilities related to space and time fall within the realm of conceptual magnitude. Zhang Xianyan refrained from countering Feng Xiaoyan with thunderous magic, quietly activating the doozy secret. In the blink of an eye, he anticipated Feng Xianyan's 100-step punch. The next moment, this countered technique was unleashed by Zhang Xianyan, as his fists, encased in golden light, rained down upon Feng Xiaoyan with the ferocity of a storm. These punches, having traversed through space, struck Feng Xiaoyan with far greater force than her own. After several blows, she was sent flying, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Feeling the pain coursing through her body, Feng Xiaoyan cast a disbelieving glance at Zhang Xuanxiao, who had also unleashed the 100 steps fist. The sensation she had just experienced could not be mistaken. Zhang Xuanxiao, too, could perform her 100 steps fist. How could this be possible? Was he also endowed with innate abilities? Who taught you this technique? Feng Xian was desperate to uncover the truth. Hearing her voice, Zhang Xuanxiao turned his gaze toward Zhang Chuan not far away and replied, "You taught me, just moments ago." As he spoke, Feng Xian felt utterly bewildered. "Your killing move is impressive. It has now become mine." Chapter 14. Have you ever been kicked by light? Second update. You are correct. But this is the essence of the fighting secret. As long as it is a killing move, it can be deduced, imitated, and perhaps even surpassed. There are no constraints. As long as there is sufficient qi, one can infinitely deduce and mimic. Having been struck down by her own 100 steps divine fist, Feng Xian stared at Zhang Xuanxiao, at a loss for words. She had never witnessed such a spectacle. One glance, and her 100 steps divine fist was perfectly replicated. What was more alarming was that this was an innate ability. Can innate abilities truly be imitated? Feng Xian thought, what on earth? How can we continue to compete? Did you see that? Would just now, my sister was sent flying by her own divine fist. Feng Yaya, having witnessed her elder sister being knocked away, rubbed her eyes in disbelief and asked Chengua. It seems that was not Yinyan's 100 steps fist, but rather. Chengua appeared to comprehend the situation. Swallowing hard, feeling that today had not gone well. All right, we don't have much time left. On the other side, after a brief practical demonstration of the fighting secret, Zhang Xuanxiao was not inclined to grant Feng Xian any further chances. He concentrated golden light upon his left leg, which shimmered as if gilded, making it difficult to behold. Feng Xian, who had just regained her footing, sensed impending danger. In the next instant, Zhang Xuanxiao appeared at her side, his golden-tinged left leg aimed directly at her waist, delivering an unhesitating left roundhouse kick. With a resounding crack, the explosive force of the golden light enhanced his kick, shattering several of Feng Xian's ribs. As the full force was unleashed, Feng Xian transformed into a fish gliding through the air, soaring several meters away. The immense power sent her rolling on the ground multiple times before she finally came to a stop. This scene elicited raised eyebrows from the onlookers. Can the golden light spell be wielded in such a manner? Zhang Xuanxiao, with his glowing left leg, resembled a naval admiral known for his terrifying prowess, delivering a kick to every aspiring star. Have you ever been kicked by light? Huh? What did you say? No light? Is the golden light spell not considered light? Before anyone could respond, Zhang Xuanxiao swiftly approached Feng Yaya and Chengua from behind, delivering 2 swift kicks that sent them both soaring into the air. Do you understand what a black kick is? The old and the young are both airborne. Within mere moments, the trio led by Feng Xian found themselves unable to stand against Zhang Xuanxiao, each suffering at least 2 broken ribs. To outsiders, this would be inconceivable. One was the young lady of the Heavenly Society, while the other was her younger sister, both daughters of the esteemed 10 lords of Feng Zhanghao. This truly showed no regard for the Heavenly Society. Of course, if it came to background, Zhang Xuanxiao, a direct disciple of the Celestial Master, had no fear, as he was backed by the pinnacle of the otherworldly realm. Disregarding the Heavenly Society's prestige, they had no choice but to endure. After neutralizing the trio from the Heavenly Society, Zhang Xuanxiao walked calmly toward the bewildered Zhang Chulan. Observing the fellow practitioner of the golden light spell, Zhang Chulan swallowed hard and spoke, "Brother, we are one of our own." Zhang Xuanxiao paid no heed to Zhang Chulan's declaration. His scrutinizing gaze remained fixed upon him. Having spent 10 years in disguise as an ordinary person, followed by a few months of training, he had managed to rival those who had diligently cultivated for years. Zhang Chulan's talent, if penned in a novel, would undoubtedly be described as one who could not be spared. Moreover, with the presence of Feng Baobao, who could attain longevity and grow stronger against formidable foes, they formed a remarkable combination. As Zhang Xuanxiao pondered, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ear. Detected that the host has thwarted a kidnapping attempt. Qi 12, proficient in Tranquility Spell 1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow. Really? Is this considered a righteous act? In response to his confusion, the system replied, why wouldn't it be? For Zhang Chulan. Witnessing Zhang Xuanxiao's powerful kicks that shattered Feng Xian's kidnapping dreams felt akin to a divine intervention. This Zhang Xuanxiao, he thought. Well, whatever. Zhang Xuanxiao did not dwell on the matter. Perhaps the system considered him to be Zhang Chulan's caretaker, granting him a bit of leeway. If that were the case, he could only say, "System, you were a bit premature." Zhang Xuanxiao was acutely aware of the Celestial Master's intent for him to assess Zhang Chulan's abilities. Under Zhang Chulan's gaze, his left leg radiating golden light was poised to strike. Perhaps sensing something amiss, Zhang Xuanxiao immediately activated the defensive golden light spell. However, its strength was evidently inferior to Zhang Xuanxiao's cultivation. When his golden light met Zhang Xuanxiao's kick, it shattered like glass hit by a bullet within seconds. With the golden light broken, Zhang Xuanxiao had no choice but to withstand the kick that could fracture ribs with his own body. As the force surged through him, he bent over like a cooked shrimp, propelled through the air. Indeed, one person flew, two people flew, three people flew, everyone was airborne. Zhang Xuanxiao spared no one, delivering a kick to each individual. As Zhang Xuanxiao slowly rose from the ground, he felt utterly bewildered. Why had he been kicked without provocation? At least the members of the Heavenly Society had exchanged a few words with him. This practitioner of the golden light spell before him had offered no information whatsoever. This is truly bullying, Zhang Xuanxiao thought, feeling a surge of indignation. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he felt a flicker of anger ignite within him. Why was everyone treating him, the honest one, so differently? For years, his grandfather had urged him to conceal his capabilities, to avoid standing out. For in the eyes of ordinary people, he was an anomaly. After a decade of hiding and finally sensing he had found his peers, these individuals still regarded him as an outsider. They sought to capture him, coerce him, and even use force. Was this not merely leveraging their immense power to bully him? He had had enough. I am thoroughly fed up with you all. You can all perish. Having endured a kick, Zhang Xuanxiao was now completely enraged. His recent experiences had ignited within him a desire to unleash chaos. If he were to create a ruckus, he would start with this unprincipled practitioner. Chapter 15. Boasting. This is Thunder Law. You can only watch me execute it. Faced with the furious Zhang Xuanxiao, Zhang Xuanxiao had not anticipated that he would be so easily ignited. In his line of sight, Zhang Xuanxiao condensed the golden light to its zenith, forming a white qi, which was the nascent form of the Yang 5 Thunder Law. Jianglong Thunder. What is this? The trio from the Heavenly Society, who had just taken a beating, raised their eyebrows upon witnessing Zhang Xuanxiao's transformation. Under the enhancement of the Yang 5 Thunder Law, Zhang Xuanxiao's speed and strength exhibited a visibly remarkable improvement. What technique is this? Feng Yaya inquired, bewildered. Thunder Law? Her sister Feng Xian quickly responded, realizing the significance of Zhang Xuanxiao's transformation, though I have never witnessed it firsthand. The descriptions conveyed through rumors have illuminated the essence of the thunder technique. I now comprehend why my father is so adamantly inclined to cultivate a relationship with Zhang Xuanxiao. It is not merely due to the qi body lineage of Zhang Xuanxiao's ancestors, but rather, there must exist considerable ties to the Tianshi manner. It is worth noting that the thunder technique is not as commonplace as cabbage or potatoes within the Tianshi manner. Only a select few are deemed worthy of its study. Feng Xian has gained some understanding, while amidst the chaos, Zhang Xuanxiao commands the Yang 5 Thunder, maintaining a fade of superiority as he persistently suppresses Zhang Xuanxiao. Observing that Zhang Xuanxiao dares not confront him directly, Zhang Xuanxiao's confidence begins to swell. Have you ever seen the protective golden light? He queries Zhang Xuanxiao, a distinguished disciple of the Tianshi manner, feeling akin to a braggart before a formidable warrior. In response, Zhang Xuanxiao replies with calm assurance, I have. Taken aback by this response, Zhang Xuanxiao reflects, wait a moment. Isn't this a technique passed down through my grandfather's lineage? How could he have seen it? Swiftly realizing that the person before him is merely boasting, he adopts a provocative tone and exclaims, you're just bragging. This is the thunder technique. So what if you are a Taoist? You can't wield it. You can only watch as I demonstrate true power. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, before Zhang Xuanxiao could react, the trio from the Tianxia Society nearby could not help but give Zhang Xuanxiao a thumbs up. Utilizing the thunder technique of the Tianshi manner to challenge a disciple of the same, indeed, Zhang Xuanxiao is impressive. Who has granted him such audacity? Does he not know that the thunder technique is a secret art of the Tianshi manner? Zhang Xuanxiao finds it somewhat difficult to discern whether Zhang Xuanxiao is merely jesting or genuinely oblivious. Sighing, he exhales a breath of frustration and then conjures his own Jianglong Thunder, as the golden light enveloping him transforms into a blue-white hue. Zhang Xuanxiao's gaze shifts from skepticism to clarity akin to that of a diligent scholar. Could it be? He has indeed seen it. Not only has he seen it, but he is also capable of wielding it. The unfolding situation feels like a series of slaps to Zhang Xuanxiao's face. He had just assumed Zhang Xuanxiao was boasting, only to witness him effortlessly employing the very technique passed down in his family. Could it be that his grandfather has disciples elsewhere? Furrowing his brow, Zhang Xuanxiao inquires of Zhang Xuanxiao, where did you acquire this technique? Observing Zhang Xuanxiao's genuine confusion, Zhang Xuanxiao explains while executing the thunder technique. It is naturally a legacy passed down from my master. Did you think your thunder technique is extraordinary? Is it a sole inheritance? To speak frankly, your method of thunder is indeed derived from the Tianshi manner. Zhang Chulan, absorbing Zhang Xuanxiao's explanation, finds himself utterly bewildered. The thunder technique passed down from his grandfather originates from the Tianshi manner? This implies he dares not delve deeper into the implications. Gazing at Zhang Xuanxiao, who is similarly utilizing the Yang 5 thunder technique, he declares, "So what if you can wield the thunder technique? Prepare yourself." With that, he unleashes a lethal move from the Yang 5 thunder technique, concentrating the accumulated lightning into the palm of his right hand before thrusting it forward with great force. In an instant, numerous bolts of lightning surge from his palm, roaring toward Zhang Xuanxiao. Facing Zhang Chulan's palm lightning, Zhang Xuanxiao remains composed. Such a level of palm lightning is hardly formidable. He too channels his palm lightning, condensing his thunder technique within his palm, and unleashes it forward. The bolts of lightning that emerge from his hand dwarf Zhang Chulan's in both size and ferocity, resembling a seasoned dragon compared to Zhang Chulan's nascent serpent. The disparity between them is akin to that of heaven and earth. Is this for real? His palm lightning is immensely powerful. Zhang Chulan's expression shifts to one of trepidation as his serpent-like lightning is effortlessly consumed by Zhang Xuanxiao's dragon. As torrents of lightning surge toward him, he decisively disperses his thunder technique, maximizing his protective golden light. With a resounding crash, he is struck with tremendous force, akin to a kite severed from its string, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. With a spurt of blood, Zhang Chulan finds himself reeling from the impact of the palm lightning, his body emanating a scent of charred flesh. Were it not for the protective golden light safeguarding his vital core, he feared he might have met a dire fate. Defeated, Zhang Chulan muses as he watches Zhang Xuanxiao approach with measured steps. The chasm in their strengths cannot be bridged by mere fervor. Even an explosive surge of power would likely prove insufficient against Zhang Xuanxiao. I will follow you, Zhang Chulan ultimately decides, recognizing the wisdom in preserving his life for future endeavors, even if it means temporarily yielding. Hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao raises an eyebrow, questioning, "When did I say I would take you with me? What?" The gravity of Zhang Xuanxiao's words reverberates in Zhang Chulan's mind like a thunderclap. He does not wish for me to accompany him? Does that mean he seeks my demise? As he gazes upon Zhang Xuanxiao's impassive countenance, he swallows hard. Damn it. I should have fled with those from the Tianxia society. Regret washes over Zhang Chulan. Is this truly the only course left to me? Zhang Xuanxiao contemplates, recognizing that despite Zhang Chulan's innate talent, the 10-year gap in experience cannot be overlooked. Just as he prepares to execute his next move, an instinctive sense of danger compels him to swiftly distance himself from Zhang Chulan. Chapter 16. Feng Baobao, I was careless and failed to evade. In the next heartbeat, a sharp dagger slices through the air, embedding itself directly before Zhang Chulan. Had Zhang Xuanxiao not reacted promptly, the blade would have surely pierced him. Upon seeing the dagger, Zhang Chulan freezes momentarily, then a glimmer of hope ignites in his eyes. He turns his head and calls out, "Sister Bauer, help me. He wants to kill me." From a short distance, a voice tinged with a Sichuan Chongqing accent replies, "What are you shouting about? With me here, nothing will happen." As the voice draws near, a woman clad in blue pajamas approaches, her long hair flowing and her demeanor somewhat dazed, exuding an air of unintentional charm. When she reaches Zhang Chulan, she nonchalantly withdraws her dagger and, fixing her gaze on Zhang Xuanxiao, asserts, as the saying goes, when beating a dog, one must look at its owner. Zhang Chulan is my servant. If you strike him, you are striking me. Upon hearing her words, Feng Xian cannot help but frown, a hint of exasperation crossing her features. This woman is truly clearly, she recognizes her. Feng Baobao, having had previous grievances with Feng Xian, left a deep impression due to her impressive skills. Zhang Xuanxiao regards Feng Baobao with silence, for she is among the most enigmatic characters in the original narrative, harboring many secrets. Setting aside her agelessness, it is enough to drive one to madness. Before Zhang Xuanxiao can utter a word, he hears Zhang Chulan lamenting to Feng Baobao, "Sister Bauer, you must help me. They kidnapped me here in the dead of night and then proceeded to beat me, especially this Taoist, who is simply too much. It's not that I mind the beating, it's that he is humiliating you." At this moment, Zhang Chulan truly embodies the essence of a cowardly sycophant, pleading with Feng Baobao to confront Zhang Xuanxiao on his behalf. Listening to his words, Feng Baobao nodded earnestly, reassuring him, "I arrived late, and you have suffered. Don't worry. I understand." Although Zhang Xuanxiao spoke at length, she grasped only a fraction of his words. One thing resonated clearly: the Taoist before her had bullied him, and it was as if he had severed one of her legs. She must redeem Zhang Chuan's dignity and restore her own footing. It must be said, she truly had arrived quite late. Su Si had dispatched her to protect Zhang Xuan, but the distance from her dormitory to this place, compounded by the brevity of their battle, nearly led to Zhang Chuan's misfortune. A portion of this predicament lay with her. Thus it was only right for her to stand up for him. Acknowledging this, Feng Baobao charged forward with her dagger in hand, ready to confront the foe. Seeing Feng Baobao defend him, Zhang Chuan's gaze towards Zhang Xianyun turned somewhat defiant, as if to say, "You are in for it now." Facing her, as Feng Baobao approached, Zhang Xianyun gathered golden energy in his left leg, and at the opportune moment, he executed a swift kick aimed at Feng Baobao's abdomen. His speed was remarkable, so much so that Feng Baobao sensed it, yet her body was unable to react in time. The moment his foot made contact, the tremendous force propelled her like a cannonball, sending her flying away. In front of Zhang Chuan, she was sent back to where she had come from. What had just transpired? Zhang Chuan found himself momentarily stunned, watching as Feng Baobao passed through his entire world, silently arriving and then silently departing, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly the script? Had he not just confided in Feng Baobao? After sending her away, Zhang Xianyun turned to Zhang Chuan and spoke. "Firstly, I have no intention of killing you. Secondly, I do not wish to take you away. Thirdly, you have qualified for the competition. I now formally invite you, on behalf of the Longhu Mountain Tianshi Mansion, to participate in the Luotian Grand Ritual a month from now. This ceremony will publicly select the next Tianshi heir." Upon hearing Zhang Xuanyun's words, Zhang Chuan was at a loss. Luotian Grand Ritual? Heir to the Tianshi? Me? What is going on? Meanwhile, Feng Xiayan and her companions raised their eyebrows upon hearing Zhang Xuanyun's invitation for Zhang Chuan to attend the Luotian Grand Ritual at Longhu Mountain. The news of this year's Grand Ritual publicly selecting a Tianshi heir had just been released by the Tianshi Mansion. Subsequently, the Tianqi's direct disciple traveled great distances to invite Zhang Chuan, an outsider possessing numerous Tianshi Mansion techniques. This perfectly corroborated Feng Xian's suspicions that Zhang Chuan was intricately connected to the Tianshi Mansion. Just as Zhang Chuan was grappling with his confusion, Feng Baobao, who had been kicked away by Zhang Xianyun, returned. She glanced at the dazed Zhang Chuan and cleverly remarked, "I was careless and didn't dodge just now. This time, rest assured." As she prepared to charge at Zhang Xianyun once more, Zhang Chuan called out, "Sister Baobao, wait a moment." Stopping her, he shifted his gaze back to Zhang Xianyun, who had just extended the invitation. "What do your words mean? Why does the Tianshi Mansion invite me?" In response to Zhang Chuan's inquiry, Zhang Xianyun offered no answer. After presenting the invitation, he turned and departed, leaving Zhang Chuan with a multitude of unanswered questions. Watching Zhang Xianyun leave, Zhang Chuan did not attempt to stop him. He knew he could not. This Taoist was quite peculiar. Zhang Chuan was utterly baffled by Zhang Xuanyun's actions. First, he intervened to prevent the Tianxia society from taking him away. And just when Zhang Chuan thought he was a good person, he delivered a beating. Without explaining the reason behind it, he then unexpectedly extended an invitation. What kind of person was this? The more Zhang Chuan pondered, the more he felt that the individuals he encountered recently were all quite unusual. Where were the good people? After Zhang Xianyun departed, the trio from the Tianxia society had no intention of lingering. Before leaving, Feng Xiayan cast one last glance at Feng Baobao, and then called Feng Yaya and Shun Gua, making their exit as well. "So, they are all leaving now?" Feng Baobao observed as they departed, silently retracting her dagger before turning her attention back to Zhang Chuan. "Are you all right?" Hearing her question, Zhang Chuan shook his head and then countered, "Sister Baobao, do you know about the Luotian Grand Ritual?" "Luotian Grand Ritual? You mean Zhang Xianyun invited Zhang Chuan to participate in the Luotian Grand Ritual?" "Yes, father." Moments later, after tending to her injuries, Feng Xiayan returned to the Tianxia group and addressed Feng Zhenghao, who was seated on the sofa. Upon receiving her confirmation, Feng Zhenghao adjusted his round glasses and stated, "Just as I suspected. Previously, when he learned that the old Tianshi planned to publicly select an heir during the Luotian Grand Ritual, he found it peculiar. Just as Zhang Chuan, a Qi body lineage successor, emerged, the Tianshi Mansion released such a significant announcement. Even more bizarre was that such an important matter as selecting a Tianshi heir should ideally be conducted privately within the Tianshi Mansion. Yet the old Tianshi chose to publicly invite candidates. Now, in light of the events from tonight, it appeared that this public selection was likely arranged by the old Tianshi in response to the sudden emergence of Zhang Xuan. With this thought in mind, Feng Jinghao turned to Feng Xiaoyan and said, "Xiaoyan, find an opportunity to invite Zhang Xuan over for a visit." Hearing this, Feng Xiaoyan nodded, observing her compliance. Feng Jinghao's gaze shifted downward, noticing that something seemed off about Feng Xiaoyan's condition. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you injured?" "Yes, not just me, but Yaya and Qingguo as well. None of us could handle Zhang Xianyan." Upon hearing Feng Xiaoyan's honest report, Feng Jinghao fell silent for a moment before responding. "It is normal that you could not prevail against Zhang Xianyan. He recently defeated the formidable Xia He. You have not formed any enmity, have you?" In response to her father's inquiry, Feng Xiaoyan involuntarily recalled the details of their confrontation. It seemed she had indeed initiated the conflict. Hearing this, Feng Jinghao raised an eyebrow. "You initiated it? Xiaoyan, how could you act first? Did I not advise you against unnecessary conflicts with the Tianshi mansion?" However, Zhang Xianyan was unyielding. "If you wished to take Zhang Chulan away, I had no choice." Listening to Feng Xianyan's defense, Feng Jinghao shook his head and replied, "Zhang Chulan can be invited at any time. Conflicts with the Tianshi mansion would not benefit our Tianxia society, especially since he is a direct disciple of the Tianshi." "Very well, check his whereabouts in Jimin. I will personally visit to apologize afterward." Feng Xiaoyan was taken aback by her father's statement. "Wait, he attacked me. And now I must apologize? Is there any justice in this? Is there any law?" At that moment, Feng Xiaoyan felt incredibly wronged. But she dared not express her feelings before Feng Jinghao. She tried to conceal her emotions, yet they were evident to him. "Xiaoyan, enduring some grievances is not an issue. I hope you can approach problems from the family's perspective. Please refrain from being so reckless in the future." "Understood, father." Noticing that Feng Xiaoyan still seemed unconvinced, Feng Jinghao changed the topic. "You have clashed with Zhang Xianyan. What do you think of him?" Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoyan pondered briefly before providing her assessment. "Powerful, aloof, and merciless. His strength is certainly exceptional among his peers." In response to her answer, Feng Jinghao nodded and then inquired further, "Do you know why he possesses such strength?" "It is because he is a direct disciple of the Tianshi." Listening to Feng Xiaoyan's almost thoughtless response, Feng Jinghao fell silent for 2 seconds before correcting her. "I often teach you siblings that one should not merely skim the surface of matters, but delve deeper to uncover their true origins. This Zhang Xuanxiao, whom I have investigated previously, lost his parents to a ruthless demon at a young age. He survived by sheer chance and was taken to Longhu Mountain, where he silently buried his hatred and endured rigorous training. Years later, he descended the mountain to seek vengeance on the murderer of his family, executing a cruel retribution. Afterward, he faded into obscurity, continuing his silent cultivation at Longhu Mountain until recently, when he eliminated the notorious knife-wielder Xia He, gradually making a name for himself. His years of patient endurance, fueled by unyielding hatred, have honed him into a sharp blade of vengeance, ready to draw blood at a moment's notice. In contrast to his apparent identity as a disciple of the celestial master, it is this quiet persistence that forms the foundation of his strength. If you were in his position, Xiaoyan, could you achieve the same?" Feng Jinghao countered. Feng Xiaoyan remained silent, merely furrowing her brows. Observing this, Feng Jinghao rose and continued. "To endure what ordinary people cannot is to gain what ordinary people cannot possess. Xiaoyan, the path ahead of you is still long." In response to Feng Jinghao's lesson using Zhang Xuanxiao as an example, Feng Xiaoyan nodded, acknowledging, "Father speaks wisely." After enlightening Feng Xiaoyan, Feng Jinghao added, "Tonight, you've worked hard. Go home and rest well." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoyan prepared to swiftly escape the realm of her father's admonishments. Just before stepping out the door, she recalled something and turned to Feng Jinghao, stating, "Father, there is something peculiar. This Zhang Xuanxiao seems to have mastered my 100 steps fist. When we sparred, he, instead, subdued me with it." At this remark, a look of puzzlement crossed Feng Jinghao's face. He was well aware of Feng Xiaoyan's 100 steps fist, a technique she had developed based on her innate abilities. Without the power of spatial traversal, one could not achieve the effect of striking from 100 steps away. "Are you certain it was the 100 steps fist?" Feng Jinghao inquired. "The sensation cannot be mistaken. It was indeed my creation," Feng Xiaoyan affirmed. "How strange," he mused. "Could it be that Zhang Xuanxiao possesses a similar innate ability for spatial traversal?" With a hint of skepticism, Feng Jinghao allowed Feng Xiaoyan to leave. While he remained on the office sofa, deep in thought. Moments later, having found no resolution, he relinquished the matter. What does it matter if he can use the 100 steps fist? The more pressing concern is the individual Zhang Xuanxiao himself. To be honest, when he received the news of Zhang Xuanxiao dismantling the demon stronghold and killing the knife-wielder Xia He, he held a certain admiration for him. The ability to endure and lie low for over a decade in pursuit of vengeance is indeed a rare quality in someone of his age. Reflecting on Zhang Xuanxiao and then on his 5 children, Feng Jinghao couldn't help but sigh. One should give birth to a child like Zhang Xuanxiao. If my children possessed such resolve, I would not worry about the future successors of the Tianxia Association. Chapter 18. Finally caught the dog. Second update. Meanwhile, Feng Xian departed from Feng Jinghao with considerable frustration. She had not anticipated that a mere encounter with Zhang Xuanxiao would lead to such complications. After being struck, she now had to apologize. Where was the justice in that? Pressing the button for the elevator, she sighed, expressing her growing disdain for Taoists, especially those from the Celestial Master's residence. Before long, the elevator doors opened, revealing a middle-aged man dressed in coarse Taoist robes, his hair tied back. He appeared surprised as she entered. "Miss Feng, you haven't rested yet?" Upon hearing his attempt at conversation, Feng Xian crossed her arms and glanced at him, searching her memory for recognition, yet finding none. "Who are you?" The man hesitated before responding. "Miss Feng, it's normal for you not to know me. I am Zhou Lianshan, a disciple of the Maoshan Qishan sect, and I recently joined our Tianxia Association." At the mention of Maoshan Qishan, Feng Xian's brows knitted tighter. Great. Another Taoist. Her eyes openly conveyed her exasperation. Just as she had internally lamented never wanting to encounter a Taoist again, she turned to find one in the elevator. The elevator soon reached her desired floor, and she left Zhou Lianshan behind without further conversation. Observing her departure, Zhou Lianshan's expression shifted from calm to one of resentment. Indeed, I can sense her disdain. Although I have just joined the Tianxia Association, that does not grant the young lady the right to overlook my presence. He thought to himself, this little girl will eventually pay for her arrogance. Nevertheless, he prioritized his objectives. He exited the Tianxia building, and under the moonlight, his shadow morphed with his movements, resembling both a person and a specter. The following day, at the Huabei branch office, Susan handed a few documents to Su Si. "What is this?" Su Si inquired. Taking a cursory glance at the files, which appeared to contain the records of several individuals. "Missing persons reported in our jurisdiction." Susan adjusted his rectangular glasses and explained. "Missing persons?" Su Si echoed, examining the details more closely. The identities varied widely, and among them were 2 or 3 ordinary individuals. For instance, this Wang Godin, a homeless man, and this Chao Shukuan, who has a criminal record and was recently released from prison. Are they not just ordinary people? What business do we have with their disappearance? Su Si asked, crossing his legs. The higher-ups suspect it may be the work of extraordinary beings. So they transferred the case to us. Upon hearing Susan's response, Su Si seemed unconcerned. All right, old 3, you can handle this. I still need to keep an eye on the special training for Zhang Chulan. The grand ceremony is set to take place in a month, and given Zhang Chulan's current abilities, he is likely to be cannon fodder. I've already sent Baby to give him lessons. Susan nodded, not wishing to delve further into the matter. By the way, where is Zhang Xuanxiao now? Su Si inquired. It seems he is still in the vicinity of the city, but I am uncertain of his next move. Su Si lit a traditional cigarette, took a deep drag, and remarked, we must keep a close watch on the Celestial Master's residence. None of them are virtuous. Recently, they pulled off a significant operation over in Huadong with Brother Do. Causing trouble? If Zhang Xuanxiao were aware that Su Si regarded him as a troublemaker, he would vehemently assert that he was not one to stir chaos but merely defending the righteous path and vanquishing the demons. At that moment, Zhang Xuanxiao had seemingly identified a member of the demon faction and was tracking them, preparing to cast a wide net to catch a bigger fish. Initially, after testing Zhang Chulan, he intended to leave Tianjin for other sects to extend invitations. However, just as he was about to depart today, he sensed something amiss in the crowd. There is the scent of evil. Much like an experienced officer can discern a criminal's odd behavior on the street, Zhang Xuanxiao, merely passing by, noticed a man in coarse clothing from a distance who seemed out of place. The man emitted a strong aura of malevolence. Of course, in the previous century, many evil entities plagued humanity, but with the establishment of New Shinjo and the prohibition against the emergence of spirits post-Foundation, such entities have become increasingly rare. To encounter one on the streets, and with such a potent scent, indicated that something was indeed amiss, likely the work of the demon faction. Thus, Zhang Xuanxiao decided to keep a close watch on the man's movements, perhaps sensing that someone was tailing him. The man spent the entire afternoon leading Zhang Xuanxiao in circles around the city until night fell. Once he felt he had successfully shaken off Zhang Xuanxiao, he slipped into an abandoned factory under the cover of darkness. Through the shattered glass of the factory, the radiant moon cast a silvery light onto the ground, illuminating the interior with an eerie clarity. Amidst the clutter of debris, 5 men, women, and children lay unconscious, bound at the hands and feet, positioned at 5 distinct points. At the center of these positions, a blood-soaked ritual circle appeared on the floor, which, from above, resembled an open eye, glaring at the moonlit sky. Zhou Lianxing hurried back into the factory, first inspecting the ritual circle and the life signs of the 5 captives surrounding it. Satisfied that everything was in order, he exhaled a sigh of relief and began to address the Taoist who had been trailing him earlier that afternoon. What poor luck to encounter such a weirdo today. I nearly missed my significant opportunity. Fortunately, I am still on track. Once I offer these 5 as a sacrifice, my power will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. At that point, not even the 10 elders will be worthy of my regard. Zhou Lianxing gazed at the ritual circle before him, envisioning his future, and let out a sinister chuckle reminiscent of a villain's glee. He believed he had executed his plans flawlessly, having deftly evaded Zhang Xuanxiao, yet unbeknownst to him. The legendary practitioner Zhang Xuanxiao, with 5.5 years of training at the Heavenly Master S Pavilion, had already appeared at the factory S periphery. At last, I found your lair, Zhang Xuanxiao thought calmly to himself. Chapter 19. To see is to kill. Just as Zhang Xuanxiao presumed, he had stumbled upon a den of nefarious beings. The reality was far from his expectations. Peering through the factory's exterior, he saw not a gang of lawless demons, but Zhou Lianxing alone. Zhou had shed his coarse robe, revealing a robust physique. As he channeled his energy, grotesque faces began to materialize upon his body, some smiling, some weeping, some sorrowful, and others furious, like parasites clinging to him. As he murmured incantations, these faces detached from his form, floating ominously in the air. This scene would undoubtedly terrify any ordinary person. Dark sorcery. No wonder it reeks of malevolence. So many evils. Zhang Xuanxiao furrowed his brow, beginning to discern the situation. Before he could fully process this information, he suddenly sensed a disturbance around him. Turning, he was confronted by a decayed, shadowy visage attempting to engulf his face. Heaven and earth, the grand source of all energies, vastly cultivate calamities, and I shall prove my divine powers. Zhang Xuanxiao was not intimidated by the ghastly face's assault. Enveloped in golden light, a surge of righteous energy surged forth, incinerating the malevolence like a fiery inferno, forcing the visage to retreat in disarray. Discovered, are we? No matter. To see is to kill. Unburdened by the revelation, Zhang Xuanxiao, now cloaked in golden light, leaped into the factory. Recognizing the golden aura surrounding him, Zhou Lianxing immediately identified Zhang Xuanxiao's affiliation. Ah, a disciple of the Heavenly Master S Pavilion. Friend, you have been following me persistently. Have I offended you in the past? Zhou squinted, examining Zhang Xuanxiao, who appeared quite young, adopting a condescending demeanor befitting an elder. Who are you calling a friend? Dark sorcerer, prepare to meet your end. Zhang Xuanxiao, uninterested in further dialogue, focused his energy into his left leg, delivering a powerful kick toward Zhou Lianxing. Zhou, caught off guard by the sudden attack from the youthful practitioner, managed to raise his arms defensively. Although he successfully blocked the kick, the force propelled him backward 10 steps before he could regain his footing. Such quality of golden light at this age, something is amiss. Zhou Lianxing frowned, recalling the disciples of the Heavenly Master S Pavilion he had encountered. This young Taoist was significantly more formidable than those he had known. Despite his surprise at Zhang Xuanxiao's power, Zhou remained composed, producing a yellow talisman and casting it forth. Instantly, 5 shadowy figures emerged from the talisman, intent on ensnaring Zhang Xuanxiao. Seeing the talisman's effect, Zhang Xuanxiao's brow arched slightly. The 5 warriors' talisman from Maoshan? So this fellow hails from the Upper Clarity sect? Zhang Xuanxiao activated his golden light spell, transforming it into claws that swiftly tore apart the bindings of the 5 warriors' talisman. Yet, as soon as he broke free, Zhou launched another talisman, the Binding Immortal Talisman. This talisman forcibly sealed the energy channels of the ensnared individual, disrupting their flow and diminishing their strength. If the previous talisman had not been sufficient to confirm Zhou Lianxing's identity, this Binding Immortal Talisman, originating from the Upper Clarity sect, provided irrefutable proof of Zhou's lineage from Mao Shan's upper clarity. After executing a seamless series of moves to weaken Zhang Xuanxiao, Zhou finally felt emboldened enough to command the malevolent entities hovering in the air to attack. Honestly, both the Golden Light spell and thunder techniques of the Heavenly Master's Pavilion were particularly effective against such dark forces. Had Zhang Xuanxiao not been weakened, Zhou would have hesitated to employ sinister entities. However, he underestimated Zhang Xuanxiao's mastery of the Golden Light spell. After years of diligent cultivation and recent enhancements from the system, the quality of Zhang Xuanxiao's Golden Light spell was unparalleled among typical disciples of the Heavenly Master's Pavilion. Though his energy flow was obstructed, the Golden Light's defense still withstood the onslaught of numerous malevolent forces. Witnessing this, Zhou Lianqing couldn't help but question Zhang Xuanxiao's true identity. "Young man, who exactly is your master?" Zhang Xuanxiao did not respond directly but instead retorted, "You know Zhao Guoxian, don't you?" Upon hearing Zhang Xuanxiao mention someone he knew, Zhou's brow furrowed in intrigue, sensing a shift in the situation. "You know Zhao Shidi?" Indeed, he was acquainted with Zhao Guoxian, a fellow Taoist from the Upper Clarity sect. When he had departed from the mountain, Zhao had still been cultivating in the fields, and many years had passed since then. Realizing that Zhou truly knew Zhao Guoxian, Zhang Xuanxiao felt a sense of disappointment in the elders of the Upper Clarity sect. Two disgraceful disciples from the same sect, what a shameful legacy to bear. Did the predecessors of Mao Shan's Upper Clarity sect know that you were such a disgrace? Listening to Zhang Xuanxiao's taunts, Zhou Lianqing took pride in his stance. "What do you understand? In this world, strength is revered. Honest cultivation will only lead to decay. No matter how deep your practice, no one will respect you. It is only by being powerful that you earn the admiration of all. And so you have resorted to such dark sorcery?" Zhang Xuanxiao looked up at the malevolence in the distance, then questioned, as if seeking confirmation. "This isn't some wild Maoshan sorcery, is it?" The term wild Maoshan referred to those with no true affiliation to the Maoshan Upper Clarity sect, who merely adopted the title of Maoshan Taoist while lacking any legitimate lineage or sect. This group, numerous and morally ambiguous, included both benevolent and malevolent individuals, some earning good reputations, while others were far worse than the most nefarious of sections. It is important to note that Mao Shan's Upper Clarity sect, akin to the Heavenly Master's Pavilion, is a legitimate and highly disciplined branch, known for its discretion and somewhat antiquated practices. While outsiders may regard the sect's talismans as their hallmark, the true expertise of the Upper Clarity disciples lies in alchemy and rituals. The Taoists of the Shangqing sect show little interest in spells. Their days are consumed by the study of tedious classics. Following the teachings of their predecessors, they diligently cultivate their virtues and character, devoting themselves to the classics day and night, adhering strictly to self-discipline. This rigorous routine proves intolerable for many of those lacking in virtue, prompting some to descend the mountain, while others resort to even more outrageous deeds. Faced with these self-proclaimed practitioners of Maoshan, the Shangqing Taoists neither feel compelled to engage with these impostors nor consider them worthy of their attention. Upon hearing Zhang Xuanxiao mention the wild Maoshan techniques, Zhou Lianqing expressed surprise. Indeed, he practiced the malevolent arts of wild Maoshan, specifically the 5 elements convergence technique. This technique establishes a connection with malevolent spirits, employing blood sacrifices of living beings associated with the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to enhance the power of these spirits, thereby fortifying oneself and achieving rapid increases in strength. The 5 elements convergence technique is categorized into several levels. For every 5 individuals sacrificed, an additional black mark appears, doubling one's strength. Currently, Zhou Lianqing bears 5 such marks, signifying that his mastery of the technique has reached the 5th level. Perceiving the shift in Zhou Lianqing's gaze, Zhang Xuanxiao recognized that he was indeed wielding the sinister arts of wild Maoshan to sustain malevolent spirits through blood sacrifice and thus gain power. This violates the natural order. "If you don't perish, who will?" he remarked. Zhou Lianqing, seemingly touched on a sore spot, retorted angrily. "What do you mean it violates the natural order? Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. This world is one of survival of the fittest. The weak must serve as fertilizer for the strong. Moreover, those I sacrifice are nothing but societal dregs." As he spoke, Zhou Lianqing pointed at a nearby unconscious man, saying, "This vagrant struggles daily for food and warmth in this world. I grant him a swift end to his suffering. Is that wrong? And this criminal, with a history of stealing life-saving resources and harming others, my exchange of his worthless life for my power is also a form of salvation. Zhou Lianxin's words conveyed a strong conviction that he was in the right, even claiming to act in accordance with divine will by purging society of its miscreants. Listening to Zhou Lianxin, Zhang Xuanxiao furrowed his brow and gestured toward a nearby young boy. What about this child? Has he committed a transgression as well? Zhou Lianxin hesitated. Glancing at the child lying nearby before responding, he stole someone else's lollipop. At birth, human nature is inherently flawed. If he behaves like this as a child, what will he become as an adult? I am merely educating him on behalf of his parents. Is this the reasoning of a rational being? You would take a child's life merely for stealing a lollipop? Zhang Xuanxiao countered. If Zhou Lianxin could justify his previous actions, his rationale regarding the child was utterly ludicrous. Observing Zhou Lianxin's growing agitation, Zhang Xuanxiao calmly articulated, "Firstly, your lack of cultural depth is shameful to the predecessors of the QUANXING sect. The indifference of heaven and earth does not imply a lack of compassion. Rather, it signifies impartiality towards all beings. Using lousy S-words to shield your vile deeds is utterly shameless. Secondly, regardless of whether others' lives are good or evil, sacrificing them for your own gain marks you as a villain, deserving of death." Hearing this, Zhou Lianxin appeared even more incensed. "What right do you, a mere child, have to preach to me? Do you think you are above reproach?" Zhang Xuanxiao fell silent for a moment. Indeed, he lacked the standing to lecture Zhou Lianxin, as his own ruthless stance on eliminating threats also bore the stain of bloodshed. Thus, he never considered himself a champion of justice. Rather, he deemed his actions akin to a dark form of retribution. As he remained pensive, Zhou Lianxin seized the opportunity, preparing to launch a surprise attack. With a surge of energy, the many sinister faces within the building were enveloped by a greater darkness, violently colliding against Zhang Xuanxiao's protective golden light. Though the dark figures had developed a degree of resistance to the golden light, they still could not breach its defense. Observing this, Zhou Lianxin silently maneuvered the sinister faces away from Zhang Xuanxiao, gathering them around himself. "Today, I shall open your eyes," he declared, consolidating the sinister faces into a massive surge of dark energy that coalesced above him, akin to a suit of armor, before flooding into his body. Within mere moments, Zhou Lianxin's form expanded threefold, exuding an aura of malevolent energy clad in armor. The sensation of such a power surge intoxicated him, and emboldened by this advantage, he charged at Zhang Xuanxiao, delivering a powerful punch. Indeed, this amalgamated malevolent force was significantly stronger than before. The impact against Zhang Xuanxiao's protective golden light forced him to take a few steps back, compelling him to evade Zhou Lianxin's onslaught. "To die at my hands, Zhou Lianxin, is a fate you cannot escape," he proclaimed, clearly overestimating his own confidence. Witnessing the effect of his attack on Zhang Xuanxiao, Zhou Lianxin revealed a villainous grin. However, his amusement was short-lived as he observed Zhang Xuanxiao producing the esteemed thunder method of the celestial master's mansion. The golden light in Zhang Xuanxiao's hands transformed into a blue-white hue, crackling with the intensity of thunder, radiating an aura of righteousness. Upon merely glancing at it, Zhou Lianxin's previously jovial expression vanished instantly. "Thunder method? How can this inexperienced child wield the thunder method of the celestial master's mansion?" Zhou Lianxin exclaimed. As Zhang Xuanxiao summoned the Yang 5 thunder, his expression crystallized, regaining composure as he redirected the conversation back to its initial inquiry. Though he had his suspicions, he could not refrain from asking, "Who is your master?" With a calm demeanor, Zhang Xuanxiao replied, "My master is Zhang Jiwei." Upon receiving this confirmation, Zhou Lianxin felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. This revelation was both what he had anticipated and what he had dreaded. "Demon, meet your doom," Zhang Xuanxiao declared, unleashing a palm thunderbolt that erupted from his left hand. In an instant, a multitude of lightning bolts surged forth. This overwhelming force of pure yang, embodying the essence of destruction, was the bane of all malevolent entities. Just a mere touch would be catastrophic, let alone the torrential downpour of the Yang 5 thunder. Zhou Lianxin sensed the malevolent spirits within him desperately attempting to flee, and he too sought to evade the impending storm. However, the speed of the palm thunder was blinding. Before he could escape, a deluge of lightning cascaded down upon him. With a crackle, the Yang 5 thunder obliterated the malevolent spirits within Zhou Lianxin, leaving him charred and kneeling on the ground. Ultimately, the 5th level of the convergence technique could not withstand the might of the celestial master's thunder method. In this moment, Zhou Lianxin was engulfed by a profound hatred. Why must those who toil tirelessly be outmatched by Zhang Xuanxiao, who relies on innate talent and privilege? How could someone so young master the revered thunder method? After all his efforts and countless sacrifices, he was unable to withstand a single strike from Zhang Xuanxiao's thunder. The world felt grossly unfair. Although he cursed his fate, he clung to life with fierce determination. He was resolute in his quest to ascend to the pinnacle of strength, to trample upon those gifted individuals, to silence all who looked down upon him. Only by becoming powerful could he gain the recognition of his sect and earn the respect of the world. He refused to die. As he watched Zhang Xuanxiao approach with measured steps, an extraordinary will to survive ignited within him. I was mistaken. I plead for a chance at survival. If only you would spare me, I could offer you anything. Listening to Zhou Lianxing's desperate pleas, Zhang Xuanxiao found himself perplexed by the mindset of these individuals who had erred. Aware of their misdeeds, they claimed to recognize their faults only when faced with imminent peril. Is this true acknowledgement of wrong? No. It merely reflects their realization of impending doom. Having chosen to err, a desperate struggle against death might present a glimmer of hope compared to their last-minute supplications. Seeing that Zhang Xuanxiao showed no inclination to relent, Zhou Lianxing continued with nonsensical utterances. If you kill me, you will not escape unscathed. I am a disciple of Mao Shan, and I am also affiliated with the QUANXING Society. Should you take my life, the society will not let you go. One could discern that in the face of death, his words were merely frantic attempts to salvage his existence. Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow at Zhou Lianxing's mention of the QUANXING Society. Clearly, he had not anticipated that this wicked practitioner would have ties to such an organization. Upon hearing Zhang Xuanxiao reference the QUANXING Society, Zhou Lianxing seemed to have found a flicker of hope. He hastily proclaimed, "Yes, the QUANXING Society. I have a close relationship with its leader, Feng Zhenghao. I am involved in managing affairs within the society. If you kill me, it would tear apart the relationship with the society. Let us part ways in peace." He exaggerated his significance, portraying himself as an indispensable member of the QUANXING Society, claiming brotherhood with Feng Zhenghao. In reality, he was merely a recent, inconspicuous addition to the society, seeking a semblance of protection. Though he possessed some influence and garnered respect from a few, he had certainly not reached a level of authority. His babble posed no threat to Zhang Xuanxiao, even if he were indeed a member of the society. It would not alter the fact that he was destined to die today. Zhang Xuanxiao had shown no mercy even to Feng Zhenghao's daughter. So what of a mere member? At that moment, Zhang Xuanxiao paused, contemplating the true nature of the QUANXING Society. If Zhou Lianxing were genuinely affiliated with them, it would indicate a severe degradation of their standards in accepting members. If they could accept someone like Zhou Lianxing, they might as well welcome all manner of scoundrels. Was it possible that the society merely sought power, regardless of character? If that were the case, the QUANXING Society was indeed a den of iniquity. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xuanxiao resolved to take Zhou Lianxing to the QUANXING Society. If Zhou were truly one of them, it would escalate the matter significantly. And Feng Zhenghao could not evade responsibility. Conversely, if he were not, Zhang Xuanxiao would be doing Feng Zhenghao a small favor by eliminating this disgraceful figure who tarnished the society's name. Noticing Zhang Xuanxiao's lack of immediate violence, Zhou Lianxing felt a momentary relief. However, before he could fully relax, Zhang Xuanxiao compressed the golden light into a sphere, encapsulating his knees. With a sudden surge of force, the joints ensconced within the golden sphere were crushed into fragments. Intense pain coursed through his nerves, rendering him breathless. In rapid succession, his limbs were shattered, and Zhang Xuanxiao provided no opportunity for reprieve, reducing him to a complete cripple. Without his limbs, he resembled a fish on a chopping board, entirely at Zhang Xuanxiao's mercy. The agony was unbearable. He had never anticipated such ruthless brutality from Zhang Xuanxiao, who shattered his bones and tore through his ligaments without hesitation. "You are a demon. I shall haunt you even in death." This excruciating experience was more torturous than a swift demise. It was ironic that he had once viewed the disabled as mere fodder, and now he found himself among their ranks, stripped of any upward potential, a fate that was undoubtedly ruinous for him. To kill and to torment the spirit. Listening to the disgraceful Zhou Lianxing vow to haunt him, Zhang Xuanxiao chose not to engage further. He awaited the moment when Zhou would come to him, a moment that would ensure the complete eradication of this malignant presence. With Zhou Lianxing now resembling a mass of flesh in tow, he departed the factory and, under the cover of night, proceeded toward the QUANXING group. Truthfully, Zhou Lianxing had not anticipated Zhang Xuanxiao would bring him to the QUANXING Society. As they neared their destination, panic began to engulf him. He had just invoked Feng Zhenghao's name in his pleas for mercy. What would happen if Zhang Xuanxiao disclosed everything to Feng? He dared not imagine the consequences. "Kill me if you dare," Zhou Lianqing's tone had shifted dramatically from pleading for life to begging for death. Had he perished near the factory, perhaps he might have retained some semblance of a reputation within the society. But if Zhang Xuanxiao proceeded to confront Feng Zhenghao, and he faced expulsion from the society, he would be discarded like a stray dog, his death unnoticed. In response to Zhou Lianqing's wish for death, Zhang Xuanxiao instead sought to ensure his survival. It was said that the more frantic an enemy became, the more justified one's actions appeared. This matter with the Tiantang society was unavoidable. Moments later, Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhou Lianqing entered the Tiantang group. By now, the building was deserted, the ordinary employees having long since departed, leaving an eerie stillness in their wake. As they burst through the entrance, a member of the Tiantang society approached, inquiring, "Sir, whom do you seek?" Zhang Xuanxiao replied calmly, "I seek Feng Zhenghao." Hearing the intruder directly address the leader by name startled the Tiantang member. "This is one of our leader's subordinates? How dare you call upon him so brazenly?" "Sir, our leader is quite busy and does not accept visitors without an appointment. Perhaps you should return tomorrow?" he suggested. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the now crippled Zhou Lianqing in Zhang Xuanxiao's grasp. "Is that Zhou Lianqing?" Clearly. As a regular member of the Tiantang society, he recognized Zhou, who had once boasted about his prowess upon joining. Seeing Zhou in such a state, the member frowned and asked, "What has happened here?" Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Lianqing grasped at hope once more, declaring with feigned righteousness, "Shaolin. This man seeks to kill the leader. Do not allow him entry. I barely managed to fend him off. Hurry, summon the others." Upon hearing Zhou Lianqing's words, the young man named Shaolin glanced at Zhang Xuanxiao's face, which radiated murderous intent. One side was a fellow member, while the other was a newcomer who had brazenly called out the leader's name, clearly harboring ill intentions. The late-night visit, the assault on a colleague, and the direct threat to the leader, everything was transparent to him. His eyes were discerning. The truth and deception he could discern in an instant. "If you wish to harm the leader, you shall have to step over my dead body," Shaolin declared, determined to defend the Tiantang society. This scene caused Zhang Xuanxiao's brow to arch. The Tiantang society truly seemed to accept all manner of individuals. After hearing just a few words from Zhou Lianqing, they had deemed him a potential threat. "Zhou Lianqing is a disgrace to your society. I am here to request an audience with your leader to address this matter," Zhang Xuanxiao stated slowly. However, Shaolin chose not to believe him. Without hesitation, he grabbed the intercom, urgently calling for reinforcements. "There is an intruder at the Tiantang society. Requesting backup. Requesting backup." With that declaration, Zhang Xuanxiao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. As the young Lin charged towards him, Zhang Xuanxiao refrained from uttering another word and swiftly sent Lin flying with a powerful strike. Although he did not exert excessive force, the impact was sufficient to leave Lin teetering on the brink of consciousness. As he passed Lin's fallen form, Zhang Xuanxiao embarked on a campaign of his own. It became evident that engaging in verbal exchanges with the members of the Tianxia society was ill-advised. Physical action proved to be far more effective. With the news of Lin's incursion disseminated through the intercom, various extraordinary individuals from the Tianxia society began to converge. Upon witnessing Zhang Xuanxiao incapacitating their comrades, they launched an indiscriminate assault against him, thereby creating a detrimental cycle. Members of the Tianxia society would attack Zhang Xuanxiao without heeding warnings, only to be countered by him. Subsequent arrivals, upon seeing their fallen peers, would disregard advice, perceiving Zhang Xuanxiao as an intruder. Thus, Zhang Xuanxiao was compelled to retaliate, leading to a new wave of misunderstandings. In the midst of this escalating chaos, Zhang Xuanxiao felt as though he had come not to assist Feng Zhenghao in managing affairs, but rather to challenge the entirety of the Tianxia society. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, Jia Zhangyu awaited the conclusion of Feng Zhenghao's meeting, seated silently on the sofa. His dark complexion and traditional attire lent him an air of mastery as he sipped tea. As a master of artifacts from Shaanxi, he had recently been invited by Feng Zhenghao to join the Tianxia society. Beside him was Feng Xingtong, Feng Zhenghao's youngest son, a youthful man with white hair, who wore a cheerful expression. Due to Feng Zhenghao's board meeting, he had dispatched his son to accompany the newly inducted master. "The intruder has reached the 5th floor. Wang Defa, how can he be so formidable? The officers are here, and yet they have fallen." Reports of the intruder's exploits emanated from the intercom, causing Feng Xingtong to furrow his brow in concern. Who was this intruder, capable of besting even the officers? Growing restless, he turned to Jia Zhangyu and spoke, "Master Jia, please wait here. I shall inform my father." Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangyu, eager to seize the opportunity, waved his hand in refusal. This minor matter need not trouble President Feng. It is merely a trivial intruder. I shall handle it. Rising from the sofa, he adjusted his collar, exuding confidence. As a member of the Tianxia Society, he felt compelled to contribute by subduing this intruder. The more daunting the task, the more it would showcase his prowess. Observing Jia Zhengyu's self-assured departure, Feng Xingtong hesitated briefly before hastily following suit. In no time, the two arrived at the floor where the intruder had caused chaos. And Feng Xingtong's frown deepened as he surveyed the defeated members of the Tianxia Society. Who was this individual? No one had managed to contend with him thus far. Filled with curiosity, Feng Xingtong's questions were soon answered. Turning a corner, he beheld the intruder's full figure, a Taoist clad in traditional robes with his hair tied up. Is he from the Celestial Master's mansion? Feng Xingtong instantly recognized Zhang Xuanxiao, a disciple renowned for having vanquished the formidable Summer He. But why would a direct disciple of the Celestial Master invade our Tianxia Society? Feng Xingtong felt an unsettling sense of disarray. Before he could voice his thoughts, Jia Zhengyu, with hands clasped behind his back, declared, "What of the Celestial Master's people? They have breached the gates of the Tianxia Society, and I shall not hold back." Zhang Xuanxiao, aware of Jia Zhengyu and Feng Xingtong's presence, reflected on his tumultuous journey through the Tianxia Society, utilizing techniques learned from previous encounters with their officers. So, this is Jia Zhengyu? He mused, recognizing the confident demeanor of the man before him. As a practitioner of artifact mastery from Shaanxi, he was a well-known figure in the realm of extraordinary individuals. Chapter 23, Zhang Xuanxiao offers you an opportunity, yet you are still ineffectual. Jia Zhengyu, with his high-level skills, posed a potential threat. If a confrontation ensued, who would emerge victorious? Feng Xingtong silently swallowed hard, sensing the gravity of the impending clash. Just as he pondered this, Jia Zhengyu made the first move. Displaying an elaborate stance, he summoned energy, his hands morphing into a vortex-like formation. This was Jia family village's signature technique, the flowing palm, which enveloped his hands in energy, creating a force akin to rushing water that penetrated the opponent's body. As Jia Zhengyu advanced, Zhang Xuanxiao employed a technique he had recently adapted from the Tianxia Society's officers. With a slight grip of his left hand, he compressed the surrounding air into a sphere, and upon releasing it forward, the compressed gas exploded, sending Jia Zhengyu hurtling backward. Is that not Xiao Zhou's ability? Feng Xingtong raised an eyebrow, momentarily baffled, recognizing the similarity between Zhang Xuanxiao's technique and that of a certain officer within the Tianxia Society. As the confrontation unfolded, Jia Zhengyu found himself ensnared in a peculiar predicament. A series of bizarre tales circulated about Zhang Xuanxiao, warning others to maintain their distance or risk being overwhelmed. Ignoring these warnings, Jia Zhengyu repeatedly approached Zhang Xuanxiao, only to be sent sprawling by the explosive currents around him. Though the blasts lacked lethal force, their suppressive power left him struggling to regain his footing, rendering him a spectacle before Feng Xingtong. Such disregard for martial ethics, Jia Zhengyu thought, feeling like a fool in front of Feng Xingtong. He had intended to impress, but found himself humiliated instead. Dare you engage me head-on? Resorting to such flashy tricks is no true display of skill, he shouted at Zhang Xuanxiao. In response, Zhang Xuanxiao sighed, recognizing the persistent arrogance of Jia Zhengyu despite his evident disadvantage. You have been granted an opportunity. Zhang Xuanxiao decided against using his previous tactics to suppress Jia Zhengyu further. Seeing Zhang Xuanxiao's seemingly generous offer, Jia Zhengyu raised an eyebrow. What? You wish for me to rise? How naive. He silently mocked Zhang Xuanxiao's innocence. As he dusted off the debris from his attire, Jia Zhengyu nonchalantly stated, "Boy, do you believe you can withstand my flowing palm, honed over 2 decades?" With that, he unleashed his signature technique towards Zhang Xuanxiao, expecting to demonstrate his superiority, only to be taken aback when Zhang Xuanxiao actually countered. Confronted with the formidable force of Zhang Xuanxiao, whose mastery had been honed over 2 decades, Jia Zhengyu exhibited no inclination to evade. As the golden light enveloped him, he braced himself for the impact. A resounding thud echoed as Jia's flowing palm struck the golden radiance, yet his prideful technique failed to penetrate its luminous barrier. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he realized the futility of his efforts. It felt as though he were striking an iron wall, doubtful of his own abilities. He unleashed several more strikes, but to no avail. The golden light spell of the Tianxia Manor was far more robust than he had anticipated, leading him to question his own existence. Unbeknownst to him, the golden light spell was foundational to the Tianxia Manor. and Zhang Xuanxiao had devoted an entire decade to mastering it. Coupled with recent system rewards enhancing his proficiency, his command over the spell had reached new heights. If this were a numerical game, Zhang's defensive prowess far surpassed his attacking strength. So this is the essence of the flowing palm. He mused as he absorbed the principles behind it. Rather than simply flowing, it was a manifestation of force. Noticing Jia Jingyu's bewildered expression, Zhang gathered a similar energy in his left hand and struck out, transferring the overwhelming force through his arm into Jia's body. The impact surged within him, causing his internal organs to feel as if they were being crushed, inflicting excruciating pain. Is this truly the flowing palm? Stunned by the realization that Zhang not only withstood his 20 years of effort, but also replicated his technique, Jia was left utterly bewildered. Before he could fully process the ramifications of his actions, Zhang Xuanxiao refused to grant him the luxury of composure. Observing the golden energy coalescing around Jia's left leg, he delivered a forceful kick to his right leg. With a sharp crack, Jia's bone shattered, sending a wave of agony coursing through him and eliciting a cry of distress. You squandered your opportunity, Zhang remarked, observing Jia writhing in pain before departing with Zhou Lianqing in tow. As Zhang Xuanxiao strode past, Feng Xingtong, feeling a sense of self-preservation, turned his head downwards, adopting a posture of submission. After all, with Jia Jingyu so thoroughly bested by a disciple of the Tianchi manner, any attempt to intervene would be sheer folly. Once Zhang had put some distance between them, Feng Xingtong exhaled a sigh of relief. But before he could fully regain his composure, Zhang returned, halting before him. Caught off guard, Feng Xingtong attempted to feign ignorance, but Zhang's voice broke the silence. Take me to Feng Jinghao. With little choice, Feng Xingtong extended his left hand, forcing a strained smile. Brother, please, right this way. As Feng Xingtong led Zhang Xuanxiao away, Jia Jingyu remained behind, abandoned and miserable. The pain was unbearable. He had never expected Zhang to be so ruthless, breaking his leg without a second thought and leaving behind such mocking words that he felt should have been his own. If not for his own carelessness, he mused, Zhang would not have left so easily. In that moment, Jia writhed on the ground, consumed by darkness. Meanwhile, Feng Jinghao had just concluded a meeting when he was alerted to an intrusion at the Tianxia Society. This news prompted a frown to crease his brow, after all. The Tianxia Society was his stronghold. Who would dare invade a territory ruled by the 10 elders? It could only be the work of the unrestrained. As he prepared to investigate, he was surprised to see Zhang Xuanxiao ascending with Zhou Lianqing. Observing his son alongside the imposing figure of Zhang, dressed in a Taoist robe, Feng Jinghao felt perplexed. What brings Zhang here? Has Xiahe summoned him? He turned to inquire of Feng Xingtong, who appeared just as bewildered. Dad, I too wish to know, Feng Xingtong replied, equally perplexed. Zhou Lianqing, Feng Jinghao exclaimed upon noticing the disheartened figure of Xiahe, who felt as though he had been condemned to death. He had not anticipated that Zhang Xuanxiao would fight his way from the lower levels to confront him. If one were to question his feelings of gratitude, he would respond, I dare not move. As Zhang Xuanxiao, clad in black, tossed Zhou at Feng Jinghao's feet, he inquired, Chairman Feng, do you recognize this individual? Feng Jinghao scrutinized the defeated Zhou Lianqing, perplexed. Who is this man? Zhang Xuanxiao wasted no time, stating, a disciple of the Yuanshan sect who practices the evil arts of Yamaoshan, using the blood of the living for sacrifices, a true disgrace among disgrace. Before Feng Jinghao could respond, Feng Xingtong cautiously interjected, Brother, have you perhaps come to the wrong place? This is the Tianxia Society. No mistake has been made. This disgrace is indeed one of your own, Zhang retorted, his gaze unyielding as he continued. I have come to seek clarification from Chairman Feng. Is the Tianxia Society a refuge for heretics, or is Zhou Lianqing a prized possession under your protection? Zhang's words were sharp, devoid of any pretense, offering Feng Jinghao no quarter. Adjusting his glasses, Feng Jinghao's gaze fell upon Zhou, who resembled a puddle of mud on the floor. A chill seemed to emanate from his eyes. Shortly thereafter, in an office, Feng Jinghao allowed Zhang to sit while he investigated Zhou's background. Upon confirming that Zhou was indeed a member of the Tianxia Society, practicing forbidden arts and nearly committing human sacrifice, his anger surged within him. No wonder Zhang Xuanxiao held animosity. It was entirely their own fault for harboring such filth. He acknowledged that he had told his subordinates to welcome all who possessed strength, but he had never anticipated that they would so carelessly admit someone practicing dark sorcery and blood rituals. More alarmingly, they had failed to uncover this during their vetting, allowing Zhang to expose their shortcomings. Feng Jinghao's expression darkened as he sensed the gravity of the situation. Father, It was the fault of those below who failed to conduct thorough background checks. Zhou acted in secret, making it difficult for us to investigate, Feng Xiayan interjected, attempting to defend their position. How many times have I instructed you to perform your duties diligently? Feng Jinghao's voice was firm. I asked you to scrutinize thoroughly. Yet you allowed Zhou Lianqing to slip through. Zhang Xuanxiao did not escalate the matter, but who was it that spread rumors of an invasion? No one here seems to possess common sense, and they allowed him to reach the rooftop. How will Zhang Xuanxiao perceive the Tianxia society? How will others regard us? Feng Jinghao's fury was palpable. Originally, the Tianxia Society, a grassroots organization within the realm of the extraordinary, had only recently been established and lacked any significant reputation, holding little sway among the 10 elders. Now, with the emergence of Zhou Lianqing, the society's reputation has been further tarnished. Listening to Feng Jinghao's reprimands, Feng Shaoyuan and Feng Xingtong bowed their heads, refraining from any retorts. President, Feng Jinghao said, taking a deep breath before turning to open the office door. With a composed expression, he suppressed his inner fury and led Feng Shaoyuan and Feng Xingtong into the office. Upon seeing Zhang Xianyun seated on the sofa, he maintained a humble demeanor and spoke, Master Xianyun, I have thoroughly investigated this matter. It is my responsibility as the president that such a scoundrel infiltrated our ranks due to the negligence of those below me. I am deeply grateful for your assistance in rectifying this situation, and I owe you a favor. Listening to Feng Jinghao's words, Zhang Xianyun slowly rose and inquired. Since Zhou Lianqing is a member of the Tianxia Society and claims to be your beloved friend and brother, how do you plan to address this issue? The question cast a heavy shadow over the Tianxia Society, and Feng Jinghao instantly grasped Zhang Xuanyun's implications. Without further ado, he approached Zhou Lianqing, who pleaded, President, I have erred. I have shed blood and sustained injuries for the society. Please grant me a chance to atone, and I will serve you diligently. However, Feng Jinghao offered no response. Instead, he gathered dark energy in one hand, gripping Zhou Lianqing's neck and with a swift motion, snapped it, ending his life. Help the Tianxia Society purge its ranks, eliminate the scoundrel Zhou Lianqing. Chi Sense 21, Bone Structure 1, Speed 3, Charisma 2, Congratulations, Post. For achieving the accomplishment of merely being a passing Taoist from the Heavenly Master's house. Receiving random rewards. Acquired secret technique. Bingzi secret, extraordinary version. As Feng Jinghao dispatched Zhou Lianqing, a notification from the system echoed in Zhang Xuanyun's ears. Upon hearing it, he raised an eyebrow. Bingzi secret? Another of the 9 secrets? Zhang Xianyun remained composed as he examined the system's description. Bingzi secret, extraordinary version. The Bingzi secret, originating from a certain fantastical world, is a technique for controlling and assisting in weapon refinement. This method enables the manipulation of all things in the world, transforming everything into weapons. When mastered to its utmost, even enemies can be turned into instruments of war. Current world level detected to be low. This secret technique has been adapted for the current world version. After reading the system's explanation of the Bingzi secret, Zhang Xianyun understood its implications. The ability to convert all things into weapons, even enemies, was indeed a straightforward and brutal technique. Before he could experiment with the Bingzi secret's effects, Feng Jinghao spoke again. In the face of such scum, the only resolution for our Tianxia society is to execute them without mercy. Zhou Lianqing impersonated our society, committing numerous heinous acts in our name. It is impossible to quell our anger without his death. Rest assured, Master Xianyun, our society will implement strict management to ensure such scoundrels never step foot in Tianxia society again. Furthermore, I personally invite you to become our supervisor. Feng Jinghao. The sly old fox not only expressed his stance but also sought to draw Zhang Xianyun closer by extending this invitation. The title of supervisor was but a guise. The true intention was to fortify their relationship. Hearing Feng Jinghao's overtures, Zhang Xianyun glanced at the lifeless Zhou Lianqing and slowly replied, President Feng, let us forego the supervisor position. Relying solely on external measures will not eradicate the problem. I have often heard outsiders speak of the potential of the Tianxia Society as a grassroots organization, and today I see there is indeed significant room for growth. High emotional intelligence, there is ample room for improvement. Low emotional intelligence, a pot of rotten fish. Feng Jinghao paused upon hearing Zhang Xuanyun's words, clearly recognizing the underlying message. However, he found himself unable to refute it. After all, the day's events had indeed painted the Tianxia Society in an unflattering light. There could hardly be a worse outcome than Zhang Xianyun confronting the society today. Indeed, The Tianxia society has vast potential for growth, especially with my son and daughter involved. Feng Jinghao humbled himself, and as he spoke, he seemed to have recalled something. He turned to call for Feng Xingtong and Feng Shaoyuan. Master Xianyun, this is my son, Feng Xingtong, and this is my daughter, Feng Shaoyuan. A few days ago, she offended you. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive her. Shaoyuan quickly apologized to Master Xianyun. Faced with her father's demand, Feng Shaoyuan felt quite helpless. Looking at Zhang Xuanyun's emotionless visage, she muttered, I am sorry. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Xianyun raised an eyebrow and followed up with a question, what exactly are you apologizing for? Feng Shaoyuan, taken aback by Zhang Xuanyun's probing, found herself in a dilemma. As a victim of a prior incident, she was not only required to apologize, but was also being questioned about her supposed offense. This was indeed a verbal assault. Feeling the heat of indignation, she thought, this is intolerable. Seeing her bewilderment, Zhang Xianyun clarified that his question was devoid of any malice. He had not anticipated that Feng Shaoyuan had offended him just days prior. In this moment, Feng Jinghao seized the opportunity to remind them, a few days ago, I sent Shaoyuan to Nankai University to invite a young friend. Her attitude towards Master Xianyun was quite poor. Upon realizing the source of the offense, Zhang Xianyun shrugged it off. No need for apologies. I merely broke a couple of her ribs. The reactions of the three present varied widely. In the following moments, Zhang Xianyun, flanked by Feng Jinghao and the Feng siblings, prepared to leave the Tianxia society. Feng Jinghao offered material incentives to retain him, all of which Zhang Xianyun graciously declined, causing Feng Jinghao to view him with increasing admiration. As the saying goes, what one cannot obtain will forever stir desire. A capable fighter, yet patient, principled, and with a profound background, he was the embodiment of the ideal son-in-law. Master Xianyun, do visit the Tianxia Society whenever you have the time. We will eagerly participate in the upcoming grand ceremony, cooperating with the Grand Master. I thank President Feng on behalf of my master, Zhang Xianyun replied. No. I must express my gratitude to the Grand Master for nurturing such an exceptional disciple. Without you, Master Xianyun, who knows how many more wicked deeds the scoundrels hidden within the Tianxia Society would have committed. As Feng Jinghao and Zhang Xianyun engaged in this amicable exchange, they seemed oblivious to a figure lurking in the shadows of the corridor, a red-haired, injured master from Shaanxi, Xia Zhengyu. Watching Feng Jinghao and Zhang Xianyun converse with ease, he felt more like a dog abandoned by the roadside, neglected and overlooked. The pain, it was excruciating. If the physical agony from his confrontation with Zhang Xianyun was bearable, witnessing the camaraderie between Feng Jinghao and Zhang Xianyun inflicted a far deeper wound, a wound to his very soul. He believed he should be standing proudly beside Feng Jinghao, not huddled in a corner like a forsaken stray, all because of this Taoist. He not only struck my face, but also insulted my dignity. Now he has taken away my future. He has crippled me and yet expects to leave so easily? Absolutely not. At this moment, Jia Jingyu disregarded Feng Jinghao, who stood beside Zhang Xuanxiao, as three slender, pointed weapons emerged from his sleeve. These were the Xiaolong darts, a trump card for him as a master of artifact manipulation from Shaanxi. Artifact manipulation involves nurturing specific items with one's own energy from a young age using secret methods. Once mastered, these items become weapons that the user can control at will. As an artifact manipulator, he could command the three weapons to attack. Though not as gifted as his brother, he was by no means mediocre. Had it not been for Zhang Xuanxiao's swift intervention, which left him crippled in an instant, he would have undoubtedly thwarted Zhang Xuanxiao's escape with his artifact manipulation technique. This is self-inflicted. A fierce glint flashed in Jia Jingyu's eyes, and as he focused his mind, the three Xiaolong darts, suspended in midair, flew towards Zhang Xuanxiao, aimed directly at his vital points. Chapter 26, Jia Jingyu. My weapon has turned against me. Jia Jingyu, unprincipled in martial ethics, launched a surprise attack. Despite the speed of his Xiaolong darts, Zhang Xuanxiao noticed them first. Faced with such a lethal maneuver, Zhang Xuanxiao calmly activated the just-acquired Bingzi secret. As his vision sharpened, the Bingzi secret engaged, locking onto Jia Jingyu's Xiaolong darts. In an instant, their trajectory was forcefully altered. The three Xiaolong darts traced a semicircle in the air before turning back to stab towards Jia Jingyu. Witnessing this, Jia Jingyu was momentarily stunned. He concentrated, attempting to regain control over the Xiaolong darts, but alas, his cultivation was inferior to Zhang Xuanxiao's. Under the suppression of the Bingzi secret, the Xiaolong darts, which he had nurtured since childhood, no longer responded to his commands and struck him directly. Each dart pierced different parts of his body, causing him triple the agony. His pained scream instantly drew the attention of Feng Jinghao and others. What a spectacle! Observing the disheveled Jia Zhangyu with 3 Zhaolong darts lodged in him, everyone was taken aback. Noticing the positions of the darts, Feng Xingtong felt a shiver run down his spine, reminiscent of a song about chrysanthemums blooming on the mountainside. Meanwhile, Feng Jinghao adjusted his round-framed glasses, puzzled by Jia Jingyu's intentions in front of so many witnesses. Master Jia? Feng Jinghao began to inquire, but before he could finish, the 3 Zhaolong darts once again lifted from Jia Jingyu's body and continued to stab downward. The sharp tips, stained with his warm blood, painted a grim picture. At that moment, Feng Xingtong stepped forward and addressed Jia Zhangyu. Master Jia, there's no need for self-harm just because you can't defeat Zhang Xuanxiao. This isn't your fault, and you shouldn't blame yourself. Hearing this, Jia Zhangyu, entangled in a struggle with his own weapons, would undoubtedly retort if given the chance, "It's your problem." He grumbled, "Stop. I command you to cease." However, the Zhaolong darts remained relentless, continuing their assault on him, which caused Feng Jinghao's brow to furrow. "Master Jia, what are you doing? Is this necessary?" "It's not that. My Zhaolong darts have turned against me. I cannot control them." The beleaguered Jia Jingyu, utterly defeated, was now embroiled in a farcical struggle with his own weapon. "Damn it, Zhaolong darts, dare to stab me again." After being repeatedly pierced by his own weapons, Jia Jingyu's mental state seemed to deteriorate. As another dart struck him, he bellowed, "I will rise again." Subsequently, he engaged in a literal tussle with the Zhaolong darts. Indeed, it was a literal fight. The frenzied Jia Zhangyu, along with the unpredictable trajectory of the Zhaolong darts, rendered it impossible for anyone nearby to intervene. Feng Jinghao found the situation exceedingly bizarre. He cast a discreet glance at Zhang Xuanxiao, wishing to explain, but Zhang Xuanxiao spoke first. The state of mind of the Tianxia Society's members is remarkably stable." What an ironic remark. Feng Jinghao smiled awkwardly and stepped forward, intending to halt Jia Zhangyu's escalating madness. But he was a moment too late. Before he could reach him, the already battered Jia Zhangyu succumbed to the torment of his own weapons, losing consciousness from blood loss. The 3 Zhaolong darts then traced a circular path in the air before neatly embedding themselves into the ground. For an artifact manipulator to be vanquished by their own weapon is indeed a rare occurrence in the realm of extraordinary beings. How peculiar. Feng Jinghao pondered as he gazed at the fallen Jia Zhangyu. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanxiao observed the bloodied Jia Zhangyu. Remarkably effective. The Bingzi's secret proved to be an exceptional tool for subduing an opponent's weapon, effortlessly seizing control. It felt akin to a long-term girlfriend suddenly being taken away by someone else in just 3 days. After sending Zhang Xuanxiao away, Feng Jinghao returned to his office on the upper floor. The farce of the Tianxia Society that unfolded that night left him feeling utterly overwhelmed. First, the disgraceful Zhou Lianxing nearly tarnished the society's reputation. Then the extraordinary individuals from the society attempted to confront Zhang Xuanxiao and were utterly defeated. Just as the chaos seemed to be concluding, Jia Zhangyu had to add another layer of absurdity. Truly, the members of this society were nothing but a disorganized mob. "Father, I bear some responsibility for today's events," Feng Xian admitted, reflecting on her elevator ride with Zhou Lianxing the previous night. Had she sensed something amiss then? Perhaps today's events could have been avoided. Upon hearing her accept responsibility, Feng Jinghao did not hold back, stating, "You certainly do bear some responsibility." Thankfully, Zhang Xuanxiao is reasonable and spared our society from disgrace. Otherwise, it would have all come crashing down. Listening to Feng Jinghao praise Zhang Xuanxiao, Feng Xian raised an eyebrow. "He spared us? Who did he spare?" She contended that Zhang Xuanxiao had thoroughly overwhelmed their society. If this was considered sparing, she couldn't fathom what it would be like if he were to show no mercy. In response to Feng Xian's misunderstanding of Zhang Xuanxiao, Feng Jinghao explained, "Xian, let me ask you, if today Zhang Xuanxiao had captured Zhou Lianxing and handed him over to someone else instead of our society, or directly exposed this information, would we still be in such a comfortable position? Zhang Xuanxiao is reasonable, which is why he brought him to our society for internal handling. Had it not been for the obstruction from others, today's events would not have escalated to such an impasse. What a pity." Feng Jinghao's words, tinged with regret, expressed his admiration for Zhang Xuanxiao. Indeed, from any perspective, Zhang Xuanxiao was the embodiment of his ideal son-in-law. With this thought, he turned to Feng Xian and inquired, "Xian, what do you think of Zhang Xuanxiao?" At this familiar question, Feng Xian was momentarily taken aback. Father, haven't I answered this before? In response, Feng Jinghao shook his head and added, I mean in a romantic sense. Chapter 27. Feng Jinghao. Xiaozhang, do you want a wife? Just say the word. I mean in a romantic sense. Hearing her father's clarification, Feng Shan's expression shifted slightly. Father, please don't joke. Him? I, Feng Shan, shall leap from here. Yet it is inconceivable that any emotional connection could develop between us. You might as well seek someone else. As she spoke, her gaze flicked discreetly towards Feng Xingtong beside her, subtly implying that he should speak on her behalf. However, Feng Xingtong seemed to misinterpret her hint, pointing to himself in astonishment and asking me. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of tales featuring male camaraderie and romantic pursuits flashed through his mind. Upon hearing his words, both Feng Xiayan and Feng Jinghao fell into silence. 2 seconds later, Feng Xingtong was politely escorted out of the office. After bidding farewell to Feng Xingtong, Feng Jinghao resumed his discourse with Feng Xiayan. Xiayan, I assure you, I am not jesting. Zhang Xuanxiao is indeed a suitable candidate. Unlike the QUANXING sect, which is steeped in strictures, he is still eligible for matrimony. Moreover, as a direct disciple of a heavenly master, his prowess and lineage are unparalleled within the realm of extraordinary beings. Establishing a connection with him would elevate our family to new heights. Feng Jinghao adjusted his glasses and continued, his intent unmistakable. Go forth, Feng Kaqiu. In response to Feng Jinghao's proposition, Feng Xiayan appeared to mentally conjure an image. Yet she shook her head. Father, you know my disposition. I truly cannot resonate with such a mundane individual. Observing Feng Xian's steadfast view of Zhang Xuanxiao, Feng Jinghao furrowed his brow slightly, then shifted his perspective. Xiayan, I have 5 children, and you alone possess the innate qualities of an extraordinary being, unable to cultivate our family's spiritual discipline. Is that not so? Feng Xiayan nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, among the current generation of the Feng family, there are 5 offspring, with the eldest and second born having been driven away by Feng Jinghao's insistence. Now, only she, Feng Xingtong, and Feng Yaya remain involved in the world. What if I cannot cultivate the spiritual discipline? You are still my daughter, and the blood of the Feng family courses through your veins. Regardless of your potential, our family will invest resources to nurture you. Feng Jinghao rose to his feet, gazing at his daughter, and continued, due to her lineage, the family can selflessly provide support. Similarly, as a member of this family, I too will unreservedly step forward when faced with the need for our family's prosperity, even if it entails sacrificing a semblance of self. Do you comprehend, Xiayan? In the grand scheme of the Feng family, individual desires are utterly trivial. Was it not the same for your mother and me? Feng Jinghao reflected on the day he knelt in reverence, securing the family's prosperity and his foothold in the business realm. Listening to Feng Jinghao, Feng Xiayan fell into contemplative silence. Within the confines of the family, she both reaped its benefits and became a resource, a fair exchange of gains and losses. Even if I were willing, he may not fulfill my father's wishes. Amused by Feng Shan's words, Feng Jinghao responded, even if he does not comply, merely engaging with him would be beneficial. Remember, do not force it. What you ought to do is navigate the currents, undertaking the appropriate actions at the right moments. In that moment, Feng Jinghao resembled a matchmaker, almost whispering to Zhang Xuanxiao, Young Zhang, would you fancy a wife? Should you express your desire, I shall promptly present Feng Xiayan to you. The following day, Zhang Xuanxiao prepared to formally visit various sects, extending invitations for the Luotian grand ceremony. As he emerged from his lodgings, he spotted a white Toyota Land Cruiser parked beneath a tree. Upon his exit, Feng Xiayan emerged from the vehicle. Today, she donned a short white jacket over a blue tank top, paired with form-fitting jeans that accentuated her athletic physique. Master Xianxiao, Feng Xiayan greeted him. Miss Feng, Zhang Xuanxiao replied, somewhat perplexed by her appearance. I have come to invite you to dinner. Firstly, to apologize, and secondly, to express my gratitude for your assistance to our association. Upon hearing her intentions, Zhang Xuanxiao shook his head. It was merely a trivial matter. Dinner is unnecessary. I have other engagements. What is it that you need to do? Feng Xiayan inquired. Naturally, it pertains to the Luotian grand ceremony. I have yet to visit any sects in northern China. In response, Feng Xiayan nodded and added, allow me to drive you. It will expedite your journey. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Xuanxiao glanced at the Toyota Land Cruiser and agreed, very well. Surprised by his prompt acceptance, Feng Xiayan queried, where to? Taking the driver's seat. She assumed the role of chauffeur, glancing at Zhang Xuanxiao for directions. Tang City, Ma family. Upon hearing the destination, Feng Shan'in raised an eyebrow, recalling the Ma family's reputation. The Ma family's ancestral skill is the Hunyuan Taijiquan, and the current head, if I recall correctly, is named Ma Baogu, renowned in the realm of extraordinary beings in Tang City. Having noted the location, Feng Shan'in adjusted her route and set off for Tang City. The distance from Tianjin to Tang City is approximately 140 kilometers, easily traversed in under 2 hours. Throughout the journey, Zhang Xuanxiao remained silent, eyes closed, creating an atmosphere of quiet awkwardness. Curiosity gnawed at Feng Shan'in. She stole glances at Zhang Xuanxiao several times, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. Miss Feng, if you have something to say, do not hesitate. Holding it in can be quite uncomfortable, Zhang Xuanxiao remarked, his eyes opening to regard her. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Shan'in directly posed her question. I am quite curious about how you learned my 100 steps fist. Pausing briefly at her inquiry, Zhang Xuanxiao could not divulge the secrets of the Duzi technique, so he casually replied, it merely resembles it. In reality, what I employed that day was not your 100 steps fist. Feng Shan'in's surprise deepened at his words. So what technique did you utilize? After a moment of silence, Zhang Xuanxiao replied, the 10 steps fist. At the mention of this so-called 10 steps fist, Feng Shan'in's expression shifted from astonishment to incredulity. Master Xuanxiao, do I appear to you as a fool? What is this 10 steps fist? The name sounds utterly fabricated. In response to her skepticism, Zhang Xuanxiao maintained a serious demeanor, looking at her intently before stating, Miss Feng, I cannot permit you to belittle fools in such a manner. At that moment, Feng Shan'in felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Perhaps she should not have come. This Zhang Xuanxiao was not only unyielding but also possessed a sharp tongue. A quintessential straight man. If any woman were to take an interest in him, it would undoubtedly reflect her own shortcomings. Master Xuanxiao, I dare wager that you shall never have a girlfriend. Feng Shan'in emphasized the word never. Unfazed by her wager, Zhang Xuanxiao dismissed it with indifference. Women would only impede my ability to wield my lightning techniques. What do I need a woman for? To eradicate evil and safeguard the Tianshi mansion is my life's pursuit. To eradicate evil is to seek vengeance, preventing others from suffering as he had. As for the Tianshi mansion, it was his second home, a sanctuary for his master, uncles, brothers, and disciples. He would not allow anyone to disrupt or destroy what he had now. However, Feng Shan'in did hit upon a truth, in both this life and the last. He had indeed never had a girlfriend. In his previous life, he was merely a worker, lacking the confidence, charm, and financial stability to attract anyone. In this life, it was even less likely. Not only did he lack romantic prospects, but he had also severed the fateful ties of his little disciple. Thank you for your kind words. Zhang Xuanxiao responded. Kind words? Zhang Xuanxiao's response left Feng Shan'in somewhat taken aback. Initially, she intended to provoke him, but instead found herself at a loss. Having been unceremoniously rebuffed, with a deep press of the accelerator, she accelerated the car once more. 2 hours later, in Tang City, at the Ma family residence, Feng Shan'in brought the vehicle to a steady halt at the entrance, watching Zhang Xuanxiao disembark. She rested her hands on the steering wheel, reflecting on the unexpected experience of sharing 2 hours in a vehicle with someone as mundane and sharp-tongued as him. It was indeed a notable personal advancement. Miss Feng, you are a good person. Thank you. Zhang Xuanxiao bestowed upon her a good person card as he exited the vehicle. Yes, you are a good person. Although Zhang Xuanxiao likely wished to express gratitude for the 2-hour drive to Feng Shan'in, his words sounded more like a prelude to rejection, a clear indication of his disinterest. As she observed Zhang Xuanxiao walking towards the Ma family entrance, she entertained the notion of accelerating the car into him. I cannot retaliate, she reassured herself, suppressing her agitation. This was not cowardice, but rather a test imposed by her father, Feng Zhenghao. Patience. Was she not also embodying a form of restraint at this moment? Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanxiao instructed a disciple at the Ma family dojo to announce his arrival. Shortly thereafter, the family head, Ma Baoguo, personally emerged from within. Upon seeing Zhang Xuanxiao, a warm smile graced his features. Xuanxiao, why did you not inform me of your visit? Master Ma, Zhang Xuanxiao greeted with a bow. By virtue of lineage, he was a direct disciple of the celestial master, holding a higher status than Ma Baoguo, yet in terms of age, Ma Baoguo could very well be his grandfather. Do not be so formal. Come inside. Ma Baoguo ushered Zhang Xuanxiao into the house. Inside, a young man knelt before a portrait, seemingly in a state of contrition. Noticing Ma Baoguo approaching with Zhang Xuanxiao, the young man's brow furrowed. What are you still doing kneeling? Get up, Ma Bao was scolded. His stern demeanor shifting to a smile as he turned to Zhang Xuanxiao. This is my son, Ma Zhong. He has just erred, and I have him reflecting on it. Please, have a seat. Xuanxiao, Ma Bao were invited. As Zhang Xuanxiao settled into a chair, he noticed Ma Zhong gazing intently at him. Before Zhang could speak, Ma Bao noticed first, admonishing, "What are you staring at? Hurry and pour tea for Xuanxiao. Show some awareness." Reluctantly, Ma Zhong complied, pouring tea for Zhang Xuanxiao. My son lacks understanding. I beg your forgiveness for his behavior, Ma Bao said to Zhang Xuanxiao. It is quite all right. He's already doing better than I did. Zhang Xuanxiao humbly replied. Not even close. Compared to Xuanxiao, you are still lacking, Ma Bao asserted. Listening to his father's words, Ma Zhong silently gritted his teeth. Is he not of similar age? How can he be so superior? Ma Zhong felt indignant, but Ma Bao's attention remained elsewhere. Instructing Ma Zhong to stand aside after pouring the tea. After exchanging pleasantries, Ma Bao inquired, Xuanxiao, what brings you here today? Zhang Xuanxiao answered candidly. My master wishes to invite your son to participate in the upcoming Luotian Grand Ceremony at Longhu Mountain in a month. This event will publicly select the next celestial master heir. Publicly selecting the celestial master heir? Ma Bao expressed surprise. What scheme does the old master have? Such an important matter, yet it will be publicly chosen? Despite his curiosity, Ma Bao did not reject Zhang Xuanxiao's request, recognizing it as an invitation from the celestial master. The celestial master's invitation is one we, the Ma family, cannot decline. However, my son is not competent enough to aspire to the position of heir. It would be a great honor for him to gain some exposure through this opportunity. Before Zhang Xuanxiao could respond, Ma Zhong interjected, unable to contain himself. Father, who says I am not capable? It is merely a celestial master heir position. If others can aspire, so can I. Ma Bao was taken aback. To speak such words in front of the celestial master's direct disciple. How reckless. How did I end up with such a son? He hastily rose and scolded Ma Zhong. What do you mean by aspiring? You struggle just to get out of bed, and you dare to have thoughts about the celestial master position? Go kneel. Father, Ma Zhong retorted defiantly, I reject your claim of unfiliality. After giving Ma Zhong another reprimanding kick, Ma Bao returned to his seat to continue the conversation with Zhang Xuanxiao. Forgive my boldness, but the old celestial master indeed acts in a shocking manner. The selection by the celestial master's residence even allows participation from outsiders, Ma Bao remarked, expressing his inability to fathom the old master's intentions. In response to Ma Bao's musings, Zhang Xuanxiao remained calm. My master has always acted in such a manner. The two men continued their conversation regarding the Luotian Grand Ceremony for a while before Zhang Xuanxiao rose to take his leave. As he prepared to depart, Ma Bao wished to invite him for lunch, but Zhang Xuanxiao politely declined. Watching him leave, Ma Bao could not help but admire the young man's exceptional demeanor. Indeed, he is the celestial master's direct disciple, exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon hearing Ma Bao's remark, Ma Zhong's eyes flashed with resentment. He turned to Ma Bao and declared, What of the celestial master's disciple? Anyone who obstructs my path, even the old celestial master, I will not hesitate to take down. Startled, Ma Bao turned and kicked Ma Zhong. How did I produce such a child? What do you have that can compare to Zhang Xuanxiao? Are you relying on empty boasts? Rather than boasting, you should practice your skills and hone your martial arts. Faced with his father's rebuke, Ma Zhong's eyes glimmered with a faint, eerie light. Clenching his fists, he proclaimed, I am no longer the weakling I once was. I have transformed into someone formidable. Noticing something amiss with Ma Zhong, Ma Bao furrowed his brow and redirected the conversation back to Zhang Xuanxiao's visit. Where have your fellow disciples gone? Prior to Zhang Xuanxiao's arrival, Ma Bao had been investigating this matter. Recently, he discovered that several disciples had gone missing, neither practicing nor responding to calls. His inquiries revealed that Ma Zhong had been frequently associating with these missing disciples. I do not know, Ma Zhong stubbornly replied. I shall ask you once more. Ma Bao pressed. Upon hearing his father's incessant questions, Ma Zhong seemed to reach his limit. Exiting the inner room, he approached a training post. Channeling his energy and striking forcefully. With a powerful elbow strike, he sent the post flying. The spectacle left the assembled Ma family disciples in a state of shock. While Ma Bao raised an eyebrow in surprise. When did this boy acquire such prowess? Before Ma Bao could react further, Ma Zhong declared, 30 years of fortune in the east, 30 years of misfortune in the west. I am no longer the Ma Zhong of old. From this day forth, I shall not allow anyone to look down upon me, not even you, Ma Baoguo. With that, Ma Zhang exited the Ma family residence, leaving Ma Baoguo internally shaken. He had not anticipated the meek boy he often reprimanded would transform into such a fierce individual. Something was indeed amiss, 12 times more than just a slight disturbance. Ma Baoguo contemplated the iron post that had been knocked aside by Ma Zhang, his mind racing with thoughts. To reach such a level. There are indeed a few among his disciples, but it is absolutely impossible for Ma Zhang. During the 3 months of sparring within the sect, he was even knocked back by a newly initiated disciple with a single punch. At that time, he was harshly reprimanded by everyone present, serving as a warning to all. How could he possibly have improved so much in just 3 months? Ma Baoguo stroked his chin, feeling increasingly suspicious. Could it be that this lad has taken to practicing forbidden arts? Forbidden arts? Regardless of their nature, if they grant him power, they can only be deemed beneficial. The wandering Ma Zhang declared that the most regretless decision of his life was joining the Phoenix Society a month ago. There, he signed an unparalleled contract that allowed him to soar to new heights, akin to the protagonists in those tales of reversal, receiving aid from the elder within the ring, transforming into an object of admiration. This power was so easily acquired, no need for arduous meditation, just the sacrifice of others' lives would suffice for him to grow strong. A disciple of the celestial master. Surely he could offer me abundant power. Ma Zhang observed Zhang Xuanxiao, who was about to depart with Feng Shaiyuan, and licked his parched lips. Old Ma, did you not say I was inferior to him? Then I shall show you otherwise. At this moment, Ma Zhang had set his sights on Zhang Xuanxiao as his prey. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanxiao also noticed the intent in Ma Zhang's gaze as he prepared to leave with Feng Shaiyuan. Where are you headed now? Feng Shaiyuan interrupted Zhang Xuanxiao's thoughts as they boarded the vehicle. Let's find a place to eat first, Zhang Xuanxiao replied. All right, Feng Shaiyuan nodded, preparing to make arrangements. By the way, why hasn't Miss Feng left yet? Upon hearing Zhang Xuanxiao's question, Feng Shaiyuan paused before answering, because I am a good person. Facing her declaration, Zhang Xuanxiao silently nodded and gave her a thumbs up. Then you are indeed a good one. The ensuing moments saw Feng Shaiyuan and Zhang Xuanxiao navigating through Tang City together. As night fell, Zhang Xuanxiao directed Feng Shaiyuan to drive towards the sparsely populated outskirts, where he would disembark. Observing the desolate surroundings, Feng Shaiyuan shifted her gaze to Zhang Xuanxiao and inquired, do you plan to deal with the person who has been tailing you all afternoon here? Yes, Zhang Xuanxiao affirmed. Stepping out of the vehicle, Miss Feng, thank you for your efforts today. You may leave now. Hearing his words, Feng Shaiyuan raised an eyebrow. Just use me and toss me aside. Is that reasonable? Are you certain you can return without me tonight? She retorted. Hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao fell silent for a few seconds before replying bluntly, you should wait for me. It won't take long. As he anticipated, a gray Jetta soon appeared on the small road. Watching Zhang Xuanxiao wait ahead, Ma Zhang could hardly contain his eagerness as he exited the vehicle. Zhang Xuanxiao, do you remember me? Ma Zhang called out. Of course, you are Ma Laosher's son. Did you follow me all afternoon at your father's behest? Zhang Xuanxiao responded. Ma Zhang approached, his shadow gradually merging with Zhang Xuanxiao's in the moonlight. It was his request, but it's also my wish. I seek to borrow your strength. Zhang Xuanxiao, become a part of me. With that, he launched an attack, executing the Ma family's mixed Yuan Taijiquan. A powerful Iron Mountain strike aimed fiercely at Zhang Xuanxiao's abdomen. However, as he advanced a mere distance, Zhang Xuanxiao effortlessly blocked it with one hand. The elbow that could pierce through iron was rendered impotent in Zhang Xuanxiao's grasp. Become a part of me? Zhang Xuanxiao questioned while halting the assault. His scrutinizing gaze fixed on Ma Zhang. What do you mean by that? Seeing the Iron Mountain strike fail to penetrate Zhang Xuanxiao's defenses, Ma Zhang swiftly transitioned to another technique, the 5 whips of mixed Yuan Taijiquan. Yet, no matter how rapidly he executed the 5 whips, the golden light that met Zhang Xuanxiao was utterly unyielding. In that moment, Ma Zhang began to sense that something was amiss. What do you mean by become a part of me? Zhang Xuanxiao pressed again, his words heavy with authority, instilling immense pressure upon Ma Zhang. It means exactly what it says. Listening to Ma Zhang's response, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow, his eyes revealing satisfaction. Oh, if that is the case, then splendid. At this moment, Feng Shaiyuan in the vehicle witnessed Zhang Xuanxiao's swift combination of moves, observing the golden light gathering on Zhang Xuanxiao's left leg. Followed by a flying kick that sent Ma Zhang soaring, she felt a peculiar sensation. So that's how I took flight back then. From one side to the other. As the saying goes, the observer sees clearly while the participant is confused. watching Mahjong being kicked around like a sandbag. Feng Shaoyuan felt as if she were witnessing her own past. Why did you provoke him of all people? Don't you realize he is a high-ranking member of the Celestial Master's establishment? Approximately 2.5 minutes later, as Zhang Xuanxiao finished his bout, Feng Shaoyuan descended from the vehicle. So what is the verdict? She approached, glancing at the thoroughly bested Mahjong before turning her attention to Zhang Xuanxiao. Doesn't he appear to be practicing any evil arts? Zhang Xuanxiao concluded, given that he has been beaten to such a state without resorting to forbidden techniques. It is evident that Mahjong is simply incompetent, lacking any formidable strikes. Not only is he incompetent, but he is also quite deluded. Hearing Zhang Xuanxiao's assessment, Feng Shaoyuan expressed her confusion. Is that all? You've kicked him for ages and come to such a conclusion? Such a conclusion? Zhang Xuanxiao retorted, dissatisfied with Feng Shaoyuan's remark. Is that not significant? All right. But what if he truly is practicing forbidden arts? Feng Shaoyuan queried. Kill him, came Zhang Xuanxiao's crisp reply, affirming the steadfastness of his convictions and leaving Feng Shaoyuan momentarily speechless. She should be grateful that she had not practiced any forbidden techniques, or else the outcome might have been more severe than merely breaking a couple of ribs. I'm genuinely curious. Regardless of who practices forbidden arts and becomes what you term an evil entity, would you kill them? Upon hearing Feng Shaoyuan's inquisitive tone, Zhang Xuanxiao nodded without hesitation. What if the one you love dearly becomes an evil entity? In response, Zhang Xuanxiao's answer was resolute. Kill. What if your 10 mentors turn to evil? Kill. What if your fellow disciples become evil? To cleanse the sect for my master, to uphold the integrity of the Celestial Master's teachings. Listening to Zhang Xuanxiao's responses, Feng Shaoyuan paused briefly before continuing. What if your master, the esteemed Celestial Master, fell into evil? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao surprisingly hesitated for a moment before stating, for the sake of all beings, I would beseech the Celestial Master to meet his end. Faced with Zhang Xuanxiao's answer, Feng Shaoyuan's mouth fell slightly open, clearly taken aback by the unwavering resolve behind his words. But that is your master. Indeed, once a teacher, always a father, this truth is eternal. However, if my master succumbs to evil, it endangers everyone, and I must compel him to meet his demise. Should I perish at the hands of my master? It would signify my inadequacy. If my master meets his end, I shall guard his tomb for eternity, never straying a step. Listening to Zhang Xuanxiao, Feng Shaoyuan gained a new understanding of him. This Taoist was indeed remarkably righteous. Feng Shaoyuan seemed to recall something and posed one last question. What if you yourself succumb to evil? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao furrowed his brow slightly. If my actions are just, then they are righteous. Should I ever stray from my true nature, I would end my own life, ensuring that I do not bring harm to the world. What a commendable resolve to avoid bringing harm to others. Upon hearing this, Feng Shaoyuan felt compelled to retract her earlier thoughts. This Taoist was not merely righteous, he was righteousness incarnate. In those melodramatic Xinxia dramas, if there were such a righteous yet malevolent elder brother, the chaotic plots would surely be diminished. Feng Shaoyuan couldn't help but regard Zhang Xuanxiao with newfound respect. As Zhang Xuanxiao engaged in idle conversation with Feng Shaoyuan, Mahjong, who had been thoroughly beaten by him, began to mutter incoherently, I must have killed too few. If I were to slay a few more brothers, it would suffice. No, that is not right. If I kill old Ma, I will surely gain more qi. Old Ma. Oh, old Ma, having already seized your qi, how could I possibly be inferior to Zhang Xuanxiao? Mahjong's ramblings were akin to those possessed by a dark spirit. Regret filled him. He lamented that he should have tricked his father into coming out to his demise first, thus acquiring strength and alleviating his father's disdain for him, a twofold gain. Old Ma, you truly deserve to die, he uttered, inadvertently drawing the attention of both Feng Shaoyuan and Zhang Xuanxiao. What was wrong with him? A sinister thought clouding his mind, Zhang Xuanxiao scrutinized Mahjong's condition, only to find no trace of malevolent energy, which left him slightly disheartened. What now? Upon hearing Feng Shaoyuan's query, Zhang Xuanxiao replied, the ancestral master left behind some valuable teachings. As he spoke, he recited a mantra, supreme celestial stars, unceasing transformations, exorcising evil and binding spirits, safeguarding life and body. Wisdom shines clear, heart and mind at peace. Three souls everlasting, the spirit never lost. As Zhang Xuanxiao invoked the pure heart charm, a pristine orb of qi materialized at his fingertips. Though his mastery of the pure heart charm paled in comparison to the golden light charm, and was far inferior to that of the heavenly master, with his prowess. It should suffice to momentarily awaken Ma Zhong. In front of Feng Shanin, Zhang Xuanxiao directed the orb of white qi to Ma Zhong's forehead. As the pure heart charm penetrated Ma Zhong's mind like a droplet of water, he trembled, his legs giving way, collapsing before Zhang Xuanxiao. Clarity gradually returned to his gaze as he looked around, bewildered, unaware of his actions. What have I done? Observing Ma Zhong's perplexed expression, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow. This situation was indeed peculiar. Initially, he suspected Ma Zhong was sent by the Ma family to spy on him. As time passed, he thought Ma Zhong harbored jealousy and vengeful intentions. Ultimately, he began to suspect that Ma Zhong had been practicing some dark sorcery. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Ma Zhong was merely a pawn used by others. At the Ma residence, deep into the night, when Ma Baohua saw Zhang Xuanxiao arriving with Ma Zhong in tow, an ominous feeling washed over him. The twitching of his right eyelid all night seemed to confirm his fears. Without hesitation, he approached and inquired, "Xuanxiao, what is the meaning of this?" In response, Zhang Xuanxiao set Ma Zhong down and replied, "I wish to ask, why did Ma Zhong stalk me all afternoon and attempt to kill me at night? Is this the will of Master Ma?" Zhang Xuanxiao's words struck Ma Baohua like a thunderclap, stirring up a tempest of panic within him. The notion of sending someone to assassinate a direct disciple of the heavenly master was something he would not dare to entertain, even with 3 lives to spare. How much trouble must this ungrateful son bring upon me? Ma Baohua swallowed hard, glancing at Ma Zhong, who appeared utterly soulless and vacant. "Xuanxiao, I suspect there is more to this," he said, then turned to Ma Zhong. "You wretch, are you still pretending to be dead?" At Ma Baohua's reprimand, Ma Zhong seemed to awaken abruptly, tears streaming down his face as he stammered, "Father, I have killed." "Killed? Whom did you slay?" Ma Baohua's brow furrowed deeply. "Third senior brother, Rongzi, and Jialan." Upon hearing these names, Ma Baohua's complexion shifted dramatically. These were all disciples he had lost contact with. Had Ma Zhong truly killed them? "You wretched son, what on earth is going on? Speak the truth before Xuanxiao." Faced with the fury of Ma Baohua, Ma Zhong recounted a tale he believed would vindicate him. Although he was Ma Baohua's son, he lacked the prowess of his father's Hunyuan Taijiquan and was even outshone by newcomers. Ma Baohua's frequent scoldings only fueled his desire to prove himself. Recently, he had heard of a high-ranking individual within the Phoenix Society capable of rapidly enhancing one's innate abilities. With a mindset of trial and error, he sought out the society. Upon arrival, the president demanded a sum of 100,000 yuan and presented a contract, claiming that signing it would grant him his desires. Though he could not comprehend the symbols within the contract, fueled by his investment, he decided to gamble. To his astonishment, he felt as if the heavens favored him, as his internal qi increased significantly. Furthermore, he seemed to possess the ability to usurp the qi of others. Initially, fear gripped him, as the method required a sacrifice from the other party. However, as time passed, his fear was gradually eclipsed by greed. The seed of desire was sown in his heart, and Ma Baohua's public reprimands acted as a catalyst, plunging him deeper into avarice. Trickery, murder, qi theft, deception, killing, and seizing. This cycle only amplified his qi, transforming him from a timid boy into a figure brimming with confidence until he encountered Zhang Xuanxiao, whose 3 kicks shattered his delusions. As Zhang Xuanxiao listened to Ma Zhong's narrative, a sense of familiarity washed over him. A contract bestowing the ability to deprive others of their qi reminded him of the infamous Shenchong, a root of calamity among the 4 maniacs of the all-encompassing sect. The adage rings true: wine is a poison that courses through the veins, lust is a blade that slices to the bone, wealth is a root of misfortune, and qi is akin to thunderous artillery. With the blade of Xia He having been dealt with, 3 of the 4 maniacs remained. It was unexpected to discover news of such a figure within the Phoenix Society. Zhang Xuanxiao felt compelled to visit, for if Shenchong truly lurked there, he would conveniently send him to meet Xia He. Foolish. You are truly foolish. Meanwhile, Ma Baohua, having heard Ma Zhong's account, was at a loss for words. Pointing at him, unable to articulate a coherent response. "What am I to say to you? My reprimands before everyone were meant to spur you on, not to lead you astray. Yet here you are, neglecting your training while seeking shortcuts." As Ma Baohua chastised him, Zhang Xuanxiao regained his composure. Glancing at Ma Zhong before asking, "Are you certain it was at the Phoenix Society?" "Yes," Ma Zhong replied. Seeing Ma Zhong nod, Zhang Xuanxiao turned his gaze back to Ma Baohua. "Master Ma, I shall take my leave." As for Mahjong, rest assured, Xiandao, I will certainly administer the family's discipline, Ma Baoguo replied, having perceived Zhang Xiandao's pause. With that, Zhang Xiandao offered a nod and departed from the Ma residence. As he emerged, Feng Shanin, seated in the car, stifled a yawn and alighted, inquiring, "How did it go? Have you uncovered everything?" "Partially. I'm heading to the Phoenix Society," Zhang Xiandao replied, raising her eyebrows at his words. "Is that so? Do you truly see me as your chauffeur? Look at the time. Even drivers need rest. You cannot simply bestow upon me a card of goodwill and expect me to toil like a beast of burden." Feng Shayan retorted. She expressed that Zhang Xuanxiao was even more capitalistic than their Tianxia society, showing no regard for humanity at all. Listening to Feng Shiyuan's words, Zhang Xuanxiao fell silent for a moment, glanced at the time, and then replied, "Indeed, we should find a place to rest." Just as Zhang Xuanxiao was persuaded by Feng Shiyuan, in a secret basement of the Phoenix Society, Huang Mao Liuliang finally extracted Zhang Huai's memories. In the dim light, he tore a small golden ball in half, swallowing hard as he carefully inspected the smaller golden orb for any cracks. After a thorough examination, he finally let out a sigh of relief. It worked. I finally extracted Zhang Xilin's memories. Hearing Liu Liang's exclamation, Xinchong, wearing square glasses, yawned and walked over slowly. Observing the golden light in Liu Liang's hand, he adjusted his glasses and thought to himself, "Is it really just this little trinket that has kept them hidden in the Phoenix Society for so long? Is it finally coming to an end?" He felt utterly exhausted after being chased from Zhang Chulin's home, pursued by Su San and Su Si from North China, and taking refuge in the Phoenix Society. "Brother Chong, do you want to take a look first?" Liu Liang suggested, noticing Xinchong's intense gaze on Zhang Xilin's memories. In response, Xinchong shook his head. "You go ahead. I'll notify the acting leader." Watching Xinchong call the acting leader without showing any interest in the memories, Liu Liang was not surprised. Xinchong had no interest in Zhang Xilin's memories. If it weren't for the acting leader's orders, he might have been on his way to avenge Xia He. Yes, avenging Xia He by eliminating Zhang Xuanxiao. According to reason, there shouldn't be such deep feelings among all-seeing people, yet Xinchong had a close friendship with Xia He. Upon confirming that Xia He had truly died at Zhang Xuanxiao's hands, Xinchong even sent someone to investigate the whereabouts of Xia He's body. "Forget it. If he doesn't want to look, I will." Liu Liang placed the freshly processed memories between his brows, and as the golden orb emitted light, he too beheld the scenes within the memories. After viewing the memories, Liu Liang's expression subtly changed. He saw Feng Baobao covered in blood. Interesting. A smile involuntarily spread across Liu Liang's face. He thought of a delightful idea that might be feasible. After finishing the call with the acting leader, Xinchong turned to see the mischievous grin on Liu Liang's face and raised an eyebrow. What mischief is this child plotting again? He pondered. Never mind, it doesn't matter. After escorting Liu Liang to extract the memories, I can officially devise a plan to avenge Xia He. As he contemplated killing Zhang Xuanxiao, the one responsible for Xia He's death, Xinchong clenched his fists. The first step was to leave the Phoenix Society. The next day, under the bright sunshine, the first rays of dawn streamed through the window onto the bed. Zhang Xuanxiao, eyes tightly shut, suddenly awoke with a start, sitting up abruptly. Breathing heavily with beads of sweat on his forehead, he seemed to have just escaped from a nightmare. Indeed, he had experienced a harrowing dream. In it, he was overtaken by his inner demons, gone mad, destroyed the Heavenly Master's mansion, killed many of his senior and junior brothers, and ultimately confronted his master, the old Heavenly Master. This dream was terrifying. To him, the Heavenly Master's mansion was his home, and those brothers were his family. He could not allow outsiders to harm even a blade of grass from the Heavenly Master's mansion, yet he found himself as the destroyer, the murderer of his own family. This realization was undoubtedly more painful than death itself. Zhang Xuanxiao took a moment to calm his breath, frowning as he contemplated the meaning of this dream. Undoubtedly, the origin of this dream stemmed from the questions Feng Shiyuan had posed the previous day. However, it also indirectly revealed his anxieties. The Luotian Grand Ceremony. The scheme that the old Heavenly Master devised for Zhang Chulan posed a significant calamity for the Heavenly Master's mansion. In the original tale, to ensure Zhang Chulan would seize the crown and become the heir of the Heavenly Master, the old Heavenly Master went to great lengths to orchestrate a dark plot, even going so far as to drug his own disciple to help Zhang Chulan rise to the top. The dark schemes were laid bare before everyone. severely damaging the credibility of the Heavenly Master's mansion in hosting competitions. Ultimately, Zhang Xuanxiao, that treacherous scoundrel, even refused the Heavenly Master's inheritance, placing the Heavenly Master's mansion in an awkward predicament. This was indeed a disaster. Furthermore, following the Luotian grand ceremony, the all-seeing assault on the mountain would be another calamity. Those all-seeing demons set fire to Longhu Mountain, acting without restraint, and killed numerous brothers and outsiders, destroying every blade of grass in the Heavenly Master's mansion. Although this calamity was a trap set by the old Heavenly Master and the 10 elders to eliminate the all-seeing, it still inflicted significant harm on the Heavenly Master's mansion as the main battleground. This dream might have served as a wake-up call, urging me to plan ahead, ensuring the Heavenly Master's mansion does not suffer such a blow, and preventing my master from disregarding the Heavenly Master's mansion for Zhang Xuanxiao. Zhang Xuanxiao thought to himself. After organizing his thoughts, he realized this matter needed to be strategized after returning to Longhu Mountain. The immediate concern was still the Phoenix Society and Xincheng. Zhang Xuanxiao quietly rose from the bed, washed up briefly, changed his clothes, and then exited his hotel room, knocking on Feng Shaoyuan's door. "Who is it?" came Feng Shaoyuan's voice from inside. "It's me, Zhang Xuanxiao. Are you heading to the Phoenix Society?" Hearing Zhang Xuanxiao's voice, Feng Shaoyuan quickly opened the door, yawning as she spoke. "Of course, I want to go." She felt it was only fair to witness the excitement after having to endure Zhang Xuanxiao's straightforwardness for so long. Observing Feng Shaoyuan's attire, Zhang Xuanxiao paused for a moment before turning to leave, then hurry and change. "I'll wait for you downstairs." Oh, the Phoenix Society, a civil organization of extraordinary individuals in Tang City, is led by Zhou Yifa, nicknamed Big Gold Tooth. Zhou Yifa is quite famous in Tang City. Whether among other civil organizations or the various branches of the Tang City All-Seeing Company, they must give the Phoenix Society some respect. Unlike other civil organizations, the Phoenix Society operates more like a marketplace. Here, one can trade for any information one desires and acquire what one seeks. Naturally, money is indispensable. As the President Big Gold Tooth puts it, as long as the money is right, he can procure even the 8 extraordinary skills for you. Zhou Yifa loves money and knows how to leverage it to open doors. In the face of the official nature of the All-Seeing Company, he actively pays taxes and donates, becoming a prime representative of civil organizations in Tang City. He bribes all-seeing employees, befriending them to pull strings at the right moment. Concerning other extraordinary organizations below, he employs both soft and hard tactics, nurturing a group of idle extraordinary enforcers to maintain order while being generous with money when necessary. Thus, by paving the way with money and navigating within the rules, the Phoenix Society, managed by Big Gold Tooth, has become the most reputable and safest trading market in Tang City. At this moment, Big Gold Tooth Zhou Yifa sat on the large sofa within the Phoenix Society. He wore a tank top and large shorts, a gold bead necklace hanging around his neck, and simple slippers on his feet. His pure gold ring gave off a flashy nouveau riche vibe. As he surveyed a row of enforcers standing before him while picking his teeth, he instructed, as usual, ensure the underlings keep their hands clean. Don't let any unsavory business slip out. The all-seeing folks are coming to inspect today, so let us be mindful of the rules. Yes, boss, the enforcers replied in unison. Hey, don't call me boss. I've told you to call me president. We are a legitimate company, so don't make it seem like we're involved with any underworld forces. Big Gold Tooth corrected the way his subordinates addressed him before dismissing them to carry on with their tasks. He had just given his orders when suddenly the customized pure gold phone next to him rang. Chapter 33. You mentioned seeking revenge on the Heavenly Master's mansion. So there's no issue. He glanced at the number displayed on the phone, raised an eyebrow, and promptly answered the call. Brother Shun, at such a close distance, you still chose to call me. If there's something to discuss, just come over directly. On the other end of the line, Xincheng listened to the words of the man with the golden teeth and responded, being cautious is always prudent. After all, I am with QUANXING, and Brother Zhou is a legitimate businessman. If the Phoenix Society were to associate me with any collusion with QUANXING, it would spell trouble. Hearing this, Zhou Laodao was momentarily taken aback. Then he corrected Xincheng's phrasing. Brother Xin, what do you mean by QUANXING? We are all friends here, just engaging in legitimate transactions. His relationship with Xincheng was intricately intertwined. They had known each other for a long time. Zhou Laodao recognized Xincheng's intelligence and prowess. In the early days of the Phoenix Society, facing numerous competitors, he had enlisted Xincheng's help to deal with the reckless and brutal actions of the QUANXING demons. At that time, the realm of extraordinary beings in Tang City was rife with news of chaos, causing widespread anxiety. Indeed, Xuanxiao served as his covert enforcer. Even if the actions of the QUANXING demons reached far and wide, there was a consensus: they were to be dealt with. Naturally, Zhou Laodao compensated Xuanxiao generously and assisted him in acquiring the intelligence he desired within the trade network of the Phoenix Society. This time, Xuanxiao had managed to escape from Tianmin alongside LV Liang, and his prolonged stay in Tang City owed much to the Phoenix Society. Aware of the correction from the golden-toothed man, Xuanxiao understood the dynamics at play. Friends, it's merely a matter of mutual exploitation. The Golden Teeth leverage my identity with QUANXING to eliminate obstacles, while I utilize the intelligence, resources, and trading platforms of the Phoenix Society to disseminate contracts, thus accumulating more qi to aid my cultivation. Brother Zhou, to return to the matter at hand, I am calling to inform you that we are leaving, and I would like to request your assistance before we depart. Surprised by Xuanxiao's intention to leave, Zhou Laodao exclaimed, "Leaving? So soon? Aren't you staying a bit longer?" "No, I still have revenge to seek." "Revenge?" Zhou Laodao's curiosity piqued at Xuanxiao's declaration. "If you seek vengeance, you should have said so earlier." "Brother Xin, who are you targeting?" "The Heavenly Master's mansion, Zhang Xuanxiao." Upon hearing the name of the Heavenly Master's mansion, Zhou Laodao, who had initially appeared relaxed, seemed to freeze for a few seconds. "What did you say? The Heavenly Master's mansion?" Noticing him swallow hard, he quickly changed the subject. "Ah, Brother Shun, what was it you needed my help with?" Zhou Laodao's abrupt shift was telling. Clearly, he wasn't foolish. As a businessman in Tang City, it would be unwise to provoke the Heavenly Master's mansion for the sake of Xuanxiao. After hanging up, Zhou Laodao felt a lingering apprehension. Damn, to think he would dare to involve the Heavenly Master's mansion. At that moment, disciples from the Heavenly Master's mansion, led by Zhang Xuanxiao, had already arrived at the periphery of the Phoenix Society. What lay before them was a street steeped in ancient charm, bustling with extraordinary beings. Some were local merchants, while others were visitors engaged in trade. Along the sides of the street, various antique shops stood, exuding a more refined atmosphere compared to the makeshift stalls of itinerant merchants. Feng Shaiyuan briefly introduced Zhang Xuanxiao to the Phoenix Society, stating, "Zhou Fa, known as the Golden-Toothed Man, is the president of the Phoenix Society." He began as an information broker, gradually expanding and strengthening his influence, eventually gathering a group of like-minded extraordinary individuals to form the original Phoenix Society. According to our intelligence, Zhou Fa had dealings with QUANXING in the past. Many antique dealers in Tang City were coerced by QUANXING, with the exception of the Phoenix Society. Listening to Feng Shaiyuan, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow, colluding with QUANXING? And he managed to grow his influence? Doesn't anyone intervene locally? Intervene? How could they? Feng Shaiyuan shook her head in response to Zhang Xuanxiao's question. Zhou Fa is meticulous in his dealings and understands human nature well. He spares no expense when it comes to money, employing both coercion and incentives against his peers. As for the authorities, he pays his taxes and makes donations, maintaining a clean record with the local archives. The Phoenix Society is still considered an exemplary grassroots organization in Tang City. Without any vulnerabilities and with a network of connections supporting him, how could anyone intervene? Zhou Fa is indeed a remarkable talent. Feng Shaiyuan concluded her praise, acknowledging that although he may not rival their organization, he had built his empire from the ground up and established deep roots in Tang City. As the saying goes, he is a local tyrant in Tang City. Even if their organization were to arrive, it would be difficult to compete with the Phoenix Society on its home turf. Zhang Xuanxiao evaluated the situation. He hadn't anticipated the complexity of the Phoenix Society's background, nor did he expect the local authorities to be so passive, allowing such a collusion with QUANXING to flourish to this extent. Some might argue that the role of the authorities is to maintain balance, and they refrain from intervening in the affairs of extraordinary beings as long as they remain within acceptable bounds. To this, Zhang Xuanxiao could only respond, "It is precisely because of this attitude that they have allowed QUANXING to perpetrate its wickedness, resulting in countless innocent lives lost at their hands." Listening to Zhang Xuanxiao, Feng Shaiyuan chose not to respond directly. Instead, she remarked, "All right, I've done all I could as a good person. The rest is up to you. I'll just watch the show." Acknowledging her statement with a nod and a brief thank you, Zhang Xuanxiao proceeded toward the nearest shop. Feng Shaiyuan, however, remained at the entrance of the Phoenix Society, waiting. What actions would Zhang Xuanxiao take? She pondered inwardly. With his righteous yet rebellious nature, would he merely inquire about the contracts? Before she could finish her thoughts, her gaze caught sight of something that made her brow arch slightly. Oh, personnel from the authorities? In her line of sight, employees donned in the uniforms of the authorities were disembarking from their vehicle, heading towards the direction of the Phoenix Society. This scene made Feng Xiaoyuan stroke her chin thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanxiao had already entered the shop. It was an antique store, and the proprietor was a short and astute-looking middle-aged man. Upon noticing a newcomer, he glanced over and recognized Zhang Xuanxiao as one of their own, asking, "What brings you here?" Chapter 34. After spending so much money to nourish so many people, was it not for this day? I am looking for Zhou Yifa. Upon hearing Zhang Xuanxiao's intention to seek out Zhou Laoda, the man was momentarily taken aback. You understand the rules, right? Rules? Zhang Xuanxiao queried, puzzled. Without understanding the rules. You expect me to take you to see Zhou Laoda? What are you thinking? The man was secretly pleased to see Zhang Xuanxiao's apparent ignorance, but maintained a neutral expression. Another Navi newcomer who knew nothing. To meet Zhou Laoda, one must first pay a deposit of 100,000. Zhang Xuanxiao was surprised to learn of this requirement from the Phoenix Society. It was no wonder they could collude with QUANXING. Their foundations were as corrupt as their leadership. Today, he intended to rectify this atmosphere. No money, no meeting with Zhou Yifa? What else? Zhang Xuanxiao gathered energy in his left hand, compressing the surrounding air. As he released it, the compressed air exploded, creating a shockwave that shattered the shop's glass and the displayed fakes. What the hell? Are you trying to destroy my store? The middle-aged man was dumbfounded, having never anticipated that Zhang Xuanxiao would resort to such ruthless means right from the start. Before he could muster any resistance, Zhang Xuanxiao swiftly seized his collar, his demeanor chillingly indifferent as he spoke. I shall ask you once more, without money, will you not see Zhou Yifa? As the shopkeeper felt the pressure from Zhang's fingertips, his earlier intentions of extortion faltered, and he found it difficult to breathe. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's response, Zhang slightly eased his grip. Rules? What rules? The fist is the only rule. In an organization deeply entangled with the depraved, discussing rules with anyone is the cruelest form of self-deception. Before long, under the guidance of the shopkeeper, Zhang Xuanxiao arrived at the true Phoenix Society. Beneath Phoenix Street, he beheld a lavishly constructed artificial street bustling with numerous individuals trading genuine artifacts, their shouts intertwining in a cacophony. Talisman from the Qing sect of Maoshan. You can't go wrong. Those who buy will profit. Upon hearing of the Maoshan talismans, many knowledgeable individuals stepped forward to take a look. Are there any life-size dolls from the Lu family? Lu Linglong? They are incredibly lifelike. At this announcement, attention shifted once more. Wow, rare as hen's teeth. No wonder it's the Phoenix Society. Even this is for sale. QUANXING Xia. Upon hearing the name Xia He, Zhang Xuanxiao's gaze snapped towards the source, mistakenly believing someone was calling for her. However, the vendor swiftly redirected his pitch. A limited edition photo collection of QUANXING Xia, an exclusive rarity that will never be available again. Boss, you truly are a talent, even making money off the deceased. Navigating through the throngs of the vibrant underground street, Zhang Xuanxiao ultimately paused at a nondescript underground shop. Under the guidance of a middle-aged shopkeeper, he encountered the ostentatious Zhou Yifa. Boss Zhou, it's him. He smashed my store. In front of Zhou Yifa, the formerly timid shopkeeper dropped the pretense. Smashing my store is one thing, but the real issue is that it's a slap in your face. Boss Zhou, you must help me. As the shopkeeper spoke, Dajing Ye's gaze fell upon Zhang Xuanxiao. The moment he recognized this esteemed disciple of the Tianchi mansion, the information broker realized Zhang's identity. Damn it, just as I mentioned to Qiao, Cao Cao arrives. Having just conversed with Xinchong and learned of his intentions to deal with Zhang Xuanxiao, Dajing Ye felt a wave of unease wash over him. He steadied himself. Even if he is from the Tianchi mansion, he cannot cause trouble here at my Phoenix Society. You are Zhou Yifa? Zhang Xuanxiao inquired, fixing his eyes on Zhou. Did you seek me out only to smash my subordinate's store? Zhou Yifa glared at Zhang, a disciple of the Tianchi mansion, traveling all the way to Tang City to find a merchant like me. What is your intent? Are you looking to trade something? I've heard you possess a contract that can enhance one's strength rapidly. Upon realizing that Zhang was indeed there for a transaction, Zhou Yifa initially hesitated, then relaxed slightly. It appeared even a distinguished disciple from the Tianchi mansion could experience anxiety regarding their own strength. You ask about that? I do have it. But the price? Zhou Yifa rubbed his fingers together, indicating that it would not come cheaply. Let us inspect the goods first. Hearing Zhang's words, Zhou Yifa scratched his head, then gestured to one of his subordinates. All right, Bring it for him to see. Following his instruction, the subordinate opened one of the nearby safes and retrieved a very thin piece of paper. Zhang Xuanxiao sensed the energy within, although he had never encountered Shenchong. He could tell from the aura of this contract that it was likely the source of calamity. Seeing Zhang examining the contract for a lengthy period, Daojing wondered if Zhang was satisfied. This contract indeed originated from Shenchong, who had advised him to store it at the Phoenix Society for distribution. He merely sold it at cost as a favor to Shin, having sold it out over the years. The most recent sale had been some time ago. Have you finished inspecting the goods? Daojing queried. Yes, I have. Zhang Xuanxiao nodded and arrived at a definitive conclusion. Zhou Yifa, in collusion with QUANXING, has perpetrated atrocities against the innocent. His crimes warrant execution. That cannot be right. Daojing frowned at Zhang's damning verdict. He could never associate himself with such accusations of collusion, so he retorted, do not speak recklessly. I am merely a businessman. These items are entrusted to me by clients. How is that collusion? I see. You are here to stir up trouble, Zhang Xuanxiao replied, attempting to impose a baseless accusation, then seeking a grandiloquent justification. I warn you, someone from the authorities will soon arrive. They can attest to my innocence. Seeing Zhang Xuanxiao's refusal to engage in further dialogue and his intention to take action, Daojing issued a warning. Even if you are from the Tianchi mansion, you must abide by the rules of my Phoenix Street. Guards, seize him. With his command, the surrounding henchmen sprang into action. As Zhang Xuanxiao found himself encircled, Daojing grinned, knowing that after years of investment in cultivating such muscle in Tang City, this was precisely the moment he had been preparing for. Chapter 35. Can a disciple of the Tianchi mansion truly eliminate us all? At that moment, within the Tianchi mansion, the elder Tianchi was seated in the courtyard of Tianjinzong, his right eyelid twitching incessantly, causing him to furrow his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly remarked, could it be that Xuanxiao is in trouble? Upon hearing this, Tianjinzong, with eyes wide as saucers, responded, surely not. Is Xuanxiao in danger? Isn't down the mountain to invite the various sects? No, the elder Tianchi shook his head. I fear he may pose a danger to others. How could that be? Though Xuanxiao has his demons, he is still quite discerning when faced with common folk. Listening to his junior's reassurances, the elder Tianchi sighed. I fear he may encounter the QUANXING. At that moment, Zhang Xuanxiao, whom the elder Tianchi worried for, was already instigating a thorough purge within the Phoenix Society. Initially, no one believed that this frail little Taoist could pose any significant threat. The burly henchman raised and trained by Daojing dwarfed Zhang in stature. Reminiscent of action films from certain island nations, 7 hulking figures against 1, a disparity that made Daojing feel secure. 11 against 1. The advantage is mine. Just as he reveled in this thought, he suddenly witnessed a flash of golden light streaking past him. Moments later, one of his henchmen's heads burst apart, akin to raindrops splattering upon the ground, releasing the earthy fragrance of soil. What is happening? The onlookers were momentarily stunned, and Daojing touched the warm substance on his face, realizing it was the very matter that had just sprayed forth, white, mingled with a foul odor, resembling brain matter. At that instant, his mind seemed to freeze, blanking out entirely. This cannot be right. This cannot be right. As he questioned whether Zhang Xuanxiao was indeed a disciple of the Tianchi mansion, he beheld Zhang, like an executioner, wielding the golden light charm, a righteous technique turned lethal weapon in his hands. Despite the numerical disadvantage, it did not hinder him from maneuvering through the crowd with grace. He embodied the lead actor in a grand theatrical performance, showcasing the artistry of slaughter with his superb skills and eloquent delivery. Each strike was precise, each blow hitting the enemy's weak spots with clean efficiency. Before long, this performance, witnessed solely by Daojing, drew to a close. In the center of the stage stood Zhang Xuanxiao, radiating a golden light, exuding an air of vitality. Despite having taken countless lives, not a single drop of blood stained his coarse robe. This was the disciple of the Tianchi mansion? Daojing stumbled out of the shop, his mind swirling with doubts about Zhang Xuanxiao's affiliation with the Tianchi mansion. Though he had never visited the Tianchi mansion, he had heard of its esteemed reputation from various sources. It was the epitome of righteousness. He could not fathom how such a ruthless figure as Zhang Xuanxiao could possibly belong to the Tianchi mansion. Confusion engulfed him. Just moments ago, Zhang Xuanxiao had struck with such ferocity that it was impossible to discern whether he was a disciple of the Tianchi mansion or a member of the QUANXING. It was even more sinister than Shenchong. Having narrowly escaped that den of chaos, He surveyed the bustling underground market before him and gathered his thoughts. After all, this was still his territory, filled with innocent bystanders. He could not believe that Zhang Xuanxiao would dare unleash a massacre here. "Don't sell your wares," he bellowed, the urgency of his voice cutting through the noise. His outburst drew the attention of a few nearby onlookers, who were astonished to see the Phoenix Society's president, Daozhang, in such disarray. "Boss Joe, what is going on? Who has the audacity to disrupt the Phoenix Society?" Curiosity rippled through the crowd as they pondered the identity of the troublemaker. In Tang City, it was unprecedented to hear of an attack on the Phoenix Society, which had operated its stalls for years. As they speculated, Zhang Xuanxiao, the central figure, made his way from the Phoenix Society to the underground street. Spotting Daozhang in the distance, he spoke calmly. "Now it's your turn." Faced with Zhang Xuanxiao, Daozhang swallowed hard, then addressed the surrounding stall owners. "I'll state this clearly. Whoever can take down that troublemaker from the Tianchi mansion, Zhang Xuanxiao, will have their stall fees waived and receive a reward of 10 million. 10 million? And stall fees waived? Daozhang was indeed making a significant investment. Just the promise of waived stall fees would undoubtedly attract numerous skilled individuals. The name Zhang Xuanxiao from the Tianchi mansion also caused many informants to furrow their brows. As informants, they acutely sensed that Zhang Xuanxiao was the very person who had recently annihilated Xia He and obliterated the QUANXING stronghold. That kind of money would not come easily. "Boss Joe, is this true? I guarantee it with my credibility. No matter who it is, regardless of how many, if you take down Zhang Xuanxiao, the reward is yours." As the saying goes, great rewards attract brave souls. In an instant, many began to stir with excitement. A throng of people, including many from other extraordinary organizations, gathered, outnumbering Zhang Xuanxiao significantly. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Xuanxiao clasped his hands together, compressing the air around him. With a forward thrust, a violent blast of compressed air erupted, resembling a storm that pushed several onlookers back a few steps. Before they could comprehend Zhang Xuanxiao's actions, a golden circle formed, isolating them from Daozhang. Zhang Xuanxiao, enveloped in golden light, spoke with an unperturbed demeanor. "Zhou Fa colluded with the QUANXING and committed heinous acts. Such crimes warrant punishment. Anyone who enters this circle shall share his fate." The crowd fell silent, momentarily stunned by Zhang Xuanxiao's declaration, before erupting into laughter. "Who do you think you are? You think you can meddle in our affairs? You're just a disciple of the Tianchi mansion. What right do you have to stir up trouble?" "Exactly. If the old Tianchi were here, we might show some respect, but you're just a child, trying to threaten us? I tell you, even if the old Tianchi were here, you wouldn't dare to say that. You young people really don't know your limits. Just because you killed a few members of the QUANXING, you think you can become a beacon of justice?" Evidently, they did not take Zhang Xuanxiao's warning seriously. Perhaps the Tianchi mansion's reputation was substantial, but that was largely due to the immense power of the old Tianchi. A mere disciple, regardless of his relationship with the master, held little weight in their eyes. Chapter 36. Killing without hesitation. Is this still a disciple of the Tianchi mansion? Amidst the rising tide of skepticism, Zhang Xuanxiao remained calm and composed. Like a fierce wind sweeping over a mountain, he stood resolute, undeterred by their jeers. Regardless of their words, his warning had been issued, and he challenged them to enter the circle if they dared. Encouraged by the crowd, Daozhang felt bolder, convinced that Zhang Xuanxiao could not possibly kill them all. When the first defiant individual crossed the golden light into the circle, Zhang Xuanxiao showed no mercy. As the secret technique was unleashed, weapons from the surrounding stalls seemed to come alive, stirring as if possessed. A sharp azure sword rose into the air, followed by several other swords that flew toward him. With a swift motion, one of the flying swords severed the neck of the intruder, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The hapless victim collapsed, kneeling in a pool of crimson, desperately clutching at his neck in a futile attempt to stem the flow of life slipping away. Had he truly killed him? Witnessing Zhang Xuanxiao's decisive action took the crowd by surprise. The youth was indeed impetuous. Was this indiscriminate slaughter the mark of a Tianchi mansion disciple? Was this not akin to the QUANXING? Had he not considered the consequences? Those who enter the circle shall share the same fate. Zhang Xuanxiao reiterated his earlier proclamation before striding towards Daozhang, seizing his corpulent form. "I refuse to believe that a disciple of the Tianchi mansion can slay us all. Let us go in together." This new generation was indeed reckless. They thought Zhang Xuanxiao's aggression was merely a momentary reaction to their provocations. As more individuals rushed in, they believed he would hesitate to continue his assault. Alas, They were gravely mistaken in their understanding of this righteous yet malevolent disciple of the Tianshi mansion, while others may speak with a mix of truth and falsehood. Zhang Xuanxiao's words rang unequivocally true. Before their eyes, the flying swords danced like specters, each sweep claiming a life. In mere moments, several more fell into the blood-soaked ground, their diverse tactics proving futile against the unyielding sharpness of the blades. Madness. This disciple of the Tianshi mansion had truly lost his mind. Is there no one to intervene? Where's the old Tianshi? Does anyone have his number? As the bodies piled higher within the golden circle, the blood flowing across the ground evoked a sense of a river of crimson. The stench of blood, combined with the sight of corpses strewn everywhere, rendered the once boisterous provocateurs silent in shock. They had been brought to heel. They were truly honest. Even if they were as obstinate as ever, at this moment, they realized that the golden circle underground was not Zhang Xuanxiao's talisman for survival, but rather their own. Seeing that no one dared to approach, Big Gold Tooth was utterly dumbfounded. He raised the stakes even higher, but to no avail. It is said that a generous reward will inspire bravery, yet how could that hold true when faced with a merciless devil? Some money can be earned, while other sums are simply unattainable. As he surveyed the vast street, realizing there was no one who could contend with Zhang Xuanxiao, Big Gold Tooth finally relented and pleaded for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. Spare my life, and I possess information regarding Xincheng. I only seek a chance to live. Hearing his words, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow. Speak. After a brief pause, Big Gold Tooth continued. Xincheng seeks revenge against you. He just asked me for your information and the topography of Longhu Mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Xincheng to be so reckless, pondering the terrain of Longhu Mountain. Revenge? What revenge? Was it for the grievance of Xia He? Zhang Xuanxiao fixed his gaze on Big Gold Tooth and inquired, where is Xincheng now? Without regard for the charges of collusion, Big Gold Tooth replied, he is underground on Phoenix Street. He just called me, saying he was about to leave. Oh, that contract was also his doing, urging me to release it for sale. Listening to Big Gold Tooth's honest response, Zhang Xuanxiao was certain he had not killed the wrong person. Now you acknowledge that this is your safe haven? Colluding with the wicked and harming the innocent, your death is not unjust. Upon hearing this familiar verdict, fear radiated from Big Gold Tooth's eyes as if it were about to overflow. I've said all I needed to. You must spare my life. Oh, when did I ever say that? Faced with Zhang Xuanxiao's lack of integrity, Big Gold Tooth nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Typically, he was the one deceiving others. Now he found himself ensnared in a trap. Just as the scales of the situation tipped in Zhang Xuanxiao's favor, the inspectors of Tang City, who were known for their omnipresence, descended from the elevator. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were instantly stunned. Before their eyes lay heaps of corpses, blood freely flowing on the ground, and the overwhelming stench pervading their senses, forming a scene that compelled them to gasp in shock. In the midst of the battlefield stood a young man clad in coarse Taoist robes, effortlessly lifting the body of Big Gold Tooth, the president of the Phoenix Society. His eyes, devoid of warmth, resembled ice covering a mountain, exuding an infinite chill. What in the world has happened? The leader of the team, Ji Chang, appeared utterly bewildered. How did Lao Zhou fly up? As a man compromised by Zhou Yifa's bribes, Ji Chang could be considered one of the protectors of the Phoenix Society. Countless shady dealings had been overlooked under the monetary influence of Zhou Yifa. Recently, when instructed to conduct surprise inspections of the local rogue organizations, he had dutifully informed Big Gold Tooth in advance to avoid any mishaps. Initially, it was meant to be an ordinary inspection. The shops on Phoenix Street were tranquil. However, upon arriving below, he found everything had changed. The president of the Phoenix Society, that nearly 200-pound figure, is actually airborne. Stop. Ji Chang instinctively chose to protect the cash cow, shouting out and motioning for his subordinates to intervene. Upon seeing the arrival of the inspectors from Tang City, the crowd around felt a surge of hope. The honorable magistrate has finally arrived. Chapter 37. What of the inspectors? The killing continues. As the saying goes, when the county magistrate arrives, peace is assured. The mere presence of the inspectors from Tang City seemed to promise safety. Big Gold Tooth, sensing a glimmer of hope, exclaimed, Lao Ji, you've finally come. I formally report that Zhang Xuanxiao from the Tianshi mansion is indiscriminately slaughtering innocents, harming the loyal, destroying my Phoenix Street, and even seeks to kill me, the president of this distinguished rogue organization in Tang City. They are all witnesses. With tears in his eyes, Big Gold Tooth felt more aggrieved than ever after years in the rogue community. Listening to Big Gold Tooth's accusations, Ji Wuchang furrowed his brow. Tianchi Mansion? Are you saying these people are disciples of the Tianchi Mansion who committed these acts? In his jurisdiction, with so many witnesses present, and having witnessed such slaughter, Ji Wuchang understood that even if Zhang Xuanxiao had ties to the Tianchi Mansion, it would not suffice. On one side stood an unfamiliar Tianchi Mansion, while on the other stood his friend, a prominent representative of the rogue community in Tang City. It was clear to Ji Wuchang who was right and who was wrong. Leader, you must take charge. This young man is too arrogant. He acts recklessly, relying on the Tianchi Mansion to do as he pleases. I have never seen such a vile disciple of the Tianchi Mansion. I suggest a thorough investigation. The surrounding vendors now became the most compelling witnesses, rallying to denounce Zhang Xuanxiao. Zhang Xuanxiao acts with impunity, harming the innocent. The evidence is overwhelming. He must be arrested. The previously subdued Phoenix Street, under Zhang Xuanxiao's iron-fisted rule, became restless with the arrival of the esteemed inspectors. Zhang Xuanxiao, how do you explain yourself? In the eyes of the crowd, Ji Wuchang stood upon the moral high ground, transforming into the defender of the weak, boldly confronting the powerful. He questioned Zhang Xuanxiao with a tone devoid of leniency, as if facing a formidable adversary. Hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao cast a sidelong glance at him. Zhou Yifa colluded with the wicked, aiding and abetting. How many innocents have perished at his hands? Should he not be killed? Nonsense. President Zhou is the leader of an esteemed rogue organization in Tang City. How can you say that? Ji Wuchang instinctively defended Big Gold Tooth. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's words, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow. He recalled Zhou Yifa's casual familiarity with this inspector and seemed to grasp something. Turning the question back, is it possible that Zhou Yifa's unchecked actions are due to your protection? At this statement, Ji Wuchang was momentarily taken aback. Seeing him hurriedly remove this damning label, he defended himself, addressing his employees nearby. Defamation. He is slandering me. He is slandering me. Bold thief. Not only do you harm the loyal, but you also dare to slander me. Seize him. Panic ensued. Ji Wuchang's reaction was too evident. Even Zhang Xuanxiao, not needing to press further, revealed his unease. Upon hearing Ji Wuchang's orders, his subordinates sprang into action. As the inspectors from Tang City approached the circle, Zhang Xuanxiao wasted no time. After learning from Big Gold Tooth the specifics of Shinchan's arrangements, Big Gold Tooth lost all value for survival. Golden light gathered in his left hand, forming an oval sphere that enveloped Big Gold Tooth's head. Before the inspectors, it seemed he pronounced Big Gold Tooth's sentence, declaring, accomplice. True culprit, colluding with the wicked is tantamount to the same crime. With that, he exerted force with his left hand, causing the golden sphere to deform under his immense strength. The overwhelming pressure visibly distorted Big Gold Tooth's head within the golden orb. With a resounding bang, in less than a second, Big Gold Tooth's head burst like a watermelon, the mixed juice and flesh splattering within the golden sphere, resembling a cup of watermelon juice filled with pulp. Silence reigned. The sight left those present, including the inspectors, gasping in shock, witnessing such a brutal execution before their eyes. The visual impact made many feel nauseated. They vowed never to drink watermelon juice again. What the hell? He actually killed him. Ji Wuchang, the leader of the Tangqing region, felt as though his left cheek had been struck with great force, causing a fiery pain. Just moments ago, he had appeared as a savior, rescuing many from peril, yet now, Zhang Xuanxiao stood before him, assuming the role of a judge as he dispatched the notorious Jinya. Zhang Xuanxiao, who do you think you are? What right do you have to kill President Zhou? Ji Wuchang interrogated Zhang Xuanxiao. How could he dare to kill before them? Was there no law, no justice? Did Zhang Xuanxiao regard their organization, the Nadu Tong, with any respect? With Ji Wuchang's outcry, the onlookers, who had been paralyzed with fear, began to awaken from their stupor. This was escalating. A confrontation between Nadu Tong, the Heavenly Master's office, and the largest organization of extraordinary beings in both official and civilian realms would undoubtedly draw attention online. In response to Ji Wuchang's challenge, Zhang Xuanxiao maintained a serene demeanor as he replied, I am no one of consequence, merely a disciple of the Heavenly Master's office. I took it upon myself to act as a representative of justice upon witnessing collusion with foul criminals and those who assist their tyranny. Yet you, as the most powerful force in the extraordinary realm, claim to uphold peace and stability while allowing such treachery to go unpunished. Is your inaction not a failure? The fact that you can still label such scoundrels as exemplary representatives only reveals the chaos and corruption within Na Dutong. If you refuse to act, then I shall take it upon myself. Where lies the fault in that? Ji Buchang felt as though he were being publicly humiliated by Zhang Xuanxiao's words. Denouncing the Na Dutong's failures in front of so many witnesses. Was this not a blatant affront to Na Dutong's credibility? Seize him. Capture him. Ji Buchang shouted, his voice rising in rage as he fixated on apprehending Zhang Xuanxiao. As the crowd advanced toward the golden circle laid out on the ground, Zhang Xuanxiao warned, those who enter the circle shall share in the same fate. Hearing this, Ji Buchang's brow furrowed as he noticed the luminous boundary, leading the charge. He declared, ignore that. I refuse to believe it. You cannot defeat me. If you have the guts, then kill me too. With that, Ji Buchang stepped into the golden circle, only to have a sharp flying sword swiftly slice through the air before severing his head. His round head rolled to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief, still clinging to his defiance. Chapter 38. Should the corrupt be executed? He was killed just like that? Zhang Xuanxiao had the audacity to slay Ji Buchang, the leader of Na Dutong and Tangqing. Did he dare to murder members of Na Dutong? Was this a declaration of war against them? It was only upon witnessing Ji Buchang's demise at Zhang Xuanxiao's hands that the onlookers seemed to awaken from their dreams. Not just Ji Buchang, but the crowd was in disbelief that Zhang Xuanxiao would dare to kill an official of Na Dutong. Yet, he had done it. Everything had changed. Prior to Zhang Xuanxiao, only the lawless of the entire realm had dared to slay officials of Na Dutong. Which organization within the circle would not show respect to Na Dutong? After Zhang Xuanxiao's actions, everything was transformed. The largest civilian organization of extraordinary beings now stood against the Heavenly Master's office, the enforcer of order, Na Dutong. How would the Heavenly Master respond? How would Na Dutong retaliate? No one could predict or foresee their next move. They lacked the courage to act. Fearing that Zhang Xuanxiao might cross the golden circle and unleash further carnage. As a representative of Na Dutong, Ji Buchang had failed to act, instead serving as a shield for Xia He, allowing him to operate freely in Tangqing. He deserved to die. Zhang Xuanxiao gazed into Ji Buchang's unblinking eyes and spoke slowly. What has become of Na Dutong? Those who are corrupt and collude with evil, should they not be executed? Their inaction is one thing, but acting as a protector for the Phoenix Society, allowing it to wreak havoc in Tangqing, warrants a lethal response. In a sense, Na Dutong should even thank me. A public execution serves as a warning to those with ill intentions. After Ji Buchang's death, his employees appeared bewildered, lacking any desire for vengeance. Earning a few thousand a month, was it worth risking their lives? Ji Buchang was slain by me. If Na Dutong seeks accountability, they can come after me. Zhang Xuanxiao stated, not wishing to trouble Ji Buchang's employees. He then surveyed the crowd once more and continued. Is there anyone else who wishes to test the sharpness of my sword? Upon hearing Zhang Xuanxiao's words, the crowd fell silent, none daring to utter a sound. Indeed, who would? If Zhang Xuanxiao could kill a member of Na Dutong, what was beyond his capabilities? No one dared to provoke him further at this critical juncture. Observing their reaction, Zhang Xuanxiao nodded and subsequently withdrew the golden circle. In that case, I must pursue the mastermind behind the Phoenix Society. Please make way. With that, he strode purposefully in a direction, and the crowd instinctively parted to allow him passage, watching him depart with a collective gaze. The Heavenly Master's office. Zhang Xuanxiao. This name would be etched in their souls, perhaps to be remembered for decades, as they would never forget the audacious display of youth and vigor exhibited by Zhang Xuanxiao that day. Meanwhile, Feng Xian, who had come to witness the commotion, arrived at the chaotic scene in Phoenix Street and was utterly bewildered by the carnage and the rivers of blood. How had Xia He met his end? How had members of Na Dutong perished? Where had Zhang Xuanxiao gone? She felt as lost as a chicken searching for a melon, desperate and confused. She was unaware that she had missed a monumental spectacle by arriving just a moment too late. This day would ultimately be recorded in the annals of history for the North China region. In Tianjin, Su San was jolted upright by a sudden phone call. What? What did you say? The leader of Tangqing has been killed? The head of the Phoenix Society has also been slain. Su San confirmed the casualty reports from Tangqing. Upon hearing that Ji Buchang and Xia He had both perished, along with no fewer than 10 extraordinary corpses, he felt disoriented. This was no ordinary incident. It could be classified as a significant event. Was this the work of the entire realm? Su San inquired. In broad daylight. Such casualties could only be orchestrated by the lawless, and he could think of no one else but them. No. It was Zhang Xuanxiao from the Heavenly Master's office who did this. He is responsible for their deaths, came the response from his colleague in Tangqing. Su San's mind seemed to stall for a moment. I must have misheard. The Heavenly Master's office? Zhang Xuanxiao? A direct disciple of the Heavenly Master? Are you certain? Confirmed. After receiving a definitive answer from Tangqing, Su San inhaled deeply, grappling with the incredibility of the news. Understood. We will go provide support. As he hung up, Su San felt a mix of emotions. Perhaps noticing Su San's troubled expression, Su Si, who had been lounging on the sofa with a cigarette, remarked, "What's wrong? You look as if you've bitten into something sour. A grave situation has arisen. The direct disciple of the Heavenly Master, Zhang Xuanxiao, has killed Ji Buchang, the leader of Tangqing, and has wreaked havoc in the Phoenix Society." Su San adjusted his glasses, conveying the gravity of the situation in the simplest terms. "Gather the team. Zhang Xuanxiao is still at large." Hearing Su San's words, Su Si dropped his freshly lit cigarette into his lap. "What? Did I hear you correctly? Isn't Zhang Xuanxiao supposed to have left Tianjin? How can I be burdened with such a monumental task? This is even more challenging than the situation with Dogu in East China." Su Si picked up the cigarette, but again, his brow furrowed. The Tangqing area falls under his jurisdiction, and Ji Bichang is a pillar of strength in Tangqing, someone he sees at the annual conference every year. He instructed to call Baby to bring Zhang Chulan over immediately to gather reinforcements for Tangqing. As the head of the North China region, Su Si issued commands to his assistant Su San. And quickly report the situation in Tangqing upwards. This matter has escalated beyond a mere regional incident. If necessary, request that the headquarters contact the Grand Master to come personally. In response to Su Si's directives, Su San said nothing further, simply nodding. In critical decisions, he was resolute in executing Su Si's plans. Before long, Zhang Chulan, still undergoing intense training with Feng Baobao at the villa, received a call from Su San. Learning about the situation in Tangqing, upon hearing that the Grand Master's disciple, Zhang Xuanxiao, had caused a significant uproar in Tangqing, he was left utterly bewildered. While he understood Chinese and could comprehend every word Su San uttered, he struggled to assemble them into a coherent thought. The Grand Master's direct disciple, having murdered the area head of anywhere in Tangqing, and subsequently executed the city's distinguished representatives in a ruthless manner, who would not find such statements utterly bewildering? Chapter 39. With the elder Xianming, how could the Tianshi house lack for crises? Although he found the situation disorienting, action was imperative. Soon enough, Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao boarded a company vehicle heading for Tangqing, arriving at the crime scene on Phoenix Street just over an hour later. As they descended in the elevator, an overpowering stench of dampness mingled with a nauseating odor assaulted Zhang Chulan, nearly causing him to retch. The smell was akin to that of a freshly slaughtered pig, the raw essence of the 9-turned pig intestines being unceremoniously forced towards his mouth. The voices of the personnel interviewing witnesses and the responses from nearby vendors echoed in his ears. Most inquiries revolved around the details of Zhang Xuanxiao's actions. He followed leaders Su San and Su Si deeper into the scene. Walking along this artificial underground street, he observed shattered storefronts, dried bloodstains, corpses covered with white cloth, and areas marked by chalk outlines. He was puzzled by the purpose of the white outlines, so he inquired of a colleague on the scene. "Brother, what does this white line signify?" "Oh, you mean this? This area is where the president of the Phoenix Society had his head crushed, with brain matter splattered everywhere. The white line is to help distinguish the area, so no one steps on it." Listening to his colleague's response, Zhang Chulan's imagination conjured a vivid scene: Zhang Xuanxiao crushing his opponent's skull, the shattered brain matter splattering onto his face. What enmity could have provoked such brutality? Beside him, Feng Baobao swallowed hard, seemingly interrupting his thoughts, and he turned to her, asking, "Sister Bao, are you hungry?" A bit. Now that we're here, I feel like having some brain matter." Zhang Chulan was taken aback by her response. "You must be truly hungry." Following Su Si, they arrived at the primary crime scene, the office of Zhou Fa. Upon entering, Zhang Chulan was utterly repulsed by the overwhelming stench. While the street air could circulate to some extent, this confined space was devoid of any ventilation, saturated with the essence of carnage. Looking at the pile of corpses resembling a small mountain, none appeared intact. What kind of battle had taken place here? At that moment, Zhang Chulan felt a surge of relief. He was genuinely thankful that Zhang Xuanxiao had merely beaten him up once without lethal intent. Had the other party truly wished him dead, he would likely be 6 feet under by now. What could have prompted such merciless treatment of the Phoenix Society? Hearing Zhang Chuan's questions, Su San and Su Si exchanged grim expressions, remaining silent. Even though they had witnessed many grand scenes, they were nonetheless shocked at Zhang Xuanxiao's methods. The Grand Master's disciple had ruthlessly slaughtered the Phoenix Society. They could hardly fathom the kind of demon this represented. He must be apprehended. Report it all. Request support from above, and mobilize all surveillance in Tangqing to ascertain Zhang Xuanxiao's precise location. Su Si, observing the personnel at hand, issued his commands as the leader of North China. Such a significant incident demanded an equally significant response, even if it was a disciple of the Grand Master. He could not kill their colleagues at anywhere without cause, nor could he unleash violence upon a civilian organization. Just as Su Si was issuing commands for a citywide search for Zhang Xuanxiao, the Grand Master also received a call from the company. On the line, Director Su relayed the actions of his disciple Zhang Xuanxiao in North China, leaving the Grand Master utterly dumbfounded. His twitching eyelid had indeed foretold something amiss. Zhang Xuanxiao, a rebellious disciple. He had anticipated trouble, but never imagined such chaos would ensue. Killing the area head of anywhere in Tangqing and annihilating the president of the Phoenix Society. This was far more reckless than anything he had ever done in his youth. He should never have allowed this rebellious disciple to descend the mountain. The Grand Master felt profound regret, but it was too late for that now. He spoke into the phone. Director Su, what does the company require from me? I shall cooperate fully. As for that rebellious disciple, I believe his actions were provoked. Though I assure you, I hold no bias toward him. If he truly acts recklessly, I will show no mercy. Listening to the Grand Master's voice, Su's tone remained calm. The company will investigate thoroughly. If necessary, we will require the Grand Master's cooperation. Very well, thank you, Director Su. After hanging up, Zhang Lingyu seemed to notice the shift in the Grand Master's demeanor and cautiously asked, Master, is something wrong? Upon hearing this, the Grand Master frowned, pointing at Zhang Lingyu. You and your brother have given me no peace of mind. Foolish disciple, go reflect outside. Zhang Lingyu. This is truly an undeserved calamity. Zhang Lingyu, having been scolded by the Grand Master, found himself bewildered, unsure of what he had done wrong. He was hastily ushered out. Has his aging master's temper changed so rapidly? And what about his brother? What misfortune had befallen him? Outside the door, Zhang Lingyu was at a loss. Inside, the Grand Master felt that his two disciples had indeed come to add trials to his tranquil life. One a foolish disciple, the other a rebellious one. With the elder Xinming present, how could the Tianshi house lack for crises? The Grand Master sighed and picked up his phone again to call Zhang Xuanxiao. Beep, 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 no answer. He tried twice more, but the result was the same, causing him to furrow his brow. This rebellious disciple was now learning to ignore calls as well. What on earth was he doing? What was Zhang Xuanxiao up to? Naturally, he was pursuing the shape-shifting demon Xinchong. While Anywhere was investigating Phoenix Street and searching for his whereabouts throughout the city, Zhang Xuanxiao, according to the location provided by Golden Tooth, was intent on capturing Xinchong. This dangerous shape-shifting demon. One could say he was rather fortunate. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted Xinchong packing his belongings, preparing to leave. Indeed, it was only Xinchong alone. Originally accompanying Xinchong, Lu Liang, inspired by some mischievous ideas, returned to Tianjin ahead of time to seek out Zhang Chuan. Upon seeing Zhang Xuanxiao here, even Xinchong, despite his foolishness, could surmise that a traitor had emerged among them. Degenia had betrayed him. Confronted at his doorstep, Xinchong showed no signs of panic facing Zhang Xuanxiao. He had intended to seek vengeance against him anyway. This was fortuitous, sparing him the effort of searching. Xinchong, gazing at Zhang Xuanxiao, inquired, Tell me, did you kill Xia He? Chapter 40. 3 corpses, 6 thieves, 4 reckless ones. First update. Enough with the banner, demon. Prepare to meet your end. Zhang Xuanxiao had no desire to engage in idle chit-chat regarding Xia He's fate. Whether he was the one who killed Xia He or not would not alter the fact that Xinchong was about to perish. Observing him reciting incantations, enveloped in golden light, he was poised to claim Xinchong's life. Faced with Zhang Xuanxiao's resolute approach, Xinchong preferred not to engage in a battle here. Thus, he swiftly escaped through the back door. The basement offered the advantage of an alternative escape route, circumventing the predicament of being cornered. They pursued and fled. A relentless chase ensued. The two traversed Phoenix Street and many lanes of Tang City. Throughout their flight, Xinchong avoided confrontation, merely evading Zhang Xuanxiao's assaults while leading him towards the mountainous regions in the northwest. In those mountains lay a temporary refuge for the QUANXING faction. After Lu Liang departed, he made a call, gathering a group of QUANXING individuals to discuss plans for eliminating Zhang Xuanxiao. To his surprise, before he could convene with his allies, Zhang Xuanxiao came knocking at his door. Their pursuit was witnessed by numerous residents of Tang City, inevitably alerting the authorities. Receiving the news, brothers Su San and Su Si promptly reviewed the feedback from the surveillance footage. Upon seeing Zhang Xuanxiao pursuing the troublesome Xinchong, Su San adjusted his glasses, feeling somewhat bewildered. How did Xinchong appear in Tang City while he's pursuing the root of the trouble? Hearing Su San's confusion, Su Si paid little mind to the question. He observed Zhang Xuanxiao on the screen and remarked, "Finally, I've caught him. Continue tracking Zhang Xuanxiao's movements and contact everyone we can to set up a blockade." Su San nodded in agreement, perhaps feeling uneasy after issuing the command. Su Si glanced back at Feng Baobao and Zhang Chulan, saying, "We should go as well." Moments later, guided by Xinchong, Zhang Xuanxiao entered the mountainous area, and they ultimately halted in a clearing. This pause was initiated by Xinchong himself, noticing Zhang Xuanxiao trailing him like an unyielding shadow. Xinchong steadied his breath and called out into the woods, "Everyone, come out." With his voice, several QUANXING demons from the nearby woods emerged. They varied in height and build, yet all bore the unmistakable mark of fierce warriors. Wasn't the plan to strategize an assault on Longhu Mountain? "What do you mean by bringing Zhang Xuanxiao here?" questioned a man with notably large ears who led the group. "Weren't we going to seek vengeance for Xiahe He on Longhu Mountain? By luring the murderer here, isn't it more convenient for us to act?" Xinchong replied, glancing at the speaker, who was one of the 6 thieves of QUANXING, Ting Nu Lin Fong. Beside him was another of the 6 thieves, by Xia Daozhang. It is well known in the realm of that a saying circulates: 3 corpses for reckless ones, 6 thieves. The 3 corpses refer to the corpse demon Tu Jun Fong, while the 4 reckless ones are He, Xia He, Gao Ning, and Dome. The 6 thieves include the likes of Ting Nu, by Xia, and others. Together, they form the backbone of QUANXING, notorious throughout the. Xinchong assessed the combat prowess of his QUANXING companions and then turned to Zhang Xuanxiao, proclaiming, "Zhang Xuanxiao, you have fallen into a trap." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao displayed no hint of alarm. In fact, he had anticipated Xinchong's strategy. Xinchong presumed he would persistently pursue him into the mountains, while Zhang Xuanxiao had surmised that Xinchong intended to lead him into a snare. Yet, he did not retreat. Whether facing one or many from the QUANXING, he was prepared to fight. If he could prevail, he would obliterate the QUANXING faction. If not, he would take down a few before making a hasty exit. After all, as the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. QUANXING demons are indeed notorious for their verbosity. Zhang Xuanxiao immediately gathered his energy, unleashing a devastating strike towards the group of QUANXING demons. In an instant, countless lightning dragons surged forth like mythical beasts, ravaging the surrounding woods, leaving scorched earth in their wake. The speed caught many off guard. In the blink of an eye, 2 QUANXING demons, unable to evade, were struck down by the lightning, convulsing on the ground. Damn it! This Zhang Xuanxiao shows no sense of martial decorum. He strikes without a second thought. Bai Xia Daozhang frowned deeply, as he sensed the impending danger, narrowly avoiding the palm thunder attack at the last moment. The aura emanating from Zhang Xuanxiao was unmistakably pure. Daozhang focused on Zhang Xuanxiao's composed demeanor, perceiving the palpable killing intent even from a distance. Let us all attack together. With a shared intent to eliminate Zhang Xuanxiao, the group wasted no time. At Xinchong's command, they unleashed their skills, converging upon Zhang Xuanxiao. In an instant, a myriad of energies coalesced, enveloping the area. Xinchong led the charge, wielding the formidable power harvested from countless victims. His refined martial skills brimming with explosive force. A single blow from him would yield dire consequences. Then there was Bai Xia Daozhang, a skilled apothecary, adept in martial arts and remarkable agility. His keen sense of smell could detect any anomaly, allowing him to react swiftly. As for Ting Nu Lin Fong, despite lacking the physical prowess of the others, possessed ears attuned to the subtlest of sounds, alerting the group to potential danger. Having heard the commotion as Zhang Xuanxiao and Xinchong ascended the mountain, he was the first to inform the others to stay hidden. Beyond his acute hearing, he could discern Zhang Xuanxiao's irregular breathing, signaling vulnerabilities in his attacks. The 3 worked seamlessly together, complemented by a few other QUANXING members wielding diverse abilities, engaging in a fierce battle with Zhang Xuanxiao. These were masters, at least superior to the individuals who had previously dismantled the QUANXING stronghold. If one were to ask how much stronger, perhaps 3 or 4 levels higher. Yet, fortunately, Zhang Xuanxiao was not the same as before. With the support of the Dou character secret, he wielded numerous techniques beyond the purview of the Tian Shifu. With the Bing character secret, he could manipulate his opponent's weapons, rendering his attacks unpredictable and difficult to counter. Something feels amiss. The QUANXING individuals engaged with Zhang Xuanxiao recognized the diverse array of techniques at his disposal. Chapter 41. 100 Schools of Art. Zhang Xuanxiao. I have never been a gentleman. Second update, he was clearly a member of the Tian Shifu. Yet he possessed the ability to compress air and unleash explosive force. Not only that, he showcased techniques reminiscent of the Xia family's flowing palms from Shangxi and the Feng family's 100 steps fist. What astonished them further was Zhang Xuanxiao's proficiency in manipulating objects. It is essential to understand that once a postnatal extraordinary individual has mastered a particular technique, it becomes exceedingly challenging for them to learn other methods. This difficulty arises because their internal energy pathways have already been established. Attempting to adopt new techniques requires altering deeply ingrained habits. Many innate extraordinary beings struggle to grasp postnatal techniques for this very reason, as their pre-existing abilities have conditioned them to specific energy flows. Changing these habits to learn methods from other sects is an arduous undertaking. Typically, the transmission of techniques within various sects begins with foundational training that nurtures energy habits. For instance, the Golden Light spell from the Heavenly Master Escort and the 5 Treasures Protection technique from the Tang sect serve as the cornerstone for other methods within their respective schools. Mastery of the Golden Light spell is necessary to refine thunder techniques, and proficiency in the 5 Treasures Protection technique is essential for poison cultivation and even for practicing the Tang sect's ultimate skill, pill devouring. Individuals like Zhang Xuanxiao, who have mastered the Heavenly Master's ultimate techniques, while also being familiar with methods from other schools, inevitably evoke thoughts of a formidable figure known as Ding Dun, one of the so-called 2 heroes of the 100 Schools of Arts. The term 100 Schools of Arts refers to the ability to master various techniques, honing simple skills to their utmost potential and seamlessly integrating them with others. To achieve mastery in the 100 Schools of Arts, one must not only be capable of altering their habits and cultivating focus from scratch, but also possess an exceptionally high level of talent. The more techniques one masters, the more diverse their energy methods become, necessitating an even greater degree of innate ability. This individual must not be left alive. Whether it be Zhang Daozhang or Lin Fang, they all found themselves harboring this sentiment. They finally understood why Xia He had fallen to this young man, Zhang Xuanxiao. If Zhang Xuanxiao were allowed to continue developing, the future would undoubtedly hold dire consequences for them all. The 3 exchanged glances, each perceiving the murderous intent in the other's eyes. They resolved that it would be preferable to provoke the Heavenly Master Escort than to allow Zhang Xuanxiao to escape alive. With no reservations, they launched a more ferocious assault against him. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanxiao, who had initially been engaged in a fierce struggle against these formidable opponents, gradually shifted to a state of ease. Faced with the coordinated attacks of the trio, he seized upon an opening and broke the stalemate. He discerned that the furious ear-hearing Lin Fang was not perceptive enough to detect flaws. Very well, he would make him the first target, in his line of sight. Zhang Xuanxiao forced the Yang 5 Thunder into his body, stimulating his muscles to enhance his speed. He then executed a swift maneuver, evading Xin Xiong and Lin Fang's assaults to position himself directly before Lin Fang. With both hands harnessing the Yang 5 Thunder, he delivered a powerful strike aimed at Lin Fang's ears. In an instant, the ferocity of the Yang 5 Thunder, combined with tremendous impact, shattered Lin Fang's eardrums, causing blood to trickle from his ears and allowing the thunder to surge through his inner ear. The pain was excruciating. Blood seeped from his ears as he clutched them, the agony rendering him dazed. He surveyed his surroundings. His once proud hearing was now rendered useless, replaced by a relentless buzzing that filled his mind. After incapacitating Lin Fang, Zhang Xuanxiao wasted no time, turning to face the nose-sniffing Daozhang, and delivered a heavy punch to that contemptible nose. The blow, imbued with Yang 5 Thunder, shattered Daozhang's nasal bridge in a heartbeat, flooding his mind with a singular thought. In 1974, I won my first championship in Southeast Asia in free combat. Before Daozhang could recover, Zhang Xuanxiao unleashed 2 consecutive heavy punches, rendering his nose a gruesome mess. Beyond the scent of blood, he could detect nothing else. With both hearing and smelling compromised, Lin Feng and Daozhang's combat capabilities were diminished by at least half. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Xuanxiao swiftly dispatched several other minions of the trio and forced Xincheng to retreat. Gasping for breath, Xincheng assessed the scene around him, his fellow sect members lying lifeless in pools of blood, Lin Feng bleeding from his ears, and Daozhang reeling from the devastating blow to his nose. Suddenly, Zhang Xuanxiao appeared before him, embodying the very essence of ruthlessness. Zhang Xuanxiao, you are more brutal and unrestrained than we are. You do not belong to the Heavenly Master's court. The title of extraordinary fiend suits you far better, Xincheng remarked, acknowledging the dark nature of their shared existence. However, Zhang Xuanxiao furrowed his brow and corrected him, stating, to show mercy to the extraordinary fiends is to be cruel to oneself. You all have committed heinous acts, bringing calamity upon countless lives, and deserve to be eradicated. Oh, and what evil have I committed? Xincheng retorted. How many lives have been lost due to your contracts, leading to parricide and the theft of vital energy? Is that not wickedness? You enable Zhouifa's rampage, slaughtering the innocent. Does that not make you culpable? Listening to Zhang Xuanxiao's words, Xincheng chuckled. I merely provide them with a choice. I neither wield the sword nor give covert instructions. Their greed is to blame. The root of their demise is not me, but their own avarice. You, too, had the chance to stop me, yet allowed me to lead you up the mountain. Your desire to ensnare me blinds you, placing you at a disadvantage. If it were not for your superior strength, your greed would have been your undoing. This is human nature. If you attribute the evils of human nature to me, I can only say you are a false gentleman. Upon hearing the term false gentleman, Zhang Xuanxiao offered no reply as the storm of the Jiaogong thunder surged forth once more. Before Xincheng, the thunder struck Lin Feng and Daozhang directly, tearing through their bodies in a torrential downpour and claiming their lives. Xincheng initially believed the Yang 5 thunder was aimed at him, but it merely swept past, and he turned to find 2 of the 6 fallen. The charred remains intensified Xincheng's perception of Zhang Xuanxiao's mercilessness. The Yang 5 thunder left no room for survival. The acrid scent of burnt flesh wafted from the corpses of Daozhang and Lin Feng, while Zhang Xuanxiao, with a cold demeanor, regarded the stunned Xincheng. He spoke, enunciating each word deliberately. I have never claimed to be a gentleman. Chapter 42. Crushing Xincheng. A swift grasp and instant annihilation. Indeed, Zhang Xuanxiao had never considered himself a gentleman, nor did he resemble the righteous figure his brother Zhang Lingyu imagined. He was merely a passerby, an unremarkable disciple of the Heavenly Master's court. His relentless pursuit of vengeance against the extraordinary fiends stemmed from an indelible mark left by their actions in his life after his crossing over. His sincere defense of the Heavenly Master's court arose from his view of it as his home, his brothers as family, and his desire to protect this precious little sanctuary, whether regarding the extraordinary fiends or the Heavenly Master's court. His motivations were driven by personal desires rather than high moral values. He was simply an ordinary man. Simultaneously, Su San and Su Si, accompanied by numerous staff members from the organization, ascended the mountain. Finding the 2 pursuers amidst the vast wilderness was a daunting task. However, the sounds of Zhang Xuanxiao's battle with the extraordinary fiends served as a beacon, guiding their way. Following the 2 leaders, Zhang Chulan nervously swallowed. Feeling the weight of his first large-scale mission and the spectacle before him, he pondered whether they could truly stop Zhang Xuanxiao from his bloodshed. At this moment, the leader of the 36 scoundrels was contemplating the issue of combat strength in the depths of his heart. After all, I am merely a novice who has just joined, a half-hearted participant who can simply retreat if necessary. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to support it. As Zhang Chulan was lost in such thoughts, he heard Su San in front exclaim, "There's a situation." Upon hearing this commotion, he leaned forward slightly. In his line of sight on a nearby hillside, a man clad in coarse linen robes was gripping the head of a man with brown short hair and glasses with one hand. Both men were quite tall, and logically, one should not be able to lift the other with such ease. Zhang Chulan's gaze shifted downward, noticing that the man with brown hair seemed to have a shattered knee, blood seeping from his pant legs. Xincheng. It's Xincheng, along with Zhang Xuanxiao. Upon recognizing their faces, Su San called out. As soon as he spoke, his younger brother Su Si rushed ahead, shouting, Zhang Xuanxiao, stand down. You have killed enough people. Surrender him to us. Hearing Su Si's voice, Xincheng, whose head was held by Zhang Xuanxiao, realized that he would not die today. He managed a somewhat awkward smile, then shouted loudly, I surrender. I give up. After saying this, he turned to Zhang Xuanxiao and whispered, The people from Nadongtong have arrived. It seems heaven still favors me and grants me a reprieve. Zhang Xuanxiao, you should know the consequences of killing me in front of Nadongtong, right? Xincheng was confident, believing that Zhang Xuanxiao would not dare to kill him in front of Nadongtong. After all, Susi had already spoken, urging Zhang Xuanxiao to hand him over. As long as he could be transferred into Nadongtong's custody, given their nature, he would still hold significant value for the time being. However, what he did not realize was that even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, it would not change the fact that he was destined to die today. Nadongtong, corrupt and unjust, would not deter Zhang Xuanxiao from taking action, especially against such a despicable individual as Xincheng. Faced with Xincheng's confidence, Zhang Xuanxiao chose not to elaborate further. Golden light gathered on his left hand, which held Xincheng's head, and as he exerted force in an instant, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. What the hell? What am I witnessing? Zhang Chulin's eyes reflected a horror that would forever be etched in his memory. He saw Zhang Xuanxiao grasp Xincheng's skull and, in an instant, obliterated. The head, contorted and deformed under immense power, could not withstand the pressure, bursting apart like a watermelon, leaving all present in shock. He vowed never to eat watermelon again. Beside him, Feng Baobao observed Zhang Xuanxiao crushing Xincheng's skull and scratched her rear. She did not seem particularly shocked by the scene. Instead, she felt a pang of hunger. Having been hungry after seeing brain matter on Phoenix Street, the sight of exploding watermelon juice made her not only hungry, but also thirsty. I could go for hot pot and watermelon juice after descending the mountain, Feng Baobao pondered. Unlike the two who were engrossed in the grotesque spectacle of Xincheng's demise, Susi, their leader, felt that Zhang Xuanxiao had truly lost his mind. Xincheng had already surrendered and admitted defeat, yet Zhang Xuanxiao offered him no chance, mercilessly crushing him before their eyes. The indifference towards life was akin to squashing an ant. Was this truly a disciple of the celestial master? As for Su San, he was even more enraged. He had not anticipated Zhang Xuanxiao's audacity to such an extent. Nadongtong had arrived. Yet he showed no regard for the delicate relationship between the celestial master's estate and the organization, recklessly creating a difficult situation. Killing Zhou Yifa was not enough. Taking the lives of so many on Phoenix Street was insufficient. Even eliminating the regional leader in Tang City was not enough. Now, he had killed Xincheng right before their eyes. If Zhang Xuanxiao had any respect for Nadongtong, he would not have slaughtered so many. The brothers, Su San and Su Si, approached with complex emotions, with Su San stating that Zhang Xuanxiao had been too reckless. Their gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the mountainside, remnants of those who had met their fate. The dried bloodstains indicated that they had been dead for some time. 6 bandits sniffing out love for Daozhang. 6 bandits listening to the wrath of Lin Fang. Black-handing Z. 4 reckless roots of chaos, Xincheng. The 2 brothers glanced around, recognizing that the individuals Zhang Xuanxiao had slain were notorious figures on Nadongtong's wanted list. Seeing Zhang Xuanxiao, still stained with Xincheng's blood, Su San could not help but question, Zhang Xuanxiao, Xincheng has already surrendered. Would it not be better to spare his life and hand him over to us? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao, having just dispatched another villain, regarded Su San with a calm demeanor and replied, spare his life? Allow him to continue his malevolent ways? Is this the attitude of Nadongtong, to let every villain live? It is this very leniency that permits such scoundrels to thrive. Clearly, Zhang Xuanxiao harbored a deep disdain for Nadongtong. Despite their claims of maintaining balance within the supernatural realm, he still found their approach lacking. Chapter 43. If you and Nadongtong choose to remain inactive, do not impede those of us who wish to take action. They possess the capability to govern 7 major districts and have the means to address issues within the supernatural realm, yet they often chose inaction, allowing villains to flourish and perpetuating a state of supposed balance through mutual exhaustion. Possessing strength and capability yet opting not to act was one thing. Preventing others from taking action was another. Some might argue that the supernatural realm is not solely about violence, but rather about human connections and diplomacy, and that harsh measures would only backfire. While this may hold true on an individual level, it does not apply to Nadongtong, which stands backed by absolute firepower, a half-official entity. In the face of such overwhelming strength, what do human connections and diplomacy amount to? Can they withstand a missile strike? Indeed, regardless of how interpersonal dynamics influence the situation, Nadongtong unquestionably possesses the ability to unify the supernatural realm and establish a new order of laws. They should show no mercy to villains, creating a new order that fundamentally eradicates the persistent emergence of scoundrels. This, Zhang Xuanxiao believed, is the course of action Neidongtong ought to pursue, the attitude they should embody. You. Listening to Zhang Xuanxiao's scathing words, Su San was greatly agitated, defending Neidongtong. We in Neidongtong are an organization with humanity and warmth. How many lives would be lost if you were to wield your knife indiscriminately? How much trouble would you inadvertently create? The current situation is the best possible outcome after various negotiations. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow. You claim to be noble and exceptional, with humanity. Can you truly reform them into good people? It is precisely because of your leniency towards scoundrels that they dare to act recklessly against the weak and the innocent. No matter how many evils they commit or how many lives they take. They merely need to utter a surrender and claim they have turned over a new leaf to be whisked away into confinement. I ask you, who will repay the lives of the weak they have tormented? Who can deliver justice to them? If you and Neidongtong choose an action, then do not interfere with those of us who wish to take action. Faced with such probing questions from Zhang Xuanxiao, both Su San and Su Si fell into silence. They had just reviewed Zhang Xuanxiao's background in the car, aware of the brutality the scoundrels had inflicted upon his family in his youth. This line of questioning was difficult for them to counter. They understood the pain within Zhang Xuanxiao's heart, yet that did not justify becoming another extreme. Looking at Zhang Xuanxiao, Su San adjusted his glasses and began, Zhang Xuanxiao, we understand your plight, but you have still taken many lives. Your hands are now stained with blood. How are you any different from the very scoundrels you despise? To kill in order to stop killing will only lead to greater slaughter. They wished for Zhang Xuanxiao to relinquish his hatred. Yet even the venerable Master Tian had no more effective means to achieve this than their trifling words. How could they expect him to let go? How were they different from QUANXING? Zhang Xuanxiao had pondered deeply within his heart the distinction between being an executioner and being QUANXING. However, he swiftly recognized the difference. QUANXING represented the weak, the executioner of the innocents, while he, Zhang Xuanxiao, was the executioner of QUANXING, the harbinger of evil and chaos. What distinguished you from QUANXING? In response to Su San's pointed inquiry, Zhang Xuanxiao remained composed. I am human. I possess principles and boundaries. I understand the gravity of my actions. While they remain oblivious to their own deeds, reveling in malevolence. Had you investigated the individuals I have slain, you would not pose such inquiries. This assertion, he could proclaim unreservedly even before the portrait of his ancestral master. After speaking, Zhang Xuanxiao steadied his slightly disordered breath and continued, very well. Those who needed to be dispatched have been dealt with. I must also heed my master's command and proceed to extend invitations to the various sects. I shall take my leave. As he departed, he murmured a certain incantation. Spirit of the Lingao Tianzuan, grant solace to my form. Disciple souls. 5 organs of the mysterious underworld. Azure dragon and white tiger, array in confusion. Vermilion bird and black tortoise, guard my form. Reciting the cleansing incantation. Zhang Xuanxiao felt a significant alleviation of his karmic burdens. Witnessing Zhang Xuanxiao chant the incantation while preparing to fulfill Master Tian's mission, Su San was taken aback. Had he just killed so many and then nonchalantly departed? Did Zhang Xuanxiao truly regard them as a nonchalant organization? Even QUANXING would not be so carefree before them. Would it? Maybe. Chulan, stop him. At Su San's command, Zhang Chulan, who had merely wished to hide among the crowd, was momentarily stunned. Incredulity etched on his face as he pointed to himself. Me? How could I, Zhang Chulan, possibly have the ability to confront him? Did they truly consider him the inheritor of the Qi body source flow? Even if he possessed such skills, facing the unflinching Zhang Xuanxiao, he would be unable to endure. Listening to Su San's words, it was indeed true that Feng Baobao brandished her sharp knife, the Okamoto 001. One was audacious enough to speak boldly, while the other dared to act. In the visual field, Feng Baobao approached Zhang Xuanxiao at an astonishing speed, knife in hand. Not far behind, Su San employed psychokinesis to manipulate several stones, hurling them towards Zhang Xuanxiao. Confronted with this dual assault, Zhang Xuanxiao remained unperturbed by their underhanded tactics. Methodically, he summoned Qi to concentrate golden light in his left foot, delivering a powerful golden kick that sent Feng Baobao careening down the hillside. Though Feng Baobao was reputed to grow stronger when facing formidable opponents, she found herself unprepared for Zhang Xuanxiao's enhanced strength from their previous encounter and was thus propelled away by his kick. This was not the end. Having dispatched Feng Baobao, Zhang Xuanxiao swiftly invoked the secret of the soldier character, forcibly summoning Feng Baobao's prized knife, the Okamoto 001. My knife. Feng Baobao, seemingly losing her grip, helplessly watched as her treasure slipped from her hand, arcing swiftly through the air, shattering the stones controlled by Su San, and hurtling directly towards him. This unforeseen turn of events caught everyone off guard. Su San attempted to evade, but the flying knife in Zhang Xuanxiao's hand proved astonishingly agile. The razor-sharp blade grazed Su San's thigh, tearing through his clothing and inflicting a wound that bled profusely. The knife embedded itself into a tree behind Su San with a dull thud. Tree. Hey, give me peanuts. What transpired? Observing the knife narrowly miss Su San's thigh and the blood seeping through his trousers, Zhang Xuanxiao felt a surge of relief. He was fortunate that he had feigned ignorance and refrained from confronting Zhang Xuanxiao. Otherwise, that knife might well have found its mark in him. Zhang Xuanxiao was grateful, while Zhang Xuanxiao, after issuing a minor warning, cast a final glance at Su San before continuing his descent down the mountain. Chapter 44. Achieving Greatness, the Nemesis of QUANXING, and Receiving Random Rewards. Stop him. Su San insisted that the others continue to obstruct Zhang Xuanxiao, but he was interrupted by Su Si. Let him go, third brother. Su San, puzzled, turned to Su Si. Are we just going to let him walk away? What else can we do? Su Si gestured towards Su San's injured thigh. If we pursue any further, it could end up being worse than a mere wound. The implication of Su Si's words was clear. They could not afford to enrage Zhang Xuanxiao any further. Given the blood already on his hands, he would not hesitate to take more lives, regardless of the consequences. Faced with Su Si's reasoning, Zhang Xuanxiao breathed a sigh of relief. He was fortunate not to have acted impulsively. This madman. Su San gazed in the direction Zhang Xuanxiao had taken, his brow furrowed in concern. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Zhang Xuanxiao would strike at an assistant to a district head he had never met. A blade had swept across, and only then did he become aware of the pain in his own body. Eliminated the root of QUANXING, Miao Shenchong, and eradicated the poisonous tumor of the Phoenix Society in Tang City. Charm level 1. Cleansing spell 1. Power level 2. Congratulations to the host for achieving the title of the Nemesis of QUANXING and receiving a random reward. Acquired skill, Array Mastery. As Zhang Xuanxiao descended the mountain, the system's prompt echoed in his ears, causing him to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. Array? Mastery? How romantic. He opened the system to peruse the description. Array Mastery holds numerous array formations, aiding the user in rapidly arranging formations while disregarding terrain, medium, and human intervention. The brief description prompted Zhang Xuanxiao to stroke his chin thoughtfully. In the realm of solitary pursuits, there indeed existed techniques that delved into array formations. For instance, the Wuhou Qimen and one of the 8 unique techniques, the Fenghou Qimen, both utilized the 8 trigrams to perform various spells. Such Qimen configurations could be viewed as a form of minor array formation. The larger array formations, which relied on the interplay of heaven, earth, and humanity, were now quite rare. Let me examine what these formations entail. Zhang Xuanxiao scrutinized the memories regarding array mastery in his mind. The 50-50 opening array? All entrants are 50-50? What sort of formation is this? The filthy language array? All entrants speak in flowery language? What is it even for? The 100 unarmed and blade array? All entrants are guaranteed to be unarmed and forcibly controlled, excluding the array master. Is this correct? The architectural great array. All structures within the array will be coated in a qi membrane, impervious to water and fire. This one seems somewhat legitimate. Upon reviewing numerous formations, Zhang Xuanxiao noted that most arrays within array mastery resembled conceptual constructs. Describing them as conceptual arrays was indeed fitting. According to his understanding of formations, they typically leveraged the forces of heaven and earth, balancing human efforts to achieve victory through numerical disadvantage. Did the array mastery encompass formations that utilized the forces of heaven and earth? There indeed were, such as the 9 Heavens Thunder Array, which relied on cosmic forces to launch attacks against those within its bounds. However, the conditions for automatic activation were quite stringent. Any participant who actively flaunted or invisibly displayed bravado would be automatically targeted by the heavenly thunder. If they encountered a show-off, would they not be struck down immediately? The 9 Heavens Thunder Array, combined with a boastful array from Array Mastery that compelled participants to boast uncontrollably, led Zhang Xuanxiao to ponder what effect such a combination might yield. Thankfully, the Array Master would remain unaffected, thus transforming the scenario into a matter of dead friends but not dead Taoists. How rare, indeed. Zhang Xuanxiao pondered deeply, concluding that the formation known as Bai Jie would be highly effective in positional warfare. For instance, during the forthcoming Luotian Grand Ritual, he could strategically place numerous formidable arrays on the mountain, patiently awaiting the assault from QUANXING, effectively luring them into a trap. As long as his own forces refrained from entering the formation, he believed he could minimize the losses for Longhu Mountain. Thus, he made this decision with a sense of satisfaction. In this campaign against QUANXING, he intended to ensure they would face dire consequences. As Zhang Xuanxiao delved into the intricacies of the Baijie formation, news swiftly spread through the One Circle that he had mercilessly cleansed Phoenix Street, eliminating President Zhou Yifei, Jibuchang, the head of QUANXING and Tangqing, and uprooting the source of trouble, Shenchong. In an instant, Zhang Xuanxiao's name overshadowed Zhang Chulan, the heir of the Qi body lineage, in the One Forum. Upon hearing this news, Feng Jinghao was left utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that upon leaving Jincheng, Zhang Xuanxiao would orchestrate such a monumental upheaval in the One Circle. Within the short span of less than a month, 2 of QUANXING's 4 wild cards had fallen at Zhang Xuanxiao's hands, a clear testament to his formidable prowess. What shocked him most was that Zhang Xuanxiao had audaciously executed this bloodbath in broad daylight, even taking down the leader of QUANXING in the Tangqing region. This situation was indeed precarious. After all, QUANXING commanded significant respect, despite their Tianxia group being valued in the hundreds of billions. They had to show deference and cooperate with QUANXING's operational arrangements. Feng Jinghao rubbed his fingers together, contemplating their position within the Tianxia society. How would the Tianxia mansion react? Would the old master protect Zhang Xuanxiao? Would the upper echelons of QUANXING be incensed enough to retaliate against the Tianxia mansion? Weighing the pros and cons, Feng Jinghao had already formed some conclusions. They should protect Zhang Xuanxiao, although this affair bore little direct relation to the Tianxia society. Observing the situation was the best course of action, yet Feng Jinghao was inclined to take a gamble. In a scenario where everyone else was bewildered and unsupportive, he chose to side with Zhang Xuanxiao. Zhang Xuanxiao had rendered assistance to their Tianxia society recently, averting a crisis. Out of loyalty, he felt compelled to support him. Furthermore, from a rational standpoint, having encountered Zhang Xuanxiao once, he held a degree of understanding regarding his character. A person so vehemently opposed to evil. Feng Jinghao could not believe Zhang Xuanxiao would instigate chaos on Phoenix Street without just cause. He trusted in the virtue of the Tianxia's direct disciple. Noticing his father deep in thought, Feng Xingtong, who had just reported the news, could not help but interject. "Father, should we consult my sister? I heard she visited Master Xuanxiao the day before yesterday and hasn't returned, so she might still be with him." Upon hearing Feng Xingtong's words, Feng Jinghao's furrowed brow eased somewhat. "Indeed, that's a good reminder," he said as he retrieved his phone to call Feng Xiayan. Chapter 45, with knife in hand. "Follow me to the upper gate, Zhang Dog." Second update. The call was quickly connected. Listening to Feng Jinghao's inquiry, Feng Xiayan responded, "Yes, father. I have been driving Zhang Xuanxiao around these past few days. What exactly transpired on Phoenix Street?" Facing another question from Feng Jinghao, Feng Xiayan paused briefly before replying. "This is a question I too am eager to understand." Meanwhile, Wang Ai from the Wang family had also received news of Zhang Xuanxiao's bloody cleansing of Phoenix Street. After hearing the details, his expression darkened significantly. How did that fool Zhou Yifei provoke the Tianxia mansion? It was evident that he had some dealings with Zhou Yifei. To be precise, Zhou Yifei had sent them a share of the Phoenix Society's dividends. As is well known, Zhou Yifei had connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Shenchong was his dark enforcer, while the White Glove was the head of QUANXING in the Tangqing region, along with a myriad of connections behind him. The Wang family was a significant part of this network. In the past, Zhou Yifei had managed to establish a foothold in Tangqing, and the Phoenix Society had dominated the Tangqing extraordinary realm, gradually becoming the largest trading market. Although there was the interference of QUANXING's notorious figure, it was not enough. The Wang family had also provided considerable assistance. The four families held significant sway in the extraordinary realm, and with the Wang family's backing, competitors eliminated by Zhou Yifei had been subdued, reducing major conflicts to mere trifles. With this support, the Wang family was able to reap substantial profits from the Phoenix Society each year. Now, with such a lucrative source of income eradicated and the attention of QUANXING's higher-ups focused on the Phoenix Society, his financial dealings with Zhou Yifei would inevitably be scrutinized. Why did Zhang Xuanxiao have to target the Phoenix Society? Wang Ai was somewhat irked, but knew he couldn't take direct action against Zhang Xuanxiao. After all, Zhang Xuanxiao had the Tianxia mansion's backing, which was no less formidable than the Wang family's influence. Unable to work behind the scenes, he could only resort to overt measures. Killing a QUANXING operative would leave him no choice but to apply pressure on the old Tianshi. Wang Ai contemplated this. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Although he had lost a significant source of income, he had also grasped a small advantage over the old Tianshi. By amplifying the incident involving Zhang Xuanxiao's slaying of QUANXING officials, the old Tianshi would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position, compelled to defend his beleaguered disciple. In such a scenario, the old Tianshi would struggle to protect Zhang Chulan, the bearer of the Qi body lineage. Wang Ai plotted his own schemes. Every veteran among the 10 elders knew that the selection of the Tianshi heir for this Luotian grand ritual was not a matter prepared by the Tianshi mansion, but rather a scheme orchestrated by the old Tianshi to shield Zhang Chulan. Naturally, these covetous old gents would not allow Zhang Chulan to easily reclaim his heritage with the Tianshi mansion's protection. Zhang Xuanxiao's incident provided them with a prime opportunity to exploit. Would it be Zhang Xuanxiao or Zhang Chulan? The old Tianshi would have to make a choice, wouldn't he? Meanwhile, in the Lu family, Lu Jin had just learned of Zhang Xuanxiao's actions in Tangsheng and placed a call to the old Tianshi. Old Lu. He greeted with a smile upon hearing the old Tianshi's voice on the line. Congratulations. Hearing Lu Jin's congratulatory tone, the old Tianshi, slightly annoyed, raised an eyebrow. What are you congratulating me for? Congratulations on having a fine disciple. I've heard about Xuanxiao's exploits. He truly excels, and he hasn't brought shame to your Tianshi mansion. You should have dealt a heavy blow to QUANXING. Lu Jin's words carried a hint of envy towards the old Tianshi. How is it that every generation of your Tianshi mansion boasts 2 outstanding successors? Outstanding successors? The old Tianshi questioned. Indeed, Lu Jin answered. One Lingyu and one Xuanxiao. From a young age, I believe Xuanxiao was exceptional, fiercely opposed to evil, a fine seedling. Listening to Lu Jin's praise of the 2 elders of the Tianshi mansion, the old Tianshi felt a vain throb on his forehead. This old Lu truly knew how to curry favor. If you admire him so much, I might just send that rebellious disciple to stay with you for a while, he quipped. Lu Jin's eyes lit up. Old Tianshi, are you serious? If you're willing. Once the Luotian grand ritual concludes, I'll take Xuanxiao with me. It would be beneficial for him to spend time with Ling Long and Lulin, allowing those 2 to learn from the admirable qualities he possesses. The old Tianshi, observing Lu Jin's enthusiastic demeanor, thought he was still too young. He knew that the young lady from the Lu family was not an easy character. Should she associate with Zhang Xuanxiao, it could spell trouble for the Lu family. As time passed and the news spread, many individuals from QUANXING also caught wind of the developments. In Jincheng, the recently returned LV Liang was left bewildered. Everything was fine when I left, and now I can't go back? Shinchon is gone just like that? Who exactly is Zhang Xuanxiao? First it was Xia He, then Shinchon. Has there been a single survivor at his hands? Upon this reflection, Liang felt a sense of relief, thankful for his swift escape, for had he lingered, he too might have met a grim fate at Zhang Xuanxiao's hands. In the face of a united crackdown from various factions, Zhang Xuanxiao seeks to join the fray. Then let us fight. So many brothers have perished at his hands. I, Li Yunlong, vow that this grievance shall not go unavenged. Yesterday it was Xia He, today Shinchong. And tomorrow it could very well be you or I. If we do not eliminate Zhang Xuanxiao, what future will we have in the realm of QUANXING? Armed and resolute, we shall ascend to the Xiamen and vanquish that dog Zhang. At this moment, across the nation, all factions of QUANXING were ignited by a wave of condemnation directed at Zhang Xuanxiao. While they had endured the relentless suppression from various factions, they could bear it, for the strength of their adversaries was apparent. But what right does Zhang Xuanxiao have? Just because of the Tianshi mansion? What of the Tianshi mansion? Ultimately, it is but a sect. Our predecessors in QUANXING have not hesitated to slay members of the sect. In the past, the Sani sect, which was on par with the Tianshi mansion, also suffered great losses at the hands of QUANXING. A mere Zhang Xuanxiao, no matter how formidable, cannot possibly surpass the strength of our multitude. Beneath the Dragon and Tiger Mountain, Gongqing, disguised as a small feather, felt an increasing sense of confidence as he received numerous petitions from QUANXING disciples. A smile crept across his face. Zhang Xuanxiao, you have unwittingly rendered me a tremendous service. There is no need to issue a command for the sect leader, for I can now summon countless members of QUANXING to stir chaos at Dragon and Tiger Mountain, and you shall be credited for this first achievement. Chapter 46. Huang Born's inaction towards Zhang Xuanxiao is unjust. Of course, aside from those with ulterior motives. The majority within the circle awaited the response from various factions with a sense of amusement. With such a significant upheaval orchestrated by Zhang Xuanxiao, bloodshed on Phoenix Street, and the murder of public officials, it would be difficult to quell the storm without providing an explanation. Even within the ranks of the organization itself. That night, the headquarters of the organization was ablaze with lights. In the conference room on the top floor, several high-ranking board members gathered to deliberate the handling of the Phoenix Street incident. Their expressions varied. Bai Yulong, arms crossed, appeared unconcerned about Zhang Xuanxiao's massacre of QUANXING, as he himself was an extreme individual. However, his frontline experience left him somewhat dissatisfied with Zhang Xuanxiao's targeting of frontline personnel. Meanwhile, across from Bai Yulong, Huang Boren's small eyes darted about, occasionally glancing at Zhao Fengxiu in the main seat for any sign of his stance. To Huang's left sat Director Fei, wearing a forced smile that concealed his true feelings regarding the incident. Alongside these board members, Su Si, the district head involved in the matter, also attended as an observer. Zhao Fengxiu exchanged glances with Director Su on his left. Understanding the unspoken cue, Director Su solemnly began. The Phoenix Street massacre resulted in a total of 57 fatalities. Among them were 17 fighters from Phoenix Street, 23 street vendors, the president Zhou Fa, and Ji Buchang, the head of the Tang City region in North China, along with 2 employees from Tang City. Furthermore, in the western mountainous area of Tang City, 13 more from QUANXING fell in combat against Zhang Xuanxiao, including one of the 6 thieves, Daozhang, Lin Fang, and one of the 4 crazies, Shen Cheng. The total number of injured is 21, bringing the overall count to 78. Upon hearing this figure, the board members were taken aback. In less than half a day, Zhang Xuanxiao had managed to slay 57 individuals, which, when combined with his previous killings, brought the total to nearly 100 lives lost in less than a month. And he is a disciple of the Tianshi mansion? Without allowing much time for reflection, Director Su continued. Additionally, the headquarters has investigated the Phoenix Society managed by Zhou Fa. This organization is far more complex than it appears. Years ago, it expanded rapidly in the Tang City area, with Zhou Fa paving the way with bribes to several high-ranking officials, establishing a solid foothold. This included collusion with the Wang family, one of the 4 families, as well as Ji Buchang and several grassroots employees. Subsequently, they formed an alliance with QUANXING, leading to the cleansing of numerous civilian supernatural organizations in the Tang City area, including Shenzhen. To the left of each member, relevant materials were available for review. To the right, footage of the events during the Phoenix Street incident was presented. Director Su's remarks injected a degree of suspense into what seemed to be a settled matter. Colluding with QUANXING, engaging in gray market activities, violent competition, bribing public officials. How could a person like this still be considered an exemplary leader of a civilian supernatural organization in Tang City? Moreover, Ji Buchang, a public official responsible for overseeing numerous civilian organizations and maintaining balance among supernatural entities in the region, had now not only accepted bribes, but also become a protector of a specific civilian supernatural organization. After Director Su concluded, Zhao Fengxiu tapped the table, signaling everyone's attention. Adjusting his round glasses, he spoke. This is the situation. I wish to know your opinions on how we should address this matter. How to address it? This truly presents a complex issue. Among those killed on Phoenix Street, none of the members of our organization were entirely innocent. If Zhang Xuanxiao is guilty of indiscriminate slaughter, then the course of action is clear, and we may simply inform the old Tianshi. However, if Zhang Xuanxiao lacks the backing of the Tianshi mansion and is merely a minor figure, then the matter would be easily resolved. Downplay the situation, mitigate the severity of the indiscriminate killings, and fully extinguish this sordid affair. Yet, Zhang Xuanxiao possesses neither the indiscriminate slaughter label nor the significant backing of the Tianshi mansion, making it difficult for them to navigate this issue. Regardless, the fact remains that Zhang Xuanxiao has taken lives, an indisputable reality witnessed by many. His brutal methods have made a tremendous impact. Our inaction towards Zhang Xuanxiao would be deemed unjust. Seeing that no one was willing to voice their stance, Huang Boren decided to break the silence. Upon hearing his words, Bai Yulong responded, Huang Dong makes a good point. Let Huang Dong take charge of the matter regarding Zhang Xuanxiao. What does everyone think? Witnessing Bai Yulong so readily cast off the burden onto him, Huang Boren was taken aback by his cunningness. Entrusting such a difficult task to him was tantamount to signing his own death warrant. as a director from a research background. He was fine with mediating but was utterly incapable of taking decisive action. In a hurry, he interjected, "This matter requires further discussion, does it not? While it is true that Zhang Xuanxiao has taken lives, the circumstances surrounding his victims are somewhat ambiguous." He then turned his gaze to Zhao Fengxiu in the main seat. "Zhao Zong, this decision ultimately rests with you. I shall defer to your judgment." Facing Huang Boren's attempt to pass the responsibility back to him, Zhao Fengxiu decided against prolonging the suspense. He scanned the room, finally resting his gaze on Su Si. The observer. "Xiao Si, it seems Zhang Xuanxiao holds quite a grievance against us, does he not?" Su Si nodded. "Indeed, according to his words, he believes our organization is lacking in effectiveness. Did you hear that?" Zhao Fengxiu continued. "A young man possessing such views about our organization surely perceives something we do not. The Phoenix Street incident, at its core, is a reflection of our organization's negligence. A small Phoenix society is capable of colluding with so many, even becoming an exemplary leader of regional organizations. I wonder how many such clandestine organizations exist in other regions, lurking like dormant bombs that could ignite severe conflicts at any moment. Not only have we failed to uncover them, but some individuals even provide them shelter. I feel utterly embarrassed. Is this an action? Zhang Xuanxiao is not mistaken. Within the vast expanse of our organization, with 7 major regions, there are indeed numerous individuals who remain inactive. Chapter 47. The Celestial Master Xuanxiao, is he truly so formidable? The more one engages, the more mistakes one makes. The less one engages, the fewer mistakes one makes. And to abstain altogether results in no mistakes at all. Individuals like Chairman Huang, who fear accountability and pass the buck, are certainly not rare in our organization. For the sake of regional stability and performance, we turn a blind eye to certain issues until they erupt into calamities, leaving us to plead with headquarters to mitigate the aftermath. Although Zhang Xuanxiao's approach on Phoenix Street was somewhat extreme, it stemmed from a perspective of oversight, helping us to identify the pests and detonating a hidden crisis. Is this not a wake-up call for us? Rather than punishing him, I believe we should express our gratitude to Zhang Xuanxiao. If it were not for his actions awakening us, we might remain oblivious to this phenomenon of inaction for an indefinite period. An internal thorough investigation is warranted. Zhao Fengxiu's stance is clear. We must seize this opportunity to conduct a comprehensive internal audit, resolve our internal issues, and ensure that each region manages its own buried crises effectively. With Zhao Fengxiu explicitly naming him, Huang Boren, who had just hinted at the issue, has now become the embodiment of inaction. He cast an incredulous glance at Bai Yulong. Damn it, someone is playing me. This exchange has brought his negligence to light. Although he felt furious, he was compelled to force a smile towards Zhao Fengxiu. What you say is true, General Zhao. I will reflect on the issues and make corrections. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengxiu nodded and casually complimented. Chairman Huang, your awareness is commendable. Regarding the handling of the Phoenix Street incident, I personally feel that neither punishment nor commendation is warranted. We must certainly acknowledge Zhang Xuanxiao's oversight, but we do not encourage such extreme methods. Furthermore, Director Su, please issue a statement regarding the collusion of Ji Buchang, the head of the Tangxing region, and his subordinates with Zhou Yifa, the president of the Phoenix Society, to be made public. We must let the industry know of our commitment to addressing internal issues, thereby encouraging our employees to exercise vigilance. By leveraging the power of the masses, we can rectify our internal problems and instill a culture of accountability from top to bottom. Understood, General Zhao. Director Su replied affirmatively. Oh. And we must also remind the Wang family not to overstep their bounds regarding the Phoenix Society. Following the meeting, Zhao Fengxiu walked with Director Su along the corridor, where Su meticulously briefed him on the situation with the 10 masters. General Zhao, the winds are shifting in the world. Lu Jin from the Lu family and Wang Ai from the Wang family have both called, advocating on behalf of Zhang Xuanxiao. Among them, Wang Ai, while pleading for leniency, hopes we can exert more pressure on Zhang Xuanxiao to curb such behavior. Listening to Director Su's account, Zhao Fengxiu, with his hands clasped behind his back, sighed. The younger generation is restless, and so are the elders, just as everyone in the circle anticipated a response from our organization. The next day, a statement from our organization undoubtedly stirred waves within the industry. What? Did our organization admit fault? Employees accepting bribes? Colluding with the president of the Phoenix Society? This president truly is a conspirator. In other words, Zhang Xuanxiao, this disciple of the Celestial Master, did not kill anyone unjustly. He targeted them specifically. As the crowd digested our organization's statement, they were left dumbfounded. Zhang Xuanxiao's rampage resulted in no consequences? This outcome is exceedingly peculiar, prompting speculation that this might be a scheme orchestrated by the Celestial Master's residents in conjunction with our organization. The Celestial Master struck, and our organization handled the fallout, aiming to send a message to the rogue elements. Shortly after our statement, the Celestial Master's residents also issued a statement announcing that Zhang Xuanxiao is grounded at Longhu Mountain as a form of punishment. This seemingly trivial punishment only solidified the suspicion. A bloodbath on Phoenix Street, and the result is merely house arrest at Longhu Mountain? If there isn't some underlying issue, who would believe it? At this moment, at Longhu Mountain, within the Celestial Master's residence, Zhang Xuanxiao, urged by the Celestial Master's call, concluded his visit to various sects to extend invitations for the Luotian Daijia and returned to the Celestial Master's residence. Upon his return to Longhu Mountain, his senior brother Rongshan came to greet him. Seeing Zhang Xuanxiao return unscathed, he felt a sense of relief and clapped Zhang Xuanxiao on the shoulder, saying, "Old Tin, I've heard about your situation, and I want to say, you did nothing wrong. Just one thing, next time, don't forget to bring me along for such good deeds." Rongshan genuinely believed that Zhang Xuanxiao had done nothing wrong, even without knowing the full story. He trusted his junior brother, whom he had watched grow up, was not the kind to indiscriminately kill. To outsiders, Zhang Xuanxiao is a remorseless killer. To the rogues, he is a nightmare. But in Rongshan's eyes, Zhang Xuanxiao is the Celestial Master's righteous and formidable disciple. Although he may appear stern, he has nothing but respect for the Celestial Master and his fellow disciples. "Brother, I promise next time," Zhang Xuanxiao replied. Hearing this, Rongshan chuckled and led Zhang Xuanxiao into the Celestial Master's abode. Along the way, they encountered Zhang Lingyu and several disciples who had come upon hearing the news. "I told you, Uncle Master Tin would be just fine. Your healing medicine is wasted. Uncle Master, you were incredible, dispatching another rogue. You are truly a beacon for us." The surrounding disciples, upon seeing Zhang Xuanxiao safe and sound, couldn't help but express their admiration. Most had heard Zhang Xuanxiao's lectures, taking him as a role model. This spectacle of admiration continued until the appearance of the Celestial Master, who, clad in simple attire, entered with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze resting upon the faces of the gathered disciples. "Master, teacher," upon seeing the Celestial Master, everyone present bowed respectfully. "What is all this chatter early in the morning? Have you nothing better to do?" The Celestial Master's inquiry prompted everyone to excuse themselves and leave. Once the crowd dispersed, the Celestial Master turned his attention to his rebellious disciple. "Come in with me." Following his master's command, Zhang Xuanxiao trailed behind the Celestial Master into his chambers. Upon entering, the Celestial Master's deep and resonant voice broke the silence. "You slaughtered over 50 people on Phoenix Street, killing the head of the Tangxing region from our organization, pursued and killed numerous rogues, and eliminated over 10 more. Zhang Xuanxiao, do you shine so brightly?" Chapter 48, Tailoring Education to Individuals. "Master Zhang Lingyu, please do not test me further. Do you shine so brightly? If our organization is guilty of inaction, then Zhang Xuanxiao's actions are excessively proactive, to the point of peril." Hearing his master's inquiry, Zhang Xuanxiao responded solemnly, "Do you believe I have been too ostentatious, master?" "Ostentatious?" The Celestial Master corrected. "This is not merely being ostentatious, it borders on arrogance. Do you see anyone else in your eyes? Do you see me? I instructed you to descend the mountain to invite various sects to the Luotian Daijia, yet you chose to kill in broad daylight. What kind of situation have you placed the Celestial Master's residence in? What will outsiders think? How should our organization respond?" The Celestial Master's gaze bore into Zhang Xuanxiao as he finished speaking and paused momentarily. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself reminiscing about his master, the previous Celestial Master, Zhang Jingqing. Once, his master had described him as a foolish lion, arrogant and disdainful of everything. Now, as he observed his own disciple, Zhang Xuanxiao, he felt a similar sentiment. If his own arrogance stemmed from indifference to the jealousy and enmity of those around him, Zhang Xuanxiao's arrogance appeared to be rooted in an utter disregard for any form of opposition. No one could deter him from his path of vengeance. Those who enter the circle share the same fate. How audacious were these words? Did he mean that if a leader from any sect entered the circle, Zhang Xuanxiao would slay him as well? Such arrogance would surely lead to countless conflicts in the future. At this moment, the old Celestial Master felt a headache as he faced the reflection of his younger self. Listening to his master's teachings, Zhang Xuanxiao responded, "It was my oversight. The incident occurred suddenly. Next time, I shall proceed with stealth." "And you expect there to be a next time?" he retorted. "Why not?" In the face of Zhang Xuanxiao's defiance, the old celestial master discerned the dissatisfaction in his tone. "Do you believe you are without fault? In the matter of your killings, you feel justified, do you not? They deserve to die. Those who conspire against the righteous must face the consequences." Upon hearing Zhang Xuanxiao's reply, the old celestial master sighed. "You are indeed a bold disciple, but the judgment of right and wrong does not lie within you. It rests with others. You were fortunate this time. No repercussions followed, and the esteemed elders did not take this opportunity to strike." Zhang Xuanxiao fell silent for a moment, then gazed at the old celestial master and corrected him. "The essence of right and wrong lies in the heart. If my heart is clear, then my actions are righteous. If they seek to retaliate, it merely indicates their own guilt. Rebellious disciple, must you be so stubborn? Your integrity does not guarantee the same from others. The more ostentatious you are, the more opportunities you provide for others to attack you. Unless you eliminate them all, it is essential to make concessions while living in this world." The old celestial master felt as though he was playing the lute for a cow. He pointed at Zhang Xuanxiao and proclaimed, for the time being, "You shall remain on the mountain. Do not venture out." "Yes, master." As Zhang Xuanxiao exited the room, the old celestial master was left with a heavy heart. How to express it? He held a deep affection for this rebellious disciple, yet out of that very affection, he wished to prevent Zhang Xuanxiao from embarking on a path of no return. A strategy must be devised to temper Zhang Xuanxiao's fervor. The old celestial master stroked his beard, contemplating that the upcoming Luo Tian grand ritual might present a splendid opportunity. With so many sect masters gathered, he doubted that Zhang Xuanxiao could conquer them all. "Perhaps I shall employ a dual insurance strategy." The prudent old celestial master then summoned Zhang Lingyu into his chamber. Addressing this Navi disciple, he asked bluntly, "Lingyu, do you wish to defeat your elder brother?" "Me? Defeat my brother?" Zhang Lingyu responded incredulously, pointing at himself. "Indeed, Zhang Xuanxiao has slain Xia He, severing your karmic ties. Do you not harbor even a trace of resentment towards him? Do you not feel a twinge of jealousy as he shines brightly, overshadowing you, an equally promising disciple of the celestial master?" The old celestial master relentlessly probed Zhang Lingyu's innermost feelings. Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu was taken aback. He knelt before the old celestial master, trembling with fear, and replied, "Master, please do not test me. I bear no resentment or jealousy towards my elder brother." Observing Zhang Lingyu's demeanor, the old celestial master furrowed his brow. "None at all. Not a bit. My elder brother is strong because he works hard. His killing of Xia He was a favor to me. How could I harbor any grievances against him?" Listening to Zhang Lingyu's response, the old celestial master continued to question. "You and Xuanxiao entered the celestial master's abode around the same time. Seeing him cultivate the coveted Jiangong thunder and master the golden light spell, surpassing you in skill until you could barely glimpse his back, do you truly feel no envy or pressure? Why should he be so much stronger than you?" Faced with the old celestial master's candid analysis, Zhang Lingyu fell momentarily silent. Noticing this, the old celestial master pressed on. "In literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. It is natural to feel such emotions. Lingyu, I now offer you an opportunity. Will you seize it?" "Huh?" Zhang Lingyu was taken aback at the prospect of an opportunity from the old celestial master. After receiving personal guidance, he felt somewhat embarrassed. "Master, is it appropriate for you to give me special treatment? Enough with the pleasantries. Will you accept or not?" "Yes." As he watched this Navi disciple depart his chamber, the old celestial master couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. He had never imagined that one day he would employ the same methods his master had used on him to mentor his two cherished disciples, teaching according to aptitude. After becoming a master, he truly grasped the significance of this phrase and the greatness of those who can embody it. Having contemplated the matters concerning his two disciples, the old celestial master redirected his focus to the upcoming Luo Tian grand ritual. His objective was to ensure that Zhang Chuan emerged victorious, thereby trapping the treacherous Zhang Huai, his own grandson, within the confines of the celestial master's domain. To facilitate Zhang Chuan's victory was no small feat. It would require careful maneuvering and subtle underhanded tactics. Although this might seem unfair to Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu, there was little choice. The old celestial master stroked his beard, mentally simulating the scenario. Zhang Xuanxiao and Lingyu would serve as Zhang Chuan's support. If all went smoothly, They would complete their tasks and engage in mutual combat. If the personally mentored Lingyu emerged victorious, it would be splendid, for Lingyu was easier to manage. However, if Xuanxiao won, the situation would become complicated. Given Xuanxiao's disposition, he would likely disrupt the covert operations, tarnishing the Celestial Master's reputation and allowing outsiders to claim victory. Chapter 49. Applying Pressure on the Old Celestial Master. A meeting of the 10 elders. The Luotian Grand Ritual aimed to facilitate Zhang Xuanxiao's victory, to entrap him within the Celestial Master's domain, while simultaneously tempering Zhang Xuanxiao's temperament and providing guidance to Zhang Lingyu. In the ensuing days, preparations for the Luotian Grand Ritual were conducted with great urgency. Zhang Xuanxiao was confined to the mountain, enjoying a rare tranquility. After completing his morning exercises, he would engage in conversation with Tian Jinzhong and in the evenings delve into the intricacies of array formations. Notably, to set up multiple formations would require crafting array artifacts, inscribing array patterns upon them to achieve an automated formation effect. Of course, it was also possible to arrange formations manually, though doing so with multiple overlapping large formations in one location proved challenging. As for artifact crafting, the Celestial Master's abode was not particularly adept, which led Zhang Xuanxiao to ponder the art of artifact crafting, one of the 8 extraordinary techniques. As the date of the Luotian Grand Ritual approached, the various elders began to grow restless. Urged by Wang Ai, Ljia's Lci, Lu Jia's Lu Jin, Zhang Hu's Mu Yu, Feng Jia's Feng Zhenghao, and Chun Jin Kuei from the Shizi sect all gathered at Longhu Mountain to discuss the finer details of the ritual. Aside from Master Jiekong and Shihua from Northeast, nearly all the elders were present. At Longhu Mountain, Wang Ai led his great-grandson, Wang Bing, to the entrance of the Celestial Master's abode. Wang Bing, appearing quite the dandy, surveyed the grand doors of the Celestial Master's abode and remarked, "After such a long journey, my backside is sore. Great-grandfather, why did we come all the way to Longhu Mountain?" Wang Ai, leaning on his cane, replied kindly to his great-grandson, "Of course, to secure some benefits for you." His murky eyes swept over to the nearby Lu Jin, who had also brought his great-granddaughter, Lu Linglong, along to this meeting. Lu Linglong may be regarded as the cherished jewel of the Lu family, seldom seen in ordinary times. With her exceptional beauty and unique charisma, she has garnered a substantial following in the realm of the extraordinary. Lu Xiong, Wang Ai greeted Lu Jin. Lu Jin responded indifferently, leading the elegantly dressed Lu Linglong, clad in a white t-shirt and denim jeans, into the gates of the Tianchi mansion. It was evident that he harbored some dissatisfaction towards Wang Ai, largely stemming from the recent council of the 10 elders. Despite being a matter concerning the Tianchi mansion, Wang Ai insisted on involving everyone in advising the old Tianchi. Meanwhile, Feng Zhenghao, accompanied by Feng Xiayan and Feng Xingtong, arrived at the entrance of the Tianchi mansion. Upon encountering Wang Ai, he adopted a respectful demeanor typical of a junior. Wang Ai acknowledged him with a curt response, displaying little warmth. Clearly, as one of the newly appointed 10 elders, Feng Zhenghao did not hold much sway in Wang Ai's eyes. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, maintaining a smile as he ushered his siblings into the Tianchi mansion. Leading them was Zhang Lingyu, dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe, accompanied by Zhang Xuanxiao. At that moment, Zhang Xuanxiao maintained an air of indifference, as if he owed no one any courtesy. "On the orders of the master, I am to escort you to the back mountain," he announced. Throughout the journey, he dutifully guided them while listening to Wang Ai and a few juniors boast about their prowess, claiming that the position of Tianchi was within his grasp, easily attainable with the influence of his great-grandfather. Upon reaching the pavilion in the back mountain, they found the old Tianchi engaged in conversation with several early arriving elders. When Wang Ai and his companions arrived, they greeted the old Tianchi before taking their seats. After the elders were seated, Zhang Xuanxiao poured tea for them. Standing alongside Zhang Lingyu beneath the pavilion like 2 guardian spirits, while the younger generation mingled below. The old Tianchi surveyed the gathered crowd, and, seeing that everyone had arrived, calmly stated, "Since all of you are here, please share any suggestions you may have regarding the Luotian Grand Ritual." Hearing the old Tianchi's words, the attending elders exchanged glances, waiting for one another to speak. Wang Ai, not one to hold back, began, "Since the old Tianchi has invited our input, we shall offer our thoughts. The upcoming Luotian Grand Ritual aims to select the successor to the Tianchi, which is a significant event for the extraordinary realm. Given its importance, I find it rather inappropriate that the Tianshi has limited participation to only a few sections. Furthermore, I have heard rumors that outsiders have been specially invited, which seems quite unfair to other capable individuals in our realm. I propose that we expand the selection criteria to include all young extraordinary beings under the age of 30. This way, even if outsiders are invited, no one can raise objections. Wang Ai's underlying intention was clear, to muddy the waters and increase Zhang Xuanxiao's competitors, making it more challenging for him to gain entry into the Tianshi mansion. Only then could those with ulterior motives better target Zhang Xuanxiao. That's reasonable. Lu Zizi of the Lu family chimed in, as he and Wang Ai were allied in their intent to offer several suggestions to the old Tianshi. Noticing the old Tianshi's silence, Wang Ai scanned the faces of the other elders and continued, moreover, I believe that the children we recommend should assist each other, ensuring that even if they are eliminated, they have a chance for revival or even direct admission into the top 8. Listening to Wang Ai and Lu Zizi's extravagant proposals, the old Tianshi appeared increasingly exasperated. Before he could voice his discontent, Lu Jin could no longer contain himself and interjected, Do you two have no shame? You speak of revivals and guaranteed admissions as if they were mere trifles. If you continue down this path, why not simply suggest that the Tianshi hand over the position of successor directly to your Wang family? Despite Lu Jin's outburst, Wang Ai and Lu Zizi showed no signs of anger. Wang Ai calmly glanced at the old Tianshi before leaning on his cane and addressing Lu Jin with a composed demeanor, Lu Xiong. Is there truly a need for such indignation? As 10 elders, it is only natural for us to support our juniors. Just as recently, when Xiandao committed a grave offense, it was our voices that ensured his safety and shielded him from repercussions. Even if one of us makes a significant error, it is our duty to stand by him as 10 elders. Listening to Wang Ai's shameless rhetoric, Lu Jin felt his limits being tested. Using the misdeeds of the younger generation to leverage against the older generation? Wang Ai, how presumptuous of you. Turning to Wang Ai, Lu Jin challenged, Murder? Who exactly did Xiandao kill? Those creatures? Do you even consider them human? If it's murder, then these old geezers here have all committed their share. His words held truth. Whether it was the deranged Lu Zizi or the other elders, they had all stained their hands with the blood of the extraordinary during the tumultuous times of their realm. Faced with Lu Jin's blatant disregard for decorum, Wang Ai, like a cunning fox, wore a faint smile. Lu Xiong. While it may not be an issue to eliminate the extraordinary, let us not forget that Phoenix Street is not solely populated by them. Such a grave offense, if it were to befall anyone else in the extraordinary realm, would lead to the severing of their meridians. Only Xiandao, as the Tianshi's disciple, could evade the consequences thanks to our collective intervention. As Wang Ai attempted to manipulate the crowd and pressure the old Tianshi, Zhang Xiandao stood outside the pavilion, his brow furrowed in discontent. Where's this? This is Longhu Mountain, the domain of the Tianshi mansion. And who does Wang Ai think he is? Daring to force concessions from the Tianshi within his own territory? Does he believe there is no one left in the Tianshi mansion to stand against him? Not only that, but he was also using his situation as leverage. The truth of the matter resided in the hearts of the people. Wang Ai had the audacity to bring it up even though Tianshi had not taken action. This indicated that Wang Ai had something to hide. Wang Ai, Wang family. Zhang Xiandao felt that he had encountered this name recently. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled where he had heard it, from Zhou Yifa, the president of the Phoenix Society. Yes, during Zhou Yifa's final moments, in a desperate bid for survival, he had mentioned several names, among them Wang Ai. However, at that time, Zhang Xiandao had not paid it much mind, as it seemed irrelevant. No matter who Zhou Yifa invoked, he could not escape his fate. To sever Xuandao's meridians? Very well, Xiandao. Come here. Lu Jin called out, beckoning Zhang Xiandao to join the confrontation with Wang Ai. He intended to confront Wang Ai directly before the Tianshi. Today, let it be known before the Tianshi that you will cripple Xiandao. Wang Ai, taken aback by Lu Jin's boldness, turned his gaze toward the old Tianshi. Observing the old Tianshi's expression, which betrayed no signs of change, it was as if he were an outsider observing their farce. Today, the Tianshi remained remarkably silent, but Zhang Xiandao, as the Tianshi's disciple, could not remain quiet any longer. With Lu Jin providing him a stepping stone, he stepped into the pavilion to join the assembly of the 10 elders. The onlookers were taken aback by Zhang Xuanxiao's audacity. Did he truly intend to confront Wang Ai? What was he thinking? Feng Shanin gazed at Zhang Xuanxiao's lifeless expression in the distance, feeling an ominous premonition. Could he truly dare to confront the 10 elders? It seemed she had struck upon a realization, her countenance shifting dramatically. "Come, Wang Ai, take action," she urged. Lu Jin observed Wang Ai with a steady gaze, assuring himself that if Wang Ai were to make a move today, he would not let him off lightly. Even without the intervention of the master. "Brother Lu, you are being overly dramatic," Wang Ai replied, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned helplessness. "I give you a chance, yet you prove to be ineffectual. If you are incapable, then cease using the matters of the younger generation to threaten the master. The master is blameless, and Xuanxiao is certainly innocent." Lu Jin stood firmly on the side of the master, revealing his stance. It was not favoritism. He simply could not abide Wang Ai's hypocritical demeanor. The younger generation present, aside from Wang Bing, who was the great-grandson of the main subject, could not help but silently acknowledge Lu Jin's words, as the master had yet to step forward to diffuse the tension. And the other 10 elders appeared to be merely spectators. Wang Ai felt increasingly uncomfortable. He was compelled to turn his gaze towards Zhang Xuanxiao and speak. "Child, honestly, do you believe you have done nothing wrong?" Evidently, Wang Ai sought an avenue for retreat from Zhang Xuanxiao. After all, he considered himself an elder, one who had previously spoken in favor of Zhang. Even if Zhang Xuanxiao were oblivious to social niceties, he ought to extend him some respect. However, he underestimated Zhang Xuanxiao, a disciple of the master who was both righteous and rebellious. Even when his own master questioned him about his faults, he could confidently assert his innocence, let alone an old scoundrel like Wang Ai. Meeting Wang Ai's gaze, Zhang Xuanxiao replied with serene conviction, "What have I done wrong? Those of the QUANXING sect, who act recklessly and without restraint, deserve to be punished. The leader of Tang City should be held accountable for his crimes and for distorting the truth. Zhou Yifa deserves even harsher retribution. He colluded with QUANXING, bribed officials, and caused chaos in Tang City. If others fear the might of his influence, then I shall be the one to eliminate him. Should I err, my master shall impose punishment. If I unjustly harm the innocent, the world shall rise against me." Yet, why does Wang Lao repeatedly bring this up? Is he harboring guilt? With that, the baton of discourse returned to Zhang Xuanxiao, whose assertion shattered Wang Ai's facade completely. Especially with that last probing question, it caught everyone present by surprise that Zhang Xuanxiao would display such audacity. Only he could dare to confront the 10 elders in this manner. Any other junior, standing before these venerable figures, would tremble in fear, let alone question them. Silence enveloped the pavilion, the atmosphere thick with tension, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Wang Ai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhang Xuanxiao would dare to confront him so boldly. Despite his previous attempts to defend Zhang, it seemed none of it had registered. Wang Ai's anger surged. He found himself devoid of any fondness for Zhang Xuanxiao. First, for his disrespect, and second, for his apparent lack of gratitude. Though seething, he maintained his composure. A glance at the old master revealed no signs of intervention, further fueling his discontent. Today, the master resembled a slumbering husband in a film, oblivious to the chaos unfolding around him. Zhang Xuanxiao was truly turning the tables. Was the master instructing him to exert pressure through his esteemed disciple? Wang Ai's pride was wounded, while Lu Jin wore a bemused smile. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Wang Ai was essentially digging his own grave. The principle of once a teacher, always a father held true. Attempting to pressure the master in front of his disciple, Zhang Xuanxiao would never grant him a favorable response. Indeed, it serves you right. "Xuanxiao, how can you speak this way? I have advocated for you. How could I be guilty?" Wang Ai attempted to suppress his fury. In the presence of the master, he hesitated to escalate matters, but he did not anticipate Zhang Xuanxiao's next words would become pivotal. Confronting Wang Ai's feigned joviality, Zhang Xuanxiao cut straight to the point. "No guilt? Then may I inquire about the relationship between you and Zhou Yifa? I have heard whispers that Zhou Yifa may have connections to the Wang family." As soon as Zhang Xuanxiao uttered these words, Wang Ai's composure faltered. He was astonished that Zhang Xuanxiao possessed such knowledge. The ties between the Wang family and Zhou Yifa were not widely known. How had Zhang Xuanxiao uncovered this? Could it be Zhou Yifa himself? That incompetent fool. Wang Ai was uncertain how much Zhang Xuanxiao truly knew. He dared not gamble, nor allow him to continue speaking in front of the 10 elders. In a moment of panic, he seized a nearby teacup and hurled it to the ground with a resounding crash. The sound reverberated, and the atmosphere grew tenser. "Old Wang has lost it," remarked Lu Xia, surprised by Wang Ai's reaction. Observing one of the 2 heroes present, a once sleepy figure, now stirred by the sound of the shattered cup. "What is happening?" Feng Zhanghao, who had been observing, rose to his feet, realizing it was time for him to intervene. If this continued, not only would Wang Ai lose face, but Zhang Xuanxiao would also face dire consequences. Before Feng Jinghao could utter a word, he noticed Zhang Xuanxiao's complete disregard for Wang Ai's outburst. In Longhu Mountain, to shatter a cup in front of the master was an affront. Wang Ai clearly overestimated his own importance. He showed no respect for the master or his authority. Zhang Xuanxiao was no longer inclined to treat Wang Ai with civility. Just moments ago, he had been willing to engage in discourse with Wang Ai. But after the cup incident, the situation had irrevocably changed. He could not afford to remain passive. The reputation of the master's residence was at stake. Pick up the cup, Zhang Xuanxiao commanded, fixing his gaze on Wang Ai. Those present, both the 10 elders and the juniors beneath the pavilion, were momentarily stunned. To whom was he speaking? That was the head of the Wang family, a figure capable of stirring the supernatural realm, and he was demanding that him, a man of such stature, pick up a cup? Was Zhang Xuanxiao truly this reckless? Standing beside him, Zhang Lingyu felt compelled to assist but was uncertain how to proceed. Unlike Zhang Xuanxiao, he lacked the audacity. Without his master's word, he felt powerless to act. What did you say? Wang Ai seemed unable to comprehend, prompting him to ask again. I said, pick up the cup. Zhang Xuanxiao's tone grew firmer, serving as a final warning. Witnessing a mere junior speak to him in such a manner ignited Wang Ai's fury. After decades in the supernatural world, he had never encountered someone so brazen as this youth, daring to address him with such insolence. What of being a disciple of the master? Today, even if he were the master's favorite student, he would still be required to kneel before him and apologize. The master had yet to voice his opinion. What right did this young child have to issue commands? Today's youth were indeed reckless, lacking understanding of human relations and respect for their elders. In a condescending tone, Wang Ai lectured Zhang Xuanxiao, today, I shall take it upon myself to educate you on proper conduct in the presence of the master. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xuanxiao, who had already granted him a chance, acted without hesitation. The golden light spell coalesced in his left leg, followed by a sudden burst of force as he executed a flying kick aimed squarely at Wang Ai's face. The strength transferred from Zhang Xuanxiao's left foot to Wang Ai's aging visage caused his sagging features to cave in, resembling a stone dropped upon the surface of water, creating ripples of astonishment. Show off? Let me send you flying. Under the influence of inertia, Wang Ai's corpulent form was propelled outward, flipping twice and a half in midair before landing on the sandy ground. A cane? You dare to break it? This is the Heavenly Master's residence, not your Wang family's domain. If you dare to create trouble before the master, do not blame me, Zhang Xuanxiao, for showing no mercy. At this moment, Zhang Xuanxiao paid no heed to the old Heavenly Master's teachings. There would be no concessions made. The more one yielded, the more audacious these individuals would become. If the Heavenly Master remained silent, they would take liberties, demanding more and more. As for the matter of provocation leading to retaliation, if Wang Ai dared to challenge him, he could come at him directly. It was apparent that the Wang family was far from innocent. If it came to it, as the master instructed, they could be eliminated. What? You ask what to do if they cannot be defeated? That is a jest. What does it mean to be unable to defeat them? Does he possess such a grand system without a cheat? Do you not understand what it means to have deep blue enhancements? The crowd was rendered speechless by Zhang Xuanxiao's flying kick. He truly dared to act. Feng Xian's eyes widened as she witnessed Zhang Xuanxiao kick the infamous Wang Ai away. In that moment, she comprehended the folly of her earlier request for leniency before Zhang Xuanxiao. The title of infamous held no significance for him. It was akin to a mere insult. Not only would he disregard the face of the 10 elders, even if the infamous one himself appeared, he would receive no mercy. Goodness! Lu Linglong was taken aback as she saw the massive Wang Ai vanish from her view. Zhang Xuanxiao had truly outdone himself. She had initially thought her great-grandfather was formidable today, only to realize there was someone even more audacious. Who was this subordinate? In the pavilion, neither the old Heavenly Master nor any others had anticipated Zhang Xuanxiao's decisive kick. They only then realized the implication of his earlier remark about picking up the cup. It was not merely an act of taking advantage of the Heavenly Master's authority. Rather, it signified that he was about to take action himself. Feng Jinghao adjusted his round-framed glasses, observing Zhang Xuanxiao from a distance, increasingly unable to decipher this Heavenly Master disciple. While it was true that patience characterized Zhang Xuanxiao, recent events suggested that he could no longer endure. It felt as if he had touched upon a limit, a sensation of needing to obliterate one's entire family. A limit? Was it the Heavenly Master's residence? Feng Jinghao connected the dots of the preceding conversation between Zhang Xuanxiao and Wang AI, sensing something amiss. Upon reviewing the comments, he felt that his esteemed fathers were not entirely satisfied with the effects of the fighting and military secrets. As for the specifics of the 9 secrets effects, my research seemed to yield discrepancies. I have only read the beginning of the original work. I apologize for any inadequacies in my writing. Additionally, I wish to inquire about the specific capabilities of the fighting and military secrets from my esteemed fathers so I can enhance my understanding. I am immensely grateful for your patience and support, and as long as you remain steadfast, I am confident in my ability to continue writing this book. Prior to this, I maintained a commendable record of 300 consecutive days of updates, albeit brief, yet persistent. Lastly, I humbly seek everything, do not panic, and hold tight to Ming. Chapter 52. What is wrong with hitting your great-grandfather? I will strike without hesitation. Truly impressive. The Heavenly Master's residence is devoid of cowards. Witnessing Zhang Xuanxiao deliver such a blow to Wang AI, Lu Jin could not help but regard him with newfound respect. This young man exhibited a semblance of the Heavenly Master's vigor in his youth. Wang AI was currently taking advantage of Zhang Jiwei's status as a Heavenly Master. Beyond the limits of propriety, for the sake of the Heavenly Master's residence, even the Heavenly Master could make concessions. Had Zhang Jiwei been a few decades younger, would Wang AI dare to shatter a cup? He would receive a slap that could scatter his brain. As the crowd pondered their thoughts, Wang AI's great-grandson, Wang Bing, finally grasped the reality of the situation. He had been boasting moments ago, only to witness his great-grandfather being kicked away by a face devoid of expression. Who was this reckless individual daring to strike my great-grandfather? Great-grandfather. Upon seeing his ancestor's disheveled state, Wang Bing shouted accusations of disrespect and challenged Zhang Xuanxiao, invoking the spirit summoning technique. Indeed, the technique he employed was one of the 8 marvelous arts, spirit summoning. Upon witnessing this, Feng Jinghao, Feng Xian, and Feng Xingtong exchanged astonished glances, recognizing the technique passed down through their family. Why would Wang Bing, of the Wang family, also possess it? Before the Feng trio could contemplate further, Wang Bing, enveloped in dark energy, charged toward Zhang Xuanxiao. In the face of Wang Bing's attack, Zhang Xuanxiao did not even invoke his golden light spells. With his left hand open, he swiftly sliced through the air, delivering an explosive strike to Wang Bing's face. The sound of impact resonated, the fusion of force and speed imparting an overwhelming power to the blow. Wang Bing's elongated face met the strike, contorting under the force. With a slight exertion, Zhang Xuanxiao sent Wang Bing spinning through the air, akin to a top, twirling and leaping 1.5 rotations, 2.5 rotations. 4.5 rotations, he resembled a top being vigorously spun. In mere moments, he had spun countless times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Compared to his great-grandfather Wang AI being kicked away, the slap Zhang Xuanxiao delivered to him was far more invigorating. His mind blanked, caught in a whirlwind of fragmented memories. It seemed he almost glimpsed his great-grandmother, standing above the fallen Wang Bing. Zhang Xuanxiao addressed him from his elevated position in the pavilion, to utter foul language and disrespect the Heavenly Master within the Heavenly Master's residence. This slap shall serve as my lesson to you, Wang. Shall I strike the elder, then the younger? Is that appropriate? As Zhang Xuanxiao sent Wang Bing flying once more, the onlookers were taken aback by his overwhelming assertiveness this season. While they had previously regarded Wang Bing with disdain, tolerating his boastfulness as he prattled on, they never expected Zhang Xuanxiao to be so unyielding. Indeed, having already dealt with the infamous one, why should his great-grandson be spared? Observing from the pavilion, Lu Jin, closest to Zhang Xuanxiao, felt a shift in his expression as the force of the blow passed by him. How to articulate it? Although the strike was thoroughly satisfying, it evoked unsettling memories, an echo of the Heavenly Master's youth. Lu Jin reflected on his own past, having once received a slap from the old Heavenly Master himself. While Lu Jin reminisced, the other 10 elders in the pavilion awaited the old Heavenly Master's response. LCI of the Elf family, a close ally of Wang AI, felt that Zhang Xuanxiao had perhaps gone too far, yet he had no intention of intervening on Wang AI's behalf. After all, he was not foolish. The old Heavenly Master's long silence spoke volumes. This moment served as a deterrent against the younger generation of the Wang family, who had overstepped their bounds. With Wang AI and his descendant merely bearing the brunt of fate, the present assembly of elders could easily discern that the silence of the master and the assertiveness of his disciple were merely performances intended for their observation. The venerable master, now esteemed and respected, found himself unable to engage in certain actions, conveniently having a bold disciple unafraid of any challenge to carry out the necessary reprimands. Perhaps he did not foresee that Zhang Xuanxiao would exceed expectations, not only confronting Wang Ai, but also humiliating him to the point of wiping his shoes with Wang Ai's dignity. In front of Wang Ai, he had the audacity to strike Wang Bing, an act that could be termed as a ruthless assassination of one's spirit. Who among them was unaware that Wang Bing was the apple of Wang Ai's eye, cherished and protected throughout his life, never having faced any form of bullying? Today, before they could even exchange a few words at Longhu Mountain, Zhang Xuanxiao had struck him. Where could one seek justice for this? Should the master hear the thoughts of the assembled elders, he would surely retort, "Who said that? I did not. It was all the doing of my rebellious disciple." Indeed, it was just so. Initially, upon hearing Wang Ai's attempts to pressure Zhang Xuanxiao, the master merely intended for Zhang to witness the consequences of rash actions and understand what it felt like to be caught off guard. However, he was unprepared for Lao Lu's sudden intervention, passionately exclaiming about bonds and face, charging towards Wang Ai with fervor. He was even more astonished when Zhang Xuanxiao seized the baton from Lao Lu, becoming the vanguard of this verbal assault, rendering Wang Ai speechless. What was meant to be a mere admonition of Zhang Xuanxiao had transformed into an unexpected rebuke directed at the elders themselves. Witnessing Wang Ai, in front of his own disciple, shatter a cup from the master's residence without regard for decorum, the situation had irrevocably shifted. Wang Ai indeed deserved a reprimand. Fortuitously, the master allowed his rebellious disciple the stage to express himself freely, not anticipating that this rebellious disciple would handle the confrontation with such poise. Exuding an aura that seemed to overpower the elders, surpassing even Zhang Lingyu in prowess, the master discreetly cast a glance at Zhang Lingyu, who was still stationed as a guardian. At that moment, Zhang Lingyu's expression was a complex mixture of turmoil and hesitation, torn between the desire to assist his senior brother and the fear of inciting the master's ire, thus worsening the situation. Hesitation leads only to defeat. Failing to adhere to rules when one should, yet being bound by them when one should not. Oh, foolish disciple! Whom is he truly following? The master found himself perplexed. Across 3 generations within the master's residence, whether it was his own master, Zhang Jingqing, or Zhang Huai, or even his fellow disciples, who among them was ever a paragon of adherence to the rules? How could a cotton ball suddenly spring forth from the gutter? Chapter 53. The Master's Protective Instincts. Second update. Just as the master grappled with his existential doubt, Wang Bing, chastised by Zhang Xuanxiao, seethed with anger. He looked at Zhang Xuanxiao, feeling as though a scholar had encountered a warrior. Is there no justice left? Is there no law for the Wang family? What nonsense is this Zhang Xuanxiao spouting? To claim disrespect towards the master, and to assert that I deserved a slap from my ancestor? Did Zhang Xuanxiao even show respect to my great-grandfather? My great-grandfather disrespected the master, and yet Zhang Xuanxiao retaliates with a flying kick. You disrespect my ancestor, and I merely sought to defend my dignity, only to be cast aside. Is this fair? Does a larger fist confer greatness? Ah, it appears it does. I was merely careless. If given another chance, I shall ensure Zhang Xuanxiao understands why the flowers bloom so vividly. Wang Bing, somewhat unsteady, rose, preparing for a resurgence, but unexpectedly, he observed Wang Ai, who had been struck down, unable to contain himself any longer. Zhang Xuanxiao, how dare you harm my great-grandson? At this moment, Wang Ai was genuinely filled with murderous intent. His aura was suffused with dark energy, far more intense than that of Wang Bing. Within this dark energy, it seemed as though countless spirits were swirling about. As Wang Ai prepared to act decisively, Zhang Xuanxiao, taken aback, realized that Wang Ai was indeed intent on engaging him. Uncertain of Wang Ai's true strength, Zhang Xuanxiao felt a surge of golden light emanate from him, coalescing into the formidable Yang Five Thunder. Before he could take further action, Wang Ai froze momentarily, his legs trembling. What is this? Fear welled up within Wang Ai, akin to an animal sensing danger, causing his hairs to stand on end. His gaze fell upon the elderly figure seated in the pavilion, clad in the master's robes. The elderly one's eyes, sharp as daggers, seemed to pierce through him. The once gentle breeze, akin to a woman's delicate hand, transformed into a fierce gale, rustling the surrounding leaves. The sky appeared to darken ominously. Below the pavilion, Lu Linglong lifted her gaze to the heavens, bewildered as the previously clear sky suddenly became shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. "Oh, master, The sight prompted the gathered elders within the pavilion to furrow their brows, their gazes instinctively drawn towards the master. As he rose, hands clasped behind his back, they too stood up in unison. In the blink of an eye, as Wang Ai had manifested his murderous intent, the master, a living weapon, awakened. The protective instincts of the master's residents were well known. While minor skirmishes were generally overlooked, any intent to harm, especially towards a cherished disciple of the master, would provoke severe consequences. Seeing his great-grandfather's determination, Wang Bing, no longer feigning composure, invoked his spiritual binding techniques, preparing to pressure Zhang Xuanxiao further. However, before he could reach Zhang Xuanxiao, Zhang Lingyu, the younger disciple, finally grasped the situation and intercepted him at the pavilion steps. Wang Bing, if you insist on causing trouble, then I, Zhang Lingyu, shall first engage you in practice. Radiating golden light, he presented himself as a formidable presence from the master's residence. Goodness, is this for real? The positioning alone indicated a fearsome strength. Below the pavilion, Feng Xingtong watched the trio's arrangement with a gulp. Observing from the steps, Zhang Lingyu blocked Wang Bing, taking a lower vantage point. At the center of the pavilion, Zhang Xuanxiao crackled with white lightning, occupying the focal point. Behind him, the master stood, hands clasped, exuding an aura that suppressed the elders, elevating the entire tableau to its zenith. Should anyone capture this moment, it would undoubtedly be a masterpiece. Aptly titled The Peerless Master's Residence. With the younger generation asserting their dominance, the older generation also exerted their influence, showcasing the master's residence as a true breeding ground for talent. The previous master, Zhang Jingqing, had birthed prodigies like Zhang Jiwei and Zhang Huai. This current master has also nurtured two promising successors capable of upholding the banner of the master's residence. Wang Ai faltered. He genuinely wavered, with the master having awakened. Even if he harbored dissatisfaction towards Zhang Xuanxiao and contemplated his demise, he must suppress such thoughts. The kick Zhang Xuanxiao delivered was a blow he could not retaliate against. With martial confrontation out of the question, he could only resort to verbal sparring. Master, is this not excessive? This Zhang Xuanxiao, a mere junior, dares to disregard his elders, kicking me, an old man nearing the grave, in front of so many witnesses, and he has also struck my unblemished great-grandson. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory resolution, demanding an apology from Zhang Xuanxiao on our behalf, I, Wang Ai, will take this matter to the highest authorities. Wang Ai appeared to be quite aggrieved, clamoring for justice. Although he was no match for the old master, he was nonetheless one of the four heads of the and he believed the master ought to show him some respect. He thought that since he had spared Zhang Xuanxiao from his wrath, the master would naturally reciprocate by compelling Zhang to apologize. However, to his astonishment, the old master deviated entirely from the expected course of action. Upon hearing Wang Ai's grievances, the master did not allow Zhang Xuanxiao to respond. Instead, he gazed at Wang Ai's aged visage and slowly spoke. Wang Ai, kindly pick up the cup. At these words, not only was Wang Ai taken aback, but the other 10 elders present were equally bewildered. They had anticipated every possible scenario but had not foreseen that the master would place such emphasis on a shattered cup. This was indeed a stern reprimand for Wang Ai. LCI and the others, witnessing this unfold, silently chose to remain mute. Who would dare provoke the master at such a critical moment? To put it delicately, they were 10 elders, but to put it bluntly, the master was an authority unto himself, and collectively they would struggle to oppose him. Wang Ai, what did you say? Wang Ai truly had not anticipated that the master would be so protective. Both he and his family had been bullied by Zhang Xuanxiao. Yet the master demanded he pick up the broken cup in front of everyone. Addressing Wang Ai's inquiry, the master's resonant voice echoed, the cups of the master's estate are antiques. You shattered one. Shouldn't you pick it up for me? Good night and sweet dreams to my esteemed fathers. Chapter 54. Wang Ai, you truly think of me as a fool, do you? First update. Hearing the master's words, Wang Ai cast a glance at LCI and the other elders who were standing beside the master. He signaled them to intervene, to persuade the master and provide him an avenue of escape. If he were to pick up the cup in front of all these juniors, the Wang family's dignity would be utterly trampled underfoot by Zhang Xuanxiao. However, the 10 elders, upon receiving Wang Ai's glance, displayed expressions of discomfort and chose to ignore him. Lu Jin, in particular, had never held Wang Ai in high regard. As for L, who usually maintained a cordial relationship with him, he too showed no inclination to offer assistance at this moment. Good. So you all think of me as a fool, do you? Wang Ai comprehended the situation clearly. As the saying goes, one must endure humiliation and bide their time. He would remember this disgrace. Trembling, he moved his aged legs, stepping into the pavilion, and before the assembly of elders and juniors, began to pick up the shards of the teacup he had just shattered one by one. Placing them on the table, grandfather actually picked it up. Observing Wang Ai gathering the shards, Wang Bing, his great-grandson, was equally astonished. In his understanding, he had always seen others bending over backward for his great-grandfather. Never had he witnessed him endure such humiliation as today. Master, is that enough? After collecting all the shards, Wang Ai turned to the old master. The master, glancing at the shards on the table, replied, "You have picked up the pieces, but alas, they are already broken. Wang Ai, what do you propose we do? To kill a man, one must also break his spirit. What can be done? What can be done?" Wang Ai paused, then spoke, "We will compensate." Upon hearing this, the old master nodded and turned his gaze towards Zhang Xuanxiao. "Remember to collect the payment from him shortly." "Understood, master." Zhang Xuanxiao replied. In this combination of the old and the young, the Wang family's dignity was thoroughly diminished. They had initially hoped to gain some concessions from the old master, but Zhang Xuanxiao's fortitude had thwarted that expectation. Not only did they gain nothing, but they also lost face. Once the troublesome Wang Ai was dealt with, the old master turned his attention to the other elders present, his demeanor softening slightly. After delivering a reprimand, it was time to offer a small concession. "I am aware of your suggestions, esteemed colleagues. Let us expand the selection criteria for the upcoming event to encompass the entire. All individuals under the age of 30 may participate in the old master took a symbolic step back. This minor concession illustrated his status. He was no longer the formidable figure he once was. If he were decades younger, he would have shown no hesitation in disregarding the opinions of others after delivering such a blow. Though this concession was minimal, it made interactions among the 10 elders less awkward. "Even though my disciple has struck you, Wang Ai, and slapped Wang Bing, causing you to lose some dignity, your goals have still been achieved. There are gains and losses, yet a bright future awaits." Of course, this was merely a trivial concession in the Master's grand scheme. He had long intended for the 2 elder figures of the Master's estate to pave the way for Zhang Chuan. Should any young individuals in the be capable of contending with Zhang Xuanxiao or Zhang Lingyu, it would be beneficial, providing a means to temper the spirits of the 2 elders. If none were found, it would ultimately serve his purpose of aiding Zhang Chuan in clearing obstacles. Seeing the Master's concession, the expressions of the 10 elders improved markedly. Their visit to the Master's estate had indeed borne fruit. With a mere exchange of words, they had compelled the master to relent, and they left feeling quite satisfied. Had Wang Ai heard this conversation, he would have surely retorted, "None of you have any shame." In this scenario, he was the true participant, while the other 10 elders merely enjoyed the spoils without effort. Moments later, having concluded their discussions regarding the 10 elders descended from Longhu Mountain. Some appeared invigorated, while others wore long faces. "Wang Ai, why did you provoke Zhang Xuanxiao for no reason? You know how protective the master is," LCI remarked, observing Wang Ai's disheveled appearance. "Can I be blamed? It was Lu Jin who stirred the pot. And that Zhang Xuanxiao, acting like a brute. This matter is far from over." Wang Ai vowed that he would seek an opportunity for revenge against Zhang Xuanxiao for the humiliation his family had endured. While he might not be able to eliminate him, he could certainly cause trouble from the shadows. The Wang family excelled at stirring the waters. "Great-grandfather, rest assured, if I encounter Zhang Xuanxiao during this, I will definitely reclaim our family's honor." Wang Bing chimed in, continuing to boast. With this penchant for bravado, should he enter Zhang Xuanxiao's formidable 9 heavens thunder array, he would undoubtedly be left in ruins. "Good lad." Wang Ai patted Wang Bing's back in encouragement. Meanwhile, Feng Jinghao walked with Feng Xian and Feng Xingtong, contemplating matters. He was keen to understand why the Wang family possessed the ability to summon spirits and dispatch generals, a skill passed down from their family. "You two go ahead and get in the car," Feng Jinghao instructed the Feng siblings before striding towards Wang Ai. "Old Master Wang, please hold on." Hearing someone call out to him, Wang Ai turned to see Feng Jinghao approaching, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Indeed, he looked down upon Feng Jinghao, thinking him merely the leader of a small organization, unworthy of standing alongside the esteemed elders. "President Feng, what brings you here?" Wang Ai inquired, addressing him with a formal title. "Old Master Wang, why does your family also possess the ability to summon spirits and dispatch generals?" Upon hearing this question, Wang Ai raised an eyebrow, surprised that Feng Jinghao had the audacity to inquire. Curious, are we? Very well. After receiving Feng Jinghao's response, Wang Ai gestured for him to join the car. President Feng, you must be aware of the recent news regarding Zhang Xuanxiao, the heir of the Qi body lineage. I have indeed heard of it. Then have you considered why the emergence of a Qi body heir would draw such attention, while your Feng family, possessing unique skills, has managed to live openly and steadily until now? In the Tianshi mansion, having lost face, Wang Ai now appeared determined to regain his dignity through Feng Jinghao. Please, esteemed senior, offer your guidance. Observing Feng Jinghao's humble demeanor, Wang Ai provided an explanation. The reason was straightforward. Years ago, my father protected your Feng family. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Feng Jinghao's eyes. Is that so? I was completely unaware. Chapter 55, Feng Jinghao, Old Master Wang. I wish to care for you in your old age. Second update. Noticing Feng Jinghao's reaction, Wang Ai was convinced that Feng Tianyang had not divulged this matter to his descendants. Thus, he continued recounting that historical event during the chaos of the Jiaxin Rebellion. Your grandfather Feng Tianyang, one of the 36 bandits, became separated from his companions and, by sheer coincidence, fell into our Wang family's hands. Your grandfather was indeed a coward, persistently pleading with my father for mercy, promising anything for his life. Moved by his plight, my father spared him, demanding only that he surrender the complete version of the Zhuling Qianjiang to the Wang family in exchange for his life. He would also utilize the Wang family's influence to negotiate on his behalf with other sect leaders. Your grandfather was quite agreeable in this matter. He not only surrendered the Zhuling Qianjiang but also vowed before my father that should he have descendants, he would never pass on the complete version of it. To repay the favor of his life being spared, he intended for the Wang family to always hold supremacy over the Feng family. The complete version of the Zhuling Qianjiang? At this, Feng Jinghao's brows furrowed. He had not anticipated that the Zhuling Qianjiang passed down in his family was merely a fragmented version. Your grandfather was a straightforward man, and my father, lenient. During that tumultuous period, it was no easy feat to protect your grandfather, a bandit. Ultimately, he betrayed the whereabouts of his comrades. And thanks to my family's reputation at the time, other sect leaders granted my father a favor, allowing your grandfather to live. After the turmoil, he chose to live in seclusion, and my father honored his promise, never causing him harm again. Having recounted this confidential history, Wang Ai turned his gaze toward Feng Jinghao, a sly smile on his face, and inquired, "Do you understand? President Feng, the glory your Feng family enjoys today was earned through the sacrifices of your grandfather, Feng Tianyang, and it was my Wang family that ensured your survival." Wang Ai sought to witness the dawning realization of despair on Feng Jinghao's face, but to his surprise, Feng Jinghao, after listening to this tale of yours, bore an expression of unusual sincerity. He paused momentarily, then looked at Wang Ai and earnestly declared, "Old Master Wang, I wish to care for you in your old age." Caring for me in my old age? At this statement, Wang Ai was utterly bewildered. He struggled to comprehend the meaning behind Feng Jinghao's words. "President Feng, what do you mean?" "Old Master, previously, I was too self-satisfied, thinking that being called a 10 elder placed me on equal footing with esteemed seniors. Now that I have heard this history, I realize my folly. Our Feng family has long benefited from the Wang family's grace, yet remained oblivious to it. I am filled with trepidation, Old Master. The gratitude I owe your family can never be repaid. You spared my grandfather, which led to the prosperity of the Feng family. Thus, as a younger generation, I wish to care for you in your old age. Should you require assistance in the future, I will be there to serve you." Listening to Feng Jinghao's words, Wang Ai found himself utterly perplexed by his intentions. Was it truly a matter of providing care or merely a fade? Just moments ago, his Wang family had been humiliated at the Tianshi mansion, and now Feng Jinghao, aware of this past, was proposing to care for him in his old age. Something felt amiss. There was a distinct sense of unease. Could it be that this young man harbored ambitions for the complete version of the Zhuling Qianjiang? The treasures of the Feng family would eventually return to them. Feng Jinghao, of course, recognized that Wang Ai looked down upon their Tianxia society. During his recounting of the past, Wang Ai's tone had been laced with ridicule, mocking the weakness of his grandfather, Feng Tianyang. The truth of Wang Ai's claims remained unverifiable, leaving Feng Jinghao in a state of skepticism. In that particular context, could the Wang family truly have spared his grandfather? No one could say for certain. The notion of owing allegiance to the Wang family was a spontaneous thought. He had contemplated deeply, observing the conflict between Wang Ai and Zhang Xuanxiao on Longhu Mountain. Wang Ai's relentless pursuit of conflict would inevitably lead the Wang family to ruin. Zhang Xuanxiao was not one to be trifled with. The more Wang Ai sought to provoke him, the more he would drag the Wang family into destruction. Given the enmity between the Feng and Wang families, it was prudent for him to strategize ahead, to ensnare Wang Ai in his web of deception, ensuring that when the Wang family fell, he would reap the benefits. Simultaneously, on the mountain, Lu Jin was engaged in conversation with the old master. Old master, your temperament has truly reached a remarkable level. Just now, as those few were making a fuss, you remained seated for so long. I would have found it intolerable. Fortunately, Xuanxiao is sensible and does not indulge these old geezers. Observing the old master, Lu Jin continued to voice his concerns. However, I cannot comprehend why you would concede to them. Is it not evident that they are intent on preventing Zhang Chulan from entering the Tianshi mansion, all while scheming over the Qi body source? Listening to Lu Jin's impatience, the old master replied calmly, let them have their concessions. The earlier situation was quite awkward, had I not conceded. Wang Ai would not have let the matter rest, and others would have lost face as well. Moreover, allowing Zhang Chulan, an outsider, to participate in the succession of the Tianshi does seem a bit unusual. Seeing the old master so reasonable, Lu Jin felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Old master, you have truly aged. Why were you not this understanding in the past? In response to Lu Jin's words, the old master merely smiled in silence. Flowers may bloom again, but one cannot recapture their youth. Noting the old master's nonchalant attitude, Lu Jin emphasized, by expanding the selection criteria to the realm of the extraordinary, Zhang Chulan's competitors will increase significantly. More critically, even if other extraordinary individuals come with intentions for the position of Tianshi, they may not exert their full effort. In such a case, if those old geezers' descendants unite, they could eliminate Zhang Chulan, thus achieving their goal. Listening to Lu Jin's concerns, the old master maintained a calm demeanor. Young Lu, do not forget, this grand event is being held at Longhu Mountain. Huh? Lu Jin was momentarily taken aback. Soon, he realized the old master was implying that he intended to manipulate the competition behind the scenes. Old master, you are truly going all in, sacrificing your reputation. Even if you can control the competition, if they cooperate against you, it would be difficult to ensure Zhang Chulan's success. After all, he is but one person. Who says so? The old master replied, my Tianshi mansion still has the Xiaming elders. Chapter 56. Zhang Xuanxiao, I am not Zhang Chulan's caretaker. First update. Upon hearing the term Xiaming elders, Lu Jin was momentarily stunned. Xiaming elders? Or the Xianling elders? It was clear he understood that the old master referred to his two esteemed disciples. Seeing that the old master had made preparations, Lu Jin couldn't help but voice his thoughts. For the sake of one Zhang Chulan, you would make these two fine disciples mere stepping stones? Is that fair to Xuanxiao and Lingyu? Moreover, old master, I fail to understand why you insist on having him inherit the position of Tianshi when allowing him to enter Longhu Mountain is not a difficult task. Listening to Lu Jin's inquiry, the old master stroked his beard and began to speak. I truly cannot disclose whether it is fair to Xuanxiao and Lingyu. I am aware of this in my heart. Xuanxiao resembles my former self, and I do not wish for him to tread the same path unless absolutely necessary. As for Lingyu, the child still lacks brilliance and independent thought, often getting caught in trivialities. He is far from being suited for the position of the master. Despite the old master's response, Lu Jin still considered the future of Xuanxiao and Lingyu. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, since the master holds such views. I shall join in. He then turned his attention back to the old master. Master, please summon those old fellows back. What are you up to, Brother Lu? The old master raised an eyebrow slightly. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanxiao contemplated the upcoming Luotian grand ceremony. Firstly, he was determined to prevent Zhang Chulan from seizing the title. Even though this ceremony was a scheme set by his own master for Zhang Chulan, he would uphold the interests of the master's residence and obstruct this peculiar contest in the eyes of outsiders. The champion must be from the master's residence. Only then would it be deemed legitimate. Allowing Zhang Chulan, a mere novice, to claim victory would undoubtedly place the master's residence in a precarious position. The reputation of the master's residence and the dignity of the master would become mere trinkets for Zhang Chulan. Moreover, it was critical to note that Zhang Chulan had rejected the master's inheritance, rendering the entire contest seemingly futile, causing his own master to exert effort without reward. While this rationale stood firm, it did not imply that he desired Zhang Xuanxiao to accept the Master's inheritance. In the original narrative, Zhang Xuanxiao speculated that accepting the Master's inheritance could lead to the Master's demise, hence his refusal. Zhang Xuanxiao could not afford to gamble, nor could he. Were he in Zhang Xuanxiao's position, he too would decline. However, this does not mean that Zhang Xuanxiao was a suitable candidate for the Master's position. He wanted both the dignity of the Master's residence and the life of his master. To achieve this, the champion must be either himself or Zhang Lingyu. To be frank, he harbored little interest in the Master's position. He preferred that his fellow disciples inherit it, allowing him to pursue his own ambitions without restraint. Nevertheless, this did not mean he would comply with the master's wishes and act as a caretaker for Zhang Xuanxiao's path to victory. Although he defied his master's arrangement and appeared somewhat disobedient, he had to prevent his master's capriciousness from the standpoint of the master's residence. The bottom line remained. Beneath the surface, the champion could only be from the master's residence unless Zhang Xuanxiao could genuinely defeat both him and Zhang Lingyu. Of course, some might argue that Zhang Xuanxiao, who knew the master's golden light spell and thunder technique, had an unspoken connection to the master's residence, thus qualifying as a disciple. In response to this skepticism, Zhang Xuanxiao could only retort, "Then let me ask you, has Zhang Xuanxiao formally become a disciple? Answer me. Does he have a formal initiation? Is there a guarantor to prove he has entered the master's residence? Speak up. Were his golden light spell and thunder technique taught through legitimate channels?" As for the full-scale assault on the mountain following the Luotian grand ceremony, he also needed to meticulously plan the deployment of the formation and the execution of the strategy, aiming to minimize casualties among the disciples of the master's residence and eliminate all foes on the mountain. Just as Zhang Xuanxiao pondered these matters, Lu Linglong, awaiting her grandfather, seemed to muster courage and addressed him. "Xuanxiao, should we meet in the contest of the Luotian grand ceremony? Do not go easy on me simply because I am a girl. Give it your all." Hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao paused before responding, "Rest assured, in my eyes, there is no distinction between genders, all are treated equally." Wonderful. Upon hearing that Zhang Xuanxiao would treat everyone equally, Lu Linglong continued, "My grandfather often speaks of you, Xuanxiao, as being exceptionally strong, a paragon of the new generation. I wish to see just how significant the gap is between us." "A paragon, you say?" Zhang Xuanxiao contemplated Lu Linglong's words. At that moment, within the pavilion, several elders were summoned back to the mountain. The repeated comings and goings left the elders puzzled. Could it be that the master had changed his mind again? All eyes turned to the old master, who, noticing their gaze, spoke. "The one who has called you all here is not I, but Brother Lu." "Lu Jin? What is he up to now?" The elders exchanged glances, confused. Lu Jin surveyed the elders present and said leisurely, "You have all provided the master with numerous suggestions, yet I have done nothing." At this, the elders exchanged glances once more. "Nothing at all? Is that even a reasonable statement? Who is it that just vehemently criticized Wang Ai?" While they were gathered here as a courtesy to the master, it was doubtful that many genuinely aspired to inherit the position of the next master. "I reckon this is quite a loss for these individuals, isn't it?" The elders remained baffled by Lu Jin's intentions. Before they could voice their questions, Lu Jin extended a hand and began drawing symbols in the air before them. A blue-white aura emanated from his fingertips, and a talisman swiftly materialized. As the talisman formed, a sudden gust of wind surged forth, akin to a tornado wreaking havoc, instantly demolishing the pavilion. Countless splintered wooden beams were swept into the air, raining down like a storm, altering the expressions of those present as they regarded Lu Jin. "What kind of day is this?" The innkeeper of Jianghu felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. "You all are so lofty. You are remarkable. You are all great figures, and here I sit as your companion. Old Lu, what are you doing?" Rather than being shocked by Lu Jin's outburst, the elders were more astonished by his display of power. It was evident to all that this was one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, the Tongdian talisman. After demonstrating his technique, Lu Jin placed his hands in his pockets and calmly stated, "I have gathered you all here to inform you that I, Lu Jin, seek a successor for this technique. During the Luotian grand ceremony, I will choose someone from the top 2 to inherit this Tongdian talisman." "Ah, you rascal." The old master raised an eyebrow at Lu Jin's intent to select a successor for the 8 extraordinary techniques from among the top 2. He understood that Lu Jin was seeking to create a balance between Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu. Old Lu certainly has a fondness for the 2 esteemed figures of the master's residence, the old master mused inwardly. Indeed, Lu Jin harbored an affection for the two esteemed figures of the master's residence. This endeavor to find a balance for Xuanxiao and Lingyu was one aspect of his unveiling of the Tongtian talisman. More importantly, it was a means to stir trouble for the elders while also exposing those masked individuals who thrived in chaos. As the saying goes, it is better to divert than to block. Just as the old master utilized the Luotian grand ceremony to pave the way for Zhang Xuanxiao, Lu Jin could likewise use the Tongtian talisman and Zhang Xuanxiao as bait to stir the pot in the realm of the extraordinary. Soon, the news that the Tongtian talisman would be offered as a prize spread to the leaders of various extraordinary sections. On Longhu Mountain, Wang Yu sat on his bed, reflecting on his recent conversation with the elder. Destiny. Fortunes may change, yet fate remains predetermined. He recalled the elder's words, pondering the difficulty of remaining unscathed, and fell into a prolonged silence. Originally, he had no intention of mingling in the festivities of the Luotian grand ritual at Longhu Mountain. Yet the emergence of the 8 extraordinary arts one after another compelled him to reconsider. Holding the Fengho Chiman, one of the 8 extraordinary arts, it seemed increasingly difficult for him to remain detached. Should he continue to uphold his solitude, or Wang Yi pondered for a moment and activated the Chiman divination, attempting to glean insights into the future of the Luotian grand ritual. Zhang Xuanxiao, the Grand Master of the Luotian ritual, and Zhang Xianxiao, he merely caught a vague glimpse in the Chiman, and a mouthful of blood spewed from the corner of his mouth. Almost immediately, blood began to seep from his eyes, ears, and nose. Was the critical point of this predicament tied to the disciples of the Grand Master? Wang Yi furrowed his brow. In the obscure future he glimpsed, Zhang Xianxiao would be pivotal to the resolution of the Luotian grand ritual, but that was all he could discern. He could not ascertain whether he should impede Zhang Xianxiao to salvage the Grand Master's reputation and alter Zhang Chulan's choice, or assist Zhang Xianxiao to shift the course of some future events. The stakes of fate for these two individuals weighed heavily. Wang Yi was perplexed. He could surmise why Zhang Chulan bore such weight, perhaps due to his quest for the truth of the past. Yet how could Zhang Xianxiao possess such monumental influence over fate? Wang Yi swallowed hard. In his divination, Zhang Xuanxiao's impact on this world had already surpassed the truth Zhang Chulan pursued. What had Zhang Xianxiao done in the future? With the news that the Tongtian talisman would be a prize at the Luotian grand ritual, it spread across various sects and resonated throughout the realm of extraordinary beings. In an instant, the entire realm ignited like a spark that could set ablaze a vast expanse, with excitement surging. The Luotian grand ritual not only lowered its barriers, but also dangled the temptation of extraordinary skills. How could one refrain from witnessing the spectacle? Even securing second place would suffice. Equally exhilarated were the myriad of extraordinary beings from across the nation, their blades already thirsting for action. This gathering called by the sect leaders aimed to besiege Longhu Mountain, and Zhang Xianxiao had found himself on their hit list. Now, they had the chance not only to assassinate Zhang Xianxiao at Longhu Mountain, but also to eliminate the heir of the Tongtian talisman and seize it for themselves. Was this not a 2-for-1 deal? Time passed swiftly, like an aging man who, before beginning, finds himself at the end. Unbeknownst to them, the day of the Luotian grand ritual drew ever closer, prompting extraordinary beings from various locales to set forth for Longhu Mountain. Here in Jimin, Zhang Chulan, who had been undergoing intensive training under Feng Baobao for a month, felt significantly strengthened. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, confidence radiating from his visage. Yes, I have indeed grown stronger, but not balder. Sister Bao, now that I am who I am, if I were to face that Grand Master Zhang Xianxiao, what would my chances be? Zhang Chulan inquired, glancing at the industrious Feng Baobao beside him. Upon hearing the question, Feng Baobao scratched her head and replied without hesitation. 3-7, I suppose. Hearing this prognosis, Zhang Chulan displayed a hint of delight. He anticipated a 3 in 10 chance to be quite substantial. Observing Zhang Chulan's expression of naive optimism, Feng Baobao shook her head and cleverly corrected. No, I mean he could kill you 7 times in 3 seconds. Does that sound right? At Feng Baobao's correction, the smile on Zhang Chulan's face froze entirely. He felt a crack forming within him. Such odds, what was the point of even going? A month of rigorous training for naught. As he perceived the light fading from Zhang Chulan's eyes, Feng Baobao comfortingly patted his shoulder. Why are you putting your heart in your rear? I will help you clear the obstacles. Confused by Feng Baobao's words, Zhang Chulan was bewildered. Put my heart in my rear. What a strange metaphor. Wait, Sister Bao, have you also been invited to participate in the Luotian grand ritual? Just as he finished speaking, Su C's voice rang out from behind him. The rules have changed. Now, extraordinary beings under 30 can register for the selection. But fear not. With General Bao around, you will undoubtedly advance. Have you packed everything? It's time to set off. At Su C's words, Zhang Xuanxiao felt a sense of calm wash over him. Though the number of participants had increased, with Feng Baobao by his side, it should not pose a significant issue. They arrived at the airport, intending to reach Longhu Mountain that day, but due to unforeseen circumstances, they had to postpone their journey by a day. Su Si, remember to pick me up. Watching as Feng Baobao was escorted away by airport security, Zhang Xuanxiao and the others fell into a contemplative silence. What S with the knife? That S not security. The next day, at the front of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Xuanxiao donned a black Taoist robe, standing alongside Zhang Lingyu, who was clad in white, resembling a pair of dark and light specters, flanking the Grand Master as they oversaw the proceedings. Before the cameras, the Grand Master presented a warm smile, engaging in a question-and-answer interview with the accompanying officials. From the perspective of the camera, the front of the Grand Master's estate buzzed with activity. Numerous masters displaying various magical artifacts, seeking out extraordinary beings. Indeed, some unsuspecting extraordinary beings fell prey to their grandiose claims, purchasing artifacts under the pretense of acquiring wisdom from the masters. They paid for the artifacts, but genuinely for the success lectures of the masters. With a mere phrase, understand applause, they could easily coax applause from the crowd. The narrative of the Luotian grand ritual was about to unfold. Did any of the honorable fathers wish to witness specific events? Chapter 58. The Wudong Wang Yi pays respects to the Grand Master. Of course, the bustling scene of people coming and going was, on one hand, a testament to the Grand Master's renown, and on the other, a result of the Tourism Bureau's development efforts. In reality, the entire front of Longhu Mountain had been commercially developed by the Tourism Bureau, leaving the Grand Master's estate with only the rights to the rear mountain. Even a disciple of the Grand Master, like Zhang Xuanxiao, had to purchase a ticket to enter through the front. Indeed, such occurrences were common. He recalled his first descent from the mountain for training. When Zhang Xuanxiao returned through the front, he was informed by the ticket seller that he needed to buy a ticket, leaving him utterly bewildered. Here he was, a Taoist from the Grand Master's estate at Longhu Mountain, having to pay to enter his own home. Furious, he erupted in a tirade. That incident was later shared online, causing quite a stir in the realm of extraordinary beings. Despite the ensuing controversy, most simply enjoyed the spectacle. To this day, he could enter freely through the front, relying solely on his silver tongue. Yes, a few more outbursts would suffice. Now, the ticket seller at the foot of the mountain, upon seeing him, allowed him entry without a second thought. After Zhang Xuanxiao and the others purchased their tickets, they ascended to the Grand Master's estate at the mountain's peak. Gazing at the estate, Zhang Xuanxiao couldn't help but exclaim. Reaching the pinnacle of the realm of extraordinary beings, the Grand Master's estate is truly magnificent. While he was lost in admiration, a Taoist priest in dark blue robes, who had accompanied them from the foot of the mountain, glanced at him and asked, Zhang Xuanxiao, why do you wish to participate in the gathering? Taken aback by the question, Zhang Xuanxiao sighed and replied, Indeed, Taoist, you are here to attend the Luotian grand ritual as well. The Taoist priest had joined them from the foot of the mountain, claiming to hail from Wudong. Zhang Xuanxiao had found it odd that this priest had struck up a conversation with him without reason. To be frank, my grandfather has many secrets related to Longhu Mountain. If I succeed, I will meet the Grand Master and seek clarity. Upon hearing Zhang Xuanxiao's response, the Wudong priest raised an eyebrow and scratched his head. Is that all? Is that really all? Zhang Xuanxiao repeated his words, somewhat perplexed by the priest's meaning. If you wish to meet the Grand Master, that is not a difficult matter. The Wudong priest, gesturing for Zhang Xuanxiao to walk forward a few steps, pointed in a direction, following his finger through the crowd. Zhang Xuanxiao spotted an amiable old man with an ethereal demeanor engaging in photographs with others. What the heck? Seeing the Grand Master so approachable, Zhang Xuanxiao was completely taken aback. Is this really the Grand Master? So affable? After the Celestial Master finished taking photos with others, this Taoist priest from Wudong led him before the old Celestial Master. Wang Yi also paid his respects to the old Celestial Master, bowing respectfully and greeting him. Ah, Wang Yi, how's your master? The old Celestial Master inquired, glancing at Wang Yi. He is still in good health, Wang Yi replied. Old Master, look who I have brought to see you. As Wang Yi introduced Zhang Xuanxiao, the old Celestial Master finally laid eyes on the grandson of Zhang Huai. So, you are Xuanxiao. Zhang Xuanxiao stared at the old Celestial Master, momentarily uncertain how to address him. Call me Xia, Master's elder. For your grandfather has imparted the celestial master's profound teachings to you. Though you are not a disciple of Zhang He, it is fitting for you to call me this." Upon hearing the old celestial master's words, Zhang Xuan abandoned any pretense. "Xia He is greater than the heavens," he declared, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Truly, he was the clever grandson of the great ear thief. Observing the tears welling in Zhang Xuan's eyes, the old celestial master beckoned him to enter and converse. "Xuanxiao, please escort young Wang Yi to the back mountain," the old celestial master instructed his rebellious disciple. "Yes, master." Zhang Xuanxiao watched as the old celestial master led Zhang Xuan into the front room, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing his gaze. This hint of emotion did not go unnoticed by Zhang Lingyu, who sensed her senior brother's aversion towards Zhang Xuan. Since Zhang Xuanxiao had descended the mountain to test Zhang Xuan, she was not well versed in the details regarding him. Noticing her senior brother's demeanor, she inquired, "Senior brother, you seem to harbor some disfavor towards Zhang Xuan." In response to Zhang Lingyu's question, Zhang Xuanxiao merely stated one thing, causing her to lose all favorable impressions of Zhang Xuan. "He can summon Yang Wulei." Zhang Lingyu was momentarily taken aback, then looked incredulously at the tightly closed door nearby. "The sky has fallen. How could Zhang Xuan summon Yang Wulei? Why can everyone else do it, but I cannot?" Just as Zhang Lingyu was dismissing her favorable impression of Zhang Xuan, Wang Yi approached and greeted Zhang Xuanxiao, "Senior brother Xuanxiao, it has been a long time." Although he appeared to be of similar age to Zhang Xuanxiao, he still took advantage of calling him senior brother, for Zhang Xuanxiao's master was Zhang Zhuwei, while his own master was Yunlong, making the generational gap quite significant. Acknowledging Wang Yi's greeting, Zhang Xuanxiao replied, "Junior brother Wang Yi, I trust you have been well." He then instructed Zhang Lingyu to continue guiding others while he took Wang Yi to the back mountain of Longhu Mountain. In truth, he and Wang Yi had met more than once. Previously, when Wang Yi had come to Longhu Mountain to stay, they had shared living quarters. At that time, Wang Yi had not yet begun to practice his extraordinary techniques, nor had Zhang Xuanxiao started studying the art of thunder. "Senior brother Xuanxiao, I heard you have been making quite a stir since descending the mountain," Wang Yi remarked during their journey. After having divined that Zhang Xuanxiao would significantly impact the world, he had sought out news about him. This inquiry brought forth startling revelations. The once diligent disciple of the celestial master had transformed into a ruthless executioner, dubbed the meat grinder of all nature, who had slaughtered two in the chaos of Phoenix Street. Truly, he was on a path to prove himself through bloodshed. Zhang Xuanxiao replied nonchalantly. Wang Yi fell silent for a moment before asking, "Senior brother, do you still cling to the hatred of the past?" Clearly, he was aware of some of Zhang Xuanxiao's history. When they had resided together at the celestial master's abode, he had noticed Zhang Xuanxiao's intense commitment to his practice and had inquired with the old celestial master about his motivations. Upon learning of Zhang Xuanxiao's background, he had expressed sympathy for his plight. Little did he know that in just a few years, the once unfortunate soul had become the architect of others' misfortunes. Chapter 59. Rivers of Blood. It was entirely possible that Zhang Xuanxiao might ignite a modern-day version of the Jiaxin rebellion. Zhang Xuanxiao remained silent, observing his reticence. Wang Yi hesitated briefly before offering counsel. "A deep-seated obsession becomes a heart demon. I hope you do not let it run amok." As he absorbed Wang Yi's advice, Zhang Xuanxiao paused slightly. Allowing the mind to run wild would surely invite calamity. As fellow practitioners, he understood the implications of Wang Yi's words. In ancient practices, the heart and lungs were likened to a monkey, governing will and desire, and were associated with yang. The liver was compared to a pig, governing emotions and desires, and was associated with yin. The spleen and stomach represented the earth element, harmonizing yin and yang. The mind horse referred to one's intentions. Ancient practitioners believed that the ideal way to tame the mind horse was through the heart monkey, as long as one's will was steadfast. The path of cultivation would be smooth, ultimately leading to success. Conversely, the pig was deemed unsuitable for controlling the mind horse, under the influence of emotions and desires. It would only lead to chaos. A restless mind horse and a reckless heart monkey would undoubtedly ruin a practitioner's foundation. In response to Wang Yi's counsel, Zhang Xuanxiao maintained a tranquil demeanor and gradually spoke. "Junior brother Wang Yi, your concern is appreciated. Whether it is hatred or not, I am acutely aware of my actions and do not act on impulse. Evil abounds, and there are many who conceal their malevolence while the righteous remain aloof. While the world perceives it as a delicate gray, as a disciple of the righteous path, I must carve out a clear distinction." Hearing Zhang Xuanxiao's words, Wang Yi raised an eyebrow, his perception of Zhang Xuanxiao shifting. He had misjudged him. This was not a case of allowing the mind to run wild. Rather, it was a righteous expression of wrath. While he certainly bore a heart demon, it was also a manifestation of righteous indignation. Wang Yi then realized why the old celestial master had not overly corrected Zhang Xuanxiao's demeanor. What could be corrected? Zhang Xuanxiao had indeed taken many lives, but he knew exactly whom he had killed and why. It appeared that the pig was leading the mind horse, yet in reality, the heart monkey remained firmly in control. At this moment, Wang Yi scratched his head, sensing that the situation had grown even more complex. He felt something was amiss. Although Zhang Xuanxiao had not strayed from his path of cultivation, his ambitions were immense. He sought to alter the current dynamics of the alien realm single-handedly. In this new era, was it truly wise to disrupt the balance of yin and yang? Wang Yi began to grasp why Zhang Xuanxiao held such significant weight in the divination. The thought of a potential cataclysmic upheaval in the alien realm filled his mind with images of a calamity akin to the Jia rebellion. Indeed, Zhang Xuanxiao might very well initiate a modern-day version of that rebellion. Wang Yi, being astute, recognized the validity of his concerns. If a contemporary Jia rebellion were to unfold, the implications for the alien world would undoubtedly be monumental. The two soon arrived at the back mountain, and along the way, Wang Yi contemplated further persuading Zhang Xuanxiao regarding his ideology, yet he was uncertain how to proceed. After all, his previous thoughts had merely been conjectures, and it was apparent that Zhang Xuanxiao had not yet reached that critical juncture. As they surveyed the scene, they noticed a gathering of numerous talented youths on the back mountain. Despite the celestial master's establishment of a minor trial upon entry, requiring only a suspended rope to connect the front and back mountains, it posed little challenge for these exceptional individuals from the alien realm. Some soared through the air, while others climbed, each employing their unique methods. Upon Zhang Xuanxiao's arrival, many eyes turned towards him, clearly curious about the reputed prowess of the celestial master's disciple, who had recently made waves in the alien realm as the meat grinder of all nature. Was the rumor true? Could this be the real Zhang Xuanxiao? The meat grinder of all nature, appearing so refined? What a striking contrast. Of course, the crowd only dared to observe Zhang Xuanxiao from a distance, with very few approaching to engage in conversation. Amidst the crowd stood a young man with crimson hair, clad in a jacket, a black-skinned athlete. You are Zhang Xuanxiao? The man inquired, eyeing Zhang for confirmation. And you are? Zhang scrutinized the individual before him, feeling an unsettling familiarity. I am Jia Zhongliang from Jia family village. You previously incapacitated my incompetent brother. I have come to Longhu Mountain to seek an explanation. Jia Zhongliang held no affection for his inept brother, Jia Zhangyu. However, blood ties ran deep. Witnessing his brother's downfall and return to Jia family village as a mere shell of his former self stirred a sense of compassion within him. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Luotian grand ceremony, he resolved to confront Zhang Xuanxiao and exact vengeance. Upon hearing Jia Zhongliang's words, Zhang recalled an incident involving a master Jia who had been violently impaled by his own weapon. Your brother succumbed to madness. You may confirm this with the president of the Tianshi Association, Zhang patiently explained before the gathered crowd. However, Jia Zhongliang appeared unwilling to accept this reasoning. With a flick of his left hand, several flying daggers emerged from his backpack, hovering ominously in midair. It was evident that Jia Zhongliang possessed a greater aptitude than Jia Zhangyu. Upon cursory examination, at least 6 daggers swirled menacingly. Noticing Jia Zhongliang's readiness for confrontation, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the audacity of this young man. Longhu Mountain forbids private duels. If you wish to spar with me, it can be arranged within the arena, Zhang offered, still maintaining a semblance of goodwill, preserving face for the Jia family. Yet, Jia Zhongliang seemed impervious to this courtesy. Determined to assert himself before the multitude, he intended to reclaim the dignity lost by his brother. Are you instructing me on how to act? Jia Zhongliang does not require the approval of others. His words echoed in the silence, provoking a palpable tension among the onlookers. The malicious intent of the wicked is often outmatched by the impulsive brilliance of the foolish. Publicly challenging the authority of the Tianshi Association, Jia Zhongliang seemed oblivious to the repercussions that awaited him. Who was this individual, so brazenly defying the customs of Longhu Mountain? Such arrogance was astonishing. Yet, it was clear that he possessed some measure of talent. Without a degree of skill, would he dare to provoke Zhang Xuanxiao? Jia Zhongliang manipulated the flying daggers with ferocity, and discerning eyes could detect the underlying potential. As a controller of objects, and capable of commanding such a multitude of daggers, his aptitude was noteworthy. However, facing the high-ranking members of the Tianshi Association, he was surely outmatched. The crowd anticipated a prolonged standoff, yet the outcome was far from expected. Against Jia Zhengliang's daggers, Zhang Xuanxiao merely extended his left hand, activating the military secret. In an instant, the daggers, previously directed by Jia, lost their autonomy, swirling around Zhang with ease. Thank you for your support, dear fathers. Wishing you all sweet dreams tonight. Chapter 60. I am pleased that you could attend, yet your audacious demeanor is most displeasing. At first glance, the daggers appeared to be Zhang Xuanxiao's own weapons, wielded with the grace of a master. Witnessing this, Jia Zhengliang's expression shifted dramatically. What is happening? Where are my daggers? He attempted to reclaim control over the flying blades, but the military secret proved insurmountable. No, these are my daggers, nurtured since childhood. How can he manipulate them so effortlessly? The sight of his treasured flying daggers being toyed with by Zhang Xuanxiao instilled within him a sense of helplessness akin to watching a beloved partner be taken away. The surrounding spectators were equally astounded. This cannot be right. This cannot be. Zhang Xuanxiao's display of mastery left them bewildered. Among them were several controllers of objects, who understood that weapons nurtured from childhood were akin to an extension of themselves, irrefutably bound to their creators. Yet, Zhang Xuanxiao's display shattered their preconceived notions. Coach, I wish to learn this. While Jia Zhengliang may indeed have been a prodigy in controlling objects, such talent did not grant him the audacity to challenge the authority of the Tianshi Association. Observing Jia Zhengliang, whose world had seemingly collapsed, Zhang remained composed. I offered you a chance to retreat with dignity, but since you refuse, do not lament the loss of face. A glimmer of golden light coalesced around his left leg, and before the crowd could react, a distinct shoe print appeared on Jia Zhengliang's face. In the next moment, he was sent soaring, akin to a kite severed from its string, landing several meters away and rolling upon the ground before coming to a stop. It has happened. A flying kick. Zhang Xuanxiao's flying kick. Zhang Chulan and his companions had just arrived at the rear mountain after traversing the suspension bridge between two peaks. Before they could fully assess the situation, a figure, akin to a shooting star, plummeted to the ground nearby. What is going on? Zhang Chulan was bewildered. He believed he had not arrived too late. How had a confrontation already erupted? Before he could approach and examine the fallen individual, a man clad in a black Taoist robe proclaimed, Jia Zhengliang, your daggers are confiscated. They will be returned to you after the Luotian grand ceremony. Longhu Mountain is not your Jia family village. Anyone who comes to Longhu Mountain must adhere to our regulations. As Zhang Xuanxiao's words resonated, he caught sight of Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao's group. His declaration was not merely directed at Jia Zhengliang, but also intended for Zhang Chulan and the talented youths participating in the Luotian grand ceremony. While I am delighted by your presence at the ceremony, your audacious attitude is most unwelcome. Jia Zhengliang serves as a cautionary tale. Should anyone wish to test the limits of the Tianshi Association, they are welcome to do so. Such authority radiated from Zhang Xuanxiao, cloaked in black. As he commanded respect from the assembled young talents, Zhang Chulan silently swallowed hard, feeling the weight of pressure emanating from his senior. Am I to confront him? How shall I proceed? Memories of his prior conversation with the old master flooded his mind. He had inquired about the truth of past events, to which the old master had responded, do you wish to know the truth? All answers lie within the inheritance of the Tianshi. First, seize the crown. Seize the crown. Zhang Xuanxiao stood as an immovable mountain. Is this truly Zhang Xuanxiao? He pondered, finding the young man to be every bit as formidable as the legend suggested, one of the Tianshi Association's unparalleled prodigies. Not far away, a blue-haired young man with slanted eyes regarded Zhang Xuanxiao with arms crossed, flanked by several young women snapping photos. In the forum dedicated to the Luotian Grand Ceremony, he was considered a frontrunner for the championship. Zhu Guqing, heir of the Wuhou family, in the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai regions. Zhu Guqing was a brilliant new star within the eastern realm of extraordinary individuals. He had come to the Luotian Grand Ceremony to meet powerful figures like Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu, hoping to break through his own limitations. Brother, he is so impressive. Feng Xingtong exclaimed to her companion Feng Shaoyuan, captivated by Zhang Xuanxiao's charisma. This is him, the very embodiment of my dreams. Not merely relying on the reputation of our father Feng Zhenghao, but genuinely achieving greatness through his own merit, becoming the living emblem of our association. Listening to her younger brother's admiration, Feng Shaoyuan gazed at Zhang Xuanxiao, letting out a quiet sigh. The character's persona remains remarkably steadfast from the outset. When he showed no respect for his father and boldly intruded upon the world meeting, to the moment at Phoenix Street where he confronted all with unwavering resolve. And most recently, when the 10 elders convened to reprimand Wang Ai and Wang Bing. Each instance has led her to the instinctive realization that Zhang Xuanxiao would never indulge Jia Zhengyang. However, what she did not anticipate was that Zhang Xuanxiao would seize this opportunity to publicly reinforce the authority of the Longhu Mountain's regulations through his actions. Truly, he lived up to his reputation, Feng Shan mused. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingyu had just escorted several individuals to the back mountain. Upon witnessing his senior brother deliver a kick to Jia Zhengliang, followed by a subtle warning in front of the crowd, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. In truth, deep down, his senior brother represented the unattainable benchmark he yearned for. Whenever he found himself in the presence of Zhang Xuanxiao, he pondered whether he could make similar decisive choices under comparable circumstances, such as when he descended the mountain to eliminate Xia He or when Jia Zhengyang took a rebellious stance. He found himself incapable of such actions. When he contemplated the necessity of eliminating Xia He, he struggled to sever the ties of their tumultuous past. In this context, he wondered if striking Jia Zhengliang might reach their master's ears, potentially inciting his displeasure and tarnishing the reputation of the Tianchi mansion, as well as the esteemed identity of a direct disciple. If only he could emulate his senior brother, Zhang Lingyu thought wistfully. His mind drifted back to that night when his master had offered him special training, and in a moment of impulse, he had responded affirmatively. That single utterance of yes was, in essence, his desire to keep pace with his senior brother, regarding his master's intention to provide him with additional guidance. He felt a mix of guilt towards Zhang Xuanxiao and a deep appreciation for his master's earnest efforts. After returning home that night, he analyzed why the old master had chosen to give him special attention. After a night of contemplation, he concluded that his own lack of diligence had widened the gap between him and his senior brother. His master, in his wisdom, could only resort to such means to assist him in catching up. As the crowd mulled over their thoughts, the old master appeared in the back mountain, pushing his disciple Tian Jinzhang's wheelchair, accompanied by several of the 10 elders. Chapter 61. Listen to the thunder. The first match. Luling Long. Second update. Silence. It was eerily quiet. Observing the attendees, who were as silent as the grave, the old master felt a twinge of confusion. Were today's youth devoid of vitality? A group of spirited individuals, capable of piercing steel, gathered together, yet they exhibited a disheartening lack of energy. He stroked his beard and noticed that the crowd's gaze seemed to converge in one direction, prompting him to look as well. Upon spotting his rebellious disciple clad in black, he instantly understood. What mischief was this rogue up to now? Why did he think of it as mischief again? The old master paused in silence. Perhaps due to the recent news he had received about Zhang Xuanxiao, who had stirred up quite a commotion, leading to a conditioned response in him. Ahem. The old master cleared his throat several times, attempting to draw the crowd's attention, but his efforts were in vain. It was Zhang Xuanxiao who turned his head and addressed him as master, finally redirecting the crowd's focus. Tianchi. It is the Tianchi. With the old master's arrival, the previously subdued atmosphere began to stir with life. Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience, he began, standing on the wooden platform alongside the 10 elders. You young ones are like the rising dawn, full of vigor. I, too, have traversed this age and understand your desire to engage in friendly competition at the Luotian Grand Ceremony. Therefore, I shall not dilly-dally any longer. Let us commence. With a grand gesture, the old master signaled the formal start of the Luotian Grand Ceremony, and a young acolyte brought forth a red box. Please approach in turn to draw your respective slips. The crowd, responsive to the call, formed an orderly queue to select their slips one by one. Zhang Chulan rummaged through the red box and opened his slip. "E by who? What does this signify?" Just as he pondered, the old master on stage elucidated the rules. Due to spatial constraints, the heavenly stems indicated on your slips will determine the order of entry for the competition, while the animals listed beneath will indicate the match. Each animal has 4 representatives. Those drawing the same animal will compete together, with only one advancing to the next round. Only 1 out of 4 can progress? Zhang Chulan mused, feeling apprehensive as he examined his slip. Once everyone had drawn their slips, Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu, the 2 esteemed elders from the Tianchi mansion, finally selected the remaining slips. Upon opening his, Zhang Xuanxiao was met with the inscription Jia Qilin. Moments later, in the competition arena, numerous onlookers gathered for the Jia Qilin match. The reason was simple. This match featured Lu Linglong. Linglong, Linglong, you are the strongest. Linglong, Linglong, you are the best. A plump otaku, serving as the president of Lu Linglong's fan club, rallied a group of supporters, declaring his unwavering admiration for her. He loved Lu Linglong. Although she had chastised him countless times in secret, his affection remained steadfast. In this environment, Lu Linglong took to the stage. Feeling so awkward she could practically excavate a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Goddess of ice and snow, Linglong, charged forth and vanquished them all. As the crowd erupted in cheers, the atmosphere morphed into a fan meeting, the fervor of fandom permeating the air. The fans grew increasingly boisterous until Lu Linglong's opponent entered, silencing them all. Zhang Xuanxiao. The moment they laid eyes on the figure clad in black Taoist robes, the supporters' expressions morphed in shock. You said the Jia group lacked experts, that Linglong would undoubtedly advance. Faced with their inquiries, the ever-informative Songlong appeared innocent. He had indeed gathered much intelligence about the matches, but Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu had drawn their slips last, just as the competition was on the verge of commencing. All in, Zhang Xuanxiao remarked, surprised to find himself facing off against Lu Linglong so soon. Ah, Miss Lu, it seems our fates have intertwined, he said. Do you remember our agreement? Lu Linglong inquired. Upon hearing of the agreement between Lu Linglong and Zhang Xuanxiao, the audience was momentarily taken aback. When did they make such a pact? Songlong pondered, wondering if it was a promise to hold back. Indeed. We agreed to treat each other with fairness and give our all, Zhang Xuanxiao affirmed. Knowing you are at a disadvantage, yet insisting on giving your all? Lu Linglong's fans were beside themselves, exclaiming, Goddess of ice and snow, you truly. Songlong, overwhelmed with admiration for Lu Linglong, shouted, Linglong, you are my goddess. Are you playing with me? Lu Linglong, unable to contain herself, yelled back, Idiot. Enough of this. If you disrupt my match again, I shall not spare you. Did you all hear that? Linglong spoke to me. She even called me an idiot. We have a special nickname. She remarked that she would not spare me. With a single phrase from Lu Linglong, Songlong felt his entire being soften, as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. With the final 2 bystanders taking their places, this contest was officially underway. However, it concluded almost as swiftly as it began. Those 2 bystanders merely came to make an appearance. They glanced at Zhang Xuanxiao and hastily conceded defeat before departing. This was not merely a case of cowardice, but rather an inability to contend. They had initially believed they could at least secure a position among the top 32, only to encounter a formidable opponent like Zhang Xuanxiao, prompting them to part ways before even properly meeting him. Come forth, Master Xuanxiao. With no outsiders present, we can perform to the best of our abilities. Lu Linglong assumed a combative stance. She was a disciple of the Quanxing Minbayun Temple, specializing in inner alchemy techniques. Listening to Lu Linglong's words, Zhang Xuanxiao did not hold back. He summoned the Yang 5 Thunder. Lightning erupted around him, exuding a hint of destructive energy. In an instant, Lu Linglong sprang into action. At that precise moment, a thunderous roar akin to a dragon's cry reverberated across the Qilin arena. Chapter 62, Lu Linglong's great-grandfather. I am not disturbed in the slightest. First update, pain. Excruciating pain. Songlong lamented that this would be the most agonizing day for Lu Linglong's support group. The adorably fierce Lady Linglong barely approached Zhang Xuanxiao before being struck by several bolts of thunder, leaving her convulsing and emitting a charred scent. Zhang Xuanxiao was simply inhuman. He showed no mercy. Outside the Qilin arena, upon witnessing his great-granddaughter being carried off on a stretcher, her body marked with the scars of the Yang 5 Thunder, Lu Jin's expression turned ashen. At that moment, despite his fondness for Zhang Xuanxiao, he could not suppress his emotions. Great-grandfather Lu Linglong, still recovering from the shock of being struck, forced a smile to console Lu Jin. It's all right. Master Xuanxiao is indeed exceptional, far superior to me. My defeat is not unjust. Yes, great-grandfather, I truly am not troubled by it at all. Hearing Lu Linglong's words, Lu Jin fell silent for several seconds. This sentiment sounded eerily familiar. During the martial arts competition at the Lu family estate, after being soundly defeated by the old celestial master, he too had feigned a smile. Was it possible that those of the Lu family were fated to endure such trials? Lu Jin felt a wave of frustration. With the old celestial master having once humiliated him, and now witnessing Zhang Xuanxiao's thunderous assault on Lu Linglong. Why did all members of the Lu family seem to serve merely as backdrops for the disciples of the celestial master? After Lu Linglong was carried away, Zhang Xuanxiao exited the contest arena just in time to address him. Senior Lu, Upon seeing Zhang Xuanxiao, Lu Jin could not help but exclaim, "Indeed. As expected of the celestial master's direct disciple, you and your master are truly remarkable." With that compliment, Lu Jin turned to depart. How should one describe it? Though he was quite vexed, he could not unleash his frustration on the younger Zhang Xuanxiao. As the saying goes, debts must be settled with their rightful owners. He would need to have a serious discussion with the old celestial master. Watching Lu Jin leave, Zhang Xuanxiao remained silent. For some reason, he felt as though he had inadvertently dug a pit for his master. Never mind. The affairs of the older generation were not for him to meddle in. He thought to himself. As he prepared to observe the other matches, a sudden clap of thunder echoed from the nearby arena, startling him. Boom. The sound of thunder in broad daylight instantly alerted him. How could there be thunder on such a clear day? Wait, could it be that someone? Zhang Xuanxiao seemed to realize something. Meanwhile, in the Baihu arena, the spectators looked on in bewilderment at the scene below, where Zhang Chulan had just been struck by lightning. Isn't that a bit too much? Did he really get struck for showing off? To understand what transpired in the Baihu arena, we must rewind a few minutes. After witnessing several matches, Zhang Chulan discerned a pattern where popular competitors were often targeted by others, leading him to devise a strategy that would allow him to achieve victory without revealing his own strength. His plan was to incite infighting among his opponents and reap the benefits. He entered the arena clad in a black robe and proclaimed, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Grandfather, those who once wronged you shall face my vengeance today. With this declaration, he cultivated an atmosphere of a formidable return, causing his opponents, who were preparing to band together against him, to feel an unsettling trepidation. What a powerful aura. No wonder he is the heir of the Qi body lineage. Zhang Chulan, don't blame us for ganging up on you. You are simply too ostentatious right now. The three opponents positioned themselves for battle not far away. Hearing this, Zhang Chulan let out a cold laugh. You think a swarm of ants can bully me? Ants? Is that what you consider yourselves? You know you are not strong. So you must cling to each other, relying on your feeble powers to survive. Zhang Chulan seemed to revel in the theatrics, growing increasingly arrogant. You are not worth my effort. The ones truly deserving of my attention are Zhang Xuanxiao, the 10 lords, the true stronghold of this world, the sky itself. Before the witnesses, Zhang Chulan pointed at the clear sky, boldly declaring his ambitions. The air of arrogance was palpable, drawing the attention of his adversaries, who could only mutter that he was the king of show-offs. Crack! Just as he finished his boast, a bolt of lightning, as if sent from the heavens themselves, struck him directly. He had barely finished his grandstanding before his body stiffened and he collapsed to the ground before everyone. What just happened? The three opponents watched in confusion as Zhang Chulan, who had been boasting moments ago, was now felled by the very sky he had dared to challenge. Hadn't he just claimed he would conquer the heavens? And yet, the heavens had swiftly dealt with him. They had heard the saying that those who show off attract thunder, but today they witnessed it firsthand. Even the heavens could not bear to watch him flaunt his arrogance. The spectators in the stands began to comment on Zhang Chulan's unfortunate display. In the contest arena, the remaining three gazed at Zhang Chulan, who lay on the ground, motionless. They exchanged glances, astonished. It was a rare sight to see someone eliminate themselves. With Zhang Chulan out of the picture, only the three of them remained. Let us settle this once and for all. Though they were unsure of what had transpired, their goal of eliminating Zhang Chulan had been accomplished. And thus the three began to engage in a chaotic battle. Moments later, one among them emerged victorious, panting heavily after defeating the other two, and turned to face the judge. Although I do not know what happened, I have one. The green-haired man gasped, looking to the judge from the celestial master as a state. As the judge prepared to announce the outcome, however, the situation took an unexpected turn. The previously struck Zhang Chulan silently rose to his feet. With astonishing speed, he seized the moment of surprise and, disregarding martial ethics, ambushed the green-haired man, wrapping him in the black robe he had donned for show. He then unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks until the man lay unconscious. Judge, I have one, right? The judge, taken aback by Zhang Chulan's audacity, had not anticipated such an underhanded tactic. Though it was unexpected, the outcome of the match was now clear. He nodded in response and announced the result, Baihu Arena. Zhang Chulan wins. Upon hearing this verdict, the spectators finally grasped the extent of Zhang Chulan's audacity. First, one pretends to be impressive only to be struck down by lightning, lowering the opponent's guard, then feigning death until the moment is ripe for a treacherous ambush. Chapter 63, Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhu Qing. Have you ever been defeated? Second update, Zhang Chulan. Shameless. Geneva. Shouldn't his qualification for the competition be revoked? The audience in the stands erupted in a chorus of curses. In the face of the crowd's vitriol, Zhang Xuanxiao felt no shame, but rather pride, dismissing their words entirely. The art of war is indeed steeped in deception. If one does not strike the finishing blow, who can be blamed? One should simply practice more. Originally, his plan was to incite discord among the three, hoping to eliminate them until only one remained, allowing for a surprise attack. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate saw him struck by lightning. Thus, he feigned death, biding his time. Though the process was different, the outcome remained the same. This could be termed a resounding victory devoid of elegance. As Zhang Xuanxiao exited the arena, he was met by Xia He and several others approaching him. Xia He looked at him and couldn't help but inquire, "Xuan, was the lightning strike part of your design? Or was it merely an accident?" Of course it was an accident. Who could have predicted such an odd occurrence? Reflecting on the bizarre event, Zhang Xuanxiao found it increasingly absurd. A bolt of lightning on a clear day, where is the justice in that? Fortunately, his constitution was sturdy, resulting in only a tingling sensation. Otherwise, he might have faced an untimely demise before truly beginning his endeavors. Listening to Zhang Xuanxiao, Xia He took a drag from his cigarette and jested. Mount Longhu is adept in thunderous arts. Perhaps there exists a grand array of lightning there, and your flamboyant maneuvers inadvertently triggered it. Is that really a possibility? Zhang Xuanxiao pondered aloud, lighting a traditional cigarette for himself, exhaling clouds of smoke as he looked at Xia He in curiosity. Xia He chuckled at his genuine inquiry. "Come on, I was just teasing you. While it is true the Heavenly Master's residence excels in thunder arts, I've yet to hear of their prowess in array formation. Indeed, the Heavenly Master's residence is not known for formations, yet unexpectedly, a talent like Zhang Xuanxiao emerged, akin to a cotton ball bouncing out of a gutter." At that moment, Zhang Xuanxiao had just arrived at the competition area of the White Tiger. From the discussions around him, he surmised what had transpired. Strange, indeed. Recently, he had utilized the myriad formations to set many arrays upon Mount Longhu. Some were for testing purposes, others in preparation for an all-out assault. The Nine Heavens Thunder Array was indeed set atop Longhu Mountain, but not specifically for Zhang Xuanxiao. This array was currently in a dormant state. How could it strike someone without being activated? Was it merely a matter of chance? As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of crimson, nearly a day of selection had reduced the multitude of competitors to a mere 32. Those who remained after such a brutal selection process were undoubtedly the elite from various sections. "Attention, victors, please gather." With the call from the Taoist disciple, those who triumphed in the first round assembled in the rear mountain. On stage, the old Heavenly Master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a red box placed beside him. Under his watchful gaze, the victorious contestants drew lots for their next opponents. After all had drawn, Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu took the last two slips remaining in the box. "Thank you for your efforts. Following the first round of eliminations, you 32 remain. The next matches will proceed in a one-on-one format. The names on the slips you drew will be your opponents." As the old Heavenly Master introduced the new round's rules, Zhang Xuanxiao opened his slip to reveal the name, QUANXING. His brow arched slightly. The old Heavenly Master, noticing his disciple's next opponent, felt a sense of satisfaction. He had not even manipulated the outcomes, yet the fates aligned for his disciple to face QUANXING, a significant competitor for Zhang Xuanxiao's path to victory. Was this not destiny? Having observed QUANXING's earlier contest, the old Heavenly Master recognized that QUANXING was undoubtedly among the strongest in this year's event. Pitting QUANXING against Zhang Xuanxiao was the best possible scenario. Should Zhang Xuanxiao lose, it would temper his exuberance and impart the lesson that there are always those stronger than oneself. Conversely, if QUANXING were to lose, it would clear a major obstacle from Zhang Chuan's path. As for Zhang Xuanxiao, he still had the formidable Zhang Lingyu to contend with later. Regardless of the outcome, the advantage lay with him. The old Heavenly Master stroked his beard, contemplating this. In truth, even if his disciple had not encountered QUANXING this round, he would have subtly arranged for one of the elder spiritual beings to face QUANXING in the next round. Just as the Heavenly Master was deep in thought, QUANXING, with his squinting eyes, spotted his next opponent. Zhang Xuanxiao? He hadn't anticipated encountering him so soon. QUANXING felt no discouragement at facing Zhang Xuanxiao in the 32-strong competition, for he had little interest in the title of Heavenly Master. Rather, his true purpose in attending the event was to engage in a contest of skill with a master like Zhang Xuanxiao. Approaching Zhang Xuanxiao through the crowd, he spoke. Real Master Xuanxiao, I eagerly anticipate our match tomorrow. Observing Zhuge Qing's respectful yet confident demeanor, those around them could not help but shift their expressions. Could it be? Zhuge Qing's next opponent is the real Master Xuanxiao? The stakes for this match had suddenly escalated. As descendants of the martial marquis and disciples of the heavenly master, both were prominent figures among the younger generation. It would be a pity for either to be eliminated. Amid the murmurs surrounding him, Zhang Xuanxiao regarded Zhuge Qing's eyes and posed an unexpected question. Zhuge Qing, have you ever tasted defeat? Taken aback by Zhang Xuanxiao's inquiry, Zhuge Qing paused for a moment before responding truthfully. If we exclude practice matches against elders in my clan, I have never been defeated. This was Zhuge Qing's answer. Zhang Xuanxiao possessed his share of brilliance, yet so too did Zhuge Qing. As the sole genius of the Zhuge family to master all the martial marquis' extraordinary techniques in recent decades, he had never met defeat among his peers. His life thus far had been a smooth sail, save for failing to break through in the final extraordinary ability. Everything else he learned came easily. Hearing Zhuge Qing's response, Zhang Xuanxiao remained composed as he continued. Can you accept your own defeat? A defeat that utterly transcends your understanding. One that is complete and total. Upon hearing Zhang Xuanxiao's question, Zhuge Qing fell silent for 2 seconds, a glimmer of curiosity crossing his face. He was intrigued by the methods Zhang Xuanxiao might possess that could lead to such an overwhelming defeat. Was it the thunder arts of the heavenly master's residence? While formidable, the Zhuge family's unique skills were not to be underestimated either. I look forward to it. Please, real Master Xuanxiao, do offer your guidance. Acknowledging Zhuge Qing's response with a nod, Zhang Xuanxiao felt reassured. With this answer, he could confidently utilize the secret of combat to study the Zhuge family's extraordinary techniques. Painful, excruciatingly painful. He never anticipated that someone would report him. After all, he had written nothing at all. Chapter 26 has been revised. Old Ming was furious. Daily requests for everything. Gratitude to all my adoptive fathers for their support. I only wish to quietly write this story well. Truly, I am a law-abiding citizen. Chapter 64. Late at night, the three elders, fervently passionate. First update. Is this what a duel among the strong looks like? Even before the clash, the tension is palpable. Terrifying indeed. The dialogue between Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhuge Qing left the onlookers swallowing hard. Both Zhuge Qing and Zhang Xuanxiao exuded brilliance. To the audience, this brief exchange resembled the clash of two unparalleled divine weapons. Am I to evade his brilliance? Both were resolute in their refusal to yield, elevating the anticipation for the morrow's contest to new heights. Tomorrow promises to be a spectacle worth witnessing. The crowd eagerly anticipates the competition tomorrow. Where there is joy, there is also sorrow. In this moment, Zhang Chulan gazes at the note bearing the name Shan Shitong, lost in contemplation. This name is unfamiliar to him. Chulan, who will you face in the next round? Feng Xingtong inquires, approaching Zhang Chulan. Surprised to see him, Zhang Chulan raises an eyebrow, not expecting Feng Xingtong to advance. Having only met Feng Xingtong that morning, who now calls him Chulan brother, Zhang Chulan remains somewhat on guard. Shan Shitong? Feng Xingtong exclaims, surprised. The prodigious Qingfu master Shan Shitong? You are quite fortunate, Chulan. Taken aback, Zhang Chulan asks, is he weak? Not at all. He is quite formidable. While ordinary talismans require intricate preparation, the Shan family's ancestral talisman techniques can be employed instantly, adept at sealing one's vital energy. Zhang Chulan, hearing Feng Xingtong's description, feels exasperated. How is that considered luck? Look over there. He is looking at you, Chulan. Stay sharp. Don't embarrass yourself. As Feng Xingtong points, Zhang Chulan sees a long-haired man casting his gaze in his direction. Damn it. Feng Xingtong is deliberately messing with my mindset. Noticing Zhang Chulan's frustration, Feng Baobao strokes her chin, a bold idea forming in her mind. The next day, as everyone learns of their opponents, Zhang Xuanxiao leads several disciples from Longhu Mountain to arrange accommodations. In front of everyone, he reminds, ladies and gentlemen, there are many forbidden areas on Longhu Mountain. Please refrain from wandering at night. Zhang Xuanxiao's words caused the disciples from the Heavenly Master's mansion to pause in surprise. Are there truly that many forbidden areas? Why were we not informed? Never mind. Since it's what Master Xuanxiao said, it must be correct. The fellow disciples do not pursue the matter further. After all, prior to this grand event, Elder Rongshan had already cautioned them. Old Sure is reliable. Do as he says without question. Moments later, Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao follow Zhang Lingyu to their lodgings. Along the way, Zhang Xuanxiao attempts to strike up a conversation with this unfamiliar little master uncle. But Zhang Lingyu offers him no friendly demeanor, leaving him puzzled. Did I provoke him in the past? I don't believe so. Why does he harbor such animosity towards me? Zhang Xuanxiao wishes to clarify, but Zhang Lingyu, merely following orders from his master, leads them to their lodgings and departs without granting him the opportunity to inquire further. How strange. As he watches Zhang Lingyu's departing figure, a flicker of confusion crosses Zhang Xuanxiao's eyes. This Zhang Lingyu reminds him of his first encounter with Zhang Xuanxiao, where he received a beating upon introduction. Perhaps all disciples of the Heavenly Master possess such temperament? Night falls, and silence envelopes Longhu Mountain. Several elderly figures, well past their prime, find themselves in a spirited chase along the mountain path. Brother, slow down. I'm in a wheelchair, not a four-wheeled vehicle. At this moment, Tian Jinzong is being pushed at breakneck speed along the dirt road by the old Heavenly Master. Slow down? Impossible, retorts the old master, propelling him forward without restraint. You're going to throw me out, aren't you? Tian Jinzong exclaims, not expecting to face such misfortune at his age. Hearing this, the old master raises an eyebrow. You're just like that rebellious disciple of mine. After so many years together, you show no brotherly affection. Fine. Then I'll just use you as a projectile to hit old Lu. As the old master recalls his rebellious disciple, he cannot fathom how Zhang Xuanxiao would treat Lu Linglong in the competition, putting him, as her master, in such a precarious position. That Lu Linglong is an innocent girl. Why strike her? When she said to give it your all, did you really mean it? Now look, old Lu will also go all out against this elderly comrade. Old fool. Stop right there. In pursuit of the old master and Tian Jinzong, Lu Jin, resembling a sprinter, dashes forward in his suit without losing speed. Old Lu. Your rebellious disciple struck my granddaughter. Why are you coming after me? Isn't it unfair to bully the honest? Fuming, Lu Jin retorts. Are you really suggesting I confront your disciple for this? Why not? He must face the consequences of his actions. The old master asserts, believing that at Zhang Xuanxiao's age, he should bear the repercussions of his own deeds. Seeing the old master's defiance, Lu Jin turns to Tian Jinzong and asks, Old Tian, shouldn't your disciple's transgressions fall upon this old fool's head? Tian Jinzong, seated in his wheelchair, quietly replies, no objections. Let us place the blame on my brother. Xuanxiao is a good child. Taken aback by his disciple's defense, the old master exclaims, You wound my heart. Is my rebellious disciple a good child while I am not a good master? How unjust. In response to the old master's lament, Lu Jin interjects. Which good master uses their disciple as a stepping stone for others? What nonsense. The old master retorts, What do you mean by stepping stone? I'm merely tempering his spirit. I have no intention of harming his foundation. Why are you all overreacting? My master treated me similarly, yet you said nothing. Chapter 65, The Four Directions Sword Array. Late at night, the three little ones flee in disarray. I don't care. Hearing the old master's excuses, Lu Jin plays the rogue. Lu Linglong, an innocent girl, was struck by your disciple, and you say the thunder techniques of Longhu Mountain are impressive? Come here. Let me see if my thunder talisman can strike you. Old Lu, how can you be so unreasonable, using my heavenly master's thunder talisman against me? Do you have any shame? Shame? Today, I have no time for shame. I'll wager my life against yours. As old Lu truly begins to lose his temper, Tian Jinzong in his wheelchair interjects. Old Lu, before you strike him, wait a moment. Let me out of this wheelchair to avoid injuring our allies. Hey, Jinzong. I might just use you as a weapon. That night, the trails of Longhu Mountain bear witness to the antics of the old master, Lu Jin, and Tian Jinzong. It is said that the winds of youth are more precious than gold. In truth, the winds of age are even more treasured and fervent than those of youth. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly marvel at the resilience of the elderly. At such an age, Lu Jin still pursues Tian Jinzong in the dead of night. Just as the old master and Lu Jin engage in their spirited chase, Zhang Xuanxiao, on the verge of slumber, is awakened by a voice. Before him stands Feng Baobao, clad in a versatile work uniform, her expression clever and inviting. Come with me. Seeing Feng Baobao awake at such an hour, Zhang Xuanxiao, bewildered, asks, Sister Baobao, why are you calling me out so late? Just come with me. You'll know when we get there. Reluctantly, Zhang Xuanxiao frees himself from the clutches of the duvet demon and follows Feng Baobao into the depths of the back mountain. Sister Baobao, is it wise to venture this deep? Didn't Team Master Xuanxiao say there are many forbidden areas on Longhu Mountain? Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, Zhang Xuanxiao voices his concern. Do not panic. I am here. Feng Baobao led Zhang Xuanxiao to a clearing atop a ridge. There, Shirtong Dan was bound tightly and laid on the ground. Earlier, I noticed your unease upon learning about your opponent. According to Feng Xingtong, this adversary is formidable. And I sensed a risk of your failure in the next match, which prompted my intervention. Feng Baobao gestured towards the shovel beside Shirtong Dan and continued with a clever expression. I shall help you eliminate the risk. We shall dig a hole here. Bury some earth and count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As she spoke, she picked up the shovel, eager to begin. Oh, right. We must leave the head exposed. Otherwise, it could result in a fatality. This area is sparsely populated, so if we secretly provide some food and drink, he could survive for quite a while. Listening to Feng Baobao's plan, Zhang Xuanxiao felt a wave of frustration. The scene before him inevitably reminded him of their first encounter, when Feng Baobao had also intended to bury him alive. Who taught her such things? Zhang Xuanxiao sighed. Where did you get this shovel? I borrowed it. Feng Baobao replied while she continued to dig. Can this be just borrowed? Well, Lao Si mentioned that anything left on the ground is discarded by others and can be taken freely. As Feng Baobao recounted her flawless plan, she couldn't resist adding. They all say I'm foolish, but in truth, I am quite clever most of the time. Witnessing Feng Baobao's self-praise, Zhang Xuanxiao could only silently roll his eyes. Faced with the path she had laid out for him, he found no choice. If they were to actually bury Shirtong Dan alive, their chances of survival at the grand festival would vanish. Just as he began to untie Shirtong Dan, Feng Baobao, while digging, seemed to discover something. What is this? She crouched down and struck the object in the earth with her shovel. The metallic clang echoed as the shovel met the object. It seems to be a sword? Zhang Xuanxiao approached and, upon closer inspection, recognized it as a sword hilt. How could a sword be buried here? Who knows? As she saw it was a long sword. Feng Baobao continued her excavation, attempting to unearth it. Sister Baobao, are you really going to dig it out? Of course. How can we put him in without digging it out? She pointed at Shirtong Dan. Due to her use of advanced binding techniques taught by Su Si. Originating from the land of cherry blossoms, Zhang Xuanxiao struggled for quite some time and managed to loosen only a small portion. Sister Baobao, I have an ominous feeling about this. Zhang Xuanxiao felt apprehensive. What are you afraid of? Feng Baobao was already committed to unearthing it. There was no turning back now. With a smooth motion, she extracted the long sword from the soil, reminiscent of the legendary King Arthur drawing Excalibur from the stone. What lay before them was not an ancient relic but a brand new metal sword, seemingly buried not long ago, its blade shimmering with a cold gleam under the moonlight. As Feng Baobao pulled out the sword, the atmosphere around them shifted. For sharp flying swords, unbeknownst to them, surged forth from different directions, launching an assault. Activate the 4-direction sword formation. The 4 flying swords, embodying the elements of wood, fire, earth, and metal, converged to attack Feng Baobao, Zhang Xuanxiao, and Shirtong Dan. Though this was a small-scale sword array, its power was not to be underestimated. What the heck? There truly are forbidden lands in Longhu Mountain. Seeing Feng Baobao draw the sword from the earth startled Zhang Xuanxiao, who quickly activated the golden light spell to evade the flying sword's assault. It's not so much a forbidden land as it is a sword array. Clearly, this formation had been set by a passing disciple of a heavenly master. Originally designed for testing by a Taoist of the Zhang clan, buried here without harm to others unless activated. Who would have thought that Feng Baobao would disturb the array in the dead of night while attempting to bury someone? She had inadvertently triggered the sword array, leading to dire consequences for the 3 of them. Under the onslaught of the 4 swords, both Feng Baobao and Zhang Xuanxiao felt numb, as did the unfortunate Shirtong Dan. Although Zhang Xuanxiao had managed to untie him forcibly, he was still furious. Why had he, a talisman master, attracted such trouble? First, he was bound by a madwoman in the middle of the night, and now he was being pursued by 4 flying swords. The trio, unsure how to dismantle the formation, had no choice but to flee. Fortunately, Zhang Xuanxiao had not set up a trapping array in this place. Otherwise, they might have lost half their lives. As the saying goes, the wind that carries the youth is more precious than gold. Compared to the fervent exploits of the elder masters earlier that night, the escapades of these young individuals seemed all the more treacherous and desperate. Truly, it was a case of youthful scheming versus elder fervor. Chapter 66, the second match. Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhuge Qing. Moments later, the 3 escaped the sword formation. Zhang Xuanxiao first glanced at Feng Baobao and Shirtong Dan, noting the several sword wounds adorning their bodies. Then he turned to find Shurtong Dan glaring at him in fury. He forced a stiff smile and said, "Brother Dan, we have certainly forged a bond of life and death, haven't we?" Upon hearing Zhang Xuanxiao's insipid words, even Shurtong Dan, despite his poise, couldn't he help but retort, "I owe you nothing. Zhang Xuan, shouldn't you offer me an explanation?" Shurtong Dan demanded, glaring at him. "Oh, come on, Brother Dan. Consider it a little surprise." "A surprise?" Shurtong Dan raised an eyebrow. "Then please enlighten me on the meaning of surprise." "A surprise is simply a surprise. I asked you to explain what the hell surprise means." Seeing Shurtong Dan on the verge of exploding, the clever Feng Baobao interjected, "Oh, why are you so dense? A surprise is when we bind you, dig a hole, and bury you." Listening to Feng Baobao's unapologetic interpretation of surprise, Shurtong Dan was both exasperated and amused. "So this was the so-called surprise?" he said, and before anyone knew, a few yellow talismans appeared in his hand. Pointing at Feng Baobao, he declared, "Madwoman, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I want to be called Shurtong Dan. Do you dare to spar with me?" Noticing Shurtong Dan's demeanor, Feng Baobao casually picked her nose and then turned to Zhang Xuan. "Look," he triggered. Upon hearing this, Shurtong Dan wasted no time, hurling a talisman at Feng Baobao's face, only for her to dodge effortlessly. "Sister Baobao, perhaps you should say a bit less," Zhang Xuan suggested as he stepped forward. He looked at Shurtong Dan and proposed, "Brother Dan, how about this? I will fight you. If you can defeat me, then you can teach this mad woman a lesson." Seeing Zhang Xuan's audacity, Shurtong Dan decided not to go easy on him. "Fine. I'll deal with you first, then the mad woman." With that, the two engaged in combat. Feng Baobao watched their duel and stifled a yawn. Regarding this fight, she could only remark, "You two should stop. It's not going to kill anyone." In the fray, Zhang Xuan played defensively, while Shurtong Dan unleashed a flurry of attacks, but struggled to land a hit. Had Zhang Xuan not been testing the efficacy of his talismans, Shurtong Dan would not have touched him at all. Gradually, Shurtong Dan began to sense something was amiss. He looked at Zhang Xuan and asked, "Why? Why did you have so many opportunities to attack me earlier, yet you refrained?" Hearing this, Zhang Xuan scratched his head. "Why attack? I finally have a few chances for real combat. Of course, I have to seize the moment. Am I just a whetstone for you?" Shurtong Dan retorted. "Huh. Isn't this about mutual progress? Brother Dan, didn't you notice? When employing talismans, the fluctuations of energy within one's body become particularly pronounced." Listening to Zhang Xuan pinpoint his own issues, Dan Shurtong fell into a contemplative silence, gradually regaining his composure as he recognized his shortcomings. The Zhang Xuan before him bore little resemblance to the carefree figure who delighted in ambushes during the day. His keen observational skills and commendable prowess rendered further conflict pointless. With this thought in mind, Dan Shurtong stowed away the talismans and turned to depart. Observing his retreat, Zhang Xuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Dan, are we not continuing?" "No more fighting. You have won," Dan Shurtong replied, casting a sidelong glance at Feng Baobao. "Madwoman, while on the grounds of the Tianshi mansion, perhaps you should temper your excesses. Should you continue to act so recklessly, you will find fewer who are as accommodating as I." Feng Baobao, however, dismissed his words with indifference. Burying individuals was her expertise, and clearing obstacles for Zhang Xuan was her duty during this grand event. Not only Dan Shurtong, but even if Zhang Xuanxiao obstructed Zhang Xuan, she would not hesitate to proceed. Once Dan Shurtong had left, Zhang Xuan exhaled deeply, turning to Feng Baobao. "Sister Baobao, what occupies your thoughts? I ponder how to optimize the burial process next time. Perhaps I should administer a potion first?" "Oh, and thorough reconnaissance of the terrain is imperative." Zhang Xuan found himself speechless at her remarks. For reasons he could not quite grasp, he felt an unsettling premonition. Feng Baobao might very well encounter misfortune. Just yesterday, their sword formation had nearly claimed all three of them. Who could say what other perilous events awaited them on Longhu Mountain? The following day, on Longhu Mountain, four large screens stood silently in the center of the rear mountain, each corresponding to one of the four simultaneous matches. Thanks to the Tianshi Mansion's disciples, who transmitted real-time footage to the screens, the spectators could observe the contests unfolding. Such advanced technology prompted the onlookers to marvel at the Tianshi Mansion's ingenuity. Naturally, the day's focal point was the match between Zhuge Qing and Zhang Xuanxiao. Rather than watch on the screens, many chose to attend the contest in person, eager to witness the event up close. At that moment, the venue for the duel between Zhuge Qing and Zhang Xuanxiao was teeming with spectators. Among the crowd were several prominent figures, including Feng Jinghao, who arrived early with Feng Xingtong and Feng Shaiyuan to watch Zhang Xuanxiao's match. Upon seeing the venerable Tianshi approach with Tian Lao and Lu Jin, he greeted them warmly. "Good morning, Tianshi, Tian Lao, Lu Lao." "Good morning, Feng Jinghao." The old Tianshi replied. "Tianshi, your face." Feng Jinghao adjusted his round glasses, noticing the old Tianshi's slightly swollen visage. "Ahem," the old Tianshi coughed lightly, then explained. "I have been experimenting with some self-created techniques, intending to leave something for future generations. Unfortunately, last night, my energy went awry, leading to a blockage in the Yangming large intestine channel and causing my face to swell. Yet, it seems your eye sockets bear bruises as well?" Feng Jinghao remarked skeptically. Perceiving the old Tianshi's appearance as akin to that of someone who had been struck. "Feng, you lack understanding. My century of cultivation holds mysteries that you cannot fathom." The old Tianshi retorted defiantly. "Is that so? It seems a great burden for you to endure discomfort while attending the match," Feng Jinghao replied. "This is my rebellious disciple facing Zhuge Qing. As his master, I must observe." Chapter 67, Zhuge Qing, the sky has fallen. Who is the sorcerer, you or I? Second update. The old Tianshi expressed his desire to see if Zhuge Qing, a descendant of the martial marquis, could surprise him and temper Zhang Xuanxiao's fervor. As they conversed, Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhuge Qing entered the arena. Upon seeing Zhang Xuanxiao clad in dark blue Taoist robes, Zhuge Qing's demeanor became grave. After the drawing of lots yesterday, he had performed a divination, which yielded an ominous prophecy. A disastrous defeat awaited him today, one that would be utterly humiliating. Despite this foreboding omen, he still chose to attend, eager to witness the extraordinary means by which Zhang Xuanxiao would claim victory over him. "Master Xuanxiao, I humbly seek your guidance," Zhuge Qing declared with utmost respect, initiating the contest with the martial marquis peculiar formation. Unlike conventional formations that position the opponent at the center and execute corresponding spells from designated angles, the martial marquis formation was distinct. By placing himself at the heart of the formation, he enveloped the entire arena within a complex web of energy, allowing him to employ the four discs of heaven, earth, humanity, and divinity with minimal energy expenditure. The thunder technique, a secret art of the Tianshi mansion, was not something Zhang Xuanxiao could dominate. Zhuge Qing's strategy was clear as he meticulously calculated the ensuing battle, the surrounding terrain seemingly etched into his memory. In stark contrast, Zhang Xuanxiao appeared tranquil and composed. He understood the intricacies of sorcerer's techniques. The so-called strange doors demanded rigorous spatial precision, governed by the principles of cosmic order, altering the application of elemental spells based on positioning. The essence of sorcery lay in attracting fortune while averting disaster, standing in advantageous positions to amplify one's spells while leading foes into perilous zones to weaken their effects. For countering sorcerers, the optimal strategy was to strike with overwhelming force, incapacitating them in a single blow. Among the spectators, Zhuge Bai, who had joined the grand event alongside Zhuge Qing, placed his faith in his elder brother. "He will win, right?" "Indeed, my brother is a rare talent from the Zhuge family, destined for victory," Zhuge Bai affirmed confidently. As the Tianshi mansion's judge announced the commencement, Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhuge Qing sprang into action almost simultaneously. To Zhuge Qing's astonishment, his opponent refrained from employing the thunder technique and had not even activated the golden light spell. Instead, Zhang Xuanxiao initiated the Do secret art, seamlessly merging the 100 steps fist he had learned from Feng Shaiyuan with the flowing palm technique. In an instant, his hands appeared in unexpected locations, delivering a powerful strike to Zhuge Qing's side, unleashing a tremendous force that surged through his body. "What is this?" As he felt his internal organs assaulted by this overwhelming energy, Zhuge Qing found himself momentarily stunned. "Is this a technique from the Tianshi mansion?" he mused. "No. This cannot be. It bears no resemblance to their methods." Zhang Xuanxiao possessed techniques from other sources? In the stands, witnessing Zhang Xuanxiao unleash the 100 steps fist, Feng Shaiyuan turned her gaze toward her father. "See, Dad, I was not deceiving you. Zhang Xuanxiao truly knows my 100 steps fist." Hearing her words, Feng Jinghao adjusted his glasses, his attention shifting to the old Tianshi, whose brow was now furrowed in surprise. It was clear he had not anticipated Zhang Xuanxiao possessing additional techniques. "Is this something you taught him?" Lu Jin inquired of the old Tianshi. The old Tianshi shook his head in response. He had always advocated for mastering one's own school's techniques. How could he have imparted foreign methods to his own disciple? "He neither employs the golden light spell nor the thunder technique," Has this rebellious disciple found another master? The old Tianshi stroked his chin, pondering the timeline. Aside from a few excursions from the Tianshi mansion, Zhang Xuanxiao had primarily remained within its walls. He was lost in thought, his gaze shifting to the arena below. At this moment, the battle between Zhuge Qing and Zhang Xuanxiao had reached a critical point. Having recovered from the impact of the torrent palm, Zhuge Qing unleashed an array of unique and unconventional spells, compelling Zhang Xuanxiao to maneuver defensively. As Zhuge Qing's spells multiplied, Zhang Xuanxiao adeptly grasped some of the arcane techniques through the secret of the Do character. Observing that Zhang Xuanxiao neither unleashed lightning spells nor mounted an offense, Zhuge Qing found himself perplexed by his opponent's strategy. Do you look down on me, Zhuge Qing? Why merely evade? Zhuge Qing felt a surge of indignation. Despite the unfavorable divination, he did not require Zhang Xuanxiao's pity. In response to Zhuge Qing's inquiry, Zhang Xuanxiao calmly replied, "You misunderstand. Evasion is merely to witness the peculiarities of the martial arts." To witness the peculiarities? What sort of response is that? Zhuge Qing frowned. Did you not wish to see? Very well, then. Behold. With a sharp incantation, he summoned a blazing fire serpent, which surged toward Zhang Xuanxiao. The intense heat radiated outward, palpable even from a distance. This time, however, Zhang Xuanxiao did not retreat. Instead, he cast the same arcane spell. The Qi Lian manifested, effortlessly replicating Zhuge Qing's attack. A fire dragon, engulfed in flames, swiftly consumed Zhuge Qing's fire serpent and hurled the assault back. Zhuge Qing was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, employing the Qing character and summoning water bullets to intercept. Yet, these water bullets proved insufficient against the fiery dragon, only intensifying its ferocity. Realizing the dire situation, Zhuge Qing retreated several steps, distancing himself to evade Zhang Xuanxiao's onslaught. How is this possible? Witnessing Zhang Xuanxiao's equally potent Qi Lian, Zhuge Qing felt a spark of disbelief. To his astonishment, the Qi Lian executed by Zhang Xuanxiao, standing at the Jin position, surpassed the quality and power of his own, launched from the Li position. Even the water bullets, which should have countered it, were rendered ineffective. Transcending the principles of the arcane arts, how could a Taoist from the Heavenly Master's residence possess such proficiency in arcane techniques? Could he be a sorcerer? Zhuge Bai interjected, explaining the reason for the recent delays and updates. Old Ming had suffered gastrointestinal distress, requiring intravenous treatment, which disrupted the update schedule. Once Old Ming recuperated, they would adjust the update frequency back to normal. He expressed gratitude for the support and understanding of those concerned. Chapter 68, The True Marvel of the Do Character Secret. First update, impossible. Absolutely impossible. This thought flickered in Zhuge Qing's mind, only to be dismissed. He had yet to perceive Zhang Xuanxiao's arcane configuration. While there were precedents in the world of extraordinary beings for those who could wield spells without establishing a configuration, they were typically highly accomplished in the art. He could not believe that Zhang Xuanxiao's aptitude in arcane arts exceeded his own. After all, he was a rare genius from the Zhuge family, mastering the martial arts of the Wu Hou in just 7 years. In terms of talent, Zhuge Qing felt no one could rival him. Moreover, even if such instances existed, they adhered to the principles of the 5 elements, and their power could not possibly be this immense. Just as Zhuge Qing was engulfed in self-doubt, the audience in the stands was equally bewildered by Zhang Xuanxiao's recent display of Qi Lian. The situation in the arena shifted dramatically. They had previously questioned why the esteemed disciple of the Heavenly Master's residence consistently evaded Zhuge Qing's brilliance, neither employing the Golden Light spell nor the lightning technique, leading them to suspect a potential collusion. But just as they marveled at Zhuge Qing's seemingly inexhaustible martial prowess, Zhang Xuanxiao delivered a stunning counter, demonstrating that he could reciprocate Zhuge Qing's techniques with equal force. Isn't it said that in a counter, the left side must inevitably lose? How has this completely reversed? Did you see that? Is this not arcane art? Zhang Xuanxiao has turned Zhuge Qing's spell against him. Isn't the Heavenly Master's residence renowned for the Golden Light spell and lightning technique? How can Zhang Xuanxiao engage Zhuge Qing with arcane arts? What are you watching? This is not a fair exchange, it's an utter rout. Among the spectators, members of the Heavenly Master's residence were equally astonished. What technique is Uncle Xuanxiao employing? Arcane art? Why don't we know it? Is our master hoarding secrets? As Zhuge Bai listened to the surrounding murmurs, he felt a cold sweat break out. Observing Zhuge Qing in the arena, he no longer dared to assure his brother of victory. While it was indeed true that victory was assured, it was clear that Zhang Xuanxiao was overpowering his brother. Standing at the Jin position, he had bested Zhuge Qing's Li position in the Qi Lian confrontation. The water bullets from the Qin position could not even impede the fire of the opposing Qi Lian. Just one exchange was sufficient to reveal the disparity in their skill levels, indicating that the opponent possessed a regal demeanor. "Brother, please don't continue. It will become truly embarrassing if this goes on." Zhuge Bai did not wish to witness Zhuge Qing's loss, especially not in the realm of sorcery. He could only imagine the emotional turmoil his brother would face if he were to be defeated by a peer like Zhang Xuanxiao, especially in a domain where he had long been heralded as a genius, never having tasted defeat. Such a loss would undoubtedly lead his brother to question his understanding of his own path. Why would a mere Taoist from the Heavenly Master's residence seek to usurp our sorcerer's domain? Zhuge Bai pondered as he observed Zhang Xuanxiao in the arena. On the opposite side of the stands, several dignitaries displayed varied expressions upon witnessing the unfolding events. Feng Jinghao adjusted the round frames of his glasses, feeling an unsettling dissonance. The Heavenly Master's residence was not particularly adept at arcane arts, and it was improbable that the old Heavenly Master would teach Zhang Xuanxiao techniques outside their purview. Thus, a question arose: how had Zhang Xuanxiao acquired such knowledge? Could he possibly have another master? That seemed implausible, for after the calamity that befell their sect, Zhang Xuanxiao had remained hidden and focused on his cultivation at Longhu Mountain. As he observed Zhang Xuanxiao's techniques, which mirrored Zhuge Qing's recent maneuvers, and recalling Zhang Xuanxiao's earlier use of the 100 Steps Fist, a technique born from innate abilities, he formed a bold hypothesis. Could it be that Zhang Xuanxiao possessed the innate capacity to replicate others' abilities? Feng Jinghao's theory was audacious, yet it was the only direction his thoughts could take. After all, how else could Zhang Xuanxiao, without any prior indication, master arcane arts in such a short time, even replicating his daughter's 100 Steps Fist at a glance? If this were true, the implications were indeed terrifying. As this thought crossed his mind, he unconsciously glanced toward the old Heavenly Master. The old man's wrinkled visage revealed no discernible emotion. "Old Heavenly Master, is this also your teaching?" Lu Jin inquired, directing his question at the old Heavenly Master. He had little expertise in sorcery and was merely an observer, yet he could sense the significance of the moment. Hearing Lu Jin's question, the old Heavenly Master fixated his gaze upon Zhang Xuanxiao below, remaining silent. It was evident that he had recognized the gravity of the situation. The techniques employed by Zhang Xuanxiao bear a distinct resemblance to the essence of the Zhuge family. The youth of today often gravitate towards shortcuts in their craft. The esteemed Taoist master harbors doubts about Zhang Xuanxiao possessing the innate ability to perceive an opponent's capabilities at a mere glance. He is well aware of his own disciples' talents. Although Zhang Xuanxiao is indeed gifted, he has not reached the level of instantaneous comprehension. Lacking such an innate talent, and yet swiftly mastering an adversary's abilities suggests only one possibility: the pursuit of expedient techniques. Akin to the chaotic arts of the 8 extraordinary techniques, the Taoist master feels it is time for a candid discussion with his rebellious disciple. Ultimately, techniques are merely tools. True strength lies within one's own body, honed through relentless dedication and perseverance. Relying solely on these tools without nurturing one's own essence would undermine the foundation of his wayward disciple. While such tools are undoubtedly effective, after all, many are captivated by the 8 extraordinary techniques. The secret of combat surpasses them in its potency. Observing the bewildered Zhuge Qing from a distance, Zhang Xuanxiao gradually comprehends the true terror of the secret of combat. The ability to replicate extraordinary powers? No, that merely scratches the surface. The true strength of the secret of combat lies in its capacity for deduction. The offensive techniques mirrored through the secret of combat can undergo multiple iterations of refinement. Through this continuous process, the structure of the replicated offensive techniques will be laid bare before him, allowing him to discern their strengths and weaknesses, and evolve even more formidable strategies. Although he has not studied the Zhuge family's unique arts, he has managed to replicate a few techniques, which he can refine through infinite deductions, returning to their essence and devising a strategy akin to the Zhuge's unique formations. While it may not be the original version passed down through generations, it can certainly yield similar effects. Moreover, the secret of combat can even amalgamate various offensive techniques into a singular, novel approach. Is Zhuge Qing still coming? Zhang Xuanxiao inquired, directing his gaze towards Zhuge Qing. Through the latter's expression, he could discern a profound sense of existential doubt. The anguish of being bested in a domain one excels in is a bitter pill to swallow, especially for someone like Zhuge Qing, who is touted as a prodigy seldom seen in the Zhuge lineage for decades. Listening to Zhang Xuanxiao's inquiry, Zhuge Qing remained somewhat defiant. For a mere exchange had not entirely shattered his perception. Once more, Kuan character, Earth River card. In the blink of an eye, a rock formation surged towards Zhang Xuanxiao like a crashing wave. Confronted with Zhuge Qing's burgeoning resolve, Zhang Xuanxiao recognized the latter's commendable mindset. Indeed, a genius of the Zhuge school is capable of accepting defeat and regrouping, even amidst existential doubts. As the Earth River card approached, Zhang Xuanxiao unleashed a water projectile akin to the one Zhuge Qing had previously used to defend against his Crimson Serpent attack. To the eye, the water projectile he cast forth resembled artillery, effortlessly penetrating the ascending mound of earth and stone that Zhuge Qing had conjured. The once formidable earthen barrier crumbled, as if made of mere paper. Upon witnessing Zhang Xuanxiao's technique defy the elemental principles of the five elements, Zhuge Qing furrowed his brow in frustration. Is this a disregard for the foundational laws of elemental interaction? According to the principles of the five elements, earth overcomes water. Despite standing firm in the Kuan position, bolstering the earth's strength, I still cannot surpass Zhang Xuanxiao's water projectile. What force is he employing? As the saying goes, those embroiled in a situation often find themselves clouded, while observers maintain clarity. At this moment, Zhuge Qing had become ensnared in his own fixation, failing to recognize the echoes of his family's techniques within Zhang Xuanxiao's methods. Kuan character, flowing stone. With yet another incantation, Zhang Xuanxiao said nothing further and executed the Earth River cart. In an instant, a column of earth and stone surged toward Zhuge Qing, shattering the incoming projectiles and forcing him to maneuver defensively. Is this truly the Earth River cart? The onlookers gasped as they witnessed the clash between Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhuge Qing. If Zhuge Qing's Earth River cart resembled a human-powered rickshaw, then Zhang Xuanxiao's was akin to a high-speed train, a stark contrast between the two. Grateful for Zhang Xuanxiao's affiliation with the Taoist masters, they might have otherwise mistaken him for a master of some obscure school. Gen character. Zhuge Qing unleashed a flurry of spells, yet could not alter the outcome of Zhang Xuanxiao's counter through the elemental interactions. Breathing heavily, he gazed at Zhang Xuanxiao, acutely aware of his impending defeat. Knowing the outcome was inevitable, he still sought to uncover the secret behind Zhang Xuanxiao's deviation from the traditional elemental principles that govern the arts. For a practitioner of the craft, truth is paramount. Zhuge Qing was prepared to risk everything, as he invoked the Zhuge family's esoteric visualization technique, igniting his life force. Two beams of brilliance shot skyward. Under this method, he could perceive more abstract and hidden information, getting closer to the true essence of the world. He was determined to unveil Zhang Xuanxiao's secret. Once Zhuge Qing activated his visualization technique, he resolved to pressure Zhang Xuanxiao into revealing a flaw. With spells proving ineffective, he would resort to physical proximity, compelling Zhang Xuanxiao to reveal his power. With this thought, he charged toward Zhang Xuanxiao, closing the distance and employing his spells to unearth Zhang Xuanxiao's abilities. In response to Zhuge Qing's rapid approach, Zhang Xuanxiao prepared his own countermeasures. Even though Zhuge Qing was close enough to witness Zhang Xuanxiao's elemental techniques firsthand, he regrettably failed to grasp the true nature of that power. In Zhuge Qing's eyes, following the activation of his visualization technique, Zhang Xuanxiao's spellcasting transpired in an instant, lacking any discernible formation. It appeared merely as a fleeting glimmer before transforming into the elemental force, as if conjured from thin air, devoid of celestial logic and lacking the essence of a true practitioner. Am I simply not skilled enough? Zhuge Qing's frustration mounted as he failed to discern Zhang Xuanxiao's remarkable abilities. His aura radiated a vivid blue as he began to divine in front of the crowd. Indeed, he sought to ascertain the nature of Zhang Xuanxiao's power. In an instant, he fell victim to the backlash of his divination, blood seeping from his orifices. The secret of combat, crafted by the system, harbors a potent force of rules that Zhuge Qing cannot withstand. Truly, merely gazing too closely can lead to an explosive outcome. Observing Zhuge Qing's bloodshed, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow. Zhuge Qing faltered. Recognizing that Zhuge Qing was ensnared in obsession, Zhang Xuanxiao acted without hesitation, driven by instinct. Xuanxiao flying kick. Without a second thought, he closed the distance, delivering a decisive kick that sent Zhuge Qing crashing to the ground. Concerned that Zhuge Qing might remain lost in his fixation, Zhang Xuanxiao followed up with several more kicks, aiming to rouse him from his stupor. If one were to capture this moment in time and frame it as a painting, its title would undoubtedly be The Scene of Xuanxiao's Ascendance. This renowned artwork encapsulates not only Zhu Geqing's astonishment, but also the collective surprise of the onlookers. Just moments ago, the two had been engaged in a celestial duel. Now, they appeared as mere street ruffians in a brawl. One must admit, Zhang Xuanxiao's kicks were indeed quite forceful. Zhang Xuanxiao gazed at Zhu Geqing, whom he had gradually roused with his kicks, and then spoke. Zhu Geqing, you are only in the top 32. What are you playing it with your life? I previously thought your mindset was quite good, but now it seems you are rather petty. Listening to Zhang Xuanxiao's words, Zhu Geqing, who had fallen to the ground and wiped the blood from his lips, replied, Real Master Xuanxiao, it is not that I cannot accept my defeat. It is this ambiguous failure that I cannot abide. Even in death, I wish to know what methods you employed. Hearing Zhu Geqing's response, Zhang Xuanxiao fell silent, observing him closely. Then do tell me, he said. If I say it, will you enlighten me? If you do not speak, how can I inform you? Even if I divulge it, you would not disclose it to me. Faced with Zhu Geqing's nonsensical reply, Zhang Xuanxiao merely thought, you can perish. He felt he was too restrained in his conduct, refraining from delivering a slap directly to Zhu Geqing's face. Today marked the third day of the injection, and the swelling pain had somewhat improved. Chapter 70. The Celestial Demons Beyond the Realm, Zhang Xuanxiao. Zhu Geqing observed keenly. Before Zhu Geqing, Zhang Xuanxiao activated the secret of Do. Under the evolution of this secret, a formation reminiscent of the martial marquise Qimen appeared beneath his feet, expanding from that center to encompass the entire arena of the contest. What is this? With the aid of the Qimen visualization technique, Zhu Geqing could clearly perceive the changes in the surrounding aura. He beheld the Qimen formation beneath Zhang Xuanxiao's feet. The familiar positions of the central palace and the four plates left him increasingly astonished. Was this not the martial marquise Qimen of the Zhuge family? At that moment, Zhu Geqing's emotions resembled a segmented statistical chart, comprising 3 parts astonishment, 3 parts confusion, and 4 parts terror. He was astonished that Zhang Xuanxiao could wield the Zhuge family's martial marquis Qimen. Could it be that Zhang Xuanxiao was an illegitimate child of a member of their clan? This was inconceivable. He was terrified that Zhang Xuanxiao's application of the martial marquis Qimen had transcended the fundamental principles of the 5 elements mutual generation and restraint. In his understanding, this was something the martial marquis Qimen could not achieve. Indeed, the martial marquis Qimen could not bypass the basic laws of the 5 elements. And Zhang Xuanxiao's ability to do so was entirely due to the secret of Do circumventing the martial marquis Qimen. Although the secret of Do had reproduced the original form of the martial marquis Qimen, enabling him to utilize the 4 plates of heaven, earth, man, and spirit. The operational principles of this technique entirely bypassed the martial marquis Qimen. It was akin to planting a seed in the soil. The martial marquis Qimen methodically advanced step by step, tilling the earth, sowing seeds, fertilizing, watering, waiting for the seed to grow, and ultimately bearing fruit. This process involved the mutual assistance of heaven and earth, as well as all things adhering to their rules. Conversely, the secret of Do bypassed the growth process altogether. The seed remained the same, the fruit remained the same, yet the entire growth process was altered. In one moment, it could be a seed, in the next, once buried in the earth, it could become a fruit. It might even eliminate the seed entirely, producing fruit directly. In the eyes of sorcerers, this represented a disregard for all rules, allowing the magical arts to flourish with even greater potency than their methodical counterparts wielding the powers of the 5 elements. This sensation was akin to that of the celestial demons beyond the realm. Zhu Geqing's mentality began to fracture. The display of the martial marquis Qimen that Zhang Xuanxiao had presented bore no discernible difference from that of the Zhuge family. Setting aside how Zhang Xuanxiao had acquired this skill, the mere fact that he had bested him using their clan's ultimate technique was sufficient to shatter his confidence in his understanding of the martial marquis Qimen. At that moment, he remained oblivious to Zhang Xuanxiao's status as a celestial demon within their sorceress realm. He was ensnared by the obsession that the martial marquis Qimen could transcend the 5 elements mutual generation and restraint. He had been defeated, not only in this contest, but also in his comprehension of the martial marquis Qimen. Do you see clearly now? Zhang Xuanxiao inquired of Zhu Geqing. In response to his inquiry, Zhu Geqing dejectedly nodded. I see clearly, real Master Xuanxiao. I have lost, and I concede. However, before conceding, I still wish to know how you came to master the martial marquis Qimen of the Zhuge family. Upon hearing Zhu Geqing's question, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow. He had anticipated that Zhu Geqing, having researched the martial marquis Qimen for 2.5 years, would discern the flaws in his replica. However, it appeared Zhuge Qing had not grasped it, prompting him to ask, "Are you truly certain you see clearly?" Listening to Zhang Xuanxiao, Zhuge Qing was momentarily taken aback, then carefully scrutinized the Qiming formation laid out by Zhang Xuanxiao. As he calmed himself and examined the structure of this Qiming formation, he suddenly realized that Zhang Xuanxiao's martial marquee Qiming differed from that of the Zhuge family. While the formation was identical, the fundamental principles of its construction were entirely distinct. Had it not been for Zhang Xuanxiao's reminder, he would not have noticed this aspect at all. After all, who would focus their attention on the operational routes of the opponent's qi within the Qiming? Upon observing this, Zhuge Qing was utterly astounded. He had never encountered such an extraordinary technique, which had, in mere moments, devised a new operational version of their martial marquee Qiming. Now do you understand? Seeing Zhuge Qing's expression, Zhang Xuanxiao spoke calmly. I merely discerned the operational principles of the martial marquee's Qiming and seized upon one plate, amplifying it infinitely until I transcended the limitations of the martial marquee's Qiming, what you refer to as positional fortune and misfortune. What fortune and misfortune? In the face of overwhelming strength, everything is an illusion. After hearing Zhang Xuanxiao's explanation, Zhuge Qing inhaled deeply. Following the continuous destruction of his previous understanding, he finally attained a moment of tranquility. Infinite amplification, transcending the fortunes and misfortunes of positions, was this not the essence of the celestial demons beyond the realm? This contest truly represented a failure that surpassed his understanding. What could he, a man of integrity, possibly say? Real Master Xuanxiao, I have learned much, Zhuge Qing remarked. Witnessing Zhuge Qing's concession, the referee from the Tianshi mansion announced the outcome. Zhuge Qing versus Zhang Xuanxiao. Zhang Xuanxiao is the victor. Oh, it is a pity we did not witness real Master Xuanxiao employing lightning techniques. Yet, this was indeed an exciting display, seeing such a different approach. Indeed, who could have anticipated that Zhang Xuanxiao would defeat Zhuge Qing with Qiming techniques? It felt almost as though he had activated a cheat. At this moment, the audience in the stands buzzed with discussions regarding the contest. Amidst the chatter, another member of the 10 elders, Chen Jingkue, the head of the Shizi sect, observed Zhang Xuanxiao in the arena below, his eyes flickering with intrigue. He had watched the entire contest from his corner of the stands. He had witnessed Zhang Xuanxiao utilize the martial marquee's Qiming and had seen the Qiming formation displayed during their recent dialogue. As the saying goes, the bystander sees clearly while the participant is lost. He had discerned the distinctions between Zhang Xuanxiao's martial marquee's Qiming and Zhuge Qing's. Could it be that he could transcend limitations through some extraordinary technique? What kind of ultimate skill could bypass the rules of the world? Chen Jingkue rummaged through his mind for any abilities within the realm of extraordinary individuals that possessed such effects. Neither the ultimate techniques of various families nor the miraculous 8 marvels seemed capable of achieving this. If this ultimate technique could be passed down from Zhang Xuanxiao, it might indeed revitalize the Shizi sect. Chen Jingkue mused. For sorcerers like them, the rules of heaven and earth served as both their support and their constraints. It is said that sorcerers seek fortune and avoid misfortune, acting in accordance with the flow. Yet, this very phrase, acting in accordance with the flow, has led their sorcerers to gradually dwindle in the new era. Chapter 71. As long as one exposes themselves, they will be vanquished instantly. Second update. Within the competitor's passage, Zhuge Qing and Zhang Xuanxiao departed side by side. Just as they were about to exit the passage, Zhuge Qing hesitated for a moment, then turned to Zhang Xuanxiao and inquired, Real Master Xuanxiao, I have a question that piques my curiosity. What is it? Why would you choose to reveal such a technique capable of altering common perception in this match, when you could easily defeat me with the profound skills of the Heavenly Master S Pavilion? Zhuge Qing had pondered this question since earlier. Logically, Zhang Xuanxiao, as a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Master S Pavilion, should find it effortless to vanquish him using his mastery of thunder arts. Was it merely due to that unexpected defeat before yesterday's competition that he chose to expose this extraordinary skill before the crowd? Hearing Zhuge Qing's remarks, Zhang Xuanxiao fell silent for a moment. In truth, revealing techniques outside the Heavenly Master S Pavilion during the grand ceremony was something he had long planned. It simply happened that the occasion was suitable, and Zhuge Qing unwittingly became the unfortunate recipient of this exposure. The secret of combat was even more pivotal than the 8 unique techniques. He could not conceal it indefinitely, nor could the world remain oblivious to it. As the saying goes, it is better to open up than to block. The grand ceremony provided an excellent opportunity, since it was inevitable that those with ulterior motives would covet it. Why not expose it at the grand ceremony as bait to incite both the wicked and those high-ranking individuals masquerading as paragons of virtue? Once revealed, it would transform the Dragon Tiger Mountain into a slaughterhouse for the wicked and a venue for a thorough cleansing of the righteous. Of course, such aspirations were beautiful in theory. Whether they could be realized depended on the convergence of time, place, and, most importantly, people. He kept these thoughts to himself. If Zhuge Qing were to hear them, he would surely widen his eyes and exclaim, "Zhang Xuanxiao, you are truly going down a dark path." After a brief silence, Zhang Xuanxiao glanced at Zhuge Qing, who awaited his response, and remarked, "Using thunder arts against you would be a bit unfair." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qing felt somewhat offended. Did he not understand? Employing such extraordinary means against him was also a form of bullying. If Lu Linglong were to hear this, she would undoubtedly respond, "You really are something. I could cry." All the gentleness had been afforded to Zhuge Qing during their bout, as Zhang Xuanxiao had unleashed the thunderous strikes without a hint of hesitation, treating her as if she were one of the malevolent beings. As Zhang Xuanxiao engaged Zhuge Qing, the other three arenas were concurrently hosting their matches. In the bout between Zhang Chulan and Dan Shitong, the two seated among the 10 elders, Lu Ci and Wang Ai, observed the contest with varying thoughts. Compared to the match between Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhuge Qing, the audience in this arena, though fewer in number, was nonetheless fully seated. There was no helping it. Zhang Chulan simply had a knack for provoking others. As the heir to the Qi body lineage, he bore such a grand title, yet resorted to underhanded tactics to ambush his opponent, an act that was nothing short of disgraceful. "Dan Shitong, strike him hard," shouted Xiao Yanniao, the green-haired youth who had been ambushed by Zhang Chulan yesterday. His tone and demeanor revealed a deep-seated animosity toward Zhang Chulan. He had triumphed over the other two opponents and was so close to advancing. How could Zhang Chulan have intercepted him like this? He seethed with frustration. Why hadn't he the thunderbolt struck down Zhang Chulan instead of him yesterday? Listening to the jeers from the audience, Zhang Chulan merely lit a traditional cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke in the contest arena. After all, even a dark victory counted as a victory. "Dan Shitong, please enter the arena promptly," the judge from the Heavenly Master's Pavilion announced over the loudspeaker in search of the participant. However, Dan Shitong, having made up his mind, chose to hide and not participate. In such a scenario, Zhang Chulan was declared the winner by default. The judge, seeing that Dan Shitong had failed to appear, promptly announced the result of the match. As Dan Shitong did not enter the arena in time, Zhang Chulan wins. This outcome was difficult for the audience to accept. Some had struggled fiercely in battle and still faced defeat, while Zhang Chulan, doing nothing, had managed to secure a spot in the top 16. How could he possibly advance to the top 4, or even win the championship like this? They would undoubtedly question the merit of this year's grand ceremony champion. "Zhang Chulan, do you have any shame? As the heir to the Qi body lineage, is this your standard? What trick did you pull? Is there any thunder left? Strike him down again. Just once. Let it finish him." Observing the audience's reactions, Zhang Chulan felt the overwhelming malice directed at him, a mere novice in this realm. He was still just a child. Let them shout. After all, he had won. By the way, Dan brother is quite considerate, after fighting last night. He truly didn't show up today, Zhang Chulan mused. Just then, Xiao Yanniao could no longer contain himself. He leaped down from the stands. "Ready to replicate a classic confrontation, Zhang Chulan. You despicable coward, today I shall expose your true nature." Seeing Xiao Yanniao attempting to disrupt the order of the competition, the judges from the Heavenly Master's Pavilion could not stand idly by and quickly subdued him. "Young man, this is Dragon Tiger Mountain. If you engage in private duels and disrupt the regulations of the Heavenly Master's Pavilion, you will face severe consequences." Upon hearing the warning from the Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Xiao Yanniao recalled how Zhang Xuanxiao had kicked Jia Zhongliang away as a warning to others. He dared not provoke Zhang Xuanxiao, yet he could not bear to see Zhang Chulan so carefree. Thus he shouted at Zhang Chulan, "If you are a real person, let us have a rematch." Upon hearing Xiao Yanniao's challenge, Zhang Chulan turned and approached him. Observing Xiao Yanniao being restrained by the Taoist of the Heavenly Master's Pavilion, he took a puff from his cigarette and casually remarked, "The arena of the Heavenly Master's Pavilion is rather level, isn't it?" "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Yanniao and the Taoist present were momentarily taken aback by his words. "Lacking strength, I see," Zhang Chulan retorted. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the clear sky, and a bolt of thunder struck Zhang Chulan, causing him to stiffen, his hair standing on end as he collapsed to the ground. "Damn it!" he exclaimed. feeling as if he were a plant. After being struck again by the sudden thunder, Zhang Xuanxiao could only question the heavens. Why do I have such bad luck with Dragon Tiger Mountain? Out of this vast expanse, why is it only me being struck? Is there no justice? Is there no law? Gratitude to all my benefactors for their unwavering support. I humbly request all. Chapter 72. The young ones are restless. The elders are unruly. Old Lu, what is your opinion? Wang Ai, leaning on his cane, turned to Lu Xia beside him. Upon hearing the inquiry, Lu Xia stroked his chin thoughtfully. Quite peculiar. It seems the magnetic field of the Heavenly Master's pavilion has been disrupted. Why would it draw lightning for no reason? Taken aback by Lu Xi's response, Wang Ai paused momentarily. Who asked you about that? I meant Zhang Xuanxiao. What do you think of him? Oh, I have no particular opinion. He is just a young lad. While the old master has yet to commence the competition, we should engage with him. I will have Lu Gong prepare. If soft means fail, then we shall test him with the Bright Soul technique. Surprised by Lu Xi's intent to employ the Bright Soul technique on Zhang Xuanxiao to assess the Qi body lineage within the territory of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Wang Ai could not help but express astonishment. Old Lu, you really are bold. You show no regard for Zhang Xuanxiao's relationship with the Heavenly Master's pavilion. Bold. Lu Xi paused for a moment. Whether I am bold or not will be determined later. The Qi body lineage is of great importance. For the sake of the Lu family, even beneath the old master's watchful eye, I must give it a try. Old Lu, tell me, with your audacity, why didn't you speak up for me when the Heavenly Master and that brat Zhang Xuanxiao put pressure on me during the meeting of the 10 elders? Facing Wang Ai's question, Lu Xi shot him a sidelong glance. I am bold, but not foolish. Zhang Xuanxiao had just exited the competition venue when he encountered 2 bodyguards dispatched by Wang Ai, who obstructed his path. Zhang Xuanxiao, Lords LVCI and Wang Ai request your presence, stated one of the slightly taller bodyguards. Me? Zhang Xuanxiao replied, perplexed. I don't even know Lords LVCI and Wang Ai. However, those 2 elders are familiar with your grandfather. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao was momentarily taken aback. Nearby, observing Zhang Xuanxiao departing with Wang Ai's bodyguards, a young acolyte clad in the robes of the Tianshi mansion discreetly followed. He had not taken many steps when he spotted Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu, who had just exited after watching the match with Zhang Lingyu. Noticing the acolyte's hurried demeanor, Zhang Lingyu inquired, Xiahe, where are you rushing off to? Evidently, Zhang Lingyu recognized this young acolyte, who was one of those serving the Grand Master. Listening to Zhang Lingyu's question, the acolyte named Xiahe shifted his focus to Zhang Lingyu and Zhang Xuanxiao. He respectfully addressed them, Master Xuanxiao, Master Lingyu, before continuing. Last night, the Grand Master instructed me to keep a close watch on Zhang Chulin's movements during the Luo Tian de Jiao. I just saw him leave with the 10 elders' bodyguards, so I followed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow slightly. Was his master concerned that the 10 elders might engage in underhanded tactics? As he pondered, Xiahe discreetly cast a glance at him, admiration flickering in his eyes. To them, Zhang Xuanxiao epitomized the ideal figure they aspired to become. Zhang Xuanxiao remained oblivious to Xiao's unusual gaze, opting not to inquire further, thus allowing Xiahe to depart. Observing this, Zhang Lingyu expressed his curiosity. What business do the 10 elders have with Zhang Xuanxiao? What else could it be? The 10 elders are anxious to act before our master, Zhang Xuanxiao replied, gazing in the direction Xiahe had taken. He had already surmised the 10 elders' intentions. Indeed, it seemed that the younger generation was restless, while the elders were not behaving themselves. Each one wished to stir trouble within the Tianshi mansion's domain. Hearing his senior brother's words, Zhang Lingyu fell silent for a moment before asking, should we go take a look? At this, Zhang Xuanxiao remained contemplative. Truth be told, he was aware of the unfolding narrative. Even if they did not intervene, neither LVCI nor Wang Ai would attain their desired outcome. However, the Tianshi mansion had its own regulations. If the rules bound the contestants, then why should the 10 elders be exempt? It was unacceptable to impose constraints on the younger generation while allowing the 10 elders to act without restraint. Before long, Zhang Xuanxiao, under the escort of the 2 bodyguards, arrived at the temporary residence of LVCI and Wang Ai. It was a spacious courtyard, eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of life. Upon entering the main room, he found Wang Ai and LVCI seated in chairs, awaiting his arrival. This is Old Master Wang Ai, and that is Old Master LVCI, the bodyguards introduced. Zhang Xuanxiao took a moment to assess the 2 elders. How to put it? LVCI? His name initially suggested a benevolent old man, yet the reality was quite the opposite. A menacing aura surrounded his face, accentuated by a grotesque scar above his right eye, which was anything but kind. As for Wang Ai, although his name sounded amiable, the smile he wore exuded an insidiousness that belied any notion of warmth. Just as Zhang Xuan finished scrutinizing the two elders, LVCI spoke directly. Zhang Xuan, I prefer to be straightforward. Hand over the chi body source flow, and you may propose any terms you wish. Upon hearing LVC's demand, Zhang Xuan was not surprised. He had anticipated that the two elders sought him out for the so-called chi body source flow. Dear elders, I truly do not possess the chi body source flow, Zhang Xuan said with a smile, scratching his head. Even the entire Xinqing sought it from me and ended up with nothing. Seeing that Zhang Xuan was uncooperative, LVCI chose not to press further. He exchanged a knowing glance with LV Gong, who promptly unleashed a soul technique aimed at Zhang Xuan. Fortunately, Zhang Xuan sensed something amiss and instinctively evaded. Otherwise, he would have been ensnared by LV Gong's attack. This sensation was reminiscent of the techniques employed by Xinqing and LV Liang. Zhang Xuan scrutinized the qi emanating from LV Gong's hand, his brow furrowing in concern. You even know of LV Liang? That makes sense, considering your prior encounter with Xinqing. Since you are aware of LV Liang, you must also have experienced our LV family soul technique, LVCI remarked, bitterness creeping into his tone upon mentioning LV Liang. As a member of the LV family, not only had he personally slain his own sister, but he had also defected to Xinqing. Such news was a source of disgrace for the LV family. As Zhang Xuan listened to LVC's words, he recalled the sensation of enduring LV Liang's soul technique. Where was the Tianshi Mansion's assistance? At that moment, he pondered. The reason he dared to follow the two bodyguards to meet the two elders was that he had detected the presence of a Tianshi Mansion member trailing behind him. Chapter 73. The two elders of Xianming confront LVCI and Wang Ai. Second update. Regardless of the Tianshi Mansion's intentions, with its disciples monitoring the situation, the two elders dared not cause him undue trouble. However, he had not anticipated that he had already been in the courtyard for quite some time, and the Tianshi Mansion members had not noticed anything amiss. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xuan resolved to create a stir. He turned to LVCI and Wang Ai, saying, Old Masters LV and Wang, is it appropriate for you to trouble a mere minor character under the watchful eyes of the Tianshi Mansion? Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's naive expectations, Wang Ai could not help but laugh. You call yourself a minor character, yet you still believe the Tianshi Mansion would concern itself with you? Let me be frank, today, aside from the Tianshi, no one can protect you. Not even that little brat, Zhang Xuanxiao. What does it mean to exploit one's seniority? What does it mean to bully others with authority? Faced with the deliberate harassment of the two elders, Zhang Xuan began to grasp the essence of the 10 elders. At that moment, he felt a greater aversion to these two elders than to Xinqing. Xinqing were undoubtedly villains, while these 10 elders masqueraded as benevolent figures while committing evil acts. Zhang Xuan chose not to engage in further debate with Wang Ai. Channeling his energy, he stimulated his muscles and swiftly turned to flee. Seeing Zhang Xuan attempt to escape, LVCI remained unfazed, instructing his men to intercept him. While he and Wang Ai stepped outside, is a fight breaking out inside? As the sounds of a struggle echoed from the 10 elders' courtyard, Xiao He, who was observing from the shadows outside, sensed something was amiss. He hurriedly approached to assess the situation, peering through the gaps in the bricks. He witnessed the 10 elders' men attacking Zhang Xuan. A private brawl? No, this should be considered an assault on a contestant. The rules established by the Grand Master prior to the Luo Tian de Jiao were being violated before his very eyes, and he felt a rising sense of urgency. He longed to emulate Master Xuanxiao, to publicly defeat those who disregarded the rules and set an example. Yet, having only joined the Tianshi Mansion for 2.5 years, he remained merely an acolyte. Reporting back to the Grand Master? That would be too late. The Tianshi Mansion is my home. If I do not protect it, who will? As members of the Tianshi Mansion, we must safeguard our institution's rules and protect every blade of grass and every tree. Beyond our walls, we are duty-bound to uphold our responsibilities as righteous disciples. Vanquishing demons and eliminating Xinqing. The teachings of Zhang Xuanxiao echoed in his mind. At this moment, his adrenaline surged. As a member of the Heavenly Master Manor, one must look up to Zhang Xuanxiao as a paragon. When faced with individuals who disrupt the rules of the manor, they ought to take decisive action. This is their home. They cannot allow outsiders to bully them. With this thought in mind, The young Zhou stepped forward and scaled the wall into the courtyard of the 10 elders. Observing Zhang Xuanxiao being harassed by the 10 elders, he proclaimed, "The Heavenly Master's manner forbids private duels, and it is unacceptable for outsiders to lay hands on contestants. Cease your actions at once." Seeing a young acolyte suddenly appear, taking on the role of a mediator and speaking of the manor's rules, Wang Ai was taken aback. Who was this little child who dared to intervene? He hadn't even fully matured yet he had the audacity to demand he stop? Did he not know who they were, the 10 elders? Equals to the old Heavenly Master? Upon witnessing the arrival of someone from the Heavenly Master's manor, Zhang Xuanxiao felt a sense of relief. Although merely a young acolyte, he was still a member of the manor, regardless of how arrogant Xia and Wang Ai might be. They would think twice before pressing him in front of a representative of the manor, would they not? Old Master L, Old Master Wang. I truly do not possess what you seek, so I shall take my leave, said Zhang Xuanxiao, attempting to depart. However, to his dismay, Xia, like a rabid dog, refused to let him go, barking, "Stop, Zhang Xuanxiao. Did I permit you to leave?" After warning Zhang Xuanxiao, Xia signaled to Gong to subdue the suddenly appearing acolyte. "Old L, you cannot be serious, can you?" Wang Ai was astonished to see Xia truly considering taking down the acolyte from the Heavenly Master's manor. A mere acolyte could be easily incapacitated, and afterward, the old Heavenly Master would likely not make a fuss about it. Wang Ai, agreeing with Xia's rationale, thought to himself, "Indeed, old L, you are astute." He felt as if he had overreacted after being struck by Zhang Xuanxiao. As Gong rushed towards him with 2 bodyguards, Zhou felt his legs weaken. As a mere acolyte of the Heavenly Master's manor, he had never encountered such a situation. A battle among extraordinary beings, for someone of his caliber, felt akin to a primary school student challenging a high schooler, completely beyond his capabilities. In that moment, he could only recite the incantation of the Golden Light spell. Though he had only recently begun to cultivate this spell, and its radiance was faint, it remained his only means of defense. From the profound mysteries of the universe, the source of all energies, I cultivate through countless tribulations to attain my divine abilities. As he chanted the incantation, he suddenly heard a similar recitation in his ears. The incantations intertwined like a harmonious symphony, and the golden light gradually enveloped him. It was golden light, brilliant and resplendent. Just as he marveled at the sudden appearance of this light, 2 figures flashed before him. In an instant, Gong and his companions were sent flying several meters away, as if severed from their strings. Pain. Excruciating pain. At that moment, Gong had no idea what had just transpired. He only recalled charging forward. A flash of golden light, and then feeling as though his face had collided with a boulder, leaving it sunken and deformed. In that instant, he experienced a force akin to a cataclysm, as if he were on the brink of a rebirth. The lyrics of a song echoed in his mind. "We are all striving to live." Afterward, his mind went blank, akin to a lifeless fish that had fallen to the ground, unable to move for a long while. The abrupt turn of events caught everyone off guard. Gazing upon the reassuring figures that resembled towering mountains, Zhou swallowed hard. Master Xuanxiao, Master Lingyu. In his line of sight, Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu stood, one to either side, shielding the young acolyte behind them. Zhang Xuanxiao maintained his impassive demeanor, calmly fixing his gaze on Xia and Wang Ai in the distance, while Zhang Lingyu's brow furrowed, revealing a hint of ire. What has happened to this young acolyte? He represents the Heavenly Master's manor. The collective bullying of a young acolyte was tantamount to undermining the integrity of the manor itself. The imposing presence of the 2 venerable figures did not wane in the face of Xia and Wang Ai. Chapter 74. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All I do is for the sake of justice. First update. Where did Zhang Lingyu and Zhang Xuanxiao come from? Upon witnessing their sudden appearance, Wang Ai and Xia raised their brows in surprise. Clearly, they had not anticipated such a uniquely dramatic entrance from the 2 venerable figures of the Heavenly Master's manor. What is this? Did the people of the Heavenly Master's manor not favor the door? Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanxiao observed the young acolyte being shielded by the venerable figures. Feeling somewhat diminished in stature, he sensed the atmosphere was peculiar. It was he who was being harassed by Xia and Wang Ai. Yet now it seemed as though the young acolyte was the one wronged. No, this cannot be right. Indeed, in the eyes of Zhang Lingyu and Zhang Xuanxiao, the harassment of Zhang Xuanxiao, a contestant, might not warrant much concern. However, should one lay hands on a contestant or even on a member of the Heavenly Master's manor, the nature of the incident would entirely shift. Old Wang. The Heavenly Master's manor has its rules. You both cannot so brazenly lay hands on my disciple in the manor's domain. Forgive me, Lingyu. But you must provide an explanation today, Zhang Lingyu proclaimed, addressing Xia and Wang Ai. It was evident that Zhang Lingyu was still adhering to decorum, maintaining a level of civility even amidst the chaos, which provided Wang Ai an opportunity to exploit. An explanation? What explanation? Wang Ai feigned innocence, pointing at the young acolyte nearby. This little brat suddenly scaled the wall and intruded. Prior to this, we were having a cordial exchange with Zhang Xuanxiao. And then this child burst in, shouting about private duels. By rights, I should be seeking an explanation from you. So many of you suddenly intruded and assaulted old L's great-grandson. Should you not owe us an explanation? Through his cunning words, Wang Ai twisted the narrative, making it appear as though the members of the Heavenly Master's manor had intruded upon the 10 elders' residence with ulterior motives. The root of the matter pointed directly at the young acolyte. It was clear that Wang Ai knew how to evade the crux of the issue. In his view, since Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu were protected by the old Heavenly Master within the manor, they were untouchable, and reason could not be argued before the old Heavenly Master. However, a mere young acolyte, regardless of his grievances, would find it difficult to contend with such seasoned veterans. Whether from the perspective of fact or the nuances of human relationships, the old Heavenly Master would likely lean in favor of the 10 elders, especially since Gong had indeed been physically harmed. Listening to Wang Ai's words, even if Zhang Xuanxiao wished to remain aloof, he would have to concede the phrase "do not be so naive" to Wang Ai. Truly, the old foxes knew how to distort the truth, flipping the narrative to portray the young acolyte as the instigator, while Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu became indiscriminately aggressive towards Gong. Only those who wrong you truly understand the depth of your grievances. In that moment, Zhou's spirit plummeted to the depths of despair, as he gazed in disbelief at the smirking Wang Ai. Is this what the 10 elders are? The most esteemed figures in the extraordinary realm? To so easily place the blame upon a mere young acolyte of the Heavenly Master's manor? Where is their conscience? Has it been devoured by dogs? Do they dare to act yet not take responsibility? Perhaps fearing that Master Xuanxiao and Master Lingyu might actually believe Wang Ai's nonsense, he hurriedly approached Zhang Xuanxiao, shaking his head and saying, "It is not as you think, Master Xuanxiao and Master Lingyu. It was they who intended to take action against Zhang Xuanxiao in a moment of desperation. I merely witnessed little Zhou attempting to defend himself." Zhang Xuanxiao gently tapped his head and then spoke with an expression of calmness. "In your daily life, you have not absorbed even a modicum of my teachings. Right and wrong do not lie in their hands, but within your own heart. If my heart is clear and my actions just, then rather than falling into the trap of self-justification, it is better to demand that they present their evidence." Zhang Xuanxiao spoke in a tranquil tone, imparting his philosophy of life. "My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All I do is for justice. If I have consumed one bowl of noodles, then I have consumed one bowl. If you falsely accuse me of consuming two, then you are indeed guilty and deserve punishment." Listening to Zhang Xuanxiao's discourse on the heart, little Zhou suddenly recalled a moment from when Zhang Xuanxiao had taught them. At that time, a disciple had asked Zhang Xuanxiao a question after hearing his philosophy. "If I believe that I have done right by my heart, yet they still deem me wrong, what should I do?" In response to this inquiry, Zhang Xuanxiao had replied, "If no one obstructs you, then it indicates that you are right. If someone does obstruct you, then they are your enemy. The more they hinder you, the more it confirms your righteousness. When faced with enemies, especially those of ill intent, one must strike when necessary. Afterward, there will be scholars to argue on your behalf. Should you find yourself unable to defeat them, then summon the forces of Longhu Mountain. If you cannot vanquish them, your fellow disciples will, and if they cannot, your master will, and if your master cannot, then your elder will. Of course, all of this is predicated upon the principle that your actions are worthy of the identity of a disciple of the Celestial Master's estate, and align with the righteousness in your heart." Seeing Zhang Xuanxiao offer protection to a mere child of the Tao, Wang Ai was somewhat bewildered. For just a small Taoist child, does he really require such protection? He and Xia are two of the 10 elders. Surely, even Zhang Xuanxiao must comprehend the situation. Today, the old Celestial Master was not present. Should a conflict arise, no one would be able to offer protection. Although Wang Ai ranked lower among the 10 elders and was not skilled in combat, Xia, by his side, was known as a mad dog. If this mad dog were to unleash its fury, few could stand in its way. Zhang Xuanxiao. Have that little child apologize to old Lu and Lu Gong, and we shall let this matter rest. Wang Ai, seeing Zhang Xuanxiao's intent to protect the little Taoist, took a slight step back. After all, the previous incident was still fresh in his mind. Zhang Xuanxiao's flying kick had left his face stinging. Contemplating Wang Ai's words, Zhang Xuanxiao reflected, I examine myself thrice a day. Am I being too courteous? Have I given him face? Should I have slapped him instead? He has already acted against the disciples of the Celestial Master as a state, and here I am discussing principles. Recently, it seemed he had begun to adopt Zhang Lingyu's demeanor. With this thought, Zhang Xuanxiao chose to remain silent. Golden light coalesced in his left hand, and with a surge of energy in his legs, he vanished from his spot. Here comes a resounding slap. He unleashed the golden light towards Wang Ai's old face. When the golden light struck Wang Ai's visage, the scattered particles shimmered like flowing light, rustling the surrounding foliage with the forceful wind that made the leaves tremble. Wang Ai's face transformed as if struck by a small meteor, contorting in an instant. With the immense force spreading from the golden light to his slack skin, Wang Ai resembled a wrinkled dog, his jowls quivering as his hefty form was propelled backward into the main hall. Show off. Let you fly? With a thunderous crash, Wang Ai traced a parabolic arc through the air until he shattered the very chair where the two had just been seated. This sudden turn of events was utterly unforeseen by those present. They had neither anticipated nor dared to conceive such an outcome. A single slap sent the so-called 10 elders, who could dominate the otherworld, flying. In the entire otherworld, perhaps only Zhang Xuanxiao possessed the capability and audacity to accomplish such a feat. Why not? Zhang Xuanxiao showed no leniency towards Wang Ai's status as a 10 elder. What of the 10 elders? When they break the rules of the Celestial Master's estate, should they not face repercussions? Should the 10 elders bully the disciples of the Celestial Master and expect silence, enduring such treatment? In the territory of the Celestial Master's estate, could outsiders truly inflict such humiliation? Master Xuanxiao is in the right. Observing the scene before him, little Zhou was filled with both fear and astonishment. At this moment, he finally understood why Master Rongshan spoke of Master Xuanxiao with such admiration, always declaring that old 10 is in the right. Who could gaze upon this and remain unfazed? Who would not be captivated by Master Xuanxiao's charisma? If he were a maiden, she would surely be smitten. Before little Zhou, his elder brother Zhang Lingyu had already taken action, yet he remained unaware that his brother had indeed made his move. The wind came and went in an instant. This was his brother's decisiveness. With such decisiveness, he too could stand on his own, compared to Zhang Lingyu and little Zhou, who had somewhat witnessed Zhang Xuanxiao's resolve. Not far away, Zhang Chulan was left dumbfounded by Zhang Xuanxiao's slap. Did he dare to strike a 10 elder? Am I seeing this correctly? He dares to strike a 10 elder, all for a mere child of the Celestial Master's estate? Zhang Chulan swallowed hard as he gazed at Zhang Xuanxiao. What else was there that Zhang Xuanxiao would not dare to confront? Was this uncle so benevolent? He began to sense the ties binding him to the Celestial Master's estate. Why was it that this uncle treated the little Taoist with such kindness, while he, who was equally capable of the Celestial Master's techniques and even possessed thunder magic, faced such hostility? If he were to encapsulate his feelings in 7 words, they would undoubtedly be, "Uncle, love me once more." As everyone present harbored their own thoughts, the beleaguered Wang Ai was in anguish. Was there still a sense of justice? Was there still a law? The last 10 elder conference, compelling the old Celestial Master to make concessions, was his idea. He accepted the pressure from the Celestial Master's disciples. This time, however, it was old Lu's suggestion, and he merely came as an accompaniment. Why then was he struck? What was this? Did the Wang family's face exist solely to be slapped? Was he destined to suffer such indignities from birth? The pain was excruciating. Witnessing Zhang Xuanxiao strike his old friend, then nonchalantly preparing to leave, Xia interjected, as a sinister smile crept across his face. Reminiscent of a mad dog, he declared, "Even if you are a disciple of the Celestial Master, you cannot strike someone and simply walk away. After all, we are also 10 elders. We are your seniors. You cannot abuse your identity as a disciple of the Celestial Master to act with impunity." Upon hearing Lucy's words, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow and cast a glance, finally noticing Lu Xi's menacing countenance. "Oh, I almost forgot about you, old Lu. I neglected to slap you as well." His nonchalant words and dismissive demeanor were a level of arrogance even the old Celestial Master had not displayed. In response to Zhang Xuanxiao's remarks, Lucy's lips twitched, and he spoke. "It appears I must truly discipline you on behalf of the Celestial Master." to make you understand what it means to respect your elders and care for the young. Otherwise, you will surely face great calamity in the future. With that, Lu Xia unleashed the Lu family's secret technique, the Rui Force. 2 spheres of purple energy swirled between his hands, and as he rolled them forward, a powerful force surged toward Zhang Xuanxiao, attempting to pull him outward. Confronted with LVC's formidable power, Zhang Xuanxiao stood firm, enveloped in a radiant golden light that rendered him as immovable as a great bell. Despite the tempestuous onslaught of LVC's force, he remained unperturbed. Observing the quality of Zhang Xuanxiao's protective aura, Zhang Lingyu furrowed his brow, acutely aware of his senior brother's enhanced mastery over this golden light. The resilience of such a golden shield, capable of withstanding LVC's relentless assault, was indicative of a significant leap in skill. Master, Zhang Lingyu mused, even if you were to provide me with special guidance, I fear I would still struggle to match him. A profound sense of disparity washed over him as he reflected on the past half-month of intensive training under the Grandmaster, which had focused on the Yin 5 Thunder, aimed at enabling him to contend with Zhang Xuanxiao's Yang 5 Thunder. While the direction of his training was certainly correct, he realized he still fell short in the application and quality of the Golden Light spell compared to Zhang Xuanxiao. Noticing the astonishing solidity of Zhang Xuanxiao's protective barrier, LVC's eyebrows arched in surprise. It was no wonder he dared to be so audacious. He possessed the strength to back it up. Yet, there was still room for improvement. With a subtle advance of his left foot, a wave of power emanated from the ground, surging toward Zhang Xuanxiao, compelling him to retreat. LVCI had dedicated a lifetime to the study of this technique, and his decades of mastery were not something a mere 20-something like Zhang Xuanxiao could easily match. In an instant, as Zhang Xuanxiao landed, multiple tendrils of power erupted from the ground, resembling a vortex that assailed him. The overwhelming force of dozens of these tendrils presented a formidable challenge that would likely prove insurmountable for younger practitioners like Zhang Lingyu or Zhang Chulan. However, Zhang Xuanxiao's foundation was unshakable. As he focused his thoughts, the protective golden light surged and expanded like a tempest, pushing back the approaching tendrils until their energy was utterly exhausted. Chapter 76. When disciples err, it is our duty to teach them. There is no need for outsiders to meddle. With a graceful flick of his left hand, the Yang 5 Thunder hidden beneath the earth sprang forth as if summoned by command. Hundreds of thunderbolts, each as thick as an arm, erupted from the ground, enveloping the area surrounding LVCI within a radius of several meters. The once serene landscape was now a chaotic battleground. Realizing the magnitude of the Yang 5 Thunder unleashed, even LVCI could not help but knit his brows in disbelief. When had Zhang Xuanxiao concealed such a formidable arsenal underground during their brief engagement? As Zhang Xuanxiao gathered his power, the myriad of thunderbolts surged upward, roaring toward the center where LVCI stood. In mere moments, he was engulfed by this tempest. Despite LVC's utmost effort to maximize his power, the arcane tendrils of the thunderbolts left him reeling. This boy, could he truly be the successor of Zhang Jiwei? A thought flickered through LVC's mind as he felt the mastery Zhang Xuanxiao wielded over the Yang 5 Thunder. Zhang Jiwei had been similarly formidable at this age, hadn't he? Though the onslaught of thunderbolts left him momentarily stunned, LVCI knew he could not afford to relax. The only lifeline he had was his own technique, which he clung to desperately, aware that failure could cost him dearly. As the surroundings bore witness to the chaos, the ground lay scorched, remnants of debris scattered across the courtyard. In the epicenter of the storm, the brilliance of the thunder illuminated everything, rendering the details of the clash nearly impossible to discern. Yang 5 Thunder, can it truly be wielded in such a manner? Zhang Chulan, also a practitioner of the Yang 5 Thunder, gazed at the battlefield, his heart tumultuous with admiration and disbelief. A fool, truly a fool. Memories of their first encounter flooded his mind, recalling how he had boasted of his own prowess in the Yang 5 Thunder before Zhang Xuanxiao. Now, he realized he had barely scratched the surface of its potential. Meanwhile, witnessing his senior brother unleashing such unyielding power, Zhang Lingyu felt a complex swirl of emotions. Indeed, he preferred the Yang 5 Thunder over the Yin variant. It was the version wielded by his brother that he truly admired, bold, sweeping, and overwhelming. Yet, beyond envy, he felt a sense of helplessness. The scene before him constantly reminded him of the night the Grand Master had summoned him. Fight my brother? How would I even begin? Could I withstand this attack? What would I need to do? The thought of confronting his senior brother felt like a laughable conundrum, a daunting challenge presented by his own master. Eventually, amidst the flurry of thoughts, LVCI managed to endure Zhang Xuanxiao's onslaught. As the dust settled, just as he began to exhale in relief, Zhang Xuanxiao delivered a final, decisive blow, an aerial kick. This was the legendary Xuanxiao kick, now in an entirely new form. As he soared into the air, his leg charged with the Yang 5 Thunder, the kick unleashed a force beyond the previous golden version, both in speed and power. In the blink of an eye, the Xuanxiao kick landed squarely on LVC's face, sending him flying. The electrifying impact coursed through LVCI, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. With a resounding thud, he was propelled several meters away, crashing into the brickwork of the main house, where he finally came to a halt. Though he had ceased moving, the surging arcs of the Yang 5 Thunder within him showed no signs of abating. After delivering his blow, Zhang Xuanxiao brushed the dust from his hands and addressed the fallen LVCI, stating, "When I step forth to fulfill my duties, I do not rely on my master's status or the lineage of my disciples. My actions are grounded in my own strength. You have violated the rules of the Grand Master's estate and must be held accountable by us, the disciples. If you disagree, feel free to confront me directly. Of course, you may also inform my master. And should I err, my master will certainly administer discipline. When disciples err, it is our duty to correct them. And there is no need for you to meddle, LVCI." With that, he turned to Zhang Lingyu and Xiao Zhou, beckoning them to depart. The trio left behind a scene of utter disarray and destruction, while Zhang Xuanxiao marveled at the display of dominance. What does it mean to be imposing? What does it mean to be unyielding? He mused as he watched Zhang Xuanxiao's retreating figure. If only I could have such a master to guide me. Wait. Why do I say if only? By lineage, Zhang Xuanxiao is indeed my uncle. Moments later, the members of the Grand Master's estate, along with Feng Baobao and Su Si, arrived on the scene. "Zhang Chulan, are you all right?" Feng Baobao inquired, having found him amidst the chaos. She had just stepped out of a match when she heard the commotion surrounding Zhang Chulan's disappearance. "I'm fine," Zhang Chulan replied, but his attention was drawn to Su Si, who stared in bewilderment at the ravaged courtyard. What in the world happened here? The once picturesque courtyard now resembled the aftermath of a catastrophic explosion, leaving no corner unmarked. Listening to Su Si's lamentations, Zhang Chulan lit a traditional cigarette and remarked, "It's hard to express." Indeed, it was an unfathomable situation. He could never have anticipated that the narrative would unfold in such a manner. Just as he was about to depart, Lu Xi, Wang Ai, and others were rescued from the debris by the Tianshi Mansion's relief personnel. Seeing 2 of the 10 elders severely injured, their faces swollen and battered, Su Si dropped his cigarette in shock. What on earth happened to Lu Xi and Wang Ai? Having navigated the other world for quite some time, he had never witnessed the 10 elders in such disarray. Apologies for the abrupt interruption yesterday. A new chapter has been added today without further delays. I am grateful for the support from all the esteemed patrons. Chapter 77. Alas, Zhang Xuanxiao does not bear the surname Lu. Is it truly a disgrace? Indeed it is. Not only had Su Si never witnessed such a sight, but even Wang Ai and Lu Xi, the very embodiments of the 10 elders, had never envisioned being so thoroughly bested by a junior. Observing the so-called mad dog, Lu Xi, being carried out, Wang Ai, who had also been struck by the fierce golden light, felt a complex mix of emotions. He had not expected Lu Xi to fall at the hands of Zhang Xuanxiao. To his knowledge, there were but a handful in the other world capable of matching Lu Xi's prowess. Beyond the shock, he experienced a peculiar sense of balance within himself. So what if I was struck? Old Lu was also bested by this lad. It is often said that when one is kicked, it is a loss of face. However, when 2 are kicked, it becomes a matter of equality. "Old Lu, today is your turn," Wang Ai remarked as he too was carried away on a stretcher. Hearing Wang Ai's words, Lu Xi, who was still suppressing the Yang Wulei force within him, managed a slight smirk. The Yang Wulei truly lived up to its reputation as a Tianshi Mansion secret technique. Even after all this time, that unyielding power continued to stir within his meridians. This bout had indeed left him quite injured, though he had endured a beating. It had clarified matters for him. Zhang Xuanxiao was more than capable of bearing the mantle of a Tianshi disciple and might even ascend to the position of the next Tianshi. The old Tianshi had chosen a worthy apprentice, Lu Xi mused. While he held little affection for the Tianshi Mansion, he could not deny that with Zhang Xuanxiao as a successor, the Tianshi Mansion could maintain its dominance over the other world for another century. "Old Lu, it seems we are on the same side now. We must reclaim this honor from that young man," Wang Ai asserted. Lu Xi, snapping back to reality, clarified. Who said we are on the same side? Wang Ai was momentarily taken aback. What? After that young man bested you, you just forget? Lu Xi shrugged, admitting that despite his earlier bravado in confronting Zhang Xuanxiao, he had since lost all inclination to pursue the matter. The young man was indeed arrogant, yet he possessed genuine talent. He was not one to be reprimanded, and Lu Xi accepted his defeat. If only Zhang Xuanxiao bore the Lu surname. Had he been part of the Lu family, Lu Xi would have welcomed even daily beatings with a smile, serving him wholeheartedly. Witnessing Lu Xi's unexpected acceptance of defeat, Wang Ai was utterly bewildered. What happened to your earlier resolve? You were supposed to teach Zhang Xuanxiao a lesson. How did you switch to accepting it? Clearly, despite their long-standing friendship, Lu Xi and Wang Ai operated on entirely different wavelengths. In Lu Xi's mind, if the next Tianshi were chosen by vote, he would undoubtedly cast his ballot for Zhang Xuanxiao. Although Zhang Xuanxiao exhibited a disregard for authority, even dismissing their esteemed elders, one had to admit that given his youth and strength, he could not easily be challenged in the other world. Opposing the next Tianshi was one thing, but Lu Xi was not foolish enough to act recklessly. As for Wang Ai, he acknowledged Zhang Xuanxiao's formidable strength, yet he remained a mere junior. This world adhered to the principles of human relationships. Mere brute strength without understanding would render one a fool, ultimately pitted against the masses. Each step Zhang Xuanxiao took further encroached upon their territory, providing the old Tianshi with an impetus to relent, whilst also giving them grounds to unite against him. Should an opportunity arise in the future, Zhang Xuanxiao's relentless advancements would serve as the knife that could end him. How could Zhang Xuanxiao have bested these two elders? Did he truly dare to confront the 10 elders? What is it that he dares not tackle? As Lu Xi and Wang Ai each contemplated their thoughts, Su Si also gleaned insights from Zhang Chulan regarding the events. Upon learning that Zhang Xuanxiao had indeed bested Wang Ai and Lu Xi, he gasped in astonishment. Zhang Xuanxiao is not only wreaking havoc, but has now even set his sights on the 10 elders. Who will be able to address this in the future? With this realization, Su Si swallowed hard. Fortunately, Zhang Xuanxiao was a disciple of the Tianshi, capable of heeding the old Tianshi's guidance. However, should he darken his path and become a rogue, he would undoubtedly become the most formidable threat to the entire realm. As he watched Zhang Chulan pass by, the injured Lu Xi suddenly had an epiphany and halted the Tianshi's disciples who were carrying him. Zhang Chulan, I want to let you go without purpose today. The Tianshi mansion's interest in you is far from simple. He continued, do you know why your grandfather vanished from the Tianshi mansion and why he adopted the name Zhang Shulin? What? Zhang Chulan's eyes gleamed with intrigue. His desire to learn about his grandfather propelled him to meet Lu Xi and Wang Ai. Noticing Zhang Chulan's eagerness, Lu Xi teased. His crime was collusion with the rogue faction. While he had not extracted the chi body source from Zhang Chulan, Lu Xi sought to sow discord between Zhang Chulan and the Tianshi mansion. Only by creating a rift could those with ulterior motives exploit the situation. Collusion with the rogue faction? My grandfather? Upon hearing Lu Xi's claims, Zhang Chulan furrowed his brow, sensing that Lu Xi was not fabricating tales. Just as he was about to inquire further, Lu Xi declared, let us go, and vanished from sight. Such abruptness left Zhang Chulan pondering deeply. Lu Xi's statement seemed to conflict with the rogue faction's narrative. Observing Zhang Chulan's troubled expression, Su Sin interjected, Chulan, don't dwell on it. He likely aims to incite discord between you and the Tianshi mansion. Indeed, overthinking serves no purpose. It's more prudent to focus on how to succeed in the upcoming contest. There are formidable opponents ahead, Su San and Su Si chimed in unison, redirecting Zhang Chulan's attention from Lu Xi's words to the impending competition. Has the contest concluded? Yes, it's nearly over. Chapter 78, Wang Bing. Your great-grandfather is not finished yet. Shortly after Wang Ai was carried from the courtyard, a man with long yellow hair rushed over. Upon seeing Wang Ai in such a state, his expression shifted to one of shock. Great-grandfather, who did this to you? Was it Zhang Xuanxiao again? Wang Bing could hardly believe that his great-grandfather had once again fallen victim to Zhang Xuanxiao, just after finishing his own contest. He was interrupted by the Tianshi mansion's officials with the news. Your great-grandfather has fallen. Faced with those words, he initially thought them to be an insult and immediately retorted, your great-grandfather is the one who has passed. After saying this, he turned and left the competition venue. Just as he intended to check on Wang Ai, he unexpectedly encountered Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu emerging from Wang Ai's residence. He was taken aback. This is bad. Great-grandfather might truly be gone. Feeling a surge of anxiety, he hurried over. The good news was that great-grandfather was still alive. The bad news was that he had endured another beating. Great-grandfather, rest assured that Zhang Xuanxiao is merely bullying the elderly. Just wait until I cross paths with him. I will not spare him. Anyone who provokes the Wang family will not have a good end. Seeing that Wang Ai was not gravely injured, Wang Bing reverted to his boastful self. In front of Wang Ai, he proclaimed that he was there to uphold the dignity of the Wang family. Though it was mere bluster, it flattered Wang Ai, making him feel like a cherished grandson. A good child is indeed a good child. As the sun set, the following day's competition also concluded. In the room of the old master, he learned from Rongshan about the incident where the two old men of Xianming had caused a significant disruption during the competition. What? Rongshan, you say that rebellious disciple has beaten Wang Ai and Lu Xi? Indeed, master, Rongshan answered honestly. Master, I believe the old Tin was justified in his actions. Those two elders were indeed a bit excessive. Not only did they pressure Zhang Chulan, but they also intended to strike young Zhou. Tell me, what offense has young Zhou committed? Those two elders truly bullied him to the extreme. After hearing Rongshan's account, the old master called for young Zhou to inquire about the details. Upon understanding the situation, he sighed. These two old fellows are quite relentless. If a beating has occurred, then so be it. Such was the old master's attitude. As long as Lu Xi and Wang Ai did not perish on Longhu Mountain, he would turn a blind eye to Zhang Xuanxiao's assertive behavior. After all, being bullied on Longhu Mountain was a consequence that Lu Xi and Wang Ai had to bear for their actions against the disciples of the Master's house. In a certain sense, he thought Zhang Xuanxiao's actions were somewhat justified. After finishing his remarks, the old master dismissed both Rongshan and Young Zhou from the room, refocusing his attention on the upcoming roster for the final 16 of the competition. The list before him bore 16 names: Zhang Xuanxiao, Zhang Lingyu, Feng Xingtong, Feng Shaoyuan, Wang Bing, Feng Baobao, Tang Walong, Zhang Chulan, Wang Yi, Xia Xiao, Hong Bin, Yi Xiao, Ling, Bai Shixiwe, Jia Zhengyang, and Shi. Upon reaching the final 16, the subsequent matches would not be determined by drawing lots, but rather through deliberate arrangements. Observing the diverse strengths of these 16 individuals, it was evident that Zhang Chulan, based on his two previous performances, was merely a middling contender in this lineup. Xianzhao, gazing at Zhang Xuanxiao's name, the old master picked it up only to set it down again. Could you perhaps grant me the favor of ensuring that Zhang Chulan smoothly ascends to the next position of master? The old master pondered. If Zhang Xuanxiao were to cooperate, the arrangement would be seamless. However, if he chose not to, alternative paths would have to be sought. Clearly, compared to the obedient Zhang Lingyu, this unruly disciple was a double-edged sword. If wielded well, he could pave the way for Zhang Chulan. If mishandled, he could very well lead to Zhang Chulan's elimination. With this in mind, the old master decided to summon Zhang Xuanxiao that evening. His intention was twofold: to admonish this rebellious disciple regarding his shortcut mentality, and to probe Zhang Xuanxiao's attitude towards Zhang Chulan to see if he could persuade this disciple to lend him a favor. As night fell, contrasting the lively atmosphere of Longhu Mountain during the day, the stillness of the night became the norm in the back mountains of Longhu, more conducive for practitioners to cultivate their inner peace. After dinner, Zhang Xuanxiao was summoned 3 times by the old master, signaling him to come to the old master's quarters at the stroke of midnight. He understood this well, for it was how the old master had once summoned him to impart the Yang Five Thunder technique. Approaching the softly lit room of his master, Zhang Xuanxiao gently knocked on the door. "Master, come in," came the old master's voice from within. Upon entering and closing the door behind him, Zhang Xuanxiao saw the old master clad in white pajamas, preparing the match schedule for the next day under the dim light. Noticing his arrival, the old master spoke. "Do you know why I called you here?" Upon hearing his master's question, Zhang Xuanxiao nodded. Disciple has beaten Wang Ai and Lu Xi. Confronted with Zhang Xuanxiao's candidness, the old master realized that the lad felt no remorse for his actions. "Indeed, you are justified," he replied, "but I did not summon you for this matter." Hearing the words "not wrong" from the old master surprised Zhang Xuanxiao. After spending time with his master, such phrases were quite rare, and it was unusual to find common ground with his master in matters of the heart. "Then why did you call me?" Noticing Zhang Xuanxiao's feigned ignorance, the old master bluntly revealed, "Today, the tactics you employed against Zhu Guqing, were they derived from our master's house?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao paused slightly before responding with composure, "No. Knowing it is not yours, why then did you employ it? Do you wish to flaunt your skills?" The old master did not question Zhang Xuanxiao about the source of this unique technique. He neither desired nor deemed it necessary to inquire. Listening to the old master's misunderstanding, Zhang Xuanxiao calmly replied, "In response to my master, I had no such intention. I merely wished to use this opportunity to draw out those with ulterior motives and cleanse the internal corruption within our righteous path. Just one of the 8 unique techniques can stir the undercurrents within the righteous faction. How ironic it is. Those who are lawless and sinful, while those who claim to be righteous do not take it upon themselves to eradicate them, but instead, they squabble over the 8 unique techniques, causing the innocent to suffer. This phenomenon ought to reach its conclusion. If there are those who covet me as a result, I shall undoubtedly trace the roots of their intentions." Hearing Zhang Xuanxiao lecture him in return, the old master raised an eyebrow, shifting his focus from the match schedule to Zhang Xuanxiao. This rebellious disciple was indeed venturing down a perilous path. Not only did he seek to eradicate the lawless, but he was also increasingly fixated on the internal dynamics of the righteous faction. Daily gratitude for all, he reflected, thanks to all the supportive fathers and mothers. Chapter 79. How to View the Art of Shortcuts. Of course, it is delightful to behold. You are this. Observing his own rebellious disciple, the old master began to question whether his teachings were flawed. Together with Zhang Lingyu, he had taught 11 disciples throughout his life, and his students had flourished. Yet, in his later years, he found himself under such pressure. One disciple, Zhang Lingyu, was hesitant and overly cautious, while another, Zhang Xuanxiao, not only harbored murderous intentions but was now also intent on fishing for lawbreakers within the righteous path. Such contrasting talents were a true reflection of the Xianming elders of my master's house. With these two, the master's house would remain stable until his demise, which would be considered a success. At this moment, the old master resonated deeply with his own master, Zhang Jingqing. While disciples need only heed their master's words, masters must consider many factors. This matter is not for you to contemplate. After a long silence, the old master finally managed to utter a phrase. Looking at Zhang Xuanxiao before continuing, "Rebellious disciple, what is your perspective on the shortcuts in your hands?" Upon hearing his master's inquiry, Zhang Xuanxiao paused momentarily. The shortcut that the old master referred to was one he possessed 3 of. What do I think? I've deepened my understanding of it. What else is there to say? It is simply delightful. Having the shortcuts, I now see just how arduous my previous days were. Years of silent cultivation cannot compare to the advantages offered by a single shortcut technique. Had he possessed such a shortcut technique in his earlier years, he would likely be basking in familial bliss now. Though he contemplated this, Zhang Xuanxiao refrained from voicing it aloud. Instead, he turned to his master and remarked, "To learn from a multitude of disciplines to aid in my cultivation is indeed a convenience." Upon hearing Zhang Xuanxiao's response, the old master furrowed his brow and admonished him. "Rebellious disciple, why the need to learn so much? One cannot chew more than one can swallow. The techniques passed down by our ancestors are invaluable. Neglecting the mastery of our school's methods in favor of those from other sects is but a futile endeavor. It is not that I discourage you from learning from other schools, but you must discern what is primary and what is secondary. The golden light spell and thunder techniques of our heavenly master abode are your true foundations." Confronted with the master's admonition, Zhang Xuanxiao discerned the underlying message. Cultivation is akin to nurturing a sapling. The extent of one's growth is largely determined by the depth of one's roots in the soil. Although the techniques from other sects may appear colorful and enticing, they are merely branches and leaves. An abundance of branches may give the illusion of a grand tree. Yet if the roots remain shallow, the tree is destined to topple. After the old master's guidance, Zhang Xuanxiao realized his perspective had indeed strayed. He had been overly focused on using the Do character secret to emulate various offensive techniques, forgetting that the thunder techniques of his own heavenly master's abode were the pinnacle of combat arts in this extraordinary realm. It is well known that the upper echelon of Yang 5 Thunder is the 5 Thunder Orthodox method. The might of the 5 Thunder Orthodox method, which he had been fortunate enough to witness his master wield, could indeed summon extraordinary phenomena and command heavenly thunder. If he could utilize the Do character secret to fuse the Yang and Yin 5 Thunder, transcending the limitations of the heavenly master's realm to produce the effects of the 5 Thunder Orthodox method, it would be a splendid accomplishment. "Master, I am grateful for your teachings," Zhang Xuanxiao said, bowing respectfully. Enlightened by his master's insights, he felt as though the clouds had parted, revealing the light. Seeing Zhang Xuanxiao's newfound understanding, the old master nodded in satisfaction and remarked, This child is teachable. Despite his usual stern demeanor towards Zhang Xuanxiao, even bordering on mischievousness, he was unreserved in guiding his disciple at crucial junctures in their cultivation journey. At that moment, he believed that their conversation that evening would instill in Zhang Xuanxiao a measure of restraint concerning the use of shortcut techniques. However, unbeknownst to him, Zhang Xuanxiao had not only dismissed any constraints but had also set his sights on the techniques of the Heavenly Master's abode, particularly the Five Thunder Orthodox method. Should he learn that in the future, Zhang Xuanxiao would devise a version of the Five Thunder Orthodox method through the Do character secret, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "By heavens!" This young man. Having concluded the serious discussion, the old master cleared his throat and shifted the conversation to the second matter at hand regarding Zhang Xuanxiao. "Xuanxiao, you are well aware of the matters concerning cultivation. I generally do not pry. I summoned you tonight primarily to inquire about your views on the upcoming Luotian Grand Ceremony selection. What are your thoughts?" When he heard the old master divert the topic away from himself, Zhang Xuanxiao was somewhat taken aback. Was the master testing his attitude towards the Luotian Grand Ceremony? Uncertain. He responded with a rather roundabout remark, "It is splendid to engage in sparring with so many talented youths." Upon hearing Zhang Xuanxiao's answer, the old master paused momentarily before directly asking, "And what is your opinion of Zhang Chulan?" Zhang Chulan? Upon hearing that name, Zhang Xuanxiao finally grasped the true purpose of the old master's summons. It was indeed to probe his stance regarding Zhang Chulan. With this realization, he calmly replied, "His strength is average. Although he possesses techniques from the Heavenly Master's abode, he cannot be considered a disciple of ours." Noticing Zhang Xuanxiao's stance, the old master raised an eyebrow. "Xuanxiao, one cannot speak so dismissively. Very well, I shall make an exception and share a tale with you." The old master then recounted stories about Zhang Chulan's grandfather, Zhang Huai, from his days on Longhu Mountain. He refrained from detailing Zhang Huai's alliance with the head of the QUANXING sect and the subsequent events of the Jiashan rebellion, instead subtly conveying that Zhang Huai was once destined to be the next heavenly master. However, after he fled, the old master was compelled to assume the title. This selection for the Luotian Grand Ceremony was ostensibly for Zhang Chulan's sake, aimed at better safeguarding him. To be frank, my intention in selecting the next heavenly master heir from this Luotian Grand Ceremony is for Zhang Chulan. I wish to know if you and Lingyu can assist me in clearing the path for Zhang Chulan to secure victory against his competitors." As the old master expressed his sincere request, it was a moment of uncharacteristic openness between him and his rebellious disciple. Since he had conceived the idea of facilitating Zhang Chulan's triumph at the Luotian Grand Ceremony, this was the first time he sought cooperation from Zhang Xuanxiao. Faced with the old master's forthrightness, Zhang Xuanxiao sighed and then knelt on the stone floor before him. Observing Zhang Xuanxiao's kneeling form, the old master felt an ominous premonition. This rebellious disciple, despite my earnest words, would he still disciple, is impolite. "I find it difficult to comply with the master's wishes," Zhang Xuanxiao stated candidly. He was resolute in confronting the old master. As the latter continued to speak, Zhang Xuanxiao interjected, "Regarding Zhang Chulan, I hold no particular opinion of him. He is merely a passerby to me. Should he possess the strength to defeat Lingyu, to overcome me and other competitors, then I would naturally concede, and the world would likewise acknowledge him. However, if Zhang Chulan relies on your clandestine support to claim victory and potentially become the heir to the Heavenly Master title, it would not only tarnish your reputation but also invite criticism regarding the integrity of the Heavenly Master's abode. If we cannot uphold fairness in our own affairs, how can we serve as a model for the righteous path in the world? Master, you have been willful for a lifetime. You cannot afford to be so in this matter. Trading the reputation of Longhu Mountain for Zhang Chulan is something I believe my fellow disciples would vehemently oppose. Should you truly intend to manipulate the competition to assist Zhang Chulan in becoming the Heavenly Master heir, then I must stand in opposition to you. I implore you to reconsider." Listening to Zhang Xuanxiao's series of responses, the old master was momentarily taken aback. For every statement he made, Zhang Xuanxiao countered with a multitude of arguments. It seemed that this rebellious disciple had long prepared for this confrontation. Had he truly considered the implications of the Heavenly Master's abode facing public scrutiny and his own reputation being questioned? Rebellious disciple, do you so earnestly desire the position of Heavenly Master? The old master inquired, gazing intently at Zhang Xuanxiao. In response to his master's inquiry, Zhang Xuanxiao shook his head. "I have never held interest in the title of Heavenly Master. What I desire is merely the Heavenly Master's abode. my fellow disciples. And you, master. Upon hearing Zhang Xuanxiao's declaration, the old master took a deep breath. Clearly, he realized that he could not sway a disciple who had meticulously prepared his stance. Consider it a favor to me. Please do not make it difficult for an old man regarding this matter of Zhang Chuan. The old master implored Zhang Xuanxiao. Listening to the old master's words, Zhang Xuanxiao fell silent. The favor of the 10 elders was of little consequence to him, but what of the old master, his own mentor? Perhaps in trivial matters, he would acquiesce to his master's requests, but when it came to the heavenly master's abode, to the very heart of their lineage, such a concession could not be made. Seeing Zhang Xuanxiao shake his head, the old master anticipated this outcome. Otherwise, he would not have hastily arranged special provisions for Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Xuanxiao is not the foolish disciple Zhang Lingyu. This rebellious student possesses the most righteous ideas. Once he has made a decision, he neither adheres to convention nor can be swayed by anyone. His wings have indeed grown strong. It appears this rebellious disciple wishes to challenge me, the old master. Very well, let us see who can outmatch whom. The old master pondered this in his heart. Zhang Xuanxiao has his own reasons and burdens that compel him to act. In this case, the master and disciple can only engage in a philosophical debate during this encounter. To determine whether the participant Zhang Xuanxiao can prevail over his capricious master who controls the competition, Zhang Xuanxiao departed, doing so decisively. Gazing at the moonlight hanging in the night sky, he appeared somewhat conflicted. His master's straightforward conversation tonight undoubtedly marked the commencement of the philosophical discourse between him and the old master at the festival of heavenly rituals. Truth be told, he was quite curious about what means the old master would employ, now that he was aware of Zhang Xuanxiao's stance, to elevate Zhang Chuan to the top position. Would it be through obstructing the competitors? Zhang Xuanxiao stroked his chin, acknowledging that among the younger generation, there are indeed some capable individuals, such as Wang Yi and Zhang Lingyu, yet defeating them seems quite challenging. After all, he has already taken precautions. Would they resort to drugging me? It is uncertain. Nevertheless, even if they were to drug me, given Zhang Chuan's capabilities, it would be difficult for him to overcome me. Or perhaps they would directly disqualify me from the competition. If that were the case, the underhandedness would be laid bare for all to see, leaving no room for pretense and hard to garner acceptance. Master, what methods can you employ? What methods? Naturally, all methods. Inside, the old master gazed at the list of competitors, his mind racing. Now that he clearly understood his rebellious disciple's intention to compete with Zhang Zhuwei, the current schedule seemed quite unstable. Regardless of how it was arranged, Zhang Chuan and Zhang Xuanxiao would inevitably clash. A safeguard must be established. The prudent old master contemplated altering the competition format, perhaps instituting a double elimination system. Just then, as he was deep in thought, another knock echoed through the room. Master, hearing Zhang Lingyu's voice from outside, the old master snapped back to reality and permitted him to enter. You have arrived. The old master regarded Zhang Lingyu without surprise. In recent days, he had instructed Zhang Lingyu to visit at this hour for special training. Have you managed to digest the concepts I have been teaching you lately? Upon hearing the old master's inquiry, Zhang Lingyu nodded and proceeded to demonstrate the Yin-5 Thunders technique in front of his master. To be fair, under the old master's direct tutelage, Zhang Lingyu's Yin-5 Thunders had finally begun to exhibit some semblance of its intended transformation. While not bad, the water-dirty thunder is unsuitable for the Chang Palace thunder techniques. Do not simply mimic your senior brother's methods, the old master advised Zhang Lingyu. He continued, although you still have a ways to go, the progress you have made is commendable. Tonight, I shall impart the profound insights of the Yin-5 Thunders to you. Grasp them well, and strive to defeat your senior brother. Upon hearing that the old master expected him to challenge Zhang Xuanxiao, Zhang Lingyu's mind involuntarily drifted back to the earlier incident when Zhang Xuanxiao had single-handedly confronted Xia He. Master, I truly cannot. My senior brother's techniques have become more refined. Hearing Zhang Lingyu's despondent words, the old master frowned. I say you can, and you certainly can. Be spirited. Do not lose face. No matter how advanced his techniques are. With my personal guidance, as long as you are willing to put in the effort and think strategically about your senior brother's weaknesses, defeating that rebellious disciple should not be an insurmountable challenge. At your age, I certainly did not rely on other strengths while diminishing my own. Faced with the old master's confidence, Zhang Lingyu swallowed hard. For some reason, he felt that his master's understanding of Zhang Xuanxiao's techniques was somewhat outdated. Before witnessing his senior brother's confrontation with Xia He, he had shared that same confidence, believing that with his master's direct training, he would soon catch up to his senior brother. However, after witnessing the event earlier, he realized just how significant the chasm was between him and his senior brother. Chapter 81. Zhang Xuanxiao versus Wang Bing. The old master speaks of social niceties. First update. Be spirited, do not lose face. Standing outside the old master's door, Zhang Lingyu took a deep breath, his expression complex. He no longer held any hope of defeating his senior brother unless his senior brother were drugged, and even then, it would have to be a potent drug. One that would render his techniques ineffective. Only then could he possibly win. Beyond that, there was no alternative. Even if the old master trained him for another year, it would be difficult for him to catch up to his senior brother's pace. Inside, the old master had seen off the foolish disciple among the two elders of Xianming and stroked his beard, his mind still contemplating how to manipulate the competition format. Perhaps lacking inspiration or recalling something a previous disciple had mentioned, the old master silently took out his phone and opened an app called a Tiaba Forum. Inspiration abounded. The discussions here were delightful, and each participant was a talent. Having gathered some inspiration, the old master began to rearrange the competition list for the following day. The first line on the paper boldly displayed two names, Zhang Xuanxiao versus Wang Bing. Could Wang Bing truly contend with Zhang Xuanxiao? The answer was an emphatic no. But why had the old master arranged it thus? Do not inquire. The answer is the integrity of the competition, with no suspicion of favoritism toward little Josie. The heavenly master's abode does not coddle its disciples. The following day, the early rays of dawn slowly rose from the mountains. At the venue for the quarterfinals, several contestants gathered to review the competition list for that day. The real Zhang Xuanxiao is up against Wang Bing. The onlookers gasped upon seeing this matchup, expressing their intrigue. Am I facing Zhang Xuanxiao? Upon seeing his name on the list, Wang Bing felt no fear. Rather, excitement coursed through him, causing him to tremble with anticipation. Finally, he could restore his family's honor for his great-grandfather. Gulping, he scanned the crowd until his eyes settled on Zhang Xuanxiao, clad in a black Taoist robe. Hearing the murmurs from the spectators doubting his ability to defeat Zhang Xuanxiao, he silently vowed today, in front of everyone, I will definitely make a tremendous impact. The more others underestimated him, the more he, Wang Bing, was determined to prove them wrong and reclaim his family's dignity. After all, what was Zhang Xuanxiao but a minor obstacle? Just as Wang Bing prepared to make a significant statement in front of the crowd, the old master on stage calmly began to address the audience. Dear contestants, to prevent any minor tricks by certain competitors or unfavorable conditions on the day of the match from causing one to miss the opportunity for the next Heavenly Master's succession, the competitions for the top 16 and beyond will adopt a double elimination format. Upon hearing the old master's words, the crowd fell silent, taken aback. Double elimination format? What is that? Noticing the puzzled expressions among the crowd, the old master continued to explain. The double elimination format means that a contestant must lose 2 matches in order to be eliminated. The winner of this match will advance to the winners group for normal matches, while the losers will move to the losers group. If a contestant loses again in the losers group, they will be completely eliminated and have no chance of becoming the Heavenly Master. After the old master finished explaining, the audience grasped the competition process. In simple terms, it meant an additional round in the losers group, providing the spectators with more matches to watch. For the competitors, it meant an extra opportunity for error. Even if they lost a round, it would not be detrimental. It must be said, the Heavenly Master was indeed adept at innovation, seamlessly integrating the double elimination system into the festival of heavenly rituals. Observing his master's modifications to the competition format, Zhang Xuanxiao maintained an expression of calm. The duel between master and disciple was finally set to commence. With the double elimination system in place, it was clear that his master had put considerable thought into this. As far as he knows, this double elimination format seems to only appear in esports and billiards competitions. He never expected it to be adopted by his own master for the grand ritual of Luotian. Although there was some discussion, none of the attendees dared to refute it. After all, the introduction of a double elimination system benefits both the competitors and the audience. Moments later, Wang Bing excitedly approached Wang Ai, bringing news of his upcoming match against Zhang Xuanxiao. Upon hearing this, Wang Ai, who had been looking kindly at his grandson, immediately stood up. Binger, what did you say? You are about to face that little brat Zhang Xuanxiao? Seeing his grandfather's intense reaction, Wang Bing confidently replied, Yes, grandfather, just watch. Last time I didn't perform well, but this time I will give it my all and make Zhang Xuanxiao understand our family's prowess. Listening to Wang Bing's boastful words, Wang Ai could no longer indulge him with praise. At that moment, his mind was filled with the memory of Zhang Xuanxiao's match against LCI yesterday. If even L could not contend with Zhang, how could his own grandson? What kind of schedule was arranged by the celestial master? Wang Ai dared not delay, using his cane to hastily make his way to the celestial master's location. Before long, he encountered the celestial master. Noticing Wang Ai's urgency, the master glanced up and said, "Wang Ai, why are you here instead of recuperating?" Without preamble, Wang Ai addressed the celestial master directly. "Master, I see that my binger is to face Zhang Xuanxiao next." Indeed, the celestial master acknowledged, fully aware of Wang Ai's purpose. He continued, "Rest assured, I have taken your earlier advice into account. The top 16 competitors will have 2 chances. If your Wang Bing loses a round, it is inconsequential." Inconsequential? Hardly. Wang Ai thought he knew Wang Bing's capabilities well. Facing Zhang Xuanxiao would mean being utterly outmatched. Despite feeling embarrassed by the celestial master's response, he masked his discomfort and said, "Master, at my age, being defeated by Zhang Xuanxiao twice in front of everyone would be a tremendous loss of face. They say the realm of extraordinary beings is not merely about combat but also about social mores. I have spared the celestial master's reputation by minimizing the impact of these defeats." Wang Ai's face reflected his distress. Although it was true that the celestial master had been angered initially, he had refrained from causing further trouble. Yet, he shamelessly claimed to have preserved the master's dignity, revealing the thickness of his own skin. After finishing his lament, he added, "This time, I ask you to extend a favor to my Wang family as well. Let Zhang Xuanxiao show a modicum of leniency, allowing my binger to lose without excessive humiliation. From a crushing defeat to a narrow loss would preserve our family's image while preventing my beloved grandson from suffering too much." Listening to Wang Ai's pleas, the celestial master fell silent. His calculations were astute, but ultimately futile. Why was he only now seeking to humble himself? Why hadn't he done this sooner? The celestial master regarded Wang Ai's aged visage and finally spoke. "Wang Ai, I understand your intent. However, I can only relay your request to my wayward disciple. Whether he listens or not is beyond my control." Upon hearing the celestial master's response, Wang Ai's expression lightened considerably. The master was indeed a person of principle. Wang Ai always believed that the celestial master's ability to maintain his esteemed position was not solely due to his formidable strength, but also his understanding of social dynamics. At this moment, Wang Ai did not dwell on whether Zhang Xuanxiao would heed the master's words. After all, even if Zhang boasted in front of outsiders, he was merely a disciple before the celestial master. Would a disciple dare disregard his master's commands? With a sense of assurance, Wang Ai departed. After his exit, the celestial master summoned Zhang Xuanxiao. Facing his wayward disciple, he simply stated, "Wang Ai wishes for you to show some consideration and ease up on Wang Bing. You understand what to do, right?" Consideration? What kind of relationship does Wang Ai have with the celestial master's residence? It is all just a matter of circumstance, is it not? Zhang Xuanxiao replied without hesitation. He was acutely aware of his master's intentions. The matches were arranged by the celestial master for a reason. The only rationale for pairing him with Wang Bing was to ensure that he would give Wang Bing a taste of defeat. Beyond that, he could not fathom any other motive. Surely, it was not to eliminate Wang Bing, but rather to teach the Wang family a lesson by targeting their precious grandson. This was fair and reasonable, a matter of social decorum. Although there had been disagreements between them regarding Zhang Chuan, they were united in their view on the Wang family. They intended to deliver a resounding defeat. Competitors Zhang Xuanxiao and Wang Bing, please enter the arena. The voice of the celestial master's judge echoed, signifying that the match was about to commence. In the competitors' passageway, Wang Ai affectionately adjusted Wang Bing's collar. "Your grandfather has arranged everything for you. Just focus on enjoying the match. When the time comes, surrender gracefully. Losing to Zhang Xuanxiao will not bring us shame." Hearing his grandfather's advice, Wang Bing was not surprised. Throughout his life, whenever there was a competition, his grandfather had always set things up for him to win easily. "Grandfather, why should I concede?" Wang Bing asked. "Zhang Xuanxiao is too formidable. You must avoid his prowess," Wang Ai advised. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing expressed his defiance. "Avoid his prowess? Shouldn't we question whether he fears me?" At that moment, Wang Bing felt that since his grandfather had made arrangements for him, he ought to display some assertiveness. He had encountered many talented individuals throughout his life, and they all ultimately fell beneath his feet. The Wang family's heritage was not something ordinary individuals could rival. I will personally reclaim our family's honor from Zhang Xuanxiao. With that declaration, Wang Bing strode toward the arena, exuding a demeanor that suggested he was prepared to face any challenge, leaving Wang AI momentarily astonished. This child had truly grown up. A good child. Wang AI thought with satisfaction. As Wang Bing entered the arena, Wang AI took his place in the stands, leaning on his cane as he quietly observed the match. How many strikes do you think Wang Bing can withstand against Zhang Xuanxiao? 2.5, someone speculated. Come on, if Wang Bing can last a minute, that would be a victory. Such assertions were misguided. After all, Wang Bing was the cherished grandson of the esteemed Wang family. Even if the Celestial Master's residents were struggling, they would still afford him some respect. But what if Wang Bing doesn't care about maintaining his dignity? If he doesn't care about his dignity, then Zhang Xuanxiao will have to ensure he maintains it. Amidst the murmurs of the audience, both Zhang Xuanxiao and Wang Bing arrived at the center of the arena. Compared to Wang Bing's somewhat arrogant demeanor, Zhang Xuanxiao appeared far more composed. With the competitors in place, the match officially commenced. As the judge announced the start, Wang Bing immediately launched a taunt. Zhang Xuanxiao, if you're wise, you should kneel now to spare yourself the humiliation of a later defeat. Upon hearing Wang Bing's words, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he and Wang Bing inhabited entirely different worlds. Even if reality was unclear, Wang Bing should understand the disparity in their strengths. How could such words come from Wang Bing's lips? Very well. If you cannot recognize reality, then allow me to assist you in doing so. Without further ado, Zhang Xuanxiao propelled himself forward with a burst of energy, appearing before Wang Bing. Without mercy, he delivered a kick aimed at Wang Bing's knee. Under the immense force, Wang Bing's knee joints were instantly shattered by a kick, followed swiftly by the crushing of his arm joints, rendering him immobile. Without the support of his joints, he struggled to maintain his balance and collapsed before his assailant. As the pain from his shattered bones surged to his brain, he could not help but scream in agony. The anguish was unbearable. Why was this happening? Why was Zhang Xuanxiao not kneeling? Hadn't the old master arranged everything for him? In the face of such excruciating pain, Wang Bing had to concede one undeniable truth. He had shown Zhang Xuanxiao too much leniency. He should have acted decisively instead of giving Zhang Xuanxiao the opportunity to strike. The speed with which Zhang Xuanxiao had dismantled him was astonishing, reminiscent of a butcher skillfully preparing a pig. The onlookers in the stands watched in silence, swallowing hard as they witnessed the moment Zhang Xuanxiao shattered Wang Bing's joints. The cold indifference in Zhang Xuanxiao's demeanor, paired with his swift actions, was akin to a seasoned fisherman who had spent years honing his craft. A sense of unease washed over the crowd. Had Zhang Xuanxiao's temperament shifted? It felt as though he was treating Wang Bing as if he were an object of disdain. Were they joking? Did they not understand how ruthless Zhang Xuanxiao could be? With such a minor display of strength, how could he possibly regard Wang Bing as a significant opponent? Had Wang Bing truly been perceived as a formidable adversary, then the shattered joint would have been his skull instead. As the murmurs from the audience reached him, Wang AI's face turned ashen. Wasn't it agreed that there would be leniency? Why was Zhang Xuanxiao treating his precious great-grandson in such a manner? Shattering bones. Wang Bing had never endured such pain in his life. Zhang Xuanxiao, you had better know when to halt. Although Wang AI thought this in his heart, the reality before him unfolded contrary to his expectations. In the arena, the injured Wang Bing invoked the technique of spirit binding and summoning. As one of the 8 marvelous techniques, spirit binding and summoning was particularly effective against spirits, ensuring that no entity could escape its grasp. Observing the dark energy emanating from Wang Bing, the brothers Deng Youfu and Deng Yukai wore grave expressions. It had appeared. That was the sensation. Deng Youfu could not help but recall the scene from yesterday's duel with Wang Bing. As an exorcist from northeast China, he had long served the immortal Lu QUANXING. This immortal was no ordinary figure. Deng Youfu had initially believed that leveraging Lu De's power would grant him a significant advantage in the upcoming event, allowing him to effortlessly triumph over the younger generation. However, to his astonishment, when Wang Bing had seen Lu De, he immediately executed the spirit binding and summoning, forcibly extracting Lu De's spirit from him. Though Wang Bing claimed he would only borrow Lu De for 2 days, they sensed that his intentions were far from pure. Upon learning that Wang Bing would duel Zhang Xuanxiao, they hastily made their way to the stands, fearing that Lu QUANXING might encounter unforeseen troubles. After all, a partnership with an immortal was a rare and precious bond, cultivated over generations. If anything were to happen to Lu De at Wang Bing's hands, the consequences would be unbearable. As the brothers Dang Youfu and Dang Yikai fretted, Wang Bing successfully summoned Lu Kuanxin through the spirit binding and summoning technique. In an instant, a powerful dark energy enveloped the entire arena. The ensuing wave of energy radiated an intense chill, causing the temperature to plummet. Before their eyes, the dark energy transformed into a massive black serpent coiling around Wang Bing. Measuring over 10 meters in length, its scales resembled impenetrable armor, and its emerald eyes fixated on Zhang Xuanxiao, occasionally flicking its tongue under Wang Bing's command. Luda. The brothers Dang Youfu and Dang Yikai called out upon witnessing Lu Kuanxin's emergence. Yet, the spirit, tightly bound by Wang Bing's technique, offered no response. This was the essence of spirit binding and summoning. Since its manifestation, exorcists from northeast China, including the clan leaders of the exorcist families, had seldom ventured southward. What is this? Is it a manifestation of demonic energy? One onlooker queried. A manifestation of demonic energy? I've only heard of the transformation of fighting energy into steeds. The audience, upon witnessing Wang Bing's summon of Lu Kuanxin, was taken aback, realizing that Wang Bing had concealed such a formidable card. No wonder he dared to challenge Zhang Xuanxiao. He had indeed kept some secrets. Observing the colossal spirit before him, Zhang Xuanxiao merely raised an eyebrow. His reaction far from exaggerated. No wonder Wang Bing failed to grasp the disparity in their strengths. He had merely summoned a spirit to fight on his behalf. In the original narrative, this spirit had been summoned by Feng Xingtong, later coveted by Wang Bing during their duel. Unexpectedly, it had now fallen directly into Wang Bing's hands. What good could come of this? As Zhang Xuanxiao remained silent, Wang Bing, believing he had stunned his opponent into inaction, commanded Lu Kuanxin to attack without hesitation. The spirit, boasting a millennium's worth of cultivation, was unlike any lesser entity. With a sweeping tail, it carved a significant trench in the arena. Compared to the imposing form of Lu Kuanxin, Zhang Xuanxiao appeared diminutive, and he found himself at a disadvantage while evading. Die! Wang Bing frantically directed Lu Kuanxin, forcing Zhang Xuanxiao into an awkward position. His face, twisted with a manic grin, betrayed his unrestrained hatred for Zhang Xuanxiao. Faced with the enhanced power of Wang Bing, Zhang Xuanxiao showed no restraint. He prepared to replicate Wang Bing's spirit-binding technique while simultaneously unleashing other methods. In the blink of an eye, the Scarlet Palace thunder erupted around him, and the Wuho's mysterious gate appeared beneath his feet. The 8 gates of transport activated. As Zhang Xuanxiao extracted the human figure from the Wuho's mysterious gate and reinforced it with the spirit-binding technique, his figure began to move with astonishing speed, creating multiple afterimages in various directions. Each afterimage unleashed different speeds of the palm thunder, resembling a slow-motion loop. In an instant, the arena seemed to dim. Countless bolts of lightning, resembling chains of varying sizes, ensnared Lu Kuanxin from 8 directions. This intensely pure and righteous force was the natural nemesis of spirits, leaving scorching marks on Lu Kuanxin's body. With a pained hiss, Lu Kuanxin attempted to struggle, but the more he fought, the tighter the 8 gates of thunder locked around him. Following this, under Zhang Xuanxiao's control, the spirit-binding technique morphed into the earthly 5-element spell, igniting Lu Kuanxin in crimson flames. The fusion of the sun's thunder and the crimson flame intensified their respective powers, reaching a peak that shattered Lu Kuanxin's defenses. Watching Lu Kuanxin engulfed in flames and bound by lightning, Dang Youfu and Dang Yikai could no longer remain passive. How much pain must Lu be enduring? They were on the verge of tears, having never seen Lu in such a state. First, he had been forcibly extracted from Wang Bing, and now he faced this calamity. At that moment, regret washed over them. They should have heeded Granny Guan's advice and stayed away from Longhu Mountain. The waters of the Luotian grand ceremony were indeed far too deep. In truth, Zhang Xuanxiao had not specifically targeted Lu Kuanxin. The 8 gates of thunder merely confined Lu Kuanxin's movements, while the crimson flame served to breach his defenses. The true decisive strike lay concealed beneath the 8 gates of thunder, Zhang Xuanxiao's flying kick. To capture the leader, one must first apprehend the king. No matter how powerful Lu Kuanxin was, he could not conceal the inherent weakness of Wang Bing. The old saying goes, kicking the good leg of a cripple. While Lu Kuanxin was trapped by the 8-door thunder locks, Zhang Xuanxiao delivered a powerful flying kick to Wang Bing's face. The immense force filled Wang Bing's mouth, causing him to feel as if he were a crushed soda can, hurtling at breakneck speed against the surrounding railings, leaving behind a series of spiderweb-like cracks. This sudden turn of events was unforeseen by the audience in the stands. It appeared that Wang Bing had absolute control over Lu Kuanxin. Yet this was far from the truth. As the saying goes, what rises must fall, and it was Zhang Xuanxiao's kick that illuminated the true state of the battle. Zhang Xuanxiao found himself in dire straits, embroiled in a fierce struggle, with no retreat left. He was about to deliver a victory speech when he thought, I expected Wang Bing's summoned Black Snake to be formidable, but it turns out he's just a pathetic fool. The spectators on the stands echoed this sentiment, mocking Wang Bing's actions. They, mere amateurs, could see that Wang Bing could not handle the colossal Lu QUANXING. Useless. All of them are useless. After enduring Zhang Xuanxiao's flying kick, Wang Bing spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, a warm trickle of blood marking his forehead. He finally understood that Lu QUANXING was, at the end of the day, just another weakling. Since they were all weaklings, he resolved to use them as nourishment for his own strength. With this thought, he waved his hand and summoned several humanoid spirits. In front of the audience, he savagely bit one of the spirits and consumed it. This was another application of binding spirits and summoning, the method of spirit consumption. The process of spirit consumption involves devouring and refining spirits, transforming their power into one's own permanently, compared to the temporary enhancement gained from summoning spirits. This method of accumulation was far more effective for rapid power growth. As Wang Bing devoured spirit after spirit, the Deng brothers in the stands felt a sense of foreboding. What is Wang Bing doing? He's consuming spirits. Could it be that Lord Lu will also be? Just as they feared Wang Bing might use the spirit consumption method on Lu QUANXING, he indeed proceeded to do so. Beast, come forth. Having consumed several spirits, Wang Bing regained some stamina and improved his mental state, thus strengthening his control over Lu QUANXING. Although he had taken on a wicked demeanor, he truly forgot the pain of his injured knee and stood up forcefully. He utilized the binding method to summon Lu QUANXING, whose massive snake form visibly shrank into a small black snake, now firmly grasped in his hand. Although this spirit was borrowed from Deng Youfu, Wang Bing cared little. Once he had summoned it, it was his. Seeing Wang Bing about to consume Lu QUANXING, Deng Youfu shouted, Lord Lu. He and Deng Yukai leaped from the stands, intent on stopping him. However, before they could approach, they were intercepted by the judge from the Celestial Master's manor. Gentlemen, do you not understand the rules? This competition does not allow your interference. Faced with the judge's obstruction, Deng Yukai, already desperate, attempted to summon a spirit but was stopped by Deng Youfu. No. If you summon another spirit, it will only serve to aid that scoundrel Wang Bing. Listening to Deng Youfu's words, Deng Yukai, drenched in sweat, looked at Lu QUANXING, who was now like a chick in Wang Bing's grasp. If we don't summon a spirit, how do we save Lord QUANXING? Perhaps sensing the urgency of the Deng brothers, the judge from the Celestial Master's manor glanced at Zhang Xuanxiao on the battlefield and said, Do not worry, with Master Xuanxiao present, Wang Bing cannot create a storm. Zhang Xuanxiao? Hearing the judge's words, Deng Youfu turned his gaze to Zhang Xuanxiao, wondering how a mere Taoist from the Celestial Master's manor could rescue Lord Lu from the binding spirits. What a joke. That was the 8 extraordinary techniques. Watching Wang Bing demonstrate the method of spirit consumption, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow. To consume the spirits of all living beings for one's own cultivation seemed a path of dark sorcery. While spirits, in a sense, were not human, the act of consuming them for power was undoubtedly harmful, risking the loss of humanity and leading one down a path of evil. As Wang Bing prepared to consume Lu QUANXING, Zhang Xuanxiao activated the Doozy secret. Having just practiced the binding technique, it was the perfect moment to employ it. With the simulated binding technique enhanced by the Doozy secret, although it was not the complete version, it still amplified the binding effects. Lu QUANXING, come. As Zhang Xuanxiao invoked the Doozy secret to simulate the binding effect, Lu QUANXING, who had been in Wang Bing's grasp, suddenly shot towards Zhang Xuanxiao as if under a spell. Witnessing this scene, the Deng brothers were left dumbfounded. What? Could it be that Zhang Xuanxiao can also bind spirits? Is this binding technique as common as cabbage? In the stands, Wang Ai was also rubbing his eyes in disbelief, rising from his seat to gaze at Zhang Xuanxiao, who was executing the binding technique. How is this possible? How could Zhang Xuanxiao know the binding technique? Wang Ai was utterly astounded. Initially, he thought that with Wang Bing summoning Lu QUANXING, his family would finally boast some pride, but who could have imagined that after all this time, Zhang Xuanxiao would also master the binding technique? Who leaked this information? Was it the Feng family? Did that little brat Feng Jinghao let it slip? Seeing the prize slipping from his grasp, Wang Bing was taken aback, having always been the one to command spirits. This was the first time someone had snatched one from him. That is mine. Beast, return to me. Wang Bing would not simply watch as Lu QUANXING was taken away by Zhang Xuanxiao. The two were engaged in a struggle over the binding spirits, making Lu QUANXING appear like a mere toy. The once mighty figure of the Northeast now found himself utterly immobilized between two juniors, demonstrating the terrifying power of the binding technique over spirits. How is this possible? Lu QUANXING lamented internally but couldn't voice his distress. Wang Bing desperately wanted to retain Lu QUANXING, akin to a character in a movie pleading with a beloved to stay in a taxi. Liuzi, do not go. How can I live without you? Yet, due to his injuries and unable to contend with Zhang Xuanxiao's enhanced binding technique, he could only helplessly watch Lu QUANXING vanish from his life. Release the binding. Zhang Xuanxiao summoned Lu QUANXING and delivered him to the Dang brothers, who had descended from the stands, freeing him from the binding. Upon seeing Lu QUANXING before them, they expressed their gratitude. Master Xuanxiao, we bow before you. For them, Lu QUANXING was family. Although he had suffered some injuries, the fact that he had not fallen into Wang Bing's clutches was already the best outcome. Seeing the Dang brothers kneel, Zhang Xuanxiao turned to a disciple from the Celestial Master's manor and instructed, Dong De, escort them from the arena. Yes, Master Xuanxiao. Once Dong De had escorted the Dang brothers away, Zhang Xuanxiao's gaze fell upon Wang Bing. The method of spirit consumption? I will make you regurgitate what you have consumed. Writing is challenging, and I am grateful for the support of all my benefactors. Without your backing, I would lack the motivation. Chapter 85. Oh, isn't that the spinning top? Wang Bing. It was evident that Zhang Xuanxiao had set his sights firmly on Wang Bing. Before encountering Wang Bing's spirit manipulation technique, his attitude towards the situation was merely one of obedience to his master's command, a reflection of social customs. However, upon witnessing Wang Bing's method, his perspective transformed. Initially, he believed that spirit manipulation was merely a skill, but now he realized that while it is indeed a technique, it straddles the precarious line of dark sorcery. The depiction of the spirit manipulation technique in the original text was overly conservative, lacking the malevolence that he now observed firsthand. Wang Bing had already become a potential threat of corruption. Today, he dared to see spirits from Dang Youfu. Tomorrow, who knows what heinous acts he might commit. The day after, he could very well transform into a malevolent entity, wreaking havoc far and wide. Given this, it would be prudent to extinguish this burgeoning threat while it has yet to fully develop, incapacitating Wang Bing. First, this would prevent Wang Bing from wielding the spirit manipulation technique and harming others. Second, it would be a mercy for Wang Bing, sparing him from becoming something neither human nor ghost. In this light, Wang Bing should be grateful to him. Zhang Xuanxiao, you have thwarted my plans. You truly deserve to perish. Failing to exploit Lu QUANXING's spirit, Wang Bing was utterly thrown off balance, and he charged towards Zhang Xuanxiao in a fit of rage. Even after sustaining injuries that shattered his joints, he still managed to rise and attack, prompting one to marvel at the miraculous resilience of medicine. Yet, tragically, his desperate strike failed to reach Zhang Xuanxiao. With the support of Lu QUANXING, he was unable to prevail against Zhang Xuanxiao, let alone now that he had lost that assistance. In his line of sight, Zhang Xuanxiao exerted a modicum of effort, the arcs of the Yang Five Thunder converging in his left hand. Without hesitation, he opened his fingers, directing the thunder-infused force towards Wang Bing's face. First, he had unleashed a golden light against Wang Ai, and now he launched a thunderous assault upon Wang Bing. Both of them appeared to have bright futures ahead. When the thunderous force struck Wang Bing, it burst forth like a dam breaking, overwhelming everything in its path. The Yang Five Thunders surged through the pores of Wang Bing's skin, infusing him with an exceedingly pure energy that made his brain resonate with the power of thunder. Perhaps due to the enhancement from Zhang Xuanxiao's Yang Five Thunder, this thunderous attack was exponentially more potent and swift than before. Spinning and leaping, Wang Bing closed his eyes. And as he absorbed the thunderous force, he resembled a spinning top, whirling uncontrollably. With one strike, he was rendered rigid, further propelling Wang Bing into a dizzying spin. Such a method of combat? The audience in the stands, witnessing Wang Bing's frenzied rotation, found themselves introduced to an entirely new realm of possibility. In their eyes, today's contest was nothing short of spectacular. They had not only seen Zhang Xuanxiao employ the Eight Gates Thunder Lock against Lu QUANXING, but also witnessed the spectacle of Wang Bing being spun like a top. Oh, a human top. Who could have anticipated such a display? Just moments ago, they had seen Wang Bing rise. They thought he might have a trick up his sleeve. But within a mere 25 seconds, he was left dangling, a puppet in Zhang Xuanxiao's hands. After this bout, the Wang family's reputation, including Wang Bing's, would be nailed to the pillar of shame at the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony. Henceforth, anyone who encountered Wang Bing would whisper behind his back, "Oh, isn't that the spinning top kid?" In this moment, Wang Ai in the stands felt the heat of embarrassment wash over him. From the outset, when Wang Bing found himself at a disadvantage, to the moment he summoned Lu QUANXING and turned the tide, and now, witnessing Wang Bing being spun like a top by Zhang Xuanxiao, this tumultuous contest had unveiled the truth. This match was orchestrated by the Heavenly Master to deliberately target the Wang family. Who else in the current realm of extraordinary beings would dare treat Wang Bing in such a manner, especially in front of Wang Ai, the head of the family? While he professed to grant them face, in reality, he treated their dignity as mere fodder beneath his feet. This was the Heavenly Master, and this was his esteemed disciple. Wang Ai squirmed in his seat, while Wang Bing, under the onslaught of the thunderous assault, found his memories racing by like a fleeting carousel. This world was not supposed to be this way. Why had everything changed since his arrival at Longhu Mountain? Wang Bing could not comprehend it. Throughout his life, he had always occupied the pinnacle of power, whether it was something he desired or a woman he wished to possess. He merely had to voice his wishes to attain them. No matter the calamity he caused or the harm he inflicted, his grandfather would always cover for him, smoothing over all troubles. This was the privilege of the Wang family, a class distinction that ensured he was the protagonist of the world, while ordinary people remained mere bystanders. As the protagonist, everything must align with his desires. The world existed for him and held meaning because of him. This was the worldview he had cultivated over the years. Yet since arriving at Longhu Mountain, everything had changed, and his worldview had crumbled. Zhang Xuanxiao, this detestable Taoist from the Heavenly Master's residence, has repeatedly defied him, trampling upon him and his grandfather, disregarding the dignity of the Wang family. Why should he be able to best me, the protagonist? Shouldn't his presence merely serve to highlight my brilliance? Why can he also command spirits and seize that wretched creature from my grasp? And that creature, why is it so inept, not even capable of overcoming a detestable Taoist from the Heavenly Master's residence? This was not the narrative my grandfather had scripted for me. This could not be the trajectory of the world. I should be triumphantly reclaiming the Wang family's dignity, trampling Zhang Xuanxiao beneath my feet. That detestable Taoist should kneel before me, pleading for his life in front of all. Yet the reality had flipped. He had become the subject of ridicule as Zhang Xuanxiao spun him like a top. Who could accept such a fall from grace? Wang Bing finally broke free from his spinning state, his head spinning as if in a dream. His blurred vision allowed him to faintly glimpse a figure. Zhang Xuanxiao, you insufferable Taoist of the Heavenly Master's residence, how dare you challenge me? Hearing Wang Bing mumble incoherently, Zhang Xuanxiao recognized the state of confusion he was in. This child had completely lost his wits, trapped in the world that Wang Ai had created for him, forever immersed in it. Chapter 86. Disable Wang Bing. Wang Ai, you better hide atop Longhu Mountain for the rest of your life. Living in his own world, being a useless individual was perhaps a blessing for him. Zhang Xuanxiao gazed calmly at the incapacitated Wang Bing, then seized him. Noticing the concentrated Yang 5 thunder within his grasp, he transformed it into a pointed finger and delivered a swift thrust to Wang Bing's abdomen. As he executed the thrust, a dull sound resonated from Wang Bing's dantian. Subsequently, the condensed Yang 5 thunder surged within Wang Bing, radiating outward like a torrent of steel, centered around his dantian. This Yang 5 thunder not only churned within Wang Bing's dantian, forcing him to expel its contents, but also tore through his meridians. The dark energy he had previously consumed through spirit manipulation was expelled under the influence of this overwhelmingly pure force. Waves of dark energy spilled from his mouth, representing the essence he had just absorbed. After forcing out the essence that had been consumed, Zhang Xuanxiao did not relent. His fingers, crackling with thunder, rapidly struck at the acupoints on Wang Bing's body. The Feiyu acupoint impacted the nerves, shaking the heart and lungs, disrupting the flow of qi. The Xinu acupoint damaged the blood and qi. The Xinyu acupoint harmed the qi flow, impacting the kidneys, risking paralysis. The Mingmen acupoint ruptured the qi flow along the spine. The tailbone acupuncture point obstructs the circulation of qi in the surrounding cosmos, causing the energy in the dantian to stagnate. Observing Zhang Xuanxiao encircling Wang Bing, frequently using thunder fingers to destroy acupoints, the spectators in the stands were somewhat bewildered. At this moment, Wang Ai's eyes widened in fury. What is Zhang Xuanxiao trying to do? He intends to ruin Binger. Witnessing Zhang Xuanxiao's intent to incapacitate his precious great-grandson, the elderly Wang Ai could no longer remain seated. Zhang Xuanxiao, cease this at once. With a furious roar, Wang Ai disregarded the rules of the Heavenly Master's office and leapt into the competition arena. Goodness, the old man has entered the fray. The crowd gasped, astonished by Wang Ai's nimbleness, typically seen with a cane. Zhang Xuanxiao, what have you done? Upon hearing Wang Ai's words, Zhang Xuanxiao paused his actions. Not out of fear of Wang Ai's intervention, but because he had already rendered Wang Bing incapacitated. With several crucial acupoints in the celestial circuit destroyed and his dantian obliterated, Wang Bing's body fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, unable to circulate qi. For an extraordinary individual, this was undoubtedly fatal. Even if he could be healed later, he would merely return to being an ordinary person, forever estranged from the path of cultivation. Can't you see? I am saving him, Zhang Xuanxiao remarked, addressing Wang Ai, who was now in the arena. Saving? Wang Ai glared at the now limp Wang Bing, then challenged Zhang Xuanxiao. Is this your version of saving him? Unfazed by Wang Ai's accusation, Zhang Xuanxiao replied, clearly, you have cultivated him improperly, leading him down a treacherous path. He would provoke anyone and everyone, and had I not intervened, he would have nearly offended the northeastern immortals. Since you have already ruined him, I merely fulfilled your intention and rendered him utterly incapable. Thus, even if he harbored aspirations of becoming a rogue cultivator, he would be unable to achieve it. Wang Ai felt a surge of frustration welling up in his chest, nearly choking him. So this was your method of saving, and you fulfilled my wishes? I instructed you to ruin my great-grandson? With a shaky breath, Wang Ai hurried to assess Wang Bing's condition. Upon discovering the damaged meridians, the destroyed dantian, and the blocked acupoints, he realized Zhang Xuanxiao was not merely bluffing. This little rascal, he truly dares to ruin the prized heir of the Wang family. Even if Wang Bing was arrogant, he had the Wang family backing him. What could a few immortals do? Let him come to the capital and try. Even if Lu QUANXING's spirit were to appear, what could he do? Wang Ai was genuinely enraged. Compared to Zhang Xuanxiao's destruction of Phoenix Street and the humiliation at the 10 Elders meeting, the fact that Zhang Xuanxiao had incapacitated Wang Bing truly stirred his murderous intent. Zhang Xuanxiao had sealed his own fate. This was no longer a matter of pride. It was the very roots of the Wang family that had been destroyed. Despite his fury, Wang Ai could not act against Zhang Xuanxiao. Firstly, he was uncertain whether this act against his great-grandson was the old Heavenly Master's directive or merely Zhang Xuanxiao's personal vendetta. Secondly, they were on Mount Longhu. Even without the old Heavenly Master intervening, he would find it difficult to contend with Zhang Xuanxiao in a direct confrontation. After all, the previous day's battle against LCI was still vivid in his mind. Additionally, this was during the period of the Luotian Grand Ceremony, with numerous eyes upon them. If he struck at Zhang Xuanxiao, it would undoubtedly shift the legal advantage of the Wang family into a situation where both sides would suffer. This little rascal is truly cunning. Wang Ai regarded Zhang Xuanxiao, aware of why he chose to incapacitate Wang Bing at this critical juncture. He had calculated that Wang Ai would be powerless to retaliate, left to suffer in silence. Ultimately, rationality quelled his rage, and he could only carry the limp Wang Bing. Prioritizing his life. With his murky eyes fixed on Zhang Xuanxiao, he declared, Xuanxiao, you best never leave Mount Longhu. This matter is far from over. The Wang family had never been one to suffer in silence. He would demand an explanation from the Heavenly Master, and should the Heavenly Master protect Zhang Xuanxiao, he would take his grievances to any authority, forcing the old Heavenly Master to punish Zhang Xuanxiao. If the old Heavenly Master were to punish Zhang Xuanxiao, he would have saved face for the Heavenly Master's office. Should the old Heavenly Master continue to shield Zhang Xuanxiao, then he could not be blamed for disregarding Zhang Xuanxiao's status as the Heavenly Master's disciple. An open attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. Zhang Xuanxiao, you had better remain within the confines of Mount Longhu for the rest of your days. As Wang Ai departed with Wang Bing in his arms, Zhang Xuanxiao maintained a calm demeanor. He understood that incapacitating Wang Bing would provoke an unrelenting vendetta from Wang Ai. Yet he chose this course nonetheless. In his view, Wang Bing's incapacitation was a blessing. If Wang Ai sought to retaliate, he would simply have to settle the score with him directly. The so-called righteous path is still too murky. If the pure cannot be purified, then it is time to change the waters. Never descend the mountain? No, he should descend and be the first to seek out the Wang family. Of course, some might question, Wang Bing has not yet become a rogue cultivator. He is merely a spoiled rich kid, just a bit of guidance. And he might not turn to the dark side. In response to such inquiries, Zhang Xuanxiao would retort, tell me, Has Wang Bing ever employed the spirit summoning method? Did he not nearly consume Lu Kunshin's spirit? Answer me. And to those who say that with a bit of guidance, Wang Bing could walk the righteous path. He lived in his own world, lost in confusion, and even before being incapacitated, he was spouting nonsense. Could he heed another's guidance? Could he abandon the quick-fix methods of spirit summoning? Could he change? Could he? Chapter 87. The rogue version of Zhang Xuanxiao is also not without merit. First update. Zhang Bing against Zhang Xuanxiao. Zhang Xuanxiao emerges victorious. As the adjudicator of the Heavenly Master's office announced the result of the competition, the spectators finally comprehended the implications of the match. It appeared that the Wang family had established enmity with the real Zhang Xuanxiao. After leaving the competition arena, Wang AI carried Wang Bing and received a cursory treatment at the Heavenly Master's office. Though Wang Bing's life was spared, he was rendered utterly incapacitated, a mere shell of his former self. Moreover, the young heir of the Wang family seemed to be experiencing some mental distress, incessantly muttering something about being the reincarnation of Kuan and needing to participate in a talent show. According to the Heavenly Master's office, this was a hysterical condition, indicative of a lost soul. Seeing that the Heavenly Master's office could not effectively treat his precious great-grandson, Wang AI hastily took him down the mountain for further care. During their descent, it seemed that Wang AI inadvertently stepped into a formation, causing Wang Bing to endure a few lightning strikes, exacerbating his already dire situation. Ungrateful disciple, what can I possibly say to you? As Wang AI escorted Wang Bing down the mountain within a nearby room, the old Heavenly Master could not help but scold his rebellious disciple. Didn't I instruct you to teach Wang Bing about the ways of the world? Listening to Zhang Xuanxiao's reply, the old Heavenly Master was left bewildered. No, I asked you to teach him about life, not to incapacitate him. Now, look what you've done. Wang AI was already unruly, and now you've ruined Wang Bing. He might use this opportunity to retaliate against you. What were you thinking? Confronted by the inquiry of the venerable master, Zhang Xuanxiao explained in a measured tone, I have incapacitated Wang Bing not out of malice, but for the greater good of his family. I discern that Wang Bing's practice of the spirit submission technique is fraught with peril, leading to harm rather than the righteous path. Excessive reliance on such techniques can erode one's humanity, potentially transforming one into a malevolent entity. Rather than allowing him to persist down this erroneous path, it is far more prudent to sever it entirely and extinguish the flicker of malevolence within him. In this light, my actions to incapacitate Wang Bing could indeed be viewed as a form of protection. One could argue that Wang AI should express gratitude to me. Listening to his rebellious disciple's rationale, the master raised an eyebrow, astonished that this wayward pupil could articulate such a self-justifying argument. Incapacitating Wang Bing, and he should thank you? Why not have Wang AI bow in deference? The master gestured towards Zhang Xuanxiao, as if poised to articulate a response, but hesitated, ultimately choosing silence. Very well, let it be. This rebellious disciple requires a modicum of adversity. His sharpness must be tempered. As the adage goes, excessive rigidity leads to bending. Let that old curmudgeon Wang AI impart this wisdom to my wayward student. After all, one can teach far more effectively through experience than mere instruction. Initially, the master believed that the grand celestial ceremony would serve to temper Zhang Xuanxiao's zeal. However, upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary, as Zhang Xuanxiao had inadvertently orchestrated his own downfall. Perhaps this lesson would prove profoundly enlightening. The master pondered that in recent years, Zhang Xuanxiao had enjoyed an unbroken string of good fortune. Even disregarding his own master's authority, a little hardship might be beneficial. Of course, if that old cur Wang AI truly overstepped his bounds, the master would not remain idle, for despite Zhang Xuanxiao's rebellious nature, he was still the esteemed disciple of Zhang Zhuwei. As Zhang Xuanxiao departed the master's chamber, the master stroked his beard, feeling as though an opportunity had slipped through his fingers. Had he seized the moment to revoke this rebellious disciple's qualifications for the competition, there would have been little objection. Yet, after some contemplation, he surmised that such a move might lack credibility. The circumstances were too conspicuous, given that Zhang Xuanxiao had recently emerged victorious. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuanxiao exited the master's quarters, maintaining a tranquil demeanor and a steadfast heart. Not every desire can be fulfilled, and as long as one acts with integrity, all is well. Contemplating Wang AI's words before his departure, a pensive expression crossed Zhang Xuanxiao's face. Had he not pledged to his master to operate discreetly in future endeavors, he would have undoubtedly dealt Wang AI a more severe blow during their recent contest. Despite Wang's family being reputed as one of the four illustrious clans in the realm of extraordinary beings, with vast roots and connections, Zhang Xuanxiao held a different perspective. The deeper their roots, the more advantageous it would be for him to delve into their networks and uncover the truth. He mused that he could very well be the extraordinary being who would challenge the Wang clan. Was it not said that these noble families were entrenched in the extraordinary realm, pulling strings and stirring up trouble, all while demanding reverence? Very well. Once he uproots and dismantles their foundations, he would be keen to witness the true depth of their lineage. Should outsiders hear his thoughts at this moment, they would surely exclaim, "Is he truly mad? To challenge one of the four great clans with a single hand? To confront all the local clans in the extraordinary realm? How is that even conceivable? Even as a disciple of the master, such feats are unattainable." To such skepticism, Zhang Xuanxiao would retort, "Unattainable? What does unattainable mean? Why is it deemed impossible? I have already embarked on this path, so to deem it unattainable would render my efforts futile." As he contemplated this, news of his incapacitation of Wang Bing reached the ears of the 10 elders within the master's estate. At that moment, Feng Jinghao was observing his daughter's competition when he learned of the incident through Feng Xingtong. Wang Bing has been incapacitated by Zhang Xuanxiao? Even though Feng Jinghao had anticipated some conflict between Zhang Xuanxiao and the Wang family, he found it difficult to swallow. Has the conflict escalated so swiftly? To be candid, I never expected Zhang Xuanxiao to go so far as to incapacitate Wang Bing during their competition. Had I known, I would have certainly gone to witness it. Did old Wang truly endure this? Feng Jinghao inquired of Feng Xingtong, who replied, he endured it, but now he has taken Wang Bing down the mountain, making it unlikely for him to participate in subsequent competitions. I also heard that Wang Bing nearly consumed the spirit body of the Northeast Immortal clan. Upon hearing this, Feng Jinghao adjusted his glasses, contemplating. Wang Bing truly dared to act. Being incapacitated is well-deserved. Though he thought this, he did not express it. It appears I must hasten my own preparations. What? You mean Zhang Xuanxiao has incapacitated Wang Bing? Outside the competition arena, Su Si nearly dropped his cigarette upon hearing Su San's words. It's true. I had someone examine Wang Bing, and it is beyond repair. Zhang Xuanxiao's methods are too seasoned. His energy points, dantian, and meridians have all been rendered useless. Chapter 88. Having weathered the storm, the disciple must also endure. Second update. Su San reported the situation to Su Si, unable to contain himself as he added, "What is there that Zhang Xuanxiao dares not attempt?" In reviewing Zhang Xuanxiao's recent actions, destroying Phoenix Street, eliminating the regional head of Tang City, confronting both Lu Ci and Wang Ai during the Grand Celestial Ceremony, and now further escalating tensions by incapacitating the Wang family's prized jewel, it was evident that such actions severely undermined regional stability. Indeed, what is there that he does not dare to do? Su Si echoed Su San's sentiment, taking a drag from his cigarette, the smoke swirling dreamily in the sunlight. If their organization were deemed inactive, then Zhang Xuanxiao was undeniably overly proactive. His actions instilled a sense of apprehension, a fear of what he might do next, and uncertainty about who could possibly restrain him. After killing the regional head of their organization and facing no repercussions, he had instead incited an internal investigation from the grassroots level. This seemingly validated Zhang Xuanxiao's oversight while simultaneously serving as a strategic concession, an unspoken understanding between the higher echelons of the master's estate and their organization. Even the higher-ups were making concessions. What could those of them in the lower tiers hope to achieve? Watching Zhang Xuanxiao continually redefine their understanding, they could only regard him from afar with respect. No one could constrain him. This was in itself a form of indulgence. He harbored a premonition that Zhang Xuanxiao would inevitably challenge the limits of their organization, and when that time came, it would be exceedingly difficult to stop him. The realm of extraordinary beings would truly undergo a transformation. Su Si dared not delve deeper into such thoughts. After taking a final drag of his cigarette, he extinguished it and said, "Very well, at least our positions regarding Zhang Xuanxiao remain relatively aligned." Relatively aligned? That is the best outcome we could hope for. Let us continue this unspoken understanding. As the two conversed, Zhang Chuan emerged from the contestant passageway. He had just faced Tang Longhu from the Tang clan. Aware that his grandfather had fallen victim to the Tang clan's dancer technique, he held nothing back in this match, decisively employing the Yang 5 Thunder technique to conclude the battle. Though Tang Wenlong was considered a formidable figure among the new generation of the Tang clan, he had underestimated his opponent and had been ambushed. Third brother, fourth brother, seeing Su San and Su Ci's complex expressions, Zhang Chuan inquired, "What has transpired?" Child, there are matters you should not pry into, Xu Si cautioned, casting a glance at Zhang Xuanxiao before asking, did you win your match? By a stroke of luck. Zhang Xuanxiao replied. Hearing this, Xu Si nodded. Let us go. The next match is Bao Bao's. All right, who is Bao Bao facing? Xiao. In no time, the three arrived at the competition venue where Feng Bao Bao is scheduled to compete. In the view of the audience, Lu Jin's, along with the venerable celestial master who had just finished instructing Zhang Xuanxiao, and Tian Jinzong arrived at the viewing platform to witness this contest. Although the audience was sparse, the presence of these three individuals was indeed substantial. The reason for their unanimous attendance at this event can be traced back to yesterday afternoon, when they convened with the ubiquitous Su San and Su Si to deliberate on the matter of setting a trap for QUANXING. During this discussion, they all noticed Feng Bao Bao. Wow, the master and elder Tian, as well as senior Lu, are all here, Zhang Xuanxiao thought. Somewhat taken aback to see the celestial master and his companions across the platform. The attention bestowed upon Bao Bao by these three was certainly not a good omen, he mused. Celestial Master, I heard that Xianxiao has incapacitated that young Wang from the Wang family? Lu Jin inquired, directing his gaze toward the Celestial Master. Do not speak to me of that rebellious disciple. He is nothing but a source of worry, the Celestial Master replied, hands clasped behind his back. Isn't it merely the incapacitation of a Wang? He hasn't killed anyone. I've seen that young man before. He was no good. This way, we save him from causing further trouble, Lu Jin reassured the Celestial Master. If Wang Ai dares to trouble Xianxiao over this, I will be the first to support him. Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, the Celestial Master shook his head and responded, there is no need for that, Brother Lu. It is time for him to experience some hardships. Surprised by the Celestial Master's remark, Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. Why is it, Celestial Master, that you are always keen on letting him suffer a bit? Before the Celestial Master could respond, Tian Jinzong, who was seated in a wheelchair, chimed in with a smile. What other reason could there be? This is the path my senior brother walked. The tricks our master used back in the day, he has returned them all to this child Xianxiao. Lu Jin paused for a moment, contemplating. So, it's as if you've been drenched in rain, and now you wish your disciple to be drenched as well? As the three elders continued their idle chatter, Xiao and Feng Bao Bao entered the arena. With the announcement of the competition commencing from Rongshan, both began to make their moves. Xiao employed a technique known as Xingqi, which gathers energy from the Dantian and unleashes it in a powerful burst, capable of temporarily expelling a person's soul from their body, or even causing their soul to dissipate momentarily. This soul-targeting attack had previously allowed him to eliminate Huang Ming from the Quanxing Longmen sect. Xiao initiated with a strike of Xingqi. Although Feng Bao Bao attempted to evade, she was still grazed. Seeing her wobble unsteadily, Xiao seized the opportunity to launch a series of Xingqi strikes. In response to this barrage, Feng Bao Bao managed to regain her composure, employing her agility to dodge. The three elders on the platform could not help but raise their eyebrows at her chaotic yet responsive movements. Logically, her actions, riddled with openings, should have made her an easy target for Xiao. Yet, at each critical moment, she managed to evade his attacks. This is pure instinctive evasion, the Celestial Master mused. This young lady is truly remarkable, exhibiting an innate brilliance and exceptional potential. The other two elders present shared a similar sentiment. The term innate brilliance refers to a certain state of being. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and for those who cultivate energy, their gaze can possess a glimmer of brilliance. As their cultivation deepens, that brilliance fades, rendering their eyes indistinguishable from those of ordinary individuals, a phenomenon known as returning to simplicity. While common folk may see these eyes as ordinary, those with cultivation can discern the warm radiance enveloping them. In this moment, Feng Bao Bao, appearing youthful yet having attained the state of innate brilliance, was undeniably gifted. Zhang Xuanxiao has succeeded. Zhu Keqing has become a fortunate beneficiary, the Celestial Master exclaimed, eliciting a chuckle from Lu Jin, who queried, What? Upon witnessing such talent, are you contemplating reopening the sect? Despite Lu Jin's retort, the Celestial Master, recalling the high-caliber disciples Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu, shook his head and replied, Forget it. I have yet to enlighten the two elders of Xiahe. How could I possibly reopen the sect? While they conversed, Feng Bao Bao appeared to discern the rhythm of Xiao's breathing and attack frequency. Utilizing a stealthy approach, she drew near, and at the moment Xiao unleashed another series of Xingqi, she seized the opportunity to cover his mouth with her delicate hands. With a dull thud, the strikes intended for Feng Bao Bao reverberated within Xiao, causing a substantial backlash that expelled his own soul. Observing this, the celestial master raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Today's youth truly exhibit excessive force. Fortunate I am here. Damage to the soul is far more severe than physical injury. Losing one's soul can lead to madness or a vegetative state. One Wang has already succumbed. Had I not been present, Xiao would have met the same fate." Once the celestial master restored Xiao's soul to its rightful place, Rongshan announced the results of the contest. Feng Baobao emerged victorious over Xiao. With Feng Baobao's victory, the day's competition reached a conclusion. The victors included Zhang Xuanxiao, Zhang Lingyu, Wang Yi, Zhang Chulan, Feng Baobao, Hong Bin, Jia Zhengyang, and Feng Shaiyuan. While the defeated comprised Feng Xingtong, Tang Wenlong, Xiao by Shishue, Shi, Yexiao, and Ling due to Wang Bing's incapacity to continue. The celestial master and the other 10 elders at Longhu Mountain convened and decided to reinstate Zhuge Qing into the defeated group, thereby forming the top 8 of the losers. Zhuge Qing had much to thank Zhang Xuanxiao for. Although Zhang Xuanxiao had eliminated him, he had simultaneously incapacitated Wang Bing. Zhang Xuanxiao has truly triumphed. Zhuge Qing has become an accidental victor, he mused, as the sun set, casting a golden glow over Longhu Mountain. Zhang Xuanxiao glanced at the posted list of the top 8 contenders. Just as he was about to depart, a pink-haired figure appeared seemingly from nowhere. "Zhang Xuanxiao, are you free this evening?" Lu Linglong boldly approached, directly extending an invitation. Gazing at Lu Linglong, clad in a white blouse, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow slightly. "Miss Lu, is there something you require?" "Yes, tonight is the night of the full moon, and we contestants plan to drink and admire the moonlight. Would you care to join us?" Zhang Xuanxiao? Drink and admire the moon? Upon hearing Lu Linglong's description, Zhang Xuanxiao paused, and his mind inadvertently drifted to the memorable scene of Zhang Chulan strolling with birds beneath the moonlight. Zhang Xuanxiao pondered briefly before agreeing to Lu Linglong's proposal. He was curious to witness how Zhang Chulan would entertain himself in his presence. After Zhang Xuanxiao consented, Lu Linglong proceeded to invite others. Just as she left, Zhang Chulan and Feng Baobao approached to inspect the list of top 8 contenders. At that moment, Zhang Chulan wore an expression of displeasure. The source of his annoyance was quite simple. A certain flamboyant individual had wished to see his younger brother, specifically, to view the guarding powder left by his grandfather. Such a thing was not for just anyone to see. If word of this spread, how could Zhang Chulan retain his dignity? "Uncle Xuanxiao, what a coincidence." Upon spotting his uncle, Zhang Chulan greeted warmly. However, his enthusiastic demeanor was met with indifference as Zhang Xuanxiao merely glanced at him before departing. Perplexed, Zhang Chulan turned to Feng Baobao beside him. "Sister Baobao, do you think I am simply incompatible with the celestial master's household? Whether it's Uncle Xuanxiao or Uncle Lingyu, neither seems particularly amiable towards me." Upon hearing his inquiry, Feng Baobao, munching on an orange, glanced at him and replied, "Why are you so self-absorbed? Chomp, chomp, chomp. Why should anyone extend kindness to you? Chomp, chomp, chomp. You are here to compete for the inheritance of the celestial master. After all, chomp, chomp, chomp. I am a direct disciple of the celestial master's residence. How could I possibly be kind to you? Chomp, chomp, chomp. It's fortunate I haven't beaten you yet." Listening to Feng Baobao's response, Zhang Chulan was momentarily taken aback, as her words resonated with profound truth, candor and precision. "Indeed, Sister Bauer, you are remarkable." Upon hearing Zhang Chulan's praise, Feng Baobao tossed the last segment of her orange into her mouth. Chewing as she remarked, "They all say I'm foolish, but I am not foolish at all. Most times, I am rather astute." As night descended, stars adorned the lonely sky, and a full moon hung like a masterpiece against the canvas of the night, complementing the twinkling stars. What a splendid day for a stroll with birds. On the back mountain, a group of contestants gathered around a bonfire, indulging in hot pot and singing merrily, reveling in joy. The glow of the bonfire illuminated each face. Even Zhang Xuanxiao's typically expressionless visage appeared somewhat warm in its light. Not far away, Zhang Lingyu arrived at the scene, casting a glance at the chaotic revelry illuminated by the bonfire. To the left of the fire, a team led by Canglong, by Shishue, and Wang Erge formed a drinking squad, each taking turns toasting Zhang Chulan. Zhang Chulan, ever accommodating, accepted drink after drink, her cheeks flushed, her speech slightly slurred. To the right of the bonfire, a crowd swayed to the tune of a piece called Stranger, their dancing embodying a chaotic spectacle. Among them, Zhang Lingyu felt somewhat out of place. Just as he was about to turn away, He caught sight of his senior brother seated in a corner, quietly observing everything. His senior brother is also here? Zhang Lingyu was surprised by Zhang Xuanxiao's presence. In his perception, Zhang Xuanxiao rarely participated in such communal activities, often dedicating himself to solitary cultivation. He hadn't expected his senior brother to join. Naturally, Zhang Lingyu chose to sit beside Zhang Xuanxiao. Zhang Xuanxiao acknowledged Zhang Lingyu's arrival without surprise. His gaze swept over the gathering crowd, constantly observing in silence. In truth, his presence at the bonfire gathering was not solely to observe Zhang Xuanxiao's antics, but also to keep an eye on everyone, preventing any unforeseen incidents. After all, he had set up numerous formidable arrays on the back mountain. Chapter 90. The Bonfire Party, or rather, a gathering for patience. Second update. Although those grand arrays were mostly inactive, one could never be too cautious lest someone inadvertently triggered a dangerous situation. Before attending the bonfire gathering, he had already noticed that the four-direction sword array he had set up for testing had been tampered with. Continue the music. Keep dancing. Everyone, drink up. Come, Lao Hong, breathe some fire to enliven the atmosphere. The lively festivities seemed to be worlds apart from the two celestial masters, who were absorbed in their own thoughts. Despite the revelry surrounding them, the two disciples remained preoccupied with their own concerns. Though seated together, their conversation had been limited to brief exchanges. Zhang Lingyu was torn, deeply conflicted. He grappled with the thought of whether to be honest with Zhang Xuanxiao. Ever since he had undergone daily special training with the old celestial master that fateful night, he had felt a sense of guilt for cultivating in secret alongside his master, betraying his senior brother. It felt wrong, especially since Zhang Xuanxiao had recently descended the mountain and helped him sever ties with Xia He, only for him to turn around and engage in covert training aimed at surpassing Zhang Xuanxiao. Was this right? This feeling of guilt left his heart in turmoil. He had broached the subject with his master, only to see the old celestial master express disappointment, which deterred him from discussing it further. The conflicting emotions of guilt towards his brother, pressure from his master, and his own powerlessness converged within him, creating an indescribable complexity. He felt like a child from a broken home, torn between two familial figures, his master and his brother, both of whom were dear to him. Just as Zhang Lingyu wrestled with his emotions, Zhang Xuanxiao seemed to sense his turmoil and gently inquired, "Are you still mired in that entanglement?" He assumed his junior brother still harbored feelings for the deceased Xia He. Returning to reality at Zhang Xuanxiao's question, Zhang Lingyu shook his head and replied, "The entanglement is severed. I have let go of her." "Then why do you still appear troubled?" Zhang Xuanxiao probed further. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Lingyu resolved to be candid. "Brother, why don't you humble yourself before master? He seems to be quite dissatisfied with you lately." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanxiao turned to Zhang Lingyu, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "Humble myself? Why would I do that? Do you believe I have erred recently?" "No, I don't think you have," Zhang Lingyu admitted. "If that is the case, why should I humble myself before master? Is it because of master's dissatisfaction? If I were to change my beliefs due to his discontent, that would only serve to deepen his dissatisfaction," Zhang Xuanxiao replied candidly, reflecting on recent events. He knew the only point of contention with his master was the disagreement over Zhang Chuan's case. Yet, despite their differences, it did not affect the bond between him and his master. Listening to his senior brother's reasoning, Zhang Lingyu sighed. If his brother were capable of change, he would not be his brother. "Brother, let me be frank. Master has been secretly instructing me, aiming for me to surpass you," Zhang Lingyu stated openly, revealing his thoughts to Zhang Xuanxiao. At this revelation, Zhang Xuanxiao raised an eyebrow. While he had anticipated that his master would employ Zhang Lingyu in this manner, he had not expected Zhang Lingyu to share it with him. "Isn't this a good thing? Having master personally guiding you is beneficial," he replied without hesitation. Zhang Lingyu was taken aback by his senior brother's nonchalant response. "Aren't you angry?" "Why would I be angry? In fact, I look forward to seeing how much you can grow under master's tutelage," Zhang Xuanxiao replied, displaying a level of understanding that left Zhang Lingyu in awe. "Brother, you are remarkably broad-minded. By the way, didn't you mention that master was secretly teaching you? Why disclose it to me?" Upon hearing Zhang Xuanxiao's question, Zhang Lingyu hesitated. Noticing his reaction, Zhang Xuanxiao stroked his chin and continued, "Could it be that you feel guilty towards me?" At this probing question, Zhang Lingyu felt as if his innermost thoughts were laid bare. His senior brother treated him like family. How could he betray that trust? Understanding his junior brother's old habit, Zhang Xuanxiao glanced at Zhang Chulan, who was drinking and blushing not far away, and remarked, "If you feel guilty towards me, why would you agree to train secretly with Master?" Zhang Lingyu was momentarily speechless. He too was puzzled by his own motivations. That night, he had inexplicably suggested it. Was it due to inner turmoil? Was there a tinge of jealousy towards his brother? Seeing his junior brother at a loss for words, Zhang Xuanxiao patted his shoulder. "Lingyu, I'm pleased that you can acknowledge your shortcomings and train secretly with Master. However, sharing this with me is quite misplaced. Have you considered what kind of position this puts Master in? What kind of position does it put me in?" Zhang Lingyu was known for his straightforwardness, a trait that the old celestial master had often remarked upon. Compared to Zhang Xuanxiao, who steadfastly walks the path he deems correct, Zhang Lingyu's hesitance and naive disposition lead him to oscillate, unwittingly ensnaring himself in a quagmire of confusion from which he cannot extricate himself. This is true for Xia He as well, particularly regarding the matter of cooking in secret. At this moment, Zhang Lingyu feels a twinge of panic. He has always felt guilty towards his senior brother, which has rendered him indecisive, overlooking the importance of being candid with his brother about their situation involving their master. Observing Zhang Lingyu's perplexed expression, Zhang Xuanxiao speaks. "Lingyu, refrain from employing the excuse of being powerless. The world is not so constraining. Once you have chosen the path you believe to be right, do not look back. Commit fully to your choice and endeavor to see it through, unbound by worldly conventions and undeterred by the emotions of others. As for today's matter, consider it unheard. Focus on practicing with our master. I await the opportunity to spar with you." Listening to his brother's counsel, a thoughtful glimmer appears in Zhang Lingyu's eyes. He reflects deeply on Zhang Xuanxiao's words, growing increasingly respectful of his brother's mindset, a realm he feels he cannot yet reach. If only he possessed half of Zhang Xuanxiao's determination, he might already be on the brink of shedding the moniker of the two elders of Xia He. In Chapter 91, the Master of Heaven has not yet retired. Striking me in the courtyard, one finds a stark contrast between unwavering resolve and indecisiveness. Should the Master of Heaven happen to overhear their exchange, he would undoubtedly comment. One dares to speak, while the other dares to listen. This is not merely a candid conversation between brothers, but resembles a gathering of patients sharing their ailments. While the younger generation revels in wine and moonlight, the Master of Heaven sits in his chamber, contemplating the list of victorious participants: Zhang Xuanxiao, Zhang Lingyu, Wang Yi, Zhang Chulan, and Feng Baobao. The more he scrutinizes the list, the more he senses that the obstacle for Zhang Chulan to prevail in the winning group grows increasingly formidable. If necessary, he considers arranging for Chulan to face elimination and enter the losing group, as the strength of the latter is evidently lesser than that of the former. As the Master of Heaven organizes the next day's competition, he suddenly perceives movement outside his door. "If someone is out there, come in. What are you lingering about for at this late hour?" he calls out. Upon hearing his voice, Wang Yi pushes open the door and sheepishly scratches his head. Addressing the master, "Master, you haven't retired yet?" "Ah, it's you, Wang Yi," the master replies, raising an eyebrow. "Why are you not enjoying the moonlight with the others? What brings you to disturb this old man? Are you planning a midnight raid on me?" "Of course not." Wang Yi chuckles at the master's jest and continues. "I have come to alleviate your worries." "Alleviate my worries?" The master raises an eyebrow, intrigued. "What do you mean?" Wang Yi clears his throat, stating, "Aren't you troubled by Brother Xuanxiao? If it comes to that, why not arrange a match between him and me? I shall see if I can relieve your concerns." Hearing Wang Yi's proposal to challenge his own disciple, the master cannot help but regard him with newfound respect. Such courage is commendable. At least you are braver than that foolish Lingyu, willing to confront Zhang Xuanxiao. "Wang Yi, I am not certain if you have observed Xuanxiao's matches. His strength is no longer what it once was. Then I must test myself against him," Wang Yi responds, his demeanor growing serious. "You are the leader of the heavenly masters. Your reputation reflects the integrity of our sect. Although Brother Xuanxiao is your direct disciple, resorting to underhanded tactics against him for the sake of Zhang Chulan would not be well received. Let me attempt to face him. If I fail, you may resort to your own methods afterward." The master pauses, contemplating Wang Yi's response. How could he anticipate the master's intentions before they had even been set into motion? "Do you believe you can defeat Zhang Xuanxiao?" The master remains silent for a moment, still harboring doubts about Wang Yi's capabilities. Although Wang Yi possesses considerable strength among the younger generation, he faces Zhang Xuanxiao, whose growth has been remarkable. Even having personally trained Zhang Lingyu, the master cannot confidently assert that Lingyu would prevail against Zhang Xuanxiao. Somewhat, but not entirely, Wang Yi admits. In truth, he has assessed his chances and recognizes that they are slim, yet he still seeks the challenge. As a practitioner of the arts, it is wise to go with the flow, yet there are always those profound practitioners who, fully aware of the futility, still yearn to defy the odds. Shall I let you test your mettle against me? The master asks, a hint of amusement in his tone. Are you serious? Wang Yi replies, a touch of mischief creeping into his demeanor. Then I must apologize in advance. With that, he disregards the principles of martial ethics and launches a surprise attack, aiming a swift strike at the master. Before his hand can make contact, a tremendous force propels him outside the courtyard. Wang Yi, why the haste? If you wish to cause a commotion, do so in the courtyard. As Wang Yi steadies himself, he hears the master's voice behind him, feeling an unsettling chill at his neck. Disorderly gold lock. Wang Yi reacts swiftly, employing the technique to hinder the master's movements. In an instant, his energy is sapped, and he narrowly dodges a grasping hand from the master. Is this the weight of a heavenly master? He muses, realizing the true meaning of excellence within the realm of extraordinary beings. Is it sorcery? The master, too, senses a momentary disconnect with his surroundings. He quickly comprehends that Wang Yi, much like his rebellious disciple, harbors secrets. The youth of today truly excel at concealing their abilities, the master reflects, having gleaned enough from their brief exchange to gauge Wang Yi's strength. As he turns to leave for his chamber, he advises, rest well, Wang Yi. If you wish to challenge him, be prepared and ensure a good night's sleep. Wang Yi bows respectfully, watching the master depart. The master has not yet retired, striking me in the courtyard. As he wipes the perspiration from his brow, he wonders about his own choices, just as Wang Yi grapples with his existence. At the bonfire gathering, Zhang Xuanxiao, buoyed by the encouragement of Zhang Long and by Xia, can no longer contain his exuberance and rises to his feet. Do you all wish to see my younger brother's hidden treasures? He proclaims, slightly intoxicated and standing atop a large stone, his face flushed. Tonight, I shall unveil a spectacle. The crowd's attention shifts towards him, captivated by his declaration. In a swift motion, he loosens his trousers, revealing an eager little bird. The moonlight is perfect, and a gentle breeze caresses Zhang Xuanxiao, as if tender hands are brushing against him. Well, Zhang Xuanxiao has revealed his treasure. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. In Chapter 92, the elders of Xiahe engage in a mixed doubles match. Second update. This diminutive object is capable of inscribing such a multitude of symbols composed of flowing energy? Alas, it seems somewhat unclear. Listening to the surrounding discussions, the inebriated Zhang Xuanxiao slurred, can't see it clearly? Never mind. Allow me to channel the true energy, and you shall see it distinctly. As he spoke, he began to manipulate the true energy. With the surge of energy, the angry little bird transformed into an imposing large bird. The special symbols inscribed with restraining spells became increasingly clear. To this end, a group of onlookers seized the opportunity to observe the symbols adorning the bird's body, including girls like Lu Linglong and Bai Xia, who blushed and cautiously stole glances. Xi Jinhua was even more captivated, meticulously documenting the symbols of the lizard's powder. Indeed, when girls indulge in mischief, it leaves no room for boys. Snap! Snap! Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the sound of cameras clicking filled the air, as Canglong took the lead in capturing the moment. How about that? I, Zhang Xuanxiao, am quite generous. Enjoy a free birdwatching experience under the moonlight. What? You say the show isn't thrilling enough? Then let us do it again. Brace yourselves. Just as Zhang Xuanxiao finished speaking, a figure darted past. Oh my, what in the world? The crowd, already stunned by Zhang Xuanxiao's new act, barely had time to process the spectacle before the exclamation morphed into astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xuanxiao, who had been atop the stone, vanished without a trace. What transpired? To comprehend the events, we must rewind 2.5 minutes. Moments ago, Zhang Xuanxiao was engaged in a discussion about Zhang Lingyu's ailment when he turned to witness Zhang Xuanxiao's iconic moonlit birdwalking scene. Observing how swiftly Zhang Xuanxiao disrobed, Zhang Xuanxiao rose to his feet. You actually took it off. Seeing his senior rise, Zhang Lingyu also stood, aghast at Zhang Xuanxiao's display. This Zhang Xuanxiao has disgraced propriety. Zhang Lingyu furrowed his brow, equally shocked by Zhang Xuanxiao's actions. In all his years, he had never encountered someone of such an age being coerced into disrobing by a crowd. While Zhang Lingyu lamented the loss of decorum, Zhang Xuanxiao was already preparing for a swift kick. Witnessing the absurdity of Zhang Xuanxiao's moonlit birdwalking, he became increasingly resolute in his mission to thwart Zhang Xuanxiao from claiming victory. Allowing this ruffian to become the next heir of the Celestial Master would surely brand the Celestial Master's abode with disgrace. Observing the scene, the young Five Thunder gathered at his left leg, emitting arcs of lightning, the blue-white glow contrasting sharply with the golden light emanating from Zhang Xuanxiao's channeling of true energy. Seemingly in opposition. "Brother, what are you doing?" Zhang Lingyu raised an eyebrow upon seeing the young Five Thunder coalesce around his brother's leg. Before he could voice his curiosity, Zhang Xuanxiao had already launched into action, leaping high, executing a kick akin to a tempest whipping fallen leaves toward Zhang Chulan. "This is splendid. It's the Xuanxiao flying kick." Zhang Chulan is doomed. As the streak of lightning struck Zhang Chulan, he convulsed violently, a tremendous force seemingly shutting down his chaotic mind. Is it Master Xuanxiao? Oh no, someone stop Master Xuanxiao. Witnessing Zhang Xuanxiao incapacitate the newly exposed Zhang Chulan, the crowd hurried to intervene. "Lingyu, what are you doing standing there?" Zhang Xuanxiao called out to Zhang Lingyu, stirring him from his hesitation. The master had stated that Zhang Chulan was considered a half-disciple of the Celestial Master's residence. Thus, it was imperative to uphold the discipline. With this thought in mind, he resolved to cooperate with his brother to ensure Zhang Chulan received a fitting reprimand. The night breeze rustled, the green lotus swayed. The flames danced, radiating warmth. What began as a bonfire gathering had transformed into an unrestrained beating courtesy of the two elders. The following day, Zhang Chulan groggily awoke from his stupor, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, utterly oblivious to the events of the previous night. "Where am I?" Sitting up, he noticed a Celestial Master's disciple clad in Taoist robes nearby and inquired, "Where else could it be but the infirmary?" The Taoist examined Zhang Chulan's condition, and upon confirming he was not severely harmed, he remarked, "Why provoke Master Xuanxiao for no reason?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Chulan, who had already been inebriated, paused momentarily. "Me? I provoked Master Xuanxiao? I don't recall that." He struggled to recollect the events of the previous night, but the more he tried, the more dread filled him. Did I really disrobe last night? What on earth did I do? At that moment, Zhang Chulan could not piece together his memories. He only retained vague images. With his recollections halting at the moment, he was toasted by Cang Long, by Shi Xue, and others. Despite not recalling everything, those hazy fragments were sufficient to send him into a cold sweat. Just as he was drenched in perspiration, the door to the infirmary swung open, and Su San, Su Si, and Feng Baobao entered. Seeing that he had awakened, Su Si raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, the little bird is fine?" In response to Su Si's jest, Zhang Chulan gulped nervously and asked, "Fourth brother, nothing happened last night, right?" "Nothing happened." Observing Zhang Chulan's drenched appearance, Su Si chuckled. "How could nothing have happened? Throughout history in the Celestial Master's abode, you are the first. Bai Lian, you are this one. Fourth brother, I am not easily impressed by anyone. But you have my respect." Feeling Su Si give him a thumbs up, Zhang Chulan wished he could sink into the ground. "Wait, that doesn't make sense. How did I wake up in the infirmary? And how did I provoke Master Xuanxiao?" Hearing Zhang Chulan's inquiry, Su Si raised an eyebrow. To perform antics in front of the Celestial Master's direct disciples and not be beaten to a pulp is already a mercy. You have no idea, last night you were thoroughly beaten by Zhang Xuanxiao, suffering numerous injuries. Fortunately, the Taoists at the Celestial Master's abode are skilled. It didn't hinder your competition today. Listening to Su Si's account, Zhang Chulan swallowed hard. "And you all didn't intervene?" "We did, but how could we stop it? Two top disciples of the Celestial Master teaming up, who could possibly intervene?" Chapter 93, the third match. Wang Yi. 0 frame start. First update, a team-up? Was there also a matter involving the junior uncle? While Zhang Chulan questioned his existence, he was also astonished by his own resilience. To have awakened amidst a mixed assault from Zhang Xuanxiao and Zhang Lingyu, he could boast about that. Don't dwell on it. If they hadn't interrupted you, you might have faced even greater humiliation. A good beating followed by specialized treatment, not affecting your competition today. One must admit, the Celestial Master's abode is quite considerate. Su Si joked, preparing to light a traditional cigarette, but was halted by a disciple of the Celestial Master's abode. He then put away the cigarette case and said to Zhang Chulan, "Go wash your face and prepare for the next match." Under Su Si's urging, Zhang Chulan groggily washed up and made his way to the competition venue. Along the way, he noticed many passers-by casting peculiar glances in his direction, making him feel as if he were walking on thin ice. "Good morning, Zhang Chulan." Upon hearing someone call his name, Zhang Chulan turned to see Lu Linglong and her small group approaching him. each face beaming with varying degrees of smiles. At that moment, Zhang Xuanxiao truly wished he could find a hole to hide in, feeling utterly mortified. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and asked the group, "Did any of you take pictures last night?" "Pictures? How could we take advantage of someone in distress?" Upon hearing Song Long's response, Zhang Xuanxiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, although it is a dark chapter in his past, it has left no trace. Before he could fully relish his fortune, Song Long abruptly shifted the topic, saying, "He, we are not. Who else could be?" Not only did he capture photographs for posterity, but he also recorded videos. Upon hearing the words of this rotund fellow, Zhang Xuanxiao's expression turned as sour as if he had bitten into a lemon. "You fatso. Hand me your phone." The two of them chased each other, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the competition. The spectators were somewhat astonished to see the matchups posted by the Heavenly Master's residents. Today, not only was there a contest for the victors, but also for the vanquished. Before him, the matches for the victors were Zhang Xuanxiao versus Wang Yi, Zhang Lingyu versus Hong Bin, Feng Baobao versus Jia Zhongliang, and Zhang Chulan versus Feng Xiayan. The vanquished group included Feng Xingtong versus Shi, Bai Shishua versus Tang Wenlong, Yi Xiao versus Zhu Qing, and Xiao Xiao versus Ling. Upon reviewing the victors' matchups, Zhang Chulan raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed that his opponent was the least formidable among these four matches. Could this be a case of fortune and misfortune being intertwined? Although he had lost face the previous night, today's match appeared to be more manageable. As Zhang Chulan was the last to compete, he decided to accompany Su San and Su Si to the venue of the first match, to observe the contest between Zhang Xuanxiao and Taoist Wang Yi. Upon reaching the stands, he was taken aback by the audience present. 10 masters of Feng Zhenghao, 10 masters of Qin Jingkue, and also Lu Jin, Master Shi, and Master Tian. Was everyone so invested in the match of Uncle Xuanxiao? Chulan, pay close attention. Zhang Xuanxiao is your greatest obstacle on the path to victory. In the earlier matches, he has grown increasingly formidable, Su Si remarked, observing Zhang Xuanxiao, clad in black Taoist robes, competing on stage. In stark contrast to Zhang Chulan's easy advancement, Zhang Xuanxiao faced increasingly challenging opponents. Whether it was Zhu Qing, who possessed the remarkable skills of the Wuhou, or Wang, who subdued the ethereal beings of the northeast, Zhang Xuanxiao displayed a myriad of techniques in each round. Brother C, relying solely on superficial strength, I might as well throw myself against Uncle Xuanxiao. Zhang Chulan was acutely aware of his own capabilities. To secure a victory, he would need to rely on external forces for intervention. For instance, if Feng Baobao were to ambush Zhang Xuanxiao late at night, it might prevent him from attending the competition the next day. With Baobao as our ally, we might stand a chance. As the discussion unfolded, Wang Yi approached the competition area through the contestants' passage, unfazed. Spotting Zhang Xuanxiao nearby, he called out, "Xuanxiao, I didn't expect we'd have the opportunity to face each other." Zhang Xuanxiao replied in acknowledgement. Frankly, he had not anticipated that his master would arrange for Wang Yi to be his opponent. After all, in the previous rounds, Wang Yi had not showcased his full potential. Given his master's apparent desire to eliminate him, Wang Yi's superficial combat prowess was undoubtedly inferior to Zhang Lingyu's. Zhang Xuanxiao had thought his master might pair him against Zhang Lingyu in this or the next round. Zhang Xuanxiao versus Wang Yi begin. With the announcement from Rongshan, Wang Yi opted for an initial zero-frame approach, rapidly closing the distance to Zhang Xuanxiao. He unleashed the Tai Chi energy of Wudong, enveloping Zhang Xuanxiao with a powerful force. This energy resembled a swirling vortex of water. Once ensnared in close proximity, even the mightiest strength would struggle to escape. Confronted with Wang Yi's vigorous Tai Chi energy, Zhang Xuanxiao focused intently. In a mere blink, he utilized the doozy secret to replicate Wang Yi's Tai Chi energy, employing the same technique to neutralize Wang Yi's assault and redirect it back at him. Observing Zhang Xuanxiao execute a technique strikingly similar to Wang Yi's, Tian Jinzhong, seated in a wheelchair, exclaimed, "I see that Xuanxiao's energy is remarkably akin to that of young Wang Yi." Listening to his junior disciple, the old heavenly master stroked his beard in silence. This was not merely similarity, it was virtually identical. What was this rebellious disciple thinking? The old heavenly master had a premonition that the competition he organized for Zhang Chulan was gradually transforming into a wedding gown for his defiant disciple. The gifted individuals from various sects had not only failed to diminish Zhang Xuanxiao's vigor but had, in fact, enabled him to learn their techniques with remarkable efficiency. As the old heavenly master observed Zhang Xuanxiao continually assimilating the techniques of various schools, he belatedly recognized something amiss. Zhang Xuanxiao could easily employ the heavenly master's methods to swiftly overcome his opponents, yet he chose to pursue this seemingly derivative approach to learn from others. Was it truly just for the sake of cultivation? Something felt profoundly off.